In ancient attire, Qin Yuan, after 3 years of diligent effort, finally ascended to the esteemed position of a magistrate. Just as he contemplated marrying and starting a family, envisioning a life filled with servants, bird-watching, and leisurely dog walks, he was abruptly confronted with the reality that this world was inhabited by demons and monsters. There existed a serpent-headed creature capable of summoning names, a bizarre two-headed woman, and an ominous fog that descended from the heavens. Faced with such grotesque beings, Qin Yuan could only declare, "No one shall obstruct my path to becoming a magistrate." The pangs of hunger surged like a tidal wave, jolting Qin Yuan awake. He swiftly sat up, his gaze sweeping across the room. The solid wooden furniture was intricately carved, and the decor exuded a timeless elegance. The crimson-painted door remained tightly shut, adorned with enigmatic talismans on the windows. Seeing the door securely closed and the talismans intact, Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes then fell upon the bed, where a slender, delicate woman lay, his maid, Lu Qing'e, whom he had purchased 2 years prior. At that moment, her face was pale with hunger, rendering her even more fragile. Reflecting on his journey, Qin Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. 3 years prior, he had traversed into this unknown dynasty known as the Great Rong Dynasty. In his foreign garb and strange appearance, he was nearly mistaken for a demon and brought before the authorities. Fortunately, his command of language allowed him to fabricate a tale, claiming to be a monk engaged in cultivation, which barely allowed him to escape. In this dynasty, he found himself destitute, struggling even to secure a meal. Thus, he pawned his watch and lighter, acquiring a modest sum to venture into the liquor trade. With the knowledge from the industrial age and some financial acumen, his business flourished, eventually transforming into a tavern. With wealth accrued, he settled in the small border town of Ziwei County, purchasing a residence and hiring a few maids and laborers, including his devoted servant Lu Qing'e. Originally raised in a brothel, Lu Qing'e had served him diligently since her acquisition. Yet, despite the company of a beautiful maid, Qin Yuan found little joy, for the specter of starvation loomed over them, filling him with anxiety. He had heard tales of martial artists in this world and even employed several capable individuals for protection. However, he could not endure the monotonous toil of training, and due to his limited physical condition, he ultimately abandoned the aspiration of becoming a martial artist. However, everything changed dramatically a fortnight ago. A sudden death occurred at the neighboring residence of Li Yuanwei. While the death of a servant might ordinarily be inconsequential, the Li family reported it to the authorities, claiming foul play by demons. With nothing pressing on that day, Qin Yuan decided to witness the commotion. Upon reaching the Li residence, he was met with gasps from the gathered crowd. Pushing his way through, he beheld the lifeless servant, his eyes wide open in terror, his expression a grotesque mask of fear. His chest had been gruesomely opened, his innards missing, drenched in blood, an unspeakable sight. Sun, the head of the constabulary, typically unflappable, remained composed as he inquired, "Is there any witness?" Li Yuanwei promptly dragged forth a servant, urging him to recount the events. It turned out that the deceased servant had shared a room with Ao Wang, their bond close. The previous afternoon, Ao Wang had been acting strangely, claiming to have seen a beautiful lady calling his name from beyond the wall, enticing him to meet her at night. That night, Ao Wang suddenly arose and left the house, with the servants stealthily following. Upon exiting, he heard a blood-curdling scream, and when he called out, he glimpsed a lattice head peering over the wall, bloodied and horrifying. Terrified, he summoned others, yet by the time they arrived, Ao Wang had already met his gruesome fate. Sun, after listening to the account, made no further inquiries and proceeded to take the servant into custody. The servant, in a panic, protested his innocence, arguing that the Li family's wall was over 7 feet high. Who would dare perch there at such an hour? Clearly, it was the work of demons. Nonetheless, Sun dismissed his claims, signaling for the arrest. At that moment, Li Yuanwei hurried over to whisper urgently in Sun's ear. Qin Yuan observed closely as Li discreetly slipped something into Sun's ample sleeve. After Li concluded his hushed conversation, Sun's expression shifted, and he slowly nodded, advising, "Even so, you must accompany me to see the county magistrate. Refrain from uttering any further claims of demons." The servant eagerly nodded, fearful of defiance. He was then escorted away. The following day, Sun brought a robust man, dressed as a wanderer, to the Li residence, where Li Yuanlai welcomed him with great enthusiasm, referring to him as Wu Gongfeng. Wu Gongfeng was a towering figure, exuding an air of authority, his temples bulging, unmistakably a master of martial arts. The household guards informed Qin Yuan that Wu was a practitioner of body tempering, with strength comparable to 1,000 pounds, a true expert. This revelation astonished Qin Yuan, who eagerly anticipated witnessing the prowess of a martial artist. However, that very night, Sun was found dead, his body bearing an uncanny resemblance to that of Ao Wang. As for Wu Gongfeng, he had vanished without a trace. Reports indicated that he had fled with remarkable speed, outpacing even horses indeed, a true master among masters. From the moment Qin Yuan had heard the servant recount the details of Ao Wang's demise, an unsettling sense of foreboding had begun to take root within him. A beautiful lady? Calling from beyond the wall? A midnight feast? This inevitably conjured memories of the tale of the beautiful serpent penned by Mr. Lu Sun. Beep. Consumed 100 points of malevolence value. First level martial skill. Flowing fist technique has reached perfection. Consumed 800 points of malevolence value. Second level martial skill. Cloud-breaking spear technique has reached perfection. Beep. After diligent practice of 2 martial skills, your martial arts level has broken through to the first stage, 5th level. Remaining malevolence value. 100. The light screen flickered, seemingly rejoicing. In an instant, Yili felt every cell in his body exulting, as if he had genuinely been honing his martial skills day after day, elevating his proficiency to such an extent. Not only that, but his vital energy also surged dramatically. Moreover, mastering these skills brought him no discomfort at all. It felt as if, after regular training, his physical attributes had naturally improved. Is this the allure of spending money? Yili was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling. He sensed that his current state was unprecedentedly perfect. Just then, an announcement echoed. The 5th match of the guidance tournament, Wu Ku, Class 39, Yili versus school teams Wang Ran. Upon hearing the announcement, the 2 combatants quickly ascended the stage. The timing was just right, and Yili rose with delight. He casually picked up a spear from the weapon rack, an intense aura bursting forth from him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Excellent, I am gradually comprehending everything. Yili gripped the spear tightly and stepped into the passageway. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was a deep blue. The entire martial arts arena was bustling with voices, mostly curious young boys and girls. Additionally, some self-media photographers wielding DSLR cameras were present, alongside several stern-looking school officials. Soon, amid the multitude of gazes, a male student clad in a sky-blue team uniform ascended the martial stage. It was none other than the school team substitute. Wang Ren. Soon as he stepped onto the stage, his distinctive team uniform elicited cheers from the students in the audience. Wow, the 5th match is about to begin. What do you think? What do you mean? I thought I could learn something, but the first 4 matches were all school team members swiftly defeating their opponents. I might as well have gone to a market. Don't be hasty. This match is a school team substitute against an ordinary student. I think it might last a bit. You're overthinking it, my friend. Even the substitutes are far stronger than ordinary students. I bet this match will end within a minute. Indeed, if it doesn't end in a minute, I'll eat my words. I believe otherwise. Wang Ren is merely at the first stage, 5th level, while my buddy Yili is at least at the first stage, 3rd level. Even if there's a gap, it's not insurmountable. What do you mean? I wager 2 minutes to as the spectators discussed. Most students shared a similar sentiment. This wasn't due to their lack of faith in Yili. Rather, the members of the school team exerted comprehensive pressure on ordinary martial students in terms of skill proficiency and martial arts level. Not to mention, some team members had awakened martial talents. The disparity in their capabilities was simply staggering. In the audience, Shun Lian scoffed. Yili, once you're beaten down to the point you can't get out of bed, I wonder who will take care of you. On the martial stage, Wang Ren was brimming with confidence. He first waved to the audience and then turned his gaze to his opponent. There stood a handsome youth clad in a white martial arts uniform, slowly ascending the stage. The young man, with a heavy iron spear on his back, wore an indifferent expression. His black eyes ICYT was Yili. Lianer just messaged me saying you absolutely refuse to forfeit. It seems you're quite serious? Upon seeing Yili take the stage, Wang Ren smiled graciously. How curious. Don't you usually avoid me at all costs? Have you taken the wrong medicine today?
Birds of a feather flock together. Truly, some things never changed. Why, Ely replied with a faint smile. Insulting a rival martial artist at the first stage, 5th level, malevolence value 10? Indeed, it's rare. But even the smallest fly is still meat? Ely sighed internally. Upon hearing his words, Wang Ren gradually reined in his smile, his eyes turning cold. It seems you truly have taken the wrong medicine, your brain is muddled, and suddenly you are no longer afraid of being beaten. He unsheathed the long sword from his back, pointing it at Ely, sneering from a position of superiority. Let me remind you, the guidance tournament is so formal. Even if I severely injure you today, the school won't hold me accountable. Idiots shouldn't attempt to enlighten others about the rules. Everyone knows these things. Why, Ely calmly slammed the spear beside him, his expression unruffled. Moreover, tell your father to keep his mouth shut. If he prattles one more time, I'll make you fly. This chapter is not yet finished. Click next page to continue reading. Very well. A sinister smile crept onto Wang Ren's lips, a tough-tongued brat. I originally planned to go easy on you, but now I've changed my mind. Today, you won't leave this stage with a single intact piece. The match begins. The referee's voice rang out just in time. Rip! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a white shadow suddenly swept across the martial stage, a sound tearing through the air with a thunderous bang. Under the gaze of hundreds in the audience, Yi Li, who had been standing still, suddenly leaped forward, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, the dark spear in his right hand thrust forward with a mighty force. Whoosh! The spearhead, radiating a dazzling chill, sliced through the air like a dragon, arriving before Wang Ren in an instant. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. Cloud-breaking spear technique. The cold smirk on Wang Ren's face had yet to fade when he felt an incredibly sharp wind pressure rushing towards his face. The threat of death bore down upon him. Wang Ren's pupils constricted suddenly. In that moment, he barely had time to cross his long sword in front of him. Boom! The dark spearhead darted forward like a dragon. And at the moment of contact, the long sword shattered with a deafening crack. The spearhead, imbued with tremendous force, pierced Wang Ren's right shoulder, followed by a spine-chilling sound of bone fracturing. A spray of blood blossomed from Wang Ren's shoulder as his body was sent flying backward by the force, crashing heavily against the edge of the high platform, sending shards of stone flying. Ah! A piercing wail erupted from Wang Ren's lips as the excruciating pain in his shoulder caused him to thrash wildly. He hadn't even seen the action of Yi Li's spear strike before being gravely injured. Too fast. Moreover, Yi Li actually did what he promised. He really made him fly. Aside from him, the entire martial arts arena was now enveloped in silence. The students stared dumbfounded at the scene. On the platform, the usually composed teachers were equally astonished. What nonsense is this? The school team member was defeated with a single spear. Is there such a monster among ordinary martial students? Why didn't you say so earlier? What era is this, still playing the hidden strength card? At this moment, Yi Li on the martial stage did not cease his actions. Amid countless astonished gazes, he leaped forward, almost reaching Wang Ren the moment the spear hit the ground. The experience from 200 passionate comic books in his past life told him that finishing off an opponent is always the top priority. Bam! Just as Wang Ren lifted his head, a long hand came down to press him down, an overwhelming force crashing his head heavily into the ground. Under the immense impact, Wang Ren saw stars. Instinctively curling up his body, reaching for the spear lodged in his shoulder, attempting to pull it out. But at that moment, a martial arts shoe stomped down, forcefully pinning his hand back down. Wang Ren's consciousness was still lingering. He struggled to channel his internal energy to buy time. His eyes widened, only to see a pair of cold black pupils staring fixedly at him from above. The owner of those black eyes was now spreading his arms wide. Wang Ren recognized the gesture. It was the starting position of the flowing fist technique. Terror gripped his heart, and he could no longer care about his dignity. Yi Li, I have already. It's too late. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Li swiftly lowered his stance, his fists raining down like a tempest, interrupting Wang Ren's surrender, sending stones flying and causing the entire martial stage to tremble slightly. The perfected flowing fist technique was now executed to its utmost, publicly crushing a martial artist of the same level. Malevolence value 200. Bang, 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 bang. as the prompt echoed in his ears. Yi Li's fist strikes grew increasingly rapid. Only when Wang Ren ceased to struggle did he finally stand up straight, his handsome face now appearing exceptionally fierce. If members of the school team possess such level, they ought to refrain from embarrassing themselves. Useless. His calm voice resonated throughout the arena as he casually withdrew his spear and walked off the stage, publicly humiliating a defeated rival martial artist. Malevolence value 500. Detected. Wang Ren's confidence has shattered. Malevolence value 1000. Congratulations. Unlocking cultivation enhancement path. The entire martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 3. Bountiful rewards. Yi Li wins. It wasn't until Yi Li stepped down from the combat platform that the referee's hollow voice finally broke the stillness. The audience, returning from their stupor, erupted into astonished cheers. What the heck? What just happened? This is absurd. The school team was taken down in an instant. Damn. Did you see that? That spear strike was downright unreasonable. An ordinary student. Is this really an ordinary student? This guy is incredible. Hidden talent. Who said ordinary students can't defeat the school team? At this moment, the students were filled with exhilaration. No one could have anticipated that an internal guidance tournament would yield such an upset. Shan Lian, among the spectators, was utterly taken aback. She felt as though she had rooted herself to the spot, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. The joy and sorrow of others were not her concern. She only found the noise around her unbearable. Wang Ren lost. How is that even possible? She had completely divulged Yi Li's intelligence to Wang Ren, intending to give the latter an easier path to victory. It is worth noting that even as a formal member of the school team, it was exceedingly difficult for her to defeat Wang Ren with such ease. Shan Lian clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. How on earth did Yi Li manage that? On the elevated platform at the back of the audience, a group of teachers exchanged glances, their astonishment evident on their faces. The school team comprised the cream of the crop among students, and even the substitutes were significantly more powerful than the average martial arts students. This was nearly common knowledge. Given the disparity in martial skills, levels, and innate talents, to triumph over a stronger opponent was nothing short of impossible. The current situation could only be interpreted as Yi Li having concealed his true capabilities beforehand. Principal Li, this student named Yi Li is quite a promising talent. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 adjusted his glasses, his tone betraying an unmistakable shock as he addressed the vice principal. Principal Li responded with a smile. Indeed, his vitality strength is comparable to Wang Ren's, both likely at the 5th level of the first stage. However, his prowess in martial techniques is remarkable. Although the two techniques he employed are of lower rank, they exude an essence of completeness. For someone of his age to master two low-tier martial techniques to perfection demonstrates exceptional aptitude. This child must have engaged in rigorous training in private. The approval in Principal Li's voice was unmistakable. Xiao Yang, he continued, glancing at a young woman behind him, equally astonished, this student from your Class 9 seems to be quite the gem. I believe he is entirely qualified to join the school team. Why have you not reported this? Upon hearing this, Yang Shan, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, broke into a cold sweat. Principal Li, during the vitality test 2 weeks ago, Yi Li was still at the 3rd level of the first stage. I never anticipated his rapid advancement. She hurriedly explained. It was clear to her that the principal suspected she was intentionally stifling talent out of personal grievances. The vice principal of Linghai No. 1 High School was known for his fierce dedication to nurturing talent. He had once publicly chastised a teacher who maliciously targeted students, bringing the latter to his knees in a pitiful plea for mercy, only ceasing when representatives from the disciplinary bureau arrived. It was a terrifying display. In truth, Yang Shan rather liked Yi Li, an orphan living alone, dedicated to his training, and apart from his overly earnest nature and relatively average aptitude, she could find no fault in him. Thus, it was utterly unfathomable for her to think that the previously reticent Yi Li harbored such hidden potential. Is that so? I will investigate upon my return, Li Haohan remarked, casting a deep glance at Yang Shan before refocusing on the slender figure making its way back to the elevated platform. The youth, clad in white, stood tall and composed, exuding an air of confidence. He casually handed his long spear to the astonished referee, offering a polite nod before turning to exit through the passage. Quite impressive indeed, Li Haohan mused with a smile. Principal Li, a teacher interjected, cautiously suggesting, Since Yili has triumphed over Wang Ren, why not award Wang Ren's substitute position to him in just half a month? The provincial intercollegiate exchange competition will commence, and the more outstanding students we have representing Linghai No. 1 High School, the better our standing will be. At this, Li Haohan turned to the homeroom teacher of Class 1. The teacher nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Wang Ren was a student in his class. Seeing his approval, the other teachers also nodded in agreement. Li Haohan chuckled. Then it is settled. Xiao Yang, please assist him in applying for the exclusive training room for the school team and inform him of the associated benefits. I understand, Yang Shan promptly replied. However, a hint of concern crossed her face as she added, but principal, with the provincial competition approaching in a month, will this sudden inclusion of Yili into the team not provoke discontent among the other members? The formal members of the Linghai No. 1 high school team were all at least at the 7th level of the first stage. Currently, Yili's capabilities were vastly inferior to theirs. If they were dissatisfied with the school's sudden personnel change, it would inevitably lead to ostracism, affecting Yili's mindset. Yang Shan was particularly worried about this. Teaching him to endure is also a form of training, Li Haohan replied with a smile. Very well. Yang Shan conceded after a moment of contemplation, ultimately agreeing with his perspective. Meanwhile, Yili was blissfully unaware of the shift in attitude among the school's higher-ups. After collecting his share of the elixir subsidy, he left school and took a taxi home. Once back, he locked himself in his room and began to explore his newfound abilities. Infamy LV1. Your infamy is almost unknown. Note: upgrading infamy will yield substantial rewards. Current evil points, 1800. Seeing that his evil points had nearly doubled since his last engagement, Yili felt a surge of relief. Indeed, the risk had proven to be a wise gamble. Drawing upon his previous accumulation, he had expended merely 900 evil points to elevate 2 martial techniques to perfection. Not only did he experience no discomfort, but he also executed them with the utmost fluidity. Additionally, his martial arts level had increased by 2 stages. The system's capabilities were becoming increasingly evident. This meant that as long as he committed acts deemed worthy of the system's approval, he could utilize the acquired evil points to upgrade his martial arts and elevate his level. Defeating Wang Ren had granted him nearly 2,000 evil points. Was this all built upon the suffering of others? Yili pondered, resting his chin on his hand. He then recalled that after vanquishing Wang Ren, the system seemed to have introduced a new feature. Path to leveling up established. Current level, 1st stage, 5th level, 2, upgradable. As he scanned the information above, Yili's mind raced. Previously, elevating his martial techniques to perfection had naturally propelled his level to the 5th stage of the 1st tier. This was merely a byproduct of enhancing his martial skills. Now, with a dedicated focus on leveling up, the effects would surely surpass those of earlier efforts. System, level up, Yili declared, waving his hand as he resolved to invest 100 evil points to test the waters of this new feature. Beep, consumed 100 evil points. Beginning to elevate level. No external aids detected. Your cultivation speed remains the same. Slow as a snail, poetically steady. Training in progress. Training complete. Current level, 1st stage. 5th level, 50. Comment: due to the absence of any cultivation boosts, this yield is equivalent to your 6 months of arduous training. Note: the same point expenditure may yield different results based on external factors. The yield varies based on external conditions. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Yili felt a wave of frustration wash over him, akin to discovering he had drawn from the wrong pool in a gacha game. Thankfully, he had not gone all in like before. Otherwise, he would have truly suffocated in despair. External boosts, you say? That's manageable. Why? Yili opened a delicate iron box containing the elixirs and retrieved a small white porcelain vial. The vial contained a body-refining elixir, immensely beneficial for practitioners at the 1st stage of body refinement. For such individuals, this vial could provide the equivalent benefits of 2 months of rigorous training, making it quite a treasure. Now, it was perfectly suited as a cultivation enhancement. Unscrewing the cap, a rich fragrance wafted out, invigorating his senses. Without hesitation, Yili downed the entire vial, the cool liquid sliding down his throat as he embarked on a new round of leveling up. Chapter 4. The Rapid Ascension of Martial Arts Level. Beep, consumed 1,000 evil points. Beginning to elevate level. Detected high-level resource body refining elixir. Your cultivation speed increased by 20, finally resembling that of a normal person. Accelerating training. Training complete. Vitality has significantly increased. Current level, first stage, 8th level, 90. Comment. The elixir has played a crucial role in your progress, yielding results equivalent to 8 years of diligent training. This upgrade felt akin to riding a rocket. Yi Li's vitality surged dramatically, his eyes gleaming, his skin radiating a lustrous glow, and his muscles felt powerful and robust. The numbers displayed on his panel indicated that he had broken through 3 levels in the span of mere breaths. He was now just a step away from the 9th level of the first stage. Yi Li was utterly astonished. According to his memories, even the most gifted geniuses found it challenging to reach this level before entering martial arts university. This implied that Yi Li had ascended from an inconspicuous average student to the ranks of the talented in less than an afternoon. Such speed would leave anyone exclaiming in disbelief. However, in Yi Li's eyes, it was disheartening that despite his 8.5 years of hard work, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the first stage. His innate ability truly left much to be desired. No matter, with more points to invest in the future, his aptitude would naturally rise. Yi Li reassured himself internally as he casually closed the panel. After all, based on visible progress, who would dare claim he was not a genius? Point investment was indeed the key to his ascension. With 700 evil points still available, Yi Li felt sufficiently equipped. Tomorrow, he would visit the school's library to select some new martial techniques and enhance his skill set. Mastering only one martial art, along with a singular proficiency in firearms, renders one rather vulnerable. It is akin to a fragile warrior who has diligently filled their offensive capabilities while neglecting all other aspects of combat. One must learn not only the means of attack, but also the art of evasion and defense to achieve a balanced skill set. After a brief routine of washing up, Yi Li reclined upon his bed. At that moment, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Having endured so much since his arrival, he realized it was time to rest. With a long sigh, he silenced his phone and listened to the sound of the wind outside his window. Closing his eyes, he gradually succumbed to slumber. On the following morning, the cypress trees along the road swayed gently in the morning breeze. Linhai No. 1 High School. Yi Li, dressed in casual attire, traversed the campus and entered the teaching building. Ascending to the 3rd floor, adjusting his cuffs, he stepped into the classroom and made his way to his seat at the back, next to the window, the hometown of the king. Perhaps due to yesterday's demonstration match, many classmates cast curious glances in Yi Li's direction, their expressions a complex array of emotions. Yi Li was well acquainted with this scrutiny. In his previous life, he had been a social outcast in class, and when a classmate unexpectedly showcased remarkable talent at their graduation ceremony, he had received similar stares. Fortunately, owing to his past self's reticent nature, no one approached him until he settled into his seat. Not everyone, however, remained silent. Yi Gu, you finally made it, exclaimed a voice filled with excitement as he sat down. Looking up, Yi Li saw Fang Ming, a fellow classmate and his close friend, rushing over in exhilaration. What's up? Need something? Yi Li inquired, raising an eyebrow. It's not me. It's Teacher Yang who's looking for you. Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively, then continued with palpable enthusiasm. But first, you were incredible yesterday. You left us all dumbfounded. His own strength ranked quite respectably within their year, boasting a level of 4 in the first tier. Yet even he was no match for Wang Ran. Yet Yi Li had dispatched Wang Ran with ease. Are you not thrilled about defeating a member of the school team? Fang Ming asked eagerly. It's all right, Yi Li replied, stretching lazily as he stood up and headed outside. Let us go find Teacher Yang. Huh? Fang Ming was taken aback, puzzled by Yi Li's calm demeanor. Him, defeating a substitute on the school team was certainly a momentous occasion. Why did his friend seem utterly indifferent to the previous day's match? Fang Ming followed Yi Li out of the classroom, his expression rife with skepticism. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Fang Ming could no longer contain his curiosity. Yi Gu, don't you have anything to say? That was a substitute from the school team. Nope. Yi Li casually patted his shoulder and pushed open the door to the teacher's office. Fang Ming stood before the closed door for a moment, pondering, ultimately taking a seat with a look of existential doubt on his face. Could it be that he was the one with the problem? Was it not worthy of excitement to defeat a substitute from the school team? After a brief contemplation, he pulled out his phone to message his father. Dad, I defeated a substitute from the school team. His phone vibrated, and a response quickly followed. Really? Wow. My son is making strides. Haha. I've contacted all your relatives. Tonight, I'll host a banquet for the entire martial arts community of Linhai City. I just told your grandfather, and he has already torn up the family tree, declaring he wants to start anew from you. Reading his father's messages, Fong Ming broke into a delighted smile. It was clear now that the issue lay not with him. Yi's character was simply too earnest. That flamboyant demeanor displayed during yesterday's competition had evidently been a fleeting impulse. With a sigh, Fong Ming replied, "Dad, I was joking, I'm only at the first tier, level 4. How could I possibly defeat him?" After placing his phone back in his pocket, Fong Ming felt another strong vibration, indicating that the sender was evidently quite excited. In the office, Yang Shan looked up from her documents as Yili entered. Smiling warmly, "You're here. I called you in to deliver some good news." "Good news?" Yili casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Yang Shan nodded, saying, "After watching your match yesterday, Principal Lee has decided to grant you a special approval to replace Wang Ren as a substitute for the school team." "What are the benefits?" Yili inquired. "Of course. You will have access to a dedicated training room and can arrange your training schedule at your convenience," Yang Shan replied with her hands clasped together. Smiling, "This means you won't have to attend regular classes anymore, but you will need to participate in the training program organized by the school team. Additionally, you'll have access to the third floor of the library and receive monthly allowances for spiritual herbs, among other perks." "What do you think?" Yang Shan observed the young man, hoping to see a semblance of surprise on his face. Unfortunately, he merely smiled faintly and remarked, "That sounds quite good." He was in need of new martial techniques and resources, so he certainly wouldn't decline. "Then it's settled." Yang Shan beamed as she retrieved a silver badge from her drawer and handed it to Yili. "This is a special badge for school team members and serves as a key for various locations." After Yili accepted the badge, her smile dimmed slightly, and she continued, "Additionally, since you are replacing Wang Ren, some members of the team who were close to him may hold grievances against you. Your current strength is not on par with theirs, so try to avoid conflicts to prevent unnecessary harm to yourself." Yang Shan paused for a moment before adding, "Especially that girl, Shunlian. She seems to have a strong opinion about you. When she heard you were joining the team, she vehemently opposed it. You might want to steer clear of her when you meet." Strangely, Yang Shan sensed that after her warning, the smile on the young man's face seemed to deepen. "I see," he nodded lightly. "That's good to know." Yang Shan sighed in relief and said with a smile, "All right, if you have nothing else to attend to, you can head to the training building and choose a training room you like. Just head straight there. Shunlian is waiting for you." "Shunlian?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Yes, her," Yang Shan affirmed with a hint of exasperation. "She insisted on helping you familiarize yourself with the new environment." And the teacher agreed. "Just be cautious. If she tries to cause trouble, avoid drawing attention to yourself, understood?" "You want me to avoid her attention?" Yili chuckled softly, not elaborating further. He simply replied, "I'll head over now." With that, he took the badge and exited the office, his steps light and buoyant. Watching Yili depart, Yang Shan muttered uncertainly to herself, "This child seems to have changed a bit. He appears considerably more confident." The door swung open, and Yili sauntered out leisurely. "Let us go," he called to Fong Ming. "Where to?" Fong Ming asked curiously. "To the training building," Yili replied, displaying the silver badge in his hand. "I've joined the school team. Teacher Yang wants me to familiarize myself with the training environment." Chapter 5. The sudden emergence of 3,000 points of malevolence. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the training building. Upon hearing that Yili's escort was Shunlian, Fong Ming's expression became quite animated. He hadn't anticipated that the girl who often treated his friend like a devoted admirer would come to help him out. Although it was a good deed, something felt amiss. With a soft click of his tongue, Fong Ming pondered, warning Yili that this situation might be suspicious, but remembering his friend's deep feelings for Shunlian, he hesitated to speak. Based on past experiences, any negative comments about Shunlian would likely earn him a scolding from Yili, resulting in an unhappy parting. This left Fong Ming feeling quite helpless. After much deliberation, he finally managed to squeeze out a word of caution. "Yigu, if Shunlian tries to test your new martial techniques like before, just don't agree to it." His words tumbled out quickly, as if afraid of interruption. "Yes, not that I'm against her testing. It's just that she never holds back. The last time, she almost shattered a few of your bones. With the martial exam approaching, we martial science students can't afford any mishaps." Fong Ming's earnest plea conveyed his concern. In his mind, that girl, Shunlian, often used the excuse of testing new techniques to practice on Yili, leaving him bruised and battered each time. As a friend, Fang Ming felt a deep sense of compassion. To be frank, having a first-tier level 7 practitioner testing techniques on someone at level 3 was akin to using a moving target as a punching bag. It was utterly disgraceful. Don't worry. I'll handle it. As Fang Ming looked on helplessly, Yi chuckled softly and stepped into the training building, in his memory. Less than 2 months remained before the provincial martial exam. To secure a spot in his desired top-tier academy within such a short time frame, he needed to reach at least the second tier in martial arts to ensure a solid footing. The immediate priority was to amass points of malevolence. Unfortunately, the system had yet to provide any guidance. He could only navigate this on his own. At this stage, inflicting harm on others was a straightforward way to accumulate points of malevolence. As Yi's mind raced, Fang Ming followed closely behind him. They swiftly crossed the lobby on the first floor and approached the staircase leading to the second floor. At that moment, Yi caught sight of a familiar figure, Shen Lian. Clad in a sky-blue training outfit, her gaze was filled with resentment, and her silver teeth were clenched tightly, exuding a palpable indignation. Upon noticing Yi, Shen Lian was the first to shatter the silence. Yi, she spat out through gritted teeth, you finally arrived. Lead the way. Yi raised his chin slightly. Lead you? Not a chance. Shen Lian stomped her foot violently, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi as she shouted. Yi, I haven't let you off the hook for insulting me yesterday. Fang Ming was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an outburst. However, he quickly wore an expression of understanding. That wretched woman must have misconstrued Yi's slightly raised voice as an insult directed at her. He thought. Upon observing Yi's calm demeanor, he became even more convinced of his assessment. Stepping forward, he spoke in a low voice. Shen Lian, Yi Gu is here to familiarize himself with the environment. If you're unwilling to assist, then familiarize himself? What nonsense! Shen Lian interrupted furiously, her foot still stomping. She cast a venomous look at Yi and shouted, It's bad enough that you used underhanded tactics to defeat my boyfriend. Now you even want to steal his substitute spot. You despicable thief. Malicious words spewed forth from Shen Lian's mouth, as if she sought to attack Yi with the most revolting language imaginable. Her reckless bravado had its reasons. With a martial arts level of first-tier 7th rank and a C-grade martial talent, she was among the strongest in the school team. Even though Yi had defeated Wang Ran, his strength was, at most, that of a first-tier 5th rank, and he would struggle against someone of the 6th rank, let alone her. Shen Lian wished fervently for Yi to lose his composure and strike her, believing that would provide her with ample justification to beat him mercilessly, ideally rendering him incapable of participating in the martial arts examination. However, given Yi's timid and docile nature, she doubted he would dare to raise a hand against her. Thus, she planned to take the initiative. Despite the kindness Yi's parents had shown her in the past, Shen Lian was indifferent to those memories at this moment. All she desired was to inflict a severe beating on Yi to alleviate her pent-up anger. To that end, she had deliberately sent the other members of the school team away. At this very moment, only the 3 of them remained in the training building. Even if Yi howled in agony later, no one would hear him. How dare you block my contact, insult me, strike my boyfriend, and attempt to usurp his place? Yi, you deserve nothing less than death. With this thought, Shen Lian's fury intensified as she sneered. Yi, do you truly think you deserve to join the school team? You might as well die alongside your parents. What did you just say? Fang Ming was immediately incensed, his fists clenching tightly as he summoned his inner energy. With his peak first-tier 4th rank strength, even if he couldn't defeat her, he wouldn't suffer a humiliating loss. Just then, a slender, bony hand reached out and gently pressed down on his shoulder. Fang Ming turned to see Yi's calm face. Wanting to convey just how despicable Shen Lian was. Yi Gu, even if you have feelings for Shen Lian, shouldn't you come to your senses under these circumstances? Under Fang Ming's gaze, Yi shook his head calmly. Fang Ming, feeling powerless, released his fist. He knew that, given Yi's temperament, he would likely choose to endure the humiliation. Yi Gu, there are countless girls in the world, no need to. Before Fang Ming could finish his sentence, he abruptly halted. Yi had vanished from his position and reappeared directly in front of the astonished Shen Lian. In an instant, the youth spread his arms wide, and before Shen Lian's horrified gaze, he delivered a punch that struck her soft abdomen with the force of a meteor crashing into the earth. With a thunderous sound, Shen Lian was sent hurtling backward. her feet lifting off the ground as she was propelled violently down the stairs, crashing heavily onto the second-floor landing, blood gushing forth. Detected that you have severely injured your longtime crush. Evil points 2000. Fong Ming turned in disbelief, his body trembling. He saw Yi Li adjusting his sleeves as he ascended the stairs, steadily approaching the bloodied Shin Lian, his demeanor calm. Are you, my esteemed elder, concealing your true capabilities all this while? What purpose does it serve? Had you revealed your prowess sooner, our school would have revered you like a deity by now. Admittedly, that may sound a tad exaggerated, especially with the likes of the formidable Jiang Xuejie still among us. Fong Ming exclaimed excitedly, however, even without comparing yourself to Jiang Xuejie, Brother Yi, you are already among the elite of our school. There are hardly a few in the entire team who surpass you. Jiang Xuejie is one, and Vice Captain Liu Yangda is another. Is there anyone else? No, there isn't. Why should we even consider being substitutes? Just wait, Brother Yi. I shall speak to Teacher Yang and insist she assigns you a formal position on the team. Unfinished. This chapter beckons you to turn the page for more. With fervor, Fong Ming counted on his fingers, growing increasingly animated, and suddenly sprang to his feet, striding towards the door. Please close the door behind you. Yi Li waved his hand nonchalantly. Sure thing, brother. Once Fong Ming had departed, Yi Li leisurely approached the punching power testing machine. He recalled the last time he had tested his strength, which was quite a while ago. Now seemed an opportune moment to assess his current punching power. Yi Li settled into a stance, channeling his internal energy, and began to gather strength in his right fist before unleashing a powerful strike. His fist struck the testing bag like a cannonball, creating a resounding thud, boom, accompanied by a deep sound. The numbers on the testing machine surged rapidly. 645 kilograms. Such a high figure. Yi Li was somewhat taken aback. This number surpassed the limits of human capability from his past life. Am I finally transcending humanity? Yi Li chuckled softly to himself, turning towards the control center of the array, where he placed a silver waist token inside. Buzz. The intricate patterns on the wall illuminated in succession, and with a gentle humming sound. Yi Li sensed an increase in the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. Time was of the essence. It was time to commence a new round of enhancement. Yi Li found a suitable spot to sit, as the appropriate cultivation boost made it the perfect moment to augment his prowess. Current evil value, 3,700 points. Sound, consumed 1,000 points of evil value. Commencing cultivation enhancement. Detected C-grade spiritual energy convergence array. Your cultivation speed increases by 10. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation complete. Vitality significantly enhanced. Current level. Peak of first stage. Perfection. Comment. The array's enhancement effect is remarkable. The gains from this session are equivalent to your 7 years of arduous training. Yi Li felt his vitality swell once more, the cluster of true energy within him rapidly expanding. In an instant, the surging true energy filled his entire being, signaling his entry into the peak of the first stage. The efficacy of this array was only slightly inferior to that of rare spiritual herbs, yet while spiritual herbs were scarce, this array was a permanent fixture. Reflecting on his burgeoning power, Yi Li murmured with a hint of nostalgia. No wonder the school team is far superior to normal martial arts students. This is a dual-crushing advantage of resources and talent. After a brief contemplation, he walked directly back to the punching power testing machine. Raising his dark eyes, after a simple adjustment of his breathing, Yi Li gently pressed his palm against the testing bag, exhaling deeply. At that moment, as he exhaled, he twisted his waist and abdomen, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and clenched his fist tightly. In a split second, he unleashed a tremendous blow. Boom. An even louder thud echoed, and the screen of the testing machine clearly displayed the number. 885 kilograms. The standard punching power for the peak of the first stage should be around 800 kilograms. Yet Yi Li's strength surpassed this figure by a significant margin. Observing the numbers, Yi Li maintained a calm demeanor, a smirk forming in his heart. It's only reasonable. After all, others have cultivated their skills through arduous training, which is rather superficial. Meanwhile, I have advanced step by step with the assistance of the system. The difference is clear. Unbeknownst to Yi Li, the punching power testing machine was connected in real time to the campus database. At that moment, his punching power ranking soared to the second position in the entire school. surpassed only by the widely acknowledged genius, Jiang Qingzhu. The supervising teacher responsible for the data had yet to notice this phenomenon. Chapter 7. Yi Li's Provocation. Lu Yongda's fury within the confines of Linhai Hospital. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, as medical personnel clad in white coats moved about the INA patient room. Wang Ren, who had been knocked unconscious by Yi Li the previous day, sat against the headboard of a hospital bed, his face pale as he gazed at the individual clad in a blue team uniform seated beside him. Speaking deferentially, Brother Lu, I have something to discuss. The youth referred to his Brother Lu's side, his gaze sweeping over Wang Ren before he solemnly added, if this pertains to your substitute position, there's no need to elaborate. This decision came from Principal Li, and I am powerless to intervene. Wang Ren clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept, so my position is simply given to that Yi Li. Do you have any alternative solutions? Lu Yongda asked with a cold smile. Wang Ren's fists gradually tightened, his nails digging into his flesh, for Lu Yongda was the most likely individual among his acquaintances who could assist him. Lu Yongda, the vice-captain of the Linhai No. 1 high school team, had already reached the peak of the first stage 6 months prior in the past. Before any changes, the supervising teacher would always consult him and Jiang Qingzhu regarding team matters. However, this time was different. He was simply informed that a martial arts student named Yi Li was to take the substitute position on the team, leaving no room for dissent. Save your breath. Lu Yongda patted Wang Ren's shoulder with a hint of pity, saying, your substitute position is undoubtedly lost. Considering your previous commendable performance, I will have Yi Li come over to apologize to you, and we can put this matter to rest. However, Wang Ren's face remained one of discontent. The very person he intended to punish had instead treated him like a dog, and he could not fathom accepting such a turn of events. Enough. Lu Yongda frowned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Did you not send Shinli in to teach that kid a lesson? Do you think I am unaware? You even deliberately sent away those training in the building, clearly intending to inflict serious harm. That kid will likely be bedridden for at least 10 days or 2 weeks, and I have already pretended to be oblivious. What more do you want? Lu Yongda's voice was as deep as water. Wang Ren remained silent for a moment before responding, I understand. Lu Yongda nodded in satisfaction, then I will call him now and have him come over to apologize. Just hope he can still walk, Wang Ren added ominously. Facing off against the first stage 5th layer Yi Li, he could not bear to imagine what kind of punishment Yi Li would endure at the hands of the first stage 7th layer Shinlian. He would be lucky to escape with a few broken bones. Lu Yongda picked up the phone on the table, ignoring Wang Ren's gleeful expression, and dialed Yi Li's number provided by the supervising teacher. Hello, who is this? The call connected swiftly, and a calm, polite voice came through. You must be Yi Li, Lu Yongda stated flatly. I am Lu Yongda. Just call me Brother Lu. I have a matter to discuss with you. Don't know you. No time. Beep beep. The calm tone was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the call disconnecting, leaving Lu Yongda stunned, his blood pressure rising. Beside him, Wang Ren was equally taken aback, unable to believe that Yi Li had dared to hang up on him, casting a look of shock in his direction. This only heightened Lu Yongda's embarrassment. He considered himself an important figure in the school, always adopting a commanding demeanor. He believed that upon receiving his call, Yi Li would obediently comply and come to apologize. To his astonishment, before he could even finish speaking, the call was cut off. Lu Yongda's expression gradually darkened. Brother Lu, Yi Li never dared to act this way before. Wang Ren snapped back to attention, and upon seeing Lu Yongda's expression, he immediately stoked the fire, saying, he probably thinks he has something special now that he has joined the team, and he has become utterly arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's expression soured, and without further ado, he dialed the number again. The moment the call connected, he barked, Yi Li, I am the vice-captain of the team. I need to speak with you. Go ahead. The voice on the other end held a hint of mockery. You went a bit overboard in yesterday's match, Lu Yongda said, his brow slightly easing, his tone low. You also took Wang Ren's position, which is a significant blow to him, so? I want you to come and apologize to him. Let's consider this matter resolved, Lu Yongda stated, I understand. Why Yi Li's voice remained indifferent. Is that so? Hearing this, Lu Yongda's anger subsided slightly, replaced by a sense of contempt. Yi Li's capitulation came quicker than he had anticipated. Upon realizing his identity, he was evidently frightened. A smirk crept onto Lu Yongda's lips, suppressing his inner satisfaction, and he added, Then you should find the supervising teacher shortly and inform him that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the team due to personal reasons. We will soon participate in an exchange competition. And your joining at this time would be disruptive, I understand. Before Lu Yongda could finish, Yili abruptly interrupted him with a light chuckle. So this is the kind of self-satisfied fools that populate the team. Is it? Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's eyes twitched, and he immediately stood up, his voice laced with frost. What did you just say? In an instant, the atmosphere in the hospital room turned stifling on the bed. Wang Ren's heart raced as he fixed his gaze upon the furious Lu Yongda. I called you a fool, and I suspect the entire school team is filled with fools like you. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yili paid no heed to the other party's reaction and laughed in response. All right. Lu Yongda, in a fit of rage, forced a smile and ominously threatened. I've seen plenty of hotheads, but someone like you is truly a first, if you have the guts. Before he could finish, the phone abruptly disconnected with a sharp beep. What absurdity! Lu Yongda's face flushed crimson as he smashed Wang Ren's phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Why, Yili, you who possess no martial arts talent, you are exceedingly arrogant. He stormed out of the hospital room, his back radiating an intense aura of menace. Wang Ren stared blankly at the wreckage of his phone, contemplating demanding compensation but fearing Lu Yongda's wrath. He could only retreat back onto the bed in frustration. That moment, he suddenly recalled Yili's robust voice during the earlier call, completely devoid of any sign of injury. A flicker of doubt arose in Wang Ren's heart. How strange! Could it be that Shan Lian failed to apprehend Yili, allowing him to escape? Never mind. If he got away, so be it. A smirk of schadenfreude crept across Wang Ren's face. How dare you confront Lu Yongda? Yili, you are surely doomed. One is at the first level, 5th stage, while the other reached the pinnacle of the first level 6 months ago. The outcome is evident even with closed eyes. Chapter 8. The Rare Treasure, Celestial Steps Through the Void. On the 3rd floor of the library pavilion at Linhai No. 1 High School. A collection of various martial arts techniques acquired since the school's founding lay within. Students could learn and borrow them by paying a corresponding amount of Hanxia currency. Not only were the prices significantly lower than those outside, but the variety and quality were also quite rich, making it one of the school's pivotal structures. The majority of martial arts techniques displayed on the 1st and 2nd floors were of the 1st level, while those of the 2nd level occupied only a small portion. Yili had learned the flowing fist technique and breaking cloud spear technique here. The 3rd floor housed techniques of 2nd level and above, accessible only to teachers and specially cultivated students. After swiping his badge, Yili ascended to the 3rd floor amidst the curious and envious gazes of others. Lu Yongda's hostility did not weigh heavily on his mind, for the two were separated by a mere phone call, making many actions impractical. One might ask, what if there is no malevolent value? The answer is simple: to beat the enemy furiously until they relinquish the requisite malevolent value. Therefore, if Lu Yongda were sitting opposite him, Yili would be confident in resolving their conflict. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Yili stood before a vast electronic screen, beginning to browse the various martial arts techniques catalogued here. 2nd level technique, Mountain Crushing Fist, 100,000 Hanxia currency. 2nd level technique, Serpent's Motion, 120,000 Hanxia currency. D-class breathing technique, Blazing Breath, 200,000 Hanxia currency. Yili's general strategy was to select a suitable movement technique and a relatively advanced attack technique. However, whether it was the system elevating his standards or something else, he found himself unable to locate a fitting martial technique among the myriad options. The reason was quite straightforward. It wasn't that they were inferior. Rather, it felt somewhat wasteful to expend malevolent value on techniques of such a level. Although low-level martial arts are not distinctly categorized by rank, one can still discern their merits from the corresponding descriptions. Based on Yili's assessment, most of the 2nd level techniques here were mediocre, merely abundant in quantity. He could only select a few at random to tide him over for the time being. Yili rubbed his temples in frustration. As for the breathing techniques, they too needed to be prioritized. This was a method accessible only after reaching the 2nd level. While termed a breathing technique, it could also be referred to as a 2nd level skill. The rankings, akin to martial arts talent, are divided from high to low into 6 grades: S, A, B, C, D, and E. The breathing techniques catalogued at Linhai No. 1 High School, upon Yili's inspection, peaked at C grade, which still demanded 300,000 Hanxia currency. Yet, Yi Li's total only amounted to about 100,000 Hanxia currency, leaving him in a rather precarious position. Alas, martial arts high schools merely need to provide martial techniques here, while students in the martial sciences must consider much more. As he pondered over his choices, a melodious female voice chimed in beside him. Turning his head, Yi Li saw a literary girl with round-framed glasses, clutching a book, standing nearby with her head tilted curiously toward him. "Who are you?" Yi Li arched an eyebrow. "I am Yu Qianqian," the literary girl replied with a smile, noticing the puzzlement in Yi Li's eyes. She quickly added, "I am also part of the school team. I watched your match yesterday. You are Yi Li, at the first level, 5th stage, right?" "I see," Yi Li said politely, nodding. "I am selecting martial techniques. Do you need something?" "You seem dissatisfied with the martial techniques here?" Yu Qianqian stepped closer, standing beside him as they gazed at the electronic screen, smiling lightly. "I noticed you've been frowning. The quality is appallingly low," Yi Li stated calmly. "That is certainly the case," Yu Qianqian chuckled. "The rare treasures and martial techniques are reserved by the school for various rewards. How could they be openly sold here?" "All right then, I was being foolish." Yi Li waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Yu Qianqian called after him, pausing for 2 seconds before asking. "Although there aren't complete rare martial techniques here, there are some remnants. Would you be interested?" Yes.Y Yi Li halted his steps. "Then wait a moment. I will check for you." "Thank you." Shortly, Yu Qianqian scrolled through the screen and presented a name. 2nd level technique, rare, celestial steps through the void, fragment. 100,000 Hanxia currency. "What do you think? Should we buy it to take a look?" Yu Qianqian tentatively inquired, but as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. After all, 100,000 Hanxia currency was no small sum, and she worried that Yi Li might think she was trying to take advantage of him. "Can I?" To Yu Qianqian's surprise, Yi Li simply thanked her again and quickly made the payment, completing the order. Next, he only needed to collect the imprint from the front desk. "I'll go get it for you." Satisfied with the emotional value gained, Yu Qianqian volunteered to dash toward the front desk. However, Yi Li suspected she was merely attempting to swipe his book, so he followed closely behind. "You seem to come from a well-off family. A 100,000 martial technique purchase is just like that?" Yu Qianqian jested. Yi Li cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "I am an orphan. That 100,000 is my last savings." Successfully instilling a strong sense of guilt in Yu Qianqian, malevolent value 200, "If I find that it is utterly unusable later, I shall have to subsist on grass." Hearing the system's notification, Yi Li's eyes lit up as he continued. Detecting an increase in the guilt within Yu Qianqian's heart, malevolent value 100 upon hearing this. Yu Qianqian took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Rest assured, it will be useful. When it comes to understanding martial techniques, I am the strongest in our grade." Yi Li nodded lightly. The two soon retrieved the relevant texts. Yi Li casually flipped through them, only to discover a multitude of missing texts. It was not merely a case of lacking the latter half or the former half. Entire sentences were absent, and pages detailing critical information were missing. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was wholly unlearnable. In short, the 100,000 had gone down the drain without a sound. "I am so sorry." Yu Qianqian wished she could find a hole to burrow into. She internally lamented, "How could this happen again? How could I keep causing trouble despite my good intentions?" This was disastrous. Considering Yi Li's current situation, her actions were indeed inexcusable. Yi Li temporarily ignored her, calmly flipping through the remnants. Meanwhile, on a faint blue panel visible only to him, words gradually materialized. "Celestial steps through the void, not yet initiated. Points can be added. Current malevolent value, 3,000 points. Finally struck gold. Chapter 9. A sudden surge, the technique perfected. This technique appeared to be a combination of movement and defensive martial arts. The description stated that this martial technique comprises 3 major stages, and at its peak, it can obscure flesh and bones, rendering one difficult to discern, and combined with its peculiar footwork, it can evade most attacks while also enhancing one's speed. Yu Qianqian carefully observed Yi Li's expression. She awkwardly remarked, "This is undoubtedly an exceptional piece among 2nd-level martial techniques. Most 3rd-level techniques likely pale in comparison. Even if it is exquisite, with it in such a fragmented state, I fear not even a martial sage could master it. But I truly did my best to help you choose. Could you not look at me with such disdain? I am genuinely sorry, and I am willing to reimburse you for part of the loss." Yu Qianqian said, her head bowed in shame, hands covering her face as she felt utterly unworthy to face the handsome youth before her. You. Apologies require humility. Is this not common knowledge? Yili restrained the joy swelling within him. Resting a hand on his chin, he casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her charming face suddenly paling as she stammered, "Is it really true?" "Of course it's not." Yili waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a teasing tone, he added, "However, if you wish to apologize in that manner, I wouldn't mind." Yu Qianqian crossed her arms in front of her, biting her lip, and then, with a thud, she knelt down on the ground. Her hands pressed down, causing her ample bosom to be contorted against the floor, a quintessential posture of submission. Had there not been so few people on the third floor, this act would surely have drawn considerable attention. Forcing a young maiden to kneel. Evil deed value 100. Isn't this going a bit too far? Yili observed her with surprise, remarking, "I was only joking. I didn't genuinely intend for you to kneel. However, given how perfectly you executed that position, I forgive you." Yu Qianqian rose from the ground, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I've never met anyone as trusting as you. It's truly regrettable that I couldn't be of much help." Yili sighed in resignation. "Ultimately, it was my own decision to make the purchase, and I never claimed to be unable to understand it." "Really, is it true? It's in such a state of disrepair." "It truly is," he continued. "If anything, I owe you a favor." A look of gratitude appeared on Yu Qianqian's face. Her, that fragment of Tiangang Ta Su Shu was something no one could comprehend or master. The words he spoke now seemed a mere attempt to bolster her spirits while he feigned confidence. "I understand now," Yu Qianqian said, her lips pressed together, speaking earnestly. "Yili, regardless of whether you can comprehend it or not, if I ever acquire precious martial techniques in the future, I will certainly share them with you." Upon hearing this, Yili merely waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Understood. You may go about your business." Yu Qianqian smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Once she was out of sight, Yili redirected his focus back to the panel. Her panic was not without reason. After all, the fragment was nearly in a fill-in-the-blank state, and even if it were cheap, it was impractical for cultivation. However, with his immense persistence and effort as a foundation, coupled with a touch of serendipity, he believed he could accomplish what others could not. Current evil deed value: 3,100 points. Fortunately, he had not recklessly gambled in the training room, forcing a breakthrough to the second tier. Otherwise, he would now be left staring blankly. Yili exhaled subtly in relief, then began his new round of point allocation. Just to be safe, he decided to test the waters with 500 points. Based on his experience, this roughly equated to 2.5 years of arduous training. 500 points of evil deed value swiftly flowed into the panel, and the numbers following Tiangang Ta Su Shu began to change. Ding, consumed 500 points of evil deed value. Commencing enhancement of second-tier martial technique. Tiangang Ta Su Bu. Detected lack of resource. Cloud mist essence. Absence of complete mental mantra. Cultivation speed reduced by 70. Would you like to consume 2,000 points of evil deed value to attempt to deduce a complete martial technique and eliminate negative buffs? This is too expensive. I can't afford the deduction. Moreover, how can I attempt to deduce a martial technique I barely understand? If the system fails to produce results, are you going to compensate me? Note, Yili decisively opted to forcibly allocate points. Your speed is akin to that of a septuagenarian participating in a full marathon, beginning a full-throttle assault on the barrier. In the midst of training. Training concluded. Martial technique successfully initiated. Tiangang Ta Su Bu. Initiated, 60. The byproduct, 2.5 years of diligent study has fortified your mental resilience, slightly enhancing your vitality. Indeed, I've been hit with some negative buffs. The speed reduction of 70 is absurd, and truly, a septuagenarian running a marathon could spell disaster. Yili's gaze swept over the panel, internally voicing his critiques. Yet, none of that mattered. What was significant was that it could indeed work. Even if it resembled a fill-in-the-blank exercise devoid of reference materials, he could still forcibly enhance the martial technique as progress. As the saying goes, allocating points is the path to supremacy. Yili murmured softly, raising a hand, subtly channeling the true energy within him, beginning to circulate it along the designated pathways. With a whoosh, his palm exuded a faint white mist, and his already pale skin became even more luminous, exuding a translucent, ethereal quality. Should this hand endure an attack, the damage inflicted would be considerably lessened compared to other areas. In simple terms, it provided a degree of damage mitigation. This was the treasure among second-tier martial techniques. Yi felt a stir in his heart. Yu Qianqian's earlier remark that most third-tier martial arts were likely inferior to this now seemed credible. However, the consumption was substantial. It indeed required the coordination of breathing techniques. Yi sighed, realizing that merely materializing this one palm had consumed a significant amount of his true energy. Without the breathing techniques to replenish his energy in real time during battle, even at the peak of the first tier, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Moreover, having spent 500 points of evil deed value, he had barely managed to initiate the technique. In the past, this would have sufficed to elevate a second-tier martial technique to mastery. Regrettably, Yi currently had no viable solutions. Not to mention he was unsure where to obtain the so-called cloud mist essence. The mere consumption of time and money was already an overwhelming burden. With the martial examination imminent, his time was running short. Very well, let us gamble. Having confirmed the outcome, Yi unhesitatingly began to manipulate the panel, fully infusing this martial technique. Detecting established target, commencing sustained enhancement of Tiangang Ta Su Shu. Current negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 70. In the midst of training, ding. As your understanding of this martial technique deepens, you recall similar skills from literary works in your past life, integrating them into your practice. Gained enhancement, cultivation speed increased by 30. You transformed into an elderly woman donning special shoes. Sprinting madly along the designated path named Tiangang Ta Su Shu. Accelerating in training. Training concluded. This session consumed 2,400 points of evil deed value, approximately equivalent to 12 years of your diligent efforts. Tiangang Ta Su Shu has reached perfection. Byproduct. Over a decade of unwavering dedication has led to an extraordinary understanding of this martial technique, granting you mastery over the technique of transforming energy and slightly enhancing your vitality. Yi exhaled a puff of white mist, his vitality surging robustly, akin to a boiling cauldron, his entire being radiating vitality, bones ringing in harmony, his spine feeling as powerful as a great dragon. He was but a step away from the so-called second tier, Chapter 10. Breaking through the barrier, directly to the subject, it truly felt as though he had activated a cheat code. Savoring the surge of vitality within him, Yi couldn't help but reflect. Just yesterday, he was an inconspicuous ordinary martial science student, having toiled nearly 3 years to barely master a first-tier martial technique. Not to mention the prestigious martial academies. Even enrolling in a regular martial university would have been a daunting challenge. But now, the situation had radically changed, thanks to his perseverance, effort, and the refinement of several perfected martial techniques. Yi's martial foundation had been honed to an almost terrifying level. To any observer, he was the embodiment of someone who had painstakingly ascended through self-discipline, vitality flourishing, martial skills proficient, and breath steady. Based on Yi's assessment, with his current capabilities, even an ordinary peak first-tier opponent would find it challenging to contend with him. He silently exhaled, feeling considerably more confident about the martial examination scheduled for a month later. Before that, however, he had a so-called intercollegiate exchange competition to prepare for, in contrast to the serious and significant martial examination. This exchange competition piqued the interest of the youth far more. History has shown that arenas of combat have always been among the most popular events. Yi had heard Feng Ming mention the details of this municipal exchange competition on multiple occasions. It was said that those who performed exceptionally well would not only receive precious martial techniques as rewards from the school, but might also attract the attention of the only martial university in the province. Securing a guaranteed spot for enrollment, the exchange competition was set for next week, and even as a substitute, there was a chance to participate. With this thought, Yi's anticipation grew. The martial university was the dream institution for every martial science student. The martial techniques and resources it provided were incomparable to those of a martial high school. Many of these universities collaborated closely with local cities, allowing capable students to venture beyond the city to hunt exotic beasts, thereby acquiring the resources needed for their training. The more prestigious the martial university, the greater the assistance it could offer. To join his desired institution, he needed to stand out in the martial examination and achieve remarkable results. Entering the second tier was essential to compete with the top students from martial high schools. Just a little more, he was so close to the second tier. This juncture could easily hinder 50 martial artists. Yet for Yi Li, as long as he had ample evil deed value, even with maximum negative buffs, he could still break through. The system had yet to clarify the standards for acquiring evil deed value. But Yi Li had grasped a little insight himself, others suffering, his own delight. Satisfying any part of this behavior would yield corresponding evil deed value. In response to this, Yi Li felt no dismay. After all, they inhabited a high martial world where the weak ought to be mercilessly humiliated by the strong. Of course, it is merely a reference point, as there are instances where one might satisfy both criteria yet still fail to accumulate evil points. Ultimately, the authority to interpret lies within the system. For now, he decided to return. Yi Li closed the tattered book and glanced at his interface, a pang of regret washing over him. The rewards he had just obtained from Shan Lian had already dwindled after merely deducing a rare martial art. Current evil points, 200. He needed to find someone to gain more rewards. With a sigh, Yi Li rose and exited the library, heading towards the training building. The rooms designated for the members of the school team were equipped for overnight stays. After all, there was only himself at home. Returning or not made little difference. Alas, when would he encounter those brainless, face-challenging antagonists? As he pondered this, Yi Li stepped through the entrance of the training building, ascended the stairs, and arrived at his training room. With a creak, he pushed open the door and, after lying down beside his bed, comfortably stretched his body. He then closed his eyes to rest, intending to take a brief nap. The unexpected acquisition of the precious Tiangang Ta Su technique lifted his spirits considerably. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, a series of persistent knocks echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Yi Li sat up, the drowsiness in his dark eyes dissipating. "It's me, Yu Qianqian." "Coming." Yi Li quickly made his way to the door and opened it, observing the somewhat awkward expression on the bespectacled girl. He raised an eyebrow, curiously inquiring, "Have you found a rare martial skill already? So soon?" "No, it's not that. There's something else." Yu Qianqian waved her hands repeatedly, her discomfort becoming increasingly apparent. Noticing her demeanor, Yi Li felt a flicker of suspicion. "If there's something to say, just say it." "Well, Lu Team wants you to visit his training room. It's the one on the far left of the 4th floor." "Lu Team? You mean our school team's vice captain, Lu Yongda?" After saying this, Yu Qianqian displayed a hint of struggle in her eyes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth and added, "Never mind. You'd better not go. I have a feeling he has ill intentions. I'll be fine." "Why do you think that?" Yi Li asked, intrigued. "He said he wants you to understand what it means to be someone outside of someone else. To make you aware of the school team's rules." Once she finished speaking, Yu Qianqian let out a long breath as if voicing this matter had drained her of courage. She adjusted her glasses and continued, "Did you have any previous grievances with him?" "Just a bit." "Then that's it." Yu Qianqian bit her silver teeth, fuming. "He's particularly petty. You'd better not go. There's not just him in the training room, but also his 2 lackeys. One is a 1st-tier 9th realm, and the other a 1st-tier 8th realm, plus Lu Yongda, who is at the peak of the 1st tier. If you go, you'll definitely end up in a bad situation. Honestly, he's just taking advantage of Jiang Senior's indifference to bully the newcomers without restraint. This school team, sooner or later, will be ruined by his little clique." "I understand." "Lead the way," Yi Li said, lifting his chin. "Lead the way? What do you mean?" Yu Qianqian stared at him in astonishment and hurriedly said, "I'll go find the instructor, as long as we wait for the teacher to arrive. He won't dare to do anything to you. No. Are you really going to do that?" As they spoke, Yi Li had already brushed past her, waving his hand dismissively, and strode towards the 4th floor. Watching his upright figure, Yu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why someone would willingly collide with danger. Knowing that a tiger lurked in the mountains, one should avoid heading into the mountains. Little did she know, Yi Li's presence had vanished from the staircase and appeared on the 4th floor, before Lu Yongda's training room. "Lu bro, do you think that kid dares to come?" "Uncertain. He was quite arrogant when he spoke to me this morning over the phone. He might actually dare to come." Inside the room, someone coldly chuckled. "Ha ha ha, he definitely wouldn't dare. Lu bro, that kid is just a 1st-tier 5th realm backup. If he dares to come, I could handle him with one hand." "Lu bro, If you Qianqian can't summon that kid, we'll just head over to ambush him. Listening to the raucous laughter from within, Yi Li silently exhaled. Suddenly, he kicked the door. Bang! The door shattered instantly, splintering into pieces and revealing 3 astonished individuals within. Chapter 11. Defensive Counterattack? The perfect Tiangang Ta Su. At the forefront was, of course, Lu Yongda, who sat on the resting bed, his expression one of shock as he gazed at the intruding Yi Li. The other 2 youths in team uniforms were equally taken aback, never expecting their opponent to be so audacious. Bursting in without uttering a word, indeed, a thorn in their side. Once they regained their composure, the 2 immediately stood up, a hint of mockery dancing in their eyes as their internal vital energy began to circulate. I never anticipated you would be so reckless. Gazing at the handsome youth at the door, Lu Yongda smirked, saying, "You've taken it upon yourself to destroy my room. With just this act alone, I can report you to the teacher and have you expelled from the school team. You don't seriously think that being a first-tier 5th realm is something noteworthy, do you? To be frank, students of your caliber are like a trivial side dish to the school, but I'm different. A peak first-tier student is a top performer at any martial arts high school. Do you think the school cares about you or about me?" After boasting, Lu Yongda's companions erupted into laughter. They then advanced toward Yi Li, their gazes menacing. The atmosphere in the training room grew oppressive. Lu Yongda, more pleased than ever, looked at Yi Li, hoping to discern some semblance of inferiority or panic on the youth's face. To his dismay, however, Yi Li's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, though his dark eyes burned with intensity. "You?" Lu Yongda furrowed his brow, about to speak when Yi Li suddenly vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared before the 2 approaching youths. The moment one of them met Yi Li's icy black gaze, his face turned pale, utterly unprepared for such swiftness. Without delay, Yi Li swung his right arm. His blood surging and a mighty vital energy erupting. He unleashed a punch that struck the man squarely in the abdomen. Boom! The force of over 1,000 kilograms erupted in an instant, catching the man off guard, causing him to spew blood and fly backward, crashing into the shattered wall. Injured a first-tier 8th realm warrior. Evil points 700. What the hell? The remaining individual finally reacted, his eyes wide with palpable fear as he beheld Yi Li's overwhelming presence. In a panic, he hastily summoned his internal vital energy, crossing his arms defensively in front of himself, hoping to buy some time for rescue. Yi Li had mastered the flow of his fist techniques, executing punches in a continuous, flowing manner. After sending one of them flying, his second punch was already poised to strike. Before practicing the Tiangang Ta Su technique, his punch force was close to 900 kilograms. Now, having devoted over a decade to perfecting the Tiangang Ta Su, despite minimal enhancement in cultivation, his punch power had undeniably soared beyond 1,000 kilograms. As the youth raised his arms in defense, Yi Li launched his punch like a cannonball, shattering the crossed arms as if they bore a weight of 1,000 June. The sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply. "Ah!" The youth screamed as he staggered backward, but Yi Li, like a shadow, swiftly reached out and seized the man's face, slamming it down onto the shattered floor. Injured a first-tier 9th realm warrior. Evil points 800. Subjected to such an impact, the youth immediately fell into a deep slumber, akin to an infant. You? Lu Yongda watched in horror, utterly bewildered as to how a first-tier 5th realm warrior could possess such terrifying speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 individuals had been severely injured in his own stead. He would likely find it challenging to achieve such a feat. At that moment, Yi Li stood upright, adjusting his cuffs, and cast a placid gaze towards the stunned Lu Yongda. "Now it's your turn." The youth's voice was frost-laden. Seizing this rare opportunity to strike, he had no intention of allowing Lu Yongda the chance to plead for mercy. "What realm are you at?" Lu Yongda stared at Yi Li's tranquil face, both astonished and fearful, exclaiming, "You are definitely not a first-tier 5th realm. You concealed your strength yesterday." As he spoke, he abruptly stood up. With the situation as it was evident that Yi Li would not let him off. Since that was the case, they would engage in a genuine battle. Concealed strength or not, he would demonstrate the disparity between them. With a furious roar, Lu Yongda's body began to emit a peculiar green glow as he unleashed his martial talent. C-grade martial talent, bone strengthening. His muscles swelled, his already robust frame expanding even further. Then, with a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, akin to a moving fortress, charging directly at Yili. Yili maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Lu Yongda's terrifying aura, with an air of indifference. He settled into a low stance, drawing back his right arm like a bowstring, the taut muscles brimming with latent power. A surge of vitality coursed through his entire being, as a formidable essence continuously flowed into the meridians of his right arm, causing even his skin to shimmer with a faint, ethereal glow. There was no doubt that the force behind this punch would far surpass that of the previous two. Bang, bang, bang. The entire floor trembled with every step Lu Yongda took, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Within mere breaths, his colossal form surged towards Yili, his fist, solid as a stone pillar, tore through the air, carrying the momentum of his entire body, and struck fiercely at Yili. The mountain-crushing fist. Suddenly, Yili's body shimmered and became almost transparent, a faint white mist enveloping him, an extraordinary sight indeed. The celestial treading technique. Just then, Yu Qianqian arrived downstairs, and the scene before her eyes was nothing short of astonishing. Yili extended his left hand, which appeared almost translucent, in the next moment. Lu Yongda unleashed a punch infused with all his might, crashing down, yet it merely sent that elongated hand flying slightly, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Lu Yongda's pupils constricted in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Immediately thereafter, Yili's figure spun rapidly along with the deflected hand, and when his body came to a halt, his coiled right fist strew in the past. I found the concept of breathing to recover health rather absurd. However, I now perceive the notion of breathing to restore energy as entirely normal. Yili casually dispersed the white mist from his palm and chuckled lightly. Reflecting upon the myriad changes within himself at that moment, he was finally certain that he had stepped into the second rank of martial artists, the Jade Tendon realm. Should he encounter Lu Yongda and his companions again, Yili felt confident that he could defeat all three of them within half a minute, even without employing the skyward steps technique. Next, he needed to prepare for the matter of breathing techniques. Otherwise, with each subsequent level up, he would likely suffer a negative buff of training speed reduced by 20. Chapter 13. Rumors abound in the 2 days following his breakthrough to the second rank. Yili spent his time in the scripture pavilion, where it was quite tranquil, as Yin Qianqian had mentioned. Even the instructor who rushed in that night was astonished by the situation involving Lu Yongda and his companions. After understanding the circumstances, the instructor did not impose any punishment on Yili. Instead, he actively petitioned the school authorities for Yili to become an official member of the school team. Displaying an incredibly enthusiastic attitude, Vice Principal Li Haohan promptly agreed upon hearing the relevant details. He had intended to discuss matters with Yili to foster better relations, but upon learning that the young man had been sequestered in the scripture pavilion for the past 2 days, he refrained from intruding. Regardless, Yili was now a formal member of the Lin High School team. Notably, this morning, he fortuitously encountered Wang Ren returning from the hospital. Wang Ren was bandaged and clad in protective gear. Upon seeing the composed Yili, his face contorted in shock and he exclaimed, "How come you're unharmed? With Lu Yongda attacking, I thought you would be severely injured. At the very least, you should be downcast." Like a plucked rooster, however, the Yili before him appeared vibrant and unperturbed, exuding a steady and prolonged aura. There was no trace of defeat in him. Could it be that Lu Yongda had not laid a finger on him? Yili casually inquired, "Why would I be in trouble? Lu Yongda? He actually didn't touch you?" Come out at this. Yili revealed a moment of realization, followed by a light chuckle. "I've already sent him on his way." "Sent him on his way? What do you mean? It seems you two didn't visit the same hospital." "Why?" Yili shook his head regretfully. As he spoke, he took a step forward, intending to earn some malevolent points. But to his surprise, Wang Ren was so startled by his action that he turned and fled. Watching Wang Ren's hasty retreat, Yili was somewhat taken aback. "I'm not a villain, am I? Is it really necessary to react like that?" With roughly a week remaining until the upcoming exchange competition, there were only 6 spots available for formal members, and Yili was indifferent about who he had replaced. He only knew that the instructor had successfully secured him an A-level scholarship. 500,000 Huanxia coins had already been deposited into his account, allowing him to select a slightly more advanced breathing technique. C-level breathing technique, Blazing Fury, 450,000 Huanxia coins. C-level breathing technique, Raging Tide, 500,000 000 Huanxia coins. B-level breathing technique fragment 700 000 Huanxia coins. On the third floor of the scripture pavilion, Yili gazed at the rows of breathing techniques displayed on the luminous screen. Feeling a headache coming on? Nothing seemed suitable. The only B-level breathing technique was a fragment, priced at 700,000 coins. If he wanted to complete it through the system, it would require a significant amount of malevolent points. Forget it, if all else fails, I'll just ask the school for ITITS merely a breathing technique. I don't believe they would refuse me. After 2 consecutive days of indecisive selection in the scripture pavilion, Yili's choice paralysis reached its peak, leading him to the decision to seek assistance from the school. Leaving the scripture pavilion, he made his way to the training building. Along the way, he received numerous peculiar glances, most of which were laced with fear. It then dawned on him that since he had defeated Lu Yangda and his companions, the news had spread throughout the school, despite the school's lack of objection. Yet, the version of the rumor circulating was somewhat ludicrous. The newly added substitute member of the school team brazenly provoked other members, disrupting the team's atmosphere. Yili from Class 9 of the Martial Science Department is arrogant. Having severely injured 3 team members, how could a substitute possibly defeat 3 formal members? I heard this person is only at the first rank, 5th level. He must have employed some underhanded means. With the exchange competition approaching next week, what is he trying to achieve by attacking his own teammates? This person is clearly up to no good. Had it not been for senior sister Jiang, the Linhai First High S team might have been ruined by him. These rumors were largely similar, conveying that Yili was arrogant and had employed unscrupulous tactics to injure 3 team members. The saying 3 men make a tiger rings true. The fear inspired by gossip is formidable. Such absurd tales, akin to a student challenging the principal to a duel over the weekend, quickly became the school's hot topic. Yili inevitably became the focus of discussion, and due to the alleged ruthlessness of his methods, students who believed the rumors developed an aversion towards him. Rumormongers are universally detestable. Why? Yili shook his head in resignation, feeling little concern regarding the matter. With only a month remaining until the martial arts examination graduation, everyone would soon disperse to various corners of the world to combat otherworldly beasts, and he felt it unnecessary to fret over a baseless rumor. I shall not fall into the trap of self-justification. I will start with myself. Why? Yili nodded slightly, walking nonchalantly into the training building. However, despite his indifference, he thought, if I ever catch that rumor-spreading scoundrel, I will make sure they regret it. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, your infamy level has increased. Infamy LV1. Your infamy is little known. Golden quality reward has been issued. On the 5th floor of the training building, in the captain's office, Jiang Xuejia sat with tears in her eyes, addressing the person across the wooden table with a pitiful expression. This Yili truly cannot be allowed to remain. Not only did he injure Captain Lu, but he also attacked me previously. Had I not reacted swiftly that day, I might very well be lying in the hospital now. Seated at the table was a girl with long black hair. Her features exquisite and her expression cool. In front of her lay a book titled Summary of Marksmanship. After hearing Shen Lian's complaint, Jiang Qingzhu showed no sign of emotion as she continued to peruse the book, turning to the next page before calmly stating, "You should report this to Teacher Wang. Telling me is of no use." Shen Lian was momentarily taken aback, but she had put considerable effort into spreading rumors these past few days, all for this moment. She was determined to have the girl teach that detestable Yili a lesson. Shen Lian immediately gritted her teeth. Jiang Xuejia, you know that Teacher Wang never intervenes in such matters. But this Yili is different. The exchange competition is imminent, and he is instigating infighting at this critical moment, clearly intending to ruin our future. Vice Captain Lu has already been hospitalized by him. If you, Jiang Xuejia, do not take action, no one will be able to stop him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu finally raised her head and looked at Shen Lian, calmly saying, Shen Lian, your act of self-pity is poorly executed. Shen Lian's face flushed with embarrassment. Senior sister, No, senior sister, I will say it again. Jiang Qingzhu frowned, and the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees as she coldly commanded, leave, and close the door behind you. Shen Lian, her face filled with indignation, dared not counter the black-haired girl and ultimately left the room with a sullen expression. Click. Once the door was closed, Jiang Qingzhu lightly tapped her fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. The air remained silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Qingzhu then picked up her phone and dialed a number, speaking politely, Yuan Qianqian, it's me. Are you in the training building right now? According to the rules, I need to have a conversation with Yili. I've heard you have a good relationship with him. Could you please summon him for me? Thank you. Chapter 14. A Natural Phenomenon. SSS-level martial talent. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yili dashed into his training room without delay. He closed the door and summoned the panel. Notice, a golden quality gift package is ready to be opened. Look at that, a golden legend. Yili's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the panel. It is widely known that obtaining gold has always been the dream of card players, symbolizing the highest tier of rewards within the pool. He recalled that the system had specifically mentioned that an increase in infamy level would yield substantial rewards. It appeared that the system was indeed truthful. This was the first time the system had granted a golden quality reward. What could it be? Open the gift package. Buzz. With a thought, a golden beam of light shot up from the luminous screen, brilliant and pure, reaching for the ceiling. Subsequently, a powerful surge of energy rippled through his room. Expanding in all directions, boom. The entire training building trembled under the force of this energy, drawing countless astonished gazes. At that moment, the faculty and students of Linhai First High, as well as passers-by within a radius of several dozen miles, witnessed an extraordinary blue light erupting from the top of the training building, shooting into the sky. A magnificent spectacle shattered the clouds, illuminating the skies above Linhai No. 1 High School. Inside the administrative office, Li Haohan, who was sipping tea, was momentarily stunned. Before abruptly spitting out the tea in his mouth, he leaped to his feet, leaving the several teachers before him in bewilderment. Principal Li, what is happening? Li Haohan paid them no mind. Hastening out of the room and gazing towards the training building, his eyes brimming with intense astonishment as he murmured, could it be that an individual with A-level martial arts talent has emerged? Such a phenomenon can only arise when a martial talent of significant stature is born. Had Li Haohan not already advanced to the third stage of martial arts, he would not have been able to discern specific clues from this anomaly. A B-level phenomenon would not be this extravagant, and as for an S-level, he could scarcely entertain the thought. For in the entirety of Ying Province's martial arts high schools, no student possessing S-level martial arts talent had appeared in decades. Thus, the likelihood of A-level was the highest. A-level represents a talent tier that emerges from tens of thousands of awakened warriors, occurring in only one individual. Li Haohan's heart raced uncontrollably, and even his palms trembled slightly. It was no wonder he was so flustered. This marked the second individual in this cohort of martial science students to possess A-level martial arts talent, following Jiang Qingzhu. The future prospects for such a talent are boundless. Could Linhai No. 1 High School, which has lain dormant for so long in Ying Province, finally rise once more in this martial arts examination? Li Haohan swallowed hard, his excitement nearly spilling over. Immediately, he turned to the two individuals in the room and inquired, who in the current school team has yet to awaken their martial arts talent? If I must say, the recently joined Yili seems not to have awakened yet, one teacher promptly replied after a brief contemplation. Li Haohan's gaze shifted back to the training building, his astonishment gradually morphing into overwhelming joy as he excitedly murmured, what a remarkable young man. Just how much more does he have hidden within him? Behind him, another teacher curiously inquired, Principal Li, do you intend to exclude that unawakened Yili from the school team? Speaking of which, this student has certainly caused quite a stir recently. He clearly seems to be a troublemaker. Excluding him from the team would be for the best. Principal Li, what are you talking about? Li Haohan abruptly turned his head, fixing a cold gaze on that teacher, stating sternly, Lu Shangshan, your nephew ended up in the hospital due to his own issues. As his uncle, you should educate him properly instead of coming here to complain. Let me tell you, even if we were to expel both you and your nephew Lu Yangda, the school would not touch Yili. A martial science student capable of defeating 3 opponents of the same rank signifies something we both understand. Lu Shangshan's expression instantly shifted dramatically. In the training room, Yili was enveloped in a whirlwind of energy. The spectacle immense, a refreshing sensation continuously emanated from deep within his spiritual platform, as if his very soul were undergoing a transformation. This phenomenon persisted for a considerable duration before gradually dissipating. Yili, lying on the bed, opened his eyes, and within his dark pupils, a vast golden radiance emerged, accompanied by a surge of relevant information in his mind. Congratulations! You have obtained SSS-level martial arts talent, the indestructible golden soul. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1. A survival-type talent that can rejuvenate the physical body through the resilient and transcendent Golden Soul, as long as the spirit and stamina are not exhausted. The body can continuously repair itself until it is restored to its original state. Upgradable. It is said that in ancient times, a naturally born innate being once mastered this divine ability, causing considerable vexation for the divine emperor of that era to follow in its footsteps. Please feel free to accumulate evil points. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Talent Ability 1. Gun Martial Saint Body. Gun Martial Saint Body significantly enhances one's proficiency with gun and stick-type weapons, accelerating the cultivation speed of gun and stick martial techniques by 500. Yi Li gazed at the exaggerated description on the panel, remaining silent for a long while as his heart raced wildly. S-level martial arts talent, a tier he had never even heard of. According to his memories, the highest martial arts talent ever recorded in Ing Province was merely S-level, and that had been decades ago. S-level martial arts talent could undoubtedly be described as a rarity, a child of destiny. Yet Yi Li's S-level ability, even when considering the nearly 100 billion individuals across the Blue Star, it was uncertain if even a handful could be found. Was this the so-called misfortune that bore fortune? Was the disparity between misfortune and fortune too great? Yi Li felt a surge of emotions, incredulously experiencing the emergence of that extraordinary power within him. He had anticipated it would be formidable, but he had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. His mental preparation had been insufficient. Was he not now invincible among those of the same realm? Yi Li opened his mouth, stroking his chin. Well, it's fine. After all, I'm the one with the cheat, so if I'm invincible, then so be it. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Yi Li flipped off the bed, retracting the manifestation surrounding him as the golden radiance in his eyes slowly faded. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the familiar figure of Yu Qianqian. There's something you need? Yi Li asked. Yes, Yu Qianqian replied. She had initially intended to inquire whether he had witnessed the earlier phenomenon, but recalling what Sister Jiang had instructed, she directly stated, Sister Jiang wishes to speak with you. I believe I mentioned it to you a couple of days ago. Do you remember? I remember. Yi Li nodded and replied, I will go over now. All right, Yu Qianqian said, preparing to leave. However, she suddenly paused, as if recalling something, turning back hesitantly, her words caught in her throat. Finally, under Yi Li's calm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said, There have been rumors about you circulating in the school these past few days. Sister Jiang may inquire about this matter, so just recount the truth, and do not confront her obstinately. What's wrong? Is she fierce? Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Not exactly, Yu Qianqian replied, her expression revealing hesitation as she carefully articulated. Sister Jiang despises those who bully others with power and lacks flexibility. If you come across as overly assertive, she might teach you a lesson. I know your true strength is formidable, and your talent is exceptional, so you likely do not wish to yield. However, Sister Jiang has already reached the second stage half a year ago. Coupled with her distinguished background and top-tier resources, her strength is among the most prominent in Ing Province's martial arts high schools. Bowing your head to her is nothing to be ashamed of. Having finished, Yu Qianqian anxiously glanced at Yi Li, fearing he might display displeasure. After witnessing Yi Li's performance a couple of days prior, she had come to regard him as someone who would never accept any loss. If possible, Yu Qianqian wanted no part in this matter. Yet, Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu were both martial arts prodigies, and if a conflict were to arise, the consequences would be dire. The best outcome would be for Yi Li to lose his combat ability while Jiang Qingzhu suffered some detriment. However, that would likely result in a loss in the upcoming exchange competition, adversely affecting her own prospects. Therefore, if she could persuade Yi Li to yield through conversation, it would be ideal. Do not confront her obstinately. Lest you harm yourself, Yu Qianqian cautioned delicately. She believed her hints had been sufficiently clear. Though Yi Li's prowess was among the elite in the first stage of martial arts, the second stage represented a significant transformation in martial training, resulting in a vast disparity between the two in a true confrontation. While Jiang Qingzhu might sustain injuries, Yi Li would undoubtedly find himself in the hospital. In such a case, he might even miss the martial arts examination altogether. At that moment, Yu Qianqian noticed a smile emerging on Yi Li's previously calm face. I understand. He nodded, saying, Thank you for relaying the message. With that, He brushed past Yu Qianqian and headed towards the captain's office on the 5th floor. How splendid! He thought I was just lamenting my insufficient evil points. And now here comes a genius girl who prefers to yield rather than confront. I must demonstrate through action that the world is harsh. And those who are picky cannot attain happiness. Perhaps I should help her understand a bit of suffering. He watched Yi Li's figure gradually recede. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within Yu Qianqian. Yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. After much contemplation, she decided to call for the supervising teacher, just in case. Chapter 15. You said it, so I truly have come, in the captain's office. Yi Li's punching power measured at 885 kilograms. Jiang Qingzhu observed the ranking on the instrument, her cool demeanor finally revealing a hint of surprise. The student who had recently become the talk of the school indeed possessed some strength. She recalled how, just a couple of days prior, the supervising teacher had excitedly rushed over to inform her that Yi Li had concealed his power and that his true strength was likely beneath her own. It was evidently not an empty boast. Jiang Qingzhu nodded lightly. This punching power, within the first stage, was already remarkable for its emphasis on strength. Even when Jiang Qingzhu herself was a first-stage martial artist, her maximum punching power barely exceeded 1,000 kilograms, and that was with various top-tier medicinal baths and training equipment provided by the Jiang family. Given that Yi Li's family background was said to be rather ordinary, achieving this level was indeed something to take pride in, and a wonder he looked down upon his peers. As for the rumors circulating outside, Jiang Qingzhu chose to believe half of them. She did not believe that Yi Li was entirely without fault, nor did she think he was as arrogant as portrayed. For in the past 3 years, Jiang Qingzhu had never heard his name, which was sufficient to indicate that he was not one to seek the spotlight. Had it not been for the approaching martial arts examination, he might have continued to conceal his strength. Jiang Qingzhu mused. Such restraint. What tenacity of spirit must this individual possess? However, despite her musings, she could not overlook that he had indeed severely injured Lu Yongda and his companions, which was somewhat excessive. With countless expectations resting upon her shoulders, she absolutely could not afford to lose a single battle before driving out all the exotic beasts from Huanxia. To this end, one must diligently practice day in and day out, hence it is unfeasible to squander excessive energy on such matters. This is also the reason why Jiang Qingzhu seldom involves herself in affairs. A gentle warning here and there should suffice to ensure he refrains from resorting to violence against his teammates in the future. Once her thoughts were settled, Jiang Qingzhu returned to the wooden table, reopened the tome titled Essence of Gun Techniques, and began to read intently. This was no ordinary text. It contained the insights and reflections of the Jiang family's generations of masters in gun techniques, serving to guide lower-tier martial artists and spare them a great deal of detours in their skills development. In fact, when it comes to cultivating gun techniques, this book could yield results far exceeding those of some third-tier martial arts. Thus, in terms of value, it could very well surpass that of certain third-tier martial skills. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Jiang Qingzhu marked her place, closed the book, and calmly stated, "Come in." She turned her gaze to the door, where a dashing young man clad in white entered. "Hello," he greeted. As soon as he stepped inside, "I am Yi Li. I heard you were looking for me," always adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict. He wore a gentle smile. Jiang Qingzhu acknowledged him with a nod and gestured for him to sit across from her, then in a cool tone inquired, "Having just joined the school team, is there anything you find uncomfortable?" "Indeed, there is a bit," the young man candidly replied, surprising Jiang Qingzhu. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and asked, specifically, "What is it that you find uncomfortable?" "There are just too many fools." Yi Li sighed. Under Jiang Qingzhu's peculiar gaze, he began to count on his fingers. "There's Shen Lian, Lu Yongda, and 2 of Lu Yongda's sycophants, that's 4, and counting Wang Run, who recently left the team, we total 5. The school team, including substitutes, has only 7 members. They say birds of a feather flock together, and I worry, Jiang classmate, that you may turn out to be like them." Why? Yi Li clasped his fingers together in resignation. Jiang Qingzhu felt her head spin. She had never encountered such a blunt insinuation before and momentarily struggled to regain her composure. "Worried that I might be like them. Does that imply you think I am a fool as well?" Realizing this, her brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of irritation ignited within her usually placid heart. She retorted coldly, "You need not concern yourself with that. I am not so idle. Does that mean the captain acknowledges they are fools?" Yi Li inquired with a smile. I did not say that, she replied. Why not just admit it? Yi Li continued unhurriedly. You don't believe you are of a different ilk, do you? Taking a deep breath. Jiang Qingzhu sensed something amiss. It was she who intended to admonish him, to temper his reckless behavior, yet the conversation had veered far off course. Discarding her chaotic thoughts, she spoke in an icy tone. I summoned you not to discuss these matters, but rather to inform you of something. Listen, inform. We're of the same age, yet your tone seems rather lofty. Yi Li leaned back against the uncomfortable chair. Withholding his discontent for the moment, please go on. Someone has reported you for maliciously injuring several teammates. Jiang Qingzhu observed him intently, slowly articulating. For now, I will assume there is some cause behind this incident. However, I hope such occurrences will not happen again in the future. With the martial examination approaching, everyone must consider their futures. You should focus your thoughts on cultivation, rather than engaging in reckless brawling. Bullying the weak is hardly a mark of capability. If you truly cannot restrain yourself at this point, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes shimmered with a radiant confidence, and in a voice as cold as ice. She declared, you may come directly to me. I will set it right. Her words were delivered with utmost seriousness, and combined with the slight aura of second-tier energy she exuded, they were sure to impose a degree of intimidation upon Yi Li. The chilling confidence of her voice reverberated within the confines of the office. Silence enveloped the air for several seconds, just as Jiang Qingzhu felt that the situation had been resolved and her admonition successful. The young man seated on the wooden chair suddenly lifted his vast golden eyes. In an instant, a heavy pressure enveloped Jiang Qingzhu's heart. Simultaneously, Yi Li's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, reached her ears. This is precisely what you stated, Chapter 16. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. From the aura he had previously emitted, it appeared that Jiang Qingzhu's cultivation level surpassed his by a considerable margin, likely at the second tier. Fourth level, coupled with that so-called S-level breathing technique and A-level martial talent, her array of skills in the second tier was undoubtedly impressive. With such attributes, Jiang Qingzhu had garnered significant renown within Linghai No. One high school and indeed throughout the entire Linghai city, being hailed as the most talented young martial artist in nearly 2 decades. Even when considering the entirety of the martial arts high schools within Ying Province, her prowess could be regarded as among the top tier. Do you truly wish to make a move against me? I advise you to reconsider. Yes, she furrowed her brows. A glimmer of icy blue light appeared in her clear eyes. Observing Yi Li's transforming golden gaze, she quelled the flicker of unease swelling within her and calmly advised. The disparity between the first and second tiers is greater than you might imagine. Should a martial artist be defeated head-on in their prime, the resulting sense of defeat could hinder future breakthroughs. At this juncture, a hint of chill graced her otherwise composed countenance, and her aura began to emanate outward. For the sake of your own mindset, I recommend you leave this room now. I can overlook what has transpired here. With that, she ceased to suppress her energy, unleashing her mid-second tier aura unreservedly within the room. As the wind surged, documents scattered across the wooden table, and the wall clock trembled uncontrollably. Yi Li's golden gaze grew increasingly fervent, and his own rising aura served as a silent affirmation of his strength. So you too are at the second tier? Feeling the overwhelming essence emanating from him, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. According to the information she had received, unless her instructor had deliberately misreported, Yi Li should have been at the peak of the first tier. At most, he would be a rare contender within the same tier, posing no real threat to a second-tier martial artist. Yet, it seemed that the peak of the first tier was not his true strength. Shaking her head gently, her expression grew increasingly frigid as she queried, if you possess such strength, why do you choose to bully those far beneath you? Is it not shameful to oppress the weak? Her tone carried an unmistakable hint of indignation. Jiang Qingzhu, Yi Li's actions were tantamount to using second-tier strength to intimidate teammates of significantly lesser abilities. Such behavior, rooted in arrogance, was precisely what she loathed. If her initial intention had been to caution him due to the rampant rumors circulating within the school, now, it had transformed into a desire to impart a lesson upon Yi Li. There are always those stronger beyond you. Your actions will one day be met with consequences. As Jiang Qingzhu continued her discourse, Yi Li interjected, You called me here simply to preach your moral high ground? Apologies, but I have no interest in discussing ethics with you. You are not worthy of such discourse. The act of verbally humiliating Linghai No. 1 High School's genius, Jiang Qingzhu, has granted an evil points increase of 200. The reward for humiliating Jiang Qingzhu is unexpectedly high. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's hands began to clench into fists, and a distinct anger welled in her eyes. I understand now. It seems you truly require a lesson. If you are so determined to face defeat at my hands, then let us change venues. I shall await you at the training grounds in 5 minutes. With a flourish, before she could finish her sentence, the young man abruptly overturned the wooden table, sending it hurtling toward her. Why bother going to the training grounds? If you wish to teach me a lesson, this place will suffice. Yili's expression remained indifferent. At that critical moment, Jiang Qingzhu maintained her composure and struck out with a single palm, shattering the heavy wooden table into splinters midair. Wood chips flew in all directions as fragments rained down upon the floor. Just then, a figure emerged from the swirling debris, charging forward without waiting for the dust to settle. Jiang Qingzhu looked up to meet the cold golden gaze, and the anxiety typically visible in her opponents was absent from those vast eyes. Yet, she remained unfazed. In her mind, defeating Yili would take but a few minutes. As Jiang Qingzhu shifted her stance, retreating while her clear eyes began to glow with an icy blue light, she spoke in a voice reminiscent of a winter's clear spring. To break through to the second tier at your age is indeed commendable, but alas, you will not prevail against me. As she spoke, her eyes transformed into a translucent icy blue, an otherworldly sight. With a breath, she exhaled a cloud of white mist, and as it spread, the temperature within the room plummeted, accompanied by the sharp sound of ice forming within several meters of radius. A level martial talent, the Ice Maiden's embodiment. In an instant, a delicate layer of ice began to form upon the walls, and a chilling aura rapidly permeated the air. The entire office seemed to have plunged into a world of frigid desolation. The temperature plummeting abruptly, dipping below zero in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this bitter cold did not relent but continued to descend at an astonishing rate. Amidst the pervasive white mist, Yili's previously swift silhouette suddenly slowed, his movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish, as if all the joints in his body had been encased in ice. Each step he took was fraught with immense heaviness, rendering him akin to a prisoner in a colossal ice cellar. Unable to break free from this peculiar restraint, it was over. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes glimmered as she approached, her steps swift, and in an instant, she was before Yili, striking out without hesitation. Bang! The moment her delicate hand made contact with Yili, his figure became somewhat translucent, a surge of white mist erupting from him. Accompanied by a muffled thud, the terrifying force of her palm was diminished significantly. It was clear that the strike could incapacitate a second-tier martial artist. Yet he remained unfazed. End it, you damn! Harnessing the residual force from his opponent's strike, Yili let out a cold chuckle, spinning rapidly, and with a clean and decisive whip kick, he struck fiercely at Jiang Qingzhu's waist. Bang! A peculiar sensation arose within Jiang Qingzhu, akin to expending all her strength only to strike a mass of soft cotton, leaving her with no point of leverage. But before she could fathom the source of this odd feeling, an overwhelming force surged from her abdomen, crashing upon her like a tidal wave. In an instant, she felt as if her body had been struck by a speeding truck, her entire being hurled backward with tremendous force. Boom! A conspicuous dent formed in the office wall, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward incessantly. Jiang Qingzhu struggled to rise from the ground, gritting her teeth as she gazed at the figure opposite her. Upon seeing the swirling white mist enveloping Yili and his semi-transparent form, her pupils constricted in disbelief. The Tiangang Void Step? Chapter 17. A Direct Confrontation. The Tiangang Void Step, rare second-tier martial technique, was something Jiang Qingzhu had only encountered in tattered scrolls within the school library. Though the descriptions of its prowess had piqued her interest, she had been unable to master it due to the scroll's deteriorated condition. Clearly, her opponent had no distinguished background and had likely discovered this incomplete martial art in the library, successfully learning it. It was truly hard to believe that someone could master such a technique relying solely on that level of fragmentary scroll. Furthermore, judging by the translucence of Yili's body and the natural, rolling white mist surrounding him, it was evident he had progressed far beyond the initial stages. His every gesture emanated a sense of completeness, even his skin radiating a gentle white glow, suggesting he had perfected the Tiangang Void Step. Such comprehension. Was this truly a human? With this thought, Jiang Qingzhu felt a tremor in her heart, her movements momentarily slowed. Yet, this slight hesitation allowed Yi Li to close the distance between them. Upon meeting his calm, fervent golden eyes, Jiang Qingzhu could not help but exclaim, "How can you be so contradictory? If you are this formidable, why have you remained silent for the past 3 years?" No one would answer her question. At that moment, Yi Li's arms spread wide, his body leaning slightly forward as a continuous flow of perfected water-like essence surged forth from his fists and feet. The perfected water fist technique. This flowing essence surged like a torrential river, imbued with unparalleled power and momentum, rushing toward Jiang Qingzhu. Another perfected martial technique? Observing this, Jiang Qingzhu inhaled deeply and, with a swift motion, conjured a long spear, entirely white, from her palm. The spear emanated an extraordinary radiant glow, and as she gripped it, she felt an undeniable enhancement of her aura, clearly indicating it was a weapon of superior quality. Yi Li's onslaught was so fierce that it warranted her utmost seriousness. Subsequently, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze turned icy as she wielded the spear with fluid grace, unleashing it like a dragon. Its immense force colliding head-on with the multitude of fists Yi Li unleashed. Bang, 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 bang. The air crackled with energy, and the chill reverberated through the room. With the enhancement of the perfected Tiangang Void Step, Yi Li's entire being approached a semi-transparent state, rendering him largely immune to the surrounding cold. Each punch he delivered was merciless, as if he intended to shatter her spear. Under his ferocious assault, Jiang Qingzhu found herself continuously retreating. "You have already lost." Jiang Qingzhu gritted her silver teeth, wielding the spear as the temperature in the room plummeted further, nearing the point of complete freeze. Even the perfected Tiangang Void Step could not fully negate the effects of the cold. Moreover, utilizing her S-rank breathing technique, the true energy infused into her spear possessed the ability to freeze meridians. With each clash, she drove this energy into Yi Li's body. Even though Yi Li appeared unaffected, it was certain his meridians and bones had sustained varying degrees of damage. Unless he had concealed some hidden trump card, the ensuing battle would be a drawn-out contest of true energy reserves. Bang! As they exchanged blows once more, Jiang Qingzhu's form skidded along the ground, flying backwards several meters before crashing heavily against the wall. Jiang Qingzhu exhaled cold air, her expression grave as her internal energy surged uncontrollably. Although the exertion of her innate abilities was immense, Yi Li maintained the Tiangang Void Step, meaning his energy expenditure was likely not much less than hers. Unfinished chapter, click to the next page to continue reading. Yi Li should be newly initiated into the second tier, having yet to cultivate his breathing technique. Jiang Qingzhu considered herself to be of a significantly higher martial rank than Yi Li. Coupled with her S-rank breathing technique that continuously replenished her true energy and sustained the cold, if they continued to clash like this, victory was undoubtedly destined to be hers. "Do you think you have already secured victory?" Just then, Yi Li suddenly chuckled. "Given the overwhelming advantage in resources, you still managed to fare this poorly. I almost feel sorry for you. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't bring my big gun today, I would have sent you flying." Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her brow, about to speak, when she saw Yi Li charging toward her once more, the white mist around him dissipating slightly, his form becoming significantly more solid. An opportunity. His true energy could no longer sustain the full power of the Tiangang Void Step. Jiang Qingzhu's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she stepped forward, channeling her true energy into a thrust of her spear. Pift! Unexpectedly, Yi Li completely ignored Jiang Qingzhu's strike, allowing the immense force infused in the spear's tip to pierce through his shoulder. Blood gushed forth as he charged directly toward Jiang Qingzhu. "What?" This ferocious approach momentarily stunned Jiang Qingzhu. "You are?" Yi Li's eyes gleamed with cold light as he hardened his fist and struck heavily against her face. Bang! In that instant, searing pain engulfed her visage. Jiang Qingzhu screamed in agony, her spear slipping from her grasp as she was sent sprawling to the ground nearby. Yet, Yi Li's expression remained as tranquil as still water to this juncture. "You still find yourself distracted? The lines of bravado you were about to deliver are almost complete. One might think you possess a system." At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu, her vision swirling with stars, struggled to lift her head. Only to suddenly widen her eyes in shock, there stood the youth, his white attire stained crimson with blood, calmly extracting the spear lodged in his shoulder, his brow furrowed in pain but quickly returning to a placid state. Then, to her astonishment, the gaping wound on his shoulder revealed a multitude of nerve-like blood vessels, which swiftly healed before her eyes. What sort of ability is this? Jiang Qingzhu's gaze brimmed with disbelief. His spear technique was akin to a clumsy fool, his reflexes slow as an elder, and his mind as innocent as a sheltered young lady, yet he proclaimed, "You have already lost," with such self-assuredness. The golden light in the youth's eyes gradually receded, returning to a profound dark hue. He then stepped forward, raising his articulate hand, and without a hint of courtesy, delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Qingzhu's cool visage. Bang! Before the confusion in her mind could dissipate, another tremendous force struck her, causing the genius girl from Linghai City to roll her eyes back, her head uncontrollably crashing against the ground, a sight most pitiful. In the final fleeting moment of consciousness, she heard the youth's calm inquiry. "Jiang Qingzhu, what sort of genius are you? Damn it!" A wave of humiliation surged within her, and Jiang Qingzhu, her spirit at its limit, fell into unconsciousness. Defeated and humiliated, the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Linghai No. 1 High School, Evil Deeds Value 8,000. Chapter 18. Shocked teachers and students on the first floor of the training building. In the instructor's office, Teacher Wang, Yili is not one to easily back down. If he were to act impulsively and come to blows with Senior Jiang, it would be troublesome. Yu Qianqian, her expression anxious, relayed the situation to the figure behind the wooden desk. Seated in the chair behind the desk was a middle-aged man dressed as a teacher, Wang Yongfeng, the coach of the school team. His strength was but a step away from the third tier, and his primary responsibilities included overseeing the training plans for team members and resource allocation by understand. Upon hearing Yu Qianqian's report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly, quickly recognizing the severity of the situation. Jiang Qingzhu was a star student of Linghai No. 1 High School, embodying the hopes and efforts of both the school and the Jiang family. In contrast, Yili was a talent he had only recently taken notice of, having yet to provide any substantial assistance. The palms and backs of the hands are both flesh. Should a conflict arise, Jiang Qingzhu may emerge relatively unscathed, yet Yili would certainly bear some marks. If things were to go awry, serious injury would not be out of the question. This outcome is certainly not what Linghai No. 1 High School desires. They are counting on Jiang Qingzhu and Yili to join forces and secure a commendable ranking in the exchange competition and martial arts examination, thereby bringing glory to the school. With this thought in mind, Wang Yongfeng immediately rose to his feet and asked in a solemn tone, "How long has he been gone?" "Not long, just about 10 minutes. Yu Qianqian glanced at the clock on the wall and quickly replied. "Good, then they should not have started fighting yet," Wang Yongfeng said as he made his way outside, beckoning, "Hurry, take me to see." Yu Qianqian was just about to nod in agreement when suddenly her phone vibrated in her pocket. Someone was calling her. Upon checking, she looked up at Wang Yongfeng in surprise and said, "Teacher, it's a call from Yili." "Excellent." Wang Yongfeng visibly relaxed, smiling. "That means everything should be fine. You should answer it quickly." Yu Qianqian nodded and answered the call. "You? Is this you?" The calm voice of the youth came through the line. "Do you have a moment?" "I do." Why Yu Qianqian hurriedly inquired. "What is the situation with Jiang Shueji on your end?" "I was just about to tell you about it." The voice seemed to hesitate slightly. "To put it simply, we have reached a preliminary reconciliation." "That's good to hear." Yu Qianqian sighed in relief. However, Yili's next statement made her heart race once more. "But she has fainted now, and I need your help to handle the situation." "Fainted?" Yu Qianqian gasped. Wang Yongfeng, standing nearby, was startled and whispered, "What happened?" "Well, she passed out." The voice on the other end confirmed calmly. Why Yu Qianqian struggled to calm her racing heart. Covering the phone and cautiously asked, "How did she faint?" "I knocked her out," the voice replied nonchalantly, as if puzzled by why Yu Qianqian would ask such a seemingly foolish question. "What?" Yu Qianqian trembled in disbelief, unable to comprehend. "What happened?" Wang Yongfeng was taken aback by her reaction, no longer bothering to keep his voice down, and quickly asked, "Is someone with you?" Yili sounded surprised. "Yes." Yu Qianqian took a deep breath and replied in as calm a tone as she could muster. "I am currently in the guidance teacher's office on the first floor. Just bring Jiang Shueji over." "Understood." With that, Yili ended the call. What on earth happened? Wang Yongfeng watched as Yu Qianqian sat down in a daze, his heart racing with anxiety. How did a simple phone call turn into this? His mind raced with the worst possible scenarios. Had they actually fought? Yes, they fought. Yu Qianqian finally regained her composure enough to confirm Wang Yongfeng's fears. In her view, Jiang Qingzhu's strength far surpassed anyone on the school team. Even though Yili was formidable, there was a significant gap between them. That was why she had rushed to fetch the guidance teacher. And now, to suddenly hear that he had knocked Jiang Shuejier out, Yu Qianqian felt dizzy, as if the world had turned upside down. What? They really fought? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng hurried to her side, asking what was the result. Was Yili seriously injured? This child, how could he engage in sparring after just a few days? Doesn't he fear for his own health? Wang Yongfeng lamented, it's one thing to spar with Shan Lian and Lu Yangda. But why would he fight with Jiang? She usually doesn't hold back. He pounded his chest in distress, clearly pained. With the exchange competition and martial arts examination approaching, and with Shan Lian and Lu Yangda still recovering from their injuries, Yili, such a promising talent, was now hurt. How could he not feel heartbroken? The school team was on the verge of becoming a gathering of the injured. Sigh, where is he now? When his emotions had settled slightly, Wang Yongfeng turned to Yu Qianqian and sighed. I have a superb healing herb. You should take it to him. Before he could finish his sentence, the office door swung open. A young man clad in white entered. His shoulder marred with holes and bloodstains, his demeanor calm as he cradled a figure in his arms. Upon seeing Yili, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily stunned, instinctively rising to his feet, his gaze drawn to the figure in Yili's arms. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. There lay a girl with dark hair and a pale, swollen face, her eyes tightly shut. In Yili's embrace, it was none other than Jiang Qingzhu. What is happening? Wang Yongfeng's mind buzzed, his mouth trembling as he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. He could only look at Yu Qianqian, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is going on? As you can see. Wang Laoshe, Yu Qianqian replied, equally incredulous. Jiang Shuejie was knocked out by Yili and now needs a place to recover. Wang Yongfeng felt his entire body stiffen and slowly turned his gaze back to the young man in white. Hello, teacher, Yili greeted politely, then turned to Yu Qianqian. Where should we go? The hospital. It's not far from the school. Follow me. Why Yu Qianqian felt as if her legs were leaden as she numbly walked out of the office, with Yili trailing closely behind, leaving Wang Yongfeng standing there in a dazed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the wall clock echoed in his ears like thunder, causing his heart to race. That was Jiang Qingzhu, the most talented martial arts student Linhai No. 1 High School had seen in nearly 20 years. She was known for her cool demeanor and seriousness. In the past, even to touch her would have been unthinkable, let alone engage her in conversation. She was the kind of resilient girl who would push herself back to the training room even when exhausted. Yet now, she lay unconscious, her face swollen, evidently having suffered a severe blow to the head. A martial artist, struck at their weak point in combat, had already lost. This meant that this young man, who had only recently joined the school team, had defeated their ace talent. How could Wang Yongfeng accept this? Yili, he muttered the name, his breath quickening, his heart racing. For the past 3 years, Yili had remained relatively unknown, and now he had suddenly shone brightly, directly challenging the very team of Linhai No. 1 High School. His composure was astonishing, and his talent extraordinary. A genius, without a doubt. Ha ha ha. Wang Yongfeng collapsed onto the sofa, one hand pressed to his forehead, suddenly bursting into laughter. Why, Yili, you're nothing short of a monster. With such a prodigy on their side, what could other schools possibly hope to achieve? The exchange competition was secure. The martial arts examination was also secure. Chapter 19. The ashamed Jiang Qingzhu Linhai First People's Hospital. The clean and tidy ward was filled with the scent of disinfectant. Unlike in previous lives, some powerful martial artists possess physical resilience far beyond that of ordinary people. Once injured, even a standard surgical knife would struggle to cut through their skin, let alone perform sutures. Therefore, many of the top doctors in municipal hospitals are martial artists with healing abilities. Beside Jiang Qingzhu's hospital bed, a female doctor in a white coat was using her healing powers to treat the injuries on her face. Yili sat in a chair not far away, his hands clasped together as he summoned the panel. Current evil value: 12,700 points. The accumulated points from his previous deeds, combined with the 200 points earned from battling Jiang Qingzhu, had successfully pushed Yi Li's total beyond the 10,000 mark for the first time since his arrival in this world. Once he acquires a suitable breathing technique, he can significantly boost his points. Engaging in combat with Jiang Qingzhu allowed Yi Li to feel pressure from an opponent for the first time. A second-tier martial artist possessing a breathing technique is fundamentally different from any adversary he had faced before. Despite Yi Li's perfected fist techniques and exceptional strength that surpassed others of his rank, he struggled to breach Jiang Qingzhu's spear defenses. Even after exhausting nearly 70% of his internal energy, Jiang Qingzhu showed no signs of fatigue. This was likely due to her breathing technique, which continuously replenished her internal energy. Although Jiang Qingzhu's mastery of her breathing technique was not particularly high, after all, the legendary S-rank breathing technique surely offers more than just rapid energy recovery. She still possessed a far superior endurance compared to Yi Li. Had it not been for his reliance on the Tiangang treading void technique and his SSS-level martial arts talent, which disrupted her internal energy flow and allowed him to seize the moment of her distraction, the battle would have been significantly more challenging for Yi Li. While he would not have lost outright, given that indestructible Golden Soul is somewhat overpowered, one must note that Jiang Qingzhu's strength places her within the top tier in the province. She is not unique in that regard. There are likely about 10 others in the province who are either of equal or greater strength. Should those 10 converge on him during the martial arts examination, with Yi Li's current abilities, even escaping would be a tall order. Not to mention the prospect of achieving victory, although the likelihood of being besieged is quite low for an ordinary individual. Given the peculiarities of our own system, one must be prepared for an assault if one wishes to accumulate more malevolent points. In addition to the essential breathing techniques, offensive martial skills must also be readied. Yi Li exhaled silently, calculating in his mind. He had already begun to feel the fatigue of the flowing fist technique. It was adequate for delivering the final blow, but severely lacking for offensive maneuvers. At that moment, Yu Qianqian beside him suddenly spoke. I truly did not expect you to defeat Sister Jiang. Her tone was laden with astonishment. Why? Yi Li raised an eyebrow. It was nothing remarkable. She's rather inept. Although there was indeed a bit of pressure during the fight, an old saying from a prominent figure in his hometown resonated with him. Strategically despise the enemy, but tactically regard them with seriousness. As long as one can earn malevolent points, even an ancient deity would be subject to ridicule. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian finally revealed a familiar smile, her gaze magnetically drawn to the seemingly calm Yi Li, sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance as if she had discovered a delightful treasure in him. Only you would dare to say such things. Not a single martial arts student in the entirety of Linhai City would voice such sentiments. She chuckled softly. Why? Yi Li chuckled in agreement. That moment, the female doctor treating Jiang Qingzhu concluded her examination and quietly sighed in relief. There's no major issue, just a slight concussion. The facial swelling has also been addressed. Now, we merely await her awakening before she can be discharged. Thank you. Yi Li replied politely. Why? Yu Qianqian also stood to express her gratitude to the doctor. Once the doctor departed, Yi Li rose to his feet. Aren't you going to wait for Sister Jiang to wake before leaving? Yu Qianqian asked curiously. What does her awakening have to do with me? Yi Li waved his hand dismissively, heading towards the exit. She's both incompetent and pretentious. My intervention this time can be considered a virtuous act. Language taunt, from Jiang Qingzhu's malevolent points 100. She's awake. Yi Li's eyes brightened upon hearing the notification, halting his steps. What's wrong? Yu Qianqian inquired, puzzled. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Li cleared his throat and, with a half-smile directed at the unconscious girl on the hospital bed, remarked, as the captain of the school team, you act as a mere figurehead, allowing a disreputable group to form cliques, leading to the team's atmosphere becoming toxic. That alone is forgivable, but to adopt a condescending attitude based on unfounded rumors, demanding that new members behave submissively in the future, what gives? Are the new members destined to be bullied by their clique? I have no right to retaliate, is that it? Let me be frank. Someone as self-righteous and oblivious as you deserves a thorough beating to bring you to your senses. I hope the next time we meet, you can shed that lofty demeanor, you waste. With that, Yi Li turned without regard for Yu Qianqian's astonished gaze and walked away on the hospital bed. Jiang Qingzhu's delicate hand gradually tightened into a fist, her silver teeth clenched, a nameless flame ignited within her heart, yet she found herself devoid of any rebuttal. Every word from Yi Li pierced deeply into her sheltered heart. His implication was unmistakable. Either stay uninvolved or take responsibility. Before I arrived, you neglected your duties, yet after my arrival, you flaunt the authority of a captain. If that is the case, I shall deal with you as well. The young girl despised those who bullied the weak, yet her actions today mirrored those she loathed at best. She had merely adhered to a semblance of propriety. Contemplating this, a profound sense of shame surged within Jiang Qingzhu. I am sorry, she murmured, a sound only she could hear. An unprecedented wave of shame and humiliation washed over her, rendering this prodigious girl from Linhai City acutely distressed. Successfully broke Jiang Qingzhu's defenses with words. Malevolent points 500. After a brief moment, Jiang Qingzhu sat up, taking a deep breath. Although she had erred, an opportunity for redemption remained. Her clear eyes began to shine brightly. Noticing Jiang Qingzhu had awakened, Yu Qianqian looked on with surprise and asked, Sister, you're awake? Jiang Qingzhu nodded and swiftly got out of bed. Slipping her delicate feet into socks and shoes, Yu Qianqian hurried forward, tentatively inquiring, You just woke up? Aren't you going to rest a bit longer? No need. Then where are you headed? Yu Qianqian hurriedly asked as Jiang Qingzhu prepared to leave the room. Tio apologized in person. Jiang Qingzhu's tone was resolute as she swiftly exited through the door. To whom are you apologizing? A multitude of questions floated in Yu Qianqian's mind. However, before she could ponder further, Jiang Qingzhu reappeared at the doorway, her cold voice piercing through Yu Qianqian's confusion. On which floor is Yi Li's training room? Yu Qianqian's expression froze instantly. Chapter 20. The Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountains. Time flew by, and night fell. In the training building of Linhai No. 1 High School, on the third floor, Yi Li returned to his room. Instinctively sighing in relief, he had begun to regard this training room as his home. Now, what should he upgrade first? Yi Li sat in a chair, summoned his panel, and fell into contemplation. Name? Yi Li, current level, second stage. First layer, 10. Current martial skills. Flowing fist technique, perfected. Breaking cloud spear technique, perfected. Heavenly gang void treading technique, perfected. Current talent. SSS level indestructible golden soul LV1, upgradable. Talent ability. Gun martial saint body. Additionally, on his way back, Yi Li had stopped by the library, spending 200,000 Hanxia coins to purchase a second-tier fist technique named Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountains, which was quite powerful among second-tier martial skills. After briefly flipping through it, relevant inscriptions immediately appeared on the panel. Second-tier Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountains. Not yet mastered, points can be allocated. Currently, without a suitable breathing technique, the enhancement of his cultivation could wait. After all, once he found an appropriate breathing method, the subsequent allocation might provide acceleration buffs. For now, focusing on martial skills and martial talents would be wiser. Yi Li had always been intrigued by the upgradable note behind the Indestructible Golden Soul. The LV1, Indestructible Golden Soul, could instantly heal the penetrating wound on his shoulder without consuming much stamina, transforming him into a veritable blood bowl. Once upgraded to LV10, wouldn't it allow him to be reborn from his blood and become indestructible? A flicker of excitement ignited in Yi Li's heart. However, he lacked the experience to allocate points for the SSS level martial talent, leaving him uncertain about the exact amount of malevolent points required. There was also a possibility that investing over 10,000 malevolent points might yield no audible results. Therefore, he decided to fully upgrade the relatively economical Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountains before considering the enhancement of Indestructible Golden Soul. One must always proceed step by step, and point allocation is no exception. Yi Li chuckled softly. His thoughts focused as a vast amount of malevolent points surged into the panel S Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountains. Clink. Consuming malevolent points, beginning enhancement of second-tier martial skill. Flood Dragon Shakes the Mountains. Due to your in-depth study of the Heavenly Gang Void Treading technique, the training difficulty of this less intricate fist technique has significantly decreased in your eyes. The acquired buff, Training Speed 20. As expected, no amount of malevolent points is ever wasted. Yi Li gazed appreciatively at the panel, pleased that his earlier expenditure of substantial malevolent points had allowed him to max out the incomplete Heavenly Gang Void Treading technique. Accelerating training now. After consuming 200 malevolent points, you have finally grasped the essence of this fist technique. By compressing your muscles when striking and fully expanding upon contact with the enemy. not only can you enhance the power of your punches, but also deliver disorienting effects. Thus, the term shakes in the martial skill's name. Flood Dragon shakes the mountains successfully mastered. This domineering and vigorous martial skill reminds you of the widely renowned 8 Extremes fist from your past life. By integrating the philosophies of both, you have made slight improvements to this technique. Acquired buff, training speed increased by 30, malevolent points consumption reduced by 10. Chapter not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. After consuming 800 malevolent points, you have finally mastered the techniques of the shaking fist, enabling you to freely control the timing and intensity of muscle compression, thereby determining the power of your strikes. Flood Dragon shakes the mountains great success. After consuming 1,000 malevolent points, your understanding of this martial skill has reached an extraordinary level. Even its founder would not dare to claim greater insight than you possess. Flood Dragon shakes the mountains perfected. Having acquired the martial skill merely half an hour ago, it took less than 5 minutes to fully master it. This is the extraordinary power of system point allocation, truly an accumulation of points upon points. Ely exhaled silently, lifting his long hands, stretching and clenching them repeatedly, feeling the muscles responding to the motion. The Flood Dragon shakes the mountains, a martial skill emphasizing force application techniques, significantly enhanced his control over his own body. Closing the panel, he approached the familiar punching power testing machine, gazing at the massive sandbag designated for testing. Ely relaxed his shoulders, lowered his center of gravity, and slowly formed a fist, the muscles in his arms gradually tightening and compressing, revealing terrifying sinewy lines akin to long serpents as fearsome power brewed within Ian the next instant. Ely's right arm surged forth with explosive force, shattering the very air around him, the terrifying momentum akin to a cannonball being discharged. The moment his fist made contact with the sandbag, every muscle in his massive arm flexed in unison, unleashing a dreadful power capable of shaking even the mightiest mountains. Bang! With a resounding thud, the enormous sandbag was propelled high into the air, crashing heavily against the rear barrier, causing the entire apparatus to tremble violently. Immediately thereafter, an astounding number illuminated on the large screen. Punching power, 2,100 kilograms. A typical newly ascended second-tier martial artist, even if they were to exert themselves to the point of breaking their arm, could muster at most 1,200 kilograms of punching power. Thus, 2,100 kilograms directly surpassed this limit by nearly a factor of 2. Should he employ a higher-grade breathing technique, he could effortlessly breach the 3,000 kilogram threshold. Yet, what made this overwhelming force even more daunting was the accompanying sensation of a tremor that was exceedingly difficult to counter. While a couple of punches might be manageable, should the onslaught reach 7 or 8 strikes, one would undoubtedly be sent reeling, blood surging, with stars dancing before their eyes. Even if one could withstand the tremendous force of the blows, the experience would be far from pleasant in this regard. The dragon's tremor technique possessed a certain degree of armor-piercing efficacy. Ely retracted his fist and flexed his wrist. Breaking into the second tier has certainly augmented my punching power significantly. However, this dragon's tremor technique is rather taxing on my stamina. Given my current physical strength, I could manage only about 10 punches at most. Ely assessed the internal consumption and felt the swelling of his muscles gradually dissipate before returning to his seat. The current evil value, 12,200. It must be said that, in comparison to the over 3,000 points required for the celestial steps, the dragon's tremor, which reaches perfection at merely 1,000 points, is indeed economical. This is reasonable, after all. The former not only suffers from severe textual incompleteness, but also boasts a far superior quality than the dragon's tremor. If the celestial steps is akin to an S-grade martial technique among the second-tier skills, then the dragon's tremor hovers around a B-grade level. However, as the saying goes, one gets what one pays for. Despite the vast disparity in cost, the versatility of the former far exceeds that of the latter. He would prefer the dragon's tremor to consume a bit more evil valued. Ely shook his head and summoned the panel. Ultimately, these martial techniques are but transient skills. For long-term investment, one must consider the potential for martial talent. Current talent, SSS grade Indestructible Golden Soul LV1, upgradable. The tier is established here. It simply depends on whether one dares to wager. Taking a deep breath, Ely cracked his knuckles. Next, it was time to begin filling this bottomless pit. Chapter 21. The resurrection of the golden soul, a visit from the maiden with a mere thought. Countless points of evil value surged into the system panel. Ding. Detected host's second gamble, unlocking special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental strength, granting immunity to mental attacks below the third tier. Immunity to mental attacks below the third tier? It is said that within the martial examination, many martial artists who have awakened mental talents enjoy lurking in the shadows of the testing area. When the other martial science students let down their guard, they suddenly unleash mental assaults to defeat them. If those seed candidates are akin to mudslides in the martial examination, then these insidious sixth-tier contenders are like hidden venomous bees, striking unexpectedly to bring one down. With this title, one need no longer fear such lurking threats. An unexpected boon. Ely nodded slightly, intently watching the ceaseless flow of text on the light screen. The development of martial talent is a dilemma that plagues the vast majority of martial artists. Unlike martial techniques, where many predecessors can provide guidance, mastering the nuances allows for rapid advancement. Martial talent, however, is diverse and enigmatic. Even a powerful martial artist with the same innate talent may not be able to offer valuable advice. Therefore, even those with A-grade or even S-grade martial talents must expend considerable time and energy to cultivate their abilities and awaken related powers. Those with mediocre qualifications may struggle throughout their lives to perfectly develop their martial talents. Yet, the system, grant me full potential. Why Ely paid little mind to these matters, pouring the evil value into the system. Over 10,000 points of evil value. This is a high-stakes gamble, my friend. Ding. Consuming evil value, beginning to enhance the indestructible golden souls level. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, your nascent golden soul has become increasingly refined, akin to the dawn's first light breaking upon the horizon. Its ability to restore the body has enhanced. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation surged from the center of Ely's brow, a tingling warmth coursing through his bones. This was a sign of the golden soul's growing refinement. The panel's text continued to manifest. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, your golden soul has reached the limit of what your body can bear. You wisely ceased further refinement and began to channel the golden soul to replenish your vitality. After consuming 8,000 points of evil value, your golden soul successfully replenished your entire body's vitality, elevating your physical strength to new heights and awakening a new talent ability. Indestructible Golden Soul upgraded to LV2. New talent ability. Resurrection of the Golden Soul. Resurrection of the Golden Soul. The Golden Soul enters an active state, significantly enhancing its vitality and augmenting physical strength. Current evil value, 4,200 points. Having expended 8,000 points of evil value, he finally upgraded this SSS grade martial talent by 1 level. His mental strength had increased significantly, and he had gained an additional talent ability. Unlike the previous passive, Gun Martial Body, this seemed to be an active skill. The resurrection of the Golden Soul. Ely hesitated momentarily, then decided to test its capabilities. He approached the punching power testing machine, where the massive sandbag still bore the imprint of his earlier punch. Taking a deep breath, Ely closed his eyes, focused his thoughts, and activated the resurrection of the Golden Soul. State in an instant. His entire being was engulfed in a surge of vitality, his muscles swelling beneath his skin, and his aura intensified to a ferocious degree. To be continued, click the next page to read on. Who? Ely exhaled softly, opening his eyes to reveal a pair of blazing golden orbs, sharp enough to pierce through illusions. Simultaneously, a strand of golden hue appeared at the tips of his hair, radiating an extraordinary glow. As the golden hue expanded, he began to take on the appearance of a super scion. During this transformation, Ely's aura continued to amplify, resembling a ferocious beast awakening from the depths of antiquity. The enhancement brought about by the Golden Soul allowed Ely to swiftly acclimate to his surging power. He cast his gaze upon the sandbag and then unleashed a punch with all his might. Yet, such a simple action generated an astonishing wind pressure. The air compressed to its limits emitted a piercing cracked bang. The enormous sandbag tore open a large hole, soaring high into the air, its contents scattering wildly. Smashing through the barrier behind, rumble. The entire training room quaked from the impact. In the final moment before the large screen went dark, it revealed a line of text. Punching power, 6,500 kilograms. Compared to before, This was an increase of more than threefold. This was nearly on par with the punching power of a third-tier martial artist. The enhancement is remarkable. Why Ely gazed in astonishment at the extinguished screen and then at his own fist. This posture reminiscent of a Super Saiyan indeed brought about an extraordinary augmentation. At this moment, Ely felt as if every cell in his body was exhilarated. Though the strain was considerable, he was imbued with an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. Should he encounter Shanlian again, he could likely send her crashing into a wall with a mere slap, unable to escape. Is this what it means to be in the state of resurrection of the Golden Soul? It is indeed formidable. It can serve as a trump card, providing a reliable safety net. Although it clearly cannot be maintained for long, Ely also sensed that numerous aspects of his capabilities had been amplified, such as dynamic vision, reaction time, and hearing. At that moment, Ely raised an eyebrow. Someone was at the door? He heard a faint sound of footsteps approaching, evidently seeking him out. However, at this late hour, who could possibly be visiting? After pondering, he could only think of Feng Ming or Qian Qian as possibilities. Soon, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Ely exited the resurrection of the Golden Soul state, his appearance swiftly returning to normal, save for the lingering aura of dominance at his brow, a constant reminder of this extraordinary ability's existence. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Why, Ely called out that he was coming, rising to approach the door. Upon opening it, a girl with shoulder-length black hair and delicate features stood before him. Her cherry blossom-like lips were slightly pursed, and her crystal-clear eyes appeared to have mustered great courage as they gazed upon Ely. Jiang Qingzhu? Ely's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't anticipated that she would come at this hour. Could it be that she was dissatisfied with the outcome of their earlier bout and wished to continue? With this thought, a subtle smile curved upon Ely's handsome face, and a flicker of golden light flashed through his dark eyes. Chapter 22. The Most Formidable Gunner. Ely had grown somewhat accustomed to these martial artists with moderate talent. When they believed they could easily best him, only to be overturned in a few exchanges, it was only natural for them to feel a sense of indignation. To prevent such situations, he never held back, striving to shatter these individuals' pride in a single blow, thereby garnering substantial evil value. He had performed admirably in previous encounters, with Wang Rian, Shun Lian, and even Lu Yongda left without the courage to seek him out again. To take a step back, even if they still harbor resentment towards Ely, they would not dare to display it openly. However, to Yi Li's surprise, Jiang Qingzhu unexpectedly returned not long after. It seems that this true genius of martial arts is indeed distinct from those lesser beings. As his thoughts whirled, Ely calmly inquired, "Do you have business with me?" The true energy within him flowed steadily. Even though the prior activation of Golden Soul Revival had diminished his true energy by half, he was still confident he could subdue his opponent within 3 moves. "Yes, I do." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, and earnestly stated, "I wish to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Ely raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her intentions. "Indeed, I heard everything you said in the hospital." Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently, expressing her regret. "I indeed called you over with the thought of not wanting to waste too much time on cultivation. Let us resolve this matter quickly. I have no excuses for being defeated by you, and merely hope you can accept my apology." Her words were imbued with sincerity, to the point where even Ely could discern no hints of pretense. Moreover, if it were an act, it would be excessively contrived. Ely felt somewhat disappointed, having expected her to come seeking trouble. Yet, he did not completely relinquish hope and replied nonchalantly, "However, if Jiang, as a student, truly wishes to apologize, it is the least one can do to show some humility." "Are you not aware of this? Show humility?" A look of confusion appeared on Jiang Qingzhu's cool visage. "What does that mean?" "Never mind." Ely sighed, recognizing her genuine intent to apologize and her relatively sincere demeanor. He was disinclined to press further. Him, forcing the unrepentant to comply was far more entertaining, like with Shan Lian. Those who acknowledged their mistakes, like Jiang Qingzhu, deserved a chance. With this thought, Ely waved his hand dismissively and said, "I will reluctantly accept your apology. You may leave now." "Wait a moment." Just as Ely was about to close the door, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly called out. Simultaneously, she instinctively reached out to prevent the door from shutting. Yet, the instant she made contact, She felt an overwhelming force that she could not resist. Her hand was repelled without even a moment's delay. The door then slammed shut with a thunderous sound, letting the simple-minded young lady of the Jiang family face a closed door. Evil deed value 200. Jiang Qingzhu stood there, stunned, gazing at the closed door before glancing at her delicate hand. Based on their earlier encounter, she believed their strengths to be comparable, so what was this immense force? As she pondered, the door creaked open again, and Yi Li, wearing an impatient expression, asked, "Is there anything else?" Without the luxury of time to contemplate the source of the force, Jiang Qingzhu quickly said, "I have something else I would like to trouble you with. Speak. Did you not say this afternoon that my marksmanship resembles a pile of rubbish?" The young girl asked earnestly. Yi Li immediately perked up, sensing the implication behind her words. Had she finished her apology and now sought to provoke him? Very well. It seemed she had learned to balance courtesy with conflict. Yi Li nodded and chuckled lightly. "Yes, I did say that." "What of it?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded and then proceeded to recite a list of her grievances. "You also remarked that my reflexes are as slow as those of an elderly person, and that I am overly self-satisfied." "Indeed. So what?" "Then I ask you to teach me." In the midst of Yi Li's mild astonishment, Jiang Qingzhu raised her small face earnestly and stated, "As long as my marksmanship can improve, I am willing to do anything." "Teach you marksmanship?" After a brief moment of shock, Yi Li frowned and replied without hesitation, "I refused. It was absurd." He himself struggled to find a suitable breathing technique. Moreover, his finances were exceedingly tight, making it impossible to acquire any cultivation resources or high-quality new martial arts techniques. He had even begun to contemplate venturing outside the city to hunt exotic beasts for profit. At this juncture, to ask him to teach a young lady marksmanship? Not a chance. Furthermore, I do not teach others. Yi Li shook his head. "Seek someone else." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu quickly interjected, "I can teach you everything I know in exchange. I am willing to offer anything." The door that was closing halted abruptly, and Yi Li regarded her with a look of astonishment, confirming, "Anything?" If memory served, any S-rank breathing technique would cost no less than 5 million Hanxia coins. Moreover, they were typically scarce in availability. Only the direct disciples of major sects or esteemed families were often permitted to study them. The concept of casually teaching such techniques to outsiders was unheard of, at least in Yi Li's experience. Thus, he found it hard to believe that someone could be so naive. "Yes." Jiang Qingzhu's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope as she eagerly continued. "You have just entered the second tier and have yet to practice any breathing techniques. I can teach you my dust, mist, frost, snow. This is an S-rank breathing technique passed down through generations in the Jiang family. It will undoubtedly assist you. I also possess several precious second-tier martial techniques, and I have already made progress with a third-tier technique. If you wait a bit longer, I can teach you these as well." Having spoken, Jiang Qingzhu observed Yi Li, who fell into silence, her heart racing with anxiety. She could not blame him for being impatient. Jiang Qingzhu was acutely aware that her strength had been stagnating at a bottleneck for quite some time. Although she possessed some talent in martial arts and breathing techniques, allowing her to surpass most of her peers in martial arts rank, her grasp of martial techniques was, in truth, quite abysmal. Several precious second-tier martial techniques lingered at the level of proficiency but had yet to reach the mastery required for full comprehension. The elders in the Jiang family who had practiced these techniques were all engaged in frontline battles against exotic beasts, leaving them little time to instruct her. As the martial arts examination drew near, it would be a lie to say that Jiang Qingzhu was not anxious. Thus, she diligently practiced day and night, almost completely ignoring the affairs of the school team, all in hopes of breaking through in her martial techniques. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. If this continued, she would easily find herself at a disadvantage against opponents of comparable martial arts rank and talent. Jiang Qingzhu was acutely aware of this and tirelessly sought solutions. Among all the people she had met, Yi Li was the only one who had criticized her marksmanship so harshly. Moreover, he had managed to cultivate the Heavenly Gang steps to a seemingly perfect level merely from a fragmented text. Thus, even though the likelihood was slim, Jiang Qingzhu felt compelled to give it a try. Gazing at the young man in white, she bit her lip and summoned her courage to ask, Is that all right?" The sincerity in her demeanor made it exceedingly difficult to suspect any deceit. Confirming this point, at last, under the hopeful gaze of the young lady from the Jiang family, Yi Li took a deep breath and ultimately provided his answer. "Anything?" "Anything at all." then I shall certainly make you the strongest marksman in the entire school. Chapter 23. Precious. Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind. While breathing techniques may be likened to second-tier martial techniques, they are not limited to aiding only second-tier martial artists. Before martial artists reach the fourth tier and unlock the hidden potential of their bodies, breathing techniques can play a crucial role in combat, cultivation, and many other aspects. Furthermore, high-ranking breathing techniques can continue to provide substantial benefits even after martial artists reach the fourth tier, thanks to their myriad mystical properties. S-rank breathing technique. Red Gang Flame Martial. Latest transaction price. 8 million Hanxia coins. S-rank breathing technique. Life without end. Latest transaction price. 8.5 million Hanxia coins. Sitting on a wooden chair, Yi Li glanced at the prices displayed on his phone. His eyes twitching slightly. Clearly, his prior understanding of the prices for S-rank breathing techniques had been woefully insufficient. He had initially thought they would top out around 5 million Hanxia coins, yet the results he found were astonishingly high. It could only be said that poverty had limited Yi Li's imagination. However, when he considered that such a breathing technique could benefit a family or sect for generations, thus increasing the likelihood of cultivating outstanding young talents, the price seemed justified. Fortunately, he had agreed in advance. Otherwise, it would be far more painful to see someone else benefit from this opportunity than to face death. Closing his phone, Yi Li lifted his gaze to Jiang Qingzhu, who was in the process of shutting the door, and softly inquired, "What do you wish to learn?" "Marksmanship." Jiang Qingzhu turned around, her lips moving slightly. "My marksmanship is quite poor. In truth, it was only moderately poor." Considering the potential assistance she could offer him, Yi Li's tone softened somewhat. In reality, during their afternoon battle, Jiang Qingzhu had attempted to execute martial techniques multiple times, only to have him pinpoint the flaws and interrupt her efforts. While he had certainly benefited from having fully mastered the Breaking Cloud Spear technique, it was, at best, a mediocre second-tier martial technique. Even at its peak, it was merely average. More reasons abound regarding Yi Li's gun martial saint body. Significantly enhances one's proficiency in the use of polearm-type weapons, with a 500 increase in the training speed of polearm martial skills. At first glance, the description is somewhat intimidating. Upon further observation, it is even more astonishing. At this very moment, even when considering the entirety of the Ying province, Yi Li's marksmanship within the same tier is undoubtedly the strongest. After all, recalling the legends of the past, there were two formidable figures endowed with an indestructible golden soul. One was the Qi Tiansheng, who could flaunt his prowess amidst the encirclement of the 24 righteous deities of the Thunder Department. The other was the heavenly court's war god, Yang Jia Erlang, who could cleave mountains to rescue his mother. Possessing considerable merit, both were masters who had reached the pinnacle of wielding such weaponry. Since Yi Li shares the same golden soul as they do and has awakened such a remarkable talent, it seems quite reasonable. "Show me your most frequently used martial skill," Yi Li said to Jiang Qingzhu, extending his hand with a calm demeanor. "Let me see how I should teach you." With the terms agreed upon, there was no longer any need for him to harbor any reservations. "All right," in response, Jiang Qingzhu did not perceive anything amiss and obediently nodded. "This book, Yulongcheng Fengdian, is the martial skill I use most often. Though I'm just a beginner, and it's somewhat awkward to perform, like this afternoon, I couldn't even execute it properly." As she spoke, she retrieved a tome from her ring and dutifully handed it to Yi Li. "Should I return home first and come find you tomorrow?" Jiang Qingzhu blinked, gazing at the martial skill that had taken her over half a year to grasp, and added thoughtfully, "There is still some time until the martial examination, so I'm not particularly anxious. While the martial examination is still a month away, the exchange competition is just a few days away. Isn't it?" Yi Li casually remarked while flipping through the book in his hands. "You can stay here for a while. I'll just have a casual look. No rush." As he spoke, a slight smile graced his lips, and his mood lifted upon seeing the words appearing on the panel. Third-tier martial skill Yulongcheng Fengdian, rare. It is no wonder that Jiang Qingzhu, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, has such a martial skill as her staple. This skill is indeed not easy to learn. Jiang Qingzhu's expression turned somewhat complex as she gently advised, "I took a long time to master it, and even if your talent surpasses mine by leaps and bounds, it would be difficult to grasp it in a short period." Among the opponents in this exchange competition, aside from Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion, the rest are not particularly strong. Even if my martial skills don't improve temporarily, I can still defeat them. Practicing martial arts is a gradual endeavor. The mastery of such skills cannot be rushed. Jiang Qingzhu quoted a saying from her father, attempting to sway the young man's mindset. However, all she received was a frown from Yili. You now have two choices, he said, looking at Jiang Qingzhu calmly. You can wait outside, or you can keep quiet and stay here for a while. Which do you choose? The second. Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, understanding the hint, and ceased her chatter. The air within the room fell into silence. Shifting her gaze away from the serious profile of the young man, Jiang Qingzhu began to survey her surroundings. The facilities in the room were uniform for everyone, with distinctions arising from the additional equipment each had chosen. For instance, Jiang Qingzhu's room featured a high-priced gathering array, significantly enhancing the speed of blood refinement and meridian cleansing, while also reducing the risk of going mad and adjusting the ambient temperature for the user's eye. In contrast, Yili's room was more simplistic in design. The only discernible feature was the heavy usage of the punching power testing machine. When her gaze fell upon the punching power testing machine, Jiang Qingzhu was momentarily stunned, her pupils narrowing slightly. What drew her attention was not only the large hole in the testing sandbag, but also the blood-red numbers that had reappeared on the large screen after a prior malfunction. Punching power 6,800 kilograms. Chapter 24. Jiang Qingzhu's astonishment. How is this possible? 6,800 kilograms. What does this even mean? Jiang Qingzhu recalled that her maximum punching power was barely 2,000 kilograms. Even so, that had already far surpassed most second-tier fourth-level martial artists, placing her at the top of the school. Now, she was second in the entire school. Typically, a martial artist just entering the third tier has a maximum punching power of 6,000 kilograms, a figure that could hinder an average martial artist for decades, if not a lifetime. Yet, here was someone who had just reached the second tier, without even practicing breathing techniques, achieving and surpassing that threshold. Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but wonder, if this 6,800 kilograms was indeed Yili's maximum punching power, then during the afternoon match, he could have easily found an opportunity to severely injure her with one punch. But he chose not to, merely delivering a light strike to her face that rendered her unconscious. This can no longer be termed as going easy. It was akin to letting her off the hook entirely. Jiang Qingzhu felt a surge of humiliation rise from within. Why Yili had shown her such leniency? And yet she had confidently boasted that he could not defeat her, uttering statements to that effect. It was utterly embarrassing. True genius should be like Yili, not only hiding their strength, but also ensuring that the enemy remains unaware, leading them to mistakenly believe it was an evenly matched battle. Had it not been for her not bringing her large gun today, she would have surely sent him flying with a single shot. Reflecting on Yili's words, Jiang Qingzhu pressed her lips tightly together. What she had initially thought to be mere bravado now appeared to be quite accurate. Defeating her, who wielded the silver dragon white gun with bare hands, such strength was bound to shine brightly in this martial examination, and it was all but a certainty. Moreover, with a martial talent capable of rapidly healing the body, although its rank was unknown, it would at least not be lower than a -grade. In conclusion, Yili's prowess had already positioned him in the absolute upper echelon of martial arts high schools throughout Ying Province, with a considerable chance of claiming the championship title. As Jiang Qingzhu remained shaken by the numbers displayed on the punching power testing machine, words continued to appear on Yili's panel, consuming 1,000 points of evil value, beginning to enhance the third-tier martial skill Yulongcheng Fengdian. Your gun martial saint body is in effect. Martial skills that once seemed like an ancient script now appear relatively simple to you. Gain buff. Training speed increased by 500. As if complex mathematical problems had suddenly revealed their answers, now you merely need to transcribe the verbose solutions. Training in progress. As the evil value is consumed, your comprehension of this precious martial skill deepens, and you begin to grasp the essence of the Yulong. The so-called Yulong refers to the ability to wield the spear with the swiftness of a swimming dragon, where both the spearhead and shaft possess formidable destructive power capable of easily tearing through the defenses of opponents within the same tier. Upon understanding this, you begin to diligently work in this area. Ding! Training completed. Yulongcheng Fengdian. Major achievement, 70. Comment. The gains from this session of training are roughly equivalent to 20 years of your previous arduous practice. It is hard to imagine who could withstand such effort. Remaining evil value, 3,400 points, 20 years of arduous training. And that was merely to reach major achievement in Yulongqing Fengdian? Yi Li's lips twitched, and he refrained from throwing all caution to the wind. The mastery of martial skills is divided into 5 stages: entry, proficiency, mastery, major achievement, and perfection, at this rate, with less than 1,000 points of evil value. He could achieve perfection in this Yulongqing Fengdian. He vaguely remembered that a previous second-tier rare martial skill had required him 3,000 points of evil value. Yet, this higher-tier rare martial skill only cost him 1,000 points to reach major achievement. This was undoubtedly due to the enhancement from the gun martial saint body, but Yi Li believed it was also closely related to his persistence and effort. An experienced martial artist, having trained for many years, and a young martial artist just starting out, even with equal talent in their youth, would have different rates of mastery for a martial skill. The former would indeed progress much faster than the latter. I am done looking. Yi Li turned to Jiang Qingzhu, who appeared lost in thought, and handed the tome back to her. Now, let's start teaching you. Are you ready? So soon? Jiang Qingzhu snapped back to reality, instinctively surprised by the question. She then stood up. Shall I demonstrate it to you now? She assumed Yi Li merely wanted a cursory overview to assess her proficiency level, and no need for that. Yi Li also stood, walking over to the weapon rack in the corner of the room to retrieve a pitch-black spear. Turning to Jiang Qingzhu, he said calmly, "You perform Yulongqing Fengdian and attack me. Training through combat is always the quickest method of improvement. Attack me?" Jiang Qingzhu was taken aback. How was he planning to guide her breakthrough? Was he intending to point out the flaws in her martial skills? Despite her confusion, upon seeing Yi Li nod in affirmation, she quickly caressed her ring, summoning a completely white long spear. Once again, it harmonized with her aura, elevating her presence. She had sensed something intriguing about this spear during their last encounter, and seeing it a second time confirmed her impressions. Yi Li regarded the silver-white long spear with a slight nod. The silver dragon-white gun, a top-tier treasure of the second tier. Upon noticing Yi Li's gaze lingering on her weapon, Jiang Qingzhu's voice rang out coldly, "Not only can it enhance my cold aura, but it also amplifies the power of my martial arts. Come at me." Yi Li retracted his chin and lifted his spear. His eyes calmly fixed on his opponent. Jiang Qingzhu nodded, taking a deep breath. As she activated her breathing technique, the true energy within her began to surge. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from her original position. Under scrutiny, her speed surpassed that of their earlier skirmish by several degrees. When she reappeared, Jiang Qingzhu found herself less than 3 feet away from Yi Li. The 7-foot white spear descended upon him like a dragon emerging from the sea. Crashing towards his center with a resounding force, the sharp tip radiated a brilliant white light, piercing through the air with unstoppable momentum. Yi Li's dark eyes lowered. Jiang Qingzhu's dragon riding the wind technique appeared to be at a proficient level, with the spearhead already emanating a white glow capable of penetrating armor. Among her peers, this might be regarded as exceptional mastery. However, after Jiang Qingzhu had perfected her technique, the trajectory of her attack seemed, to him, rather too conspicuous. The surging true energy within Yi Li erupted, rapidly circulating through the acupoints opened by the dragon riding the wind technique, with a resonant hum, accompanied by the sharp sound of a spear. An illusory dragon manifested around Yi Li's ebony spear. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu's spear tip was already upon him. Yi Li slightly tilted his body, evading the spear's point with a mere flicker of movement. With his right hand gripping the spear, he raised it effortlessly, swinging it towards Jiang Qingzhu's form with sudden force. The entire motion flowed like water, devoid of any hint of hesitation. As the dark spear whirled, the air erupted with a tearing sound, revealing glimpses of the ethereal dragon scales. Seeing the bizarre phenomenon on the spear, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes widened with profound astonishment. This illusion was precisely what she had yearned for. It was an anomaly that manifested only when one had perfected the dragon riding the wind technique. How could this be? From the moment he acquired the technique to now, it had barely been 10 minutes. Chapter 25. The rapid progress. Jiang Qingzhu's grip on the spear trembled slightly as she fought to suppress her astonishment. Instinctively channeling her protective true energy, in an instant, a torrent of surging true energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Following that, Jiang Qingzhu expelled a breath of icy air, which quickly crystallized into formidable ice barriers. Layered before her, however, despite the seemingly impenetrable and solid layers of ice, They appeared utterly fragile against the oncoming, ferocious illusory dragon, akin to mere paper, devoid of any defensive power. Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed sharply. In an instant, the spear shattered Jiang Qingzhu's true energy defenses, the dark spear effortlessly brushing against her form. Bang! In the final moments, Yili slightly reduced his force, retracting the spear just in time, allowing only a fierce gust of wind to strike Jiang Qingzhu. Her neatly arranged garments were torn apart, exposing swathes of her fair skin. Jiang Qingzhu was propelled backward for over 10 feet before finally stabilizing herself. Her breath ragged. Though her appearance was somewhat disheveled, her eyes, as clear as a winter spring, shone even brighter. From the technique Jiang Qingzhu had deliberately demonstrated, she successfully discerned the gaps in her own knowledge. Standing with her spear, Jiang Qingzhu remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The air fell into a hushed silence. Yili planted his spear on the ground, tilting his head to observe her without interruption. He had revealed all that he could regarding this martial art. Whether she could grasp it was contingent upon her innate talent, so that's how it is. After a tense silence of several seconds, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her spear once more, assuming her stance. Humming. This time, an illusory dragon scale appeared on her silver spear. I did it. Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed with joy, looking towards Yili. I have finally attained the level of mastery described in the book. You are truly remarkable. She felt as though she had stumbled upon an immense fortune, breaking through a bottleneck that had troubled her for months, a feat her elders could never accomplish. Yili smiled silently, inwardly feeling a sense of dismay. Damn it, I trained for 20 years to reach this level of mastery. After just 2 exchanges, you tell me you've made a breakthrough? How long have you been practicing this technique? Yili suppressed the surge of frustration in his chest and casually inquired. If it were not for the brevity of time, he might have accepted it. I started practicing it when I first entered the 2nd tier. It has been nearly half a year now, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her head lowered in modesty. After a moment, she raised her head, a forced smile gracing her cool features. Before meeting you, I always thought of myself as a genius. That's quite a claim, as if you're not one now. Yili adjusted his breathing, calmly stating, you are indeed a genius. There is no doubt about that. How could that be, compared to you? Jiang Qingzhu's voice faltered, and a sense of unprecedented melancholy washed over her face. I am merely a mediocrity propped up by resources. Then focus on your training, Yili sighed, deciding against further explanation. He then chuckled lightly. There's a saying in my hometown, a great master produces exceptional disciples. Since you've called me a genius, with me teaching you now, if you don't show some results, don't blame me for scolding you. Just by breaking Jiang Qingzhu's defenses, he would earn 500 points of malevolence value, a detail Yili remembered distinctly. Understood. His words. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes gradually brightened, a look of unprecedented admiration blossoming on her face. Initially, she had viewed Yili as a reckless fighter. After getting to know him better, she considered him a sharp-tongued genius. Now, Jiang Qingzhu suddenly felt that the legendary figure of unmatched talent who was eager to assist others was right before her. How impressive! You truly are remarkable, Yili, Jiang Qingzhu said earnestly, her delicate face serious. I hope you will continue to whip me into shape. It's remarkable that you can utter such shameful words. Shameful, is it? Jiang Qingzhu asked, her face slightly flushed as she glanced at her exposed skin. This is merely my honest sentiment. Very shameful. Please refrain from saying that again. Yili exhaled silently, returning the spear to its place. Turning to face the bright-eyed Jiang Qingzhu and smiling. Thus, we shall conclude for today in the following 2 days. Jiang Qingzhu frequently traversed between Yili and her training room. Yili fulfilled his promise. Whenever Jiang Qingzhu faltered in comprehension or displayed sluggish movements, he would immediately begin his scathing critiques. You fool, even a primary school student could understand this demonstration. How can you claim to be perplexed? Jiang Qingzhu, my late grandmother could wield a spear more gracefully than you. What on earth are you hesitating for? Damn it, with your lack of talent, you'll only inflate the spirit rice prices in the martial world. Under such diligent tutelage, Jiang Qingzhu shed numerous small pearls of wisdom, and Yili successfully accumulated a significant amount of malevolence value. After maxing out the dragon riding the wind technique, the amount on his panel still had a surplus. Current malevolence value, 7,200 points. He only awaited Jiang Qingzhu to provide her breathing technique to elevate his combat capabilities further. Under Yi Li's guidance, Jiang Qingzhu's progress in the dragon riding the wind technique was meteoric. From initially stepping into proficiency to achieving mid-level mastery, according to her judgment, reaching perfection was merely a matter of a month at most. This was progress she had never envisioned before. With Yi Li, a genius with monstrous martial prowess, aiding her, it felt as though she had acquired a compass to navigate the vast desert, and no longer did she need to worry about direction. She simply needed to stride forward in the direction he indicated. Notably, Jiang Qingzhu always entered neatly attired and left in disarray, leading to rampant rumors within the school, with many students speculating on the reasons behind it, including numerous unflattering tales. However, Jiang Qingzhu paid them no mind. In her eyes, within the entire Linghai No. 1 high school, aside from Yi Li, the opinions of others were inconsequential. Yi Li's critiques were far more palatable than their flattery or slander. Chapter 26. The Pre-Competition Meeting Training Building. Conference Room. With less than 2 days remaining until the exchange competition, the team's guiding teacher, Wang Yongfeng, summoned everyone from the school team to discuss pre-competition strategies. Yi Li sat beside the main seat, his eyes partially closed. Not far away, Lu Yongda, Shun Lian, and several others wore expressions of discontent, as if overshadowed by a pall of iron. Their gazes occasionally darted toward the young man, appearing both discreet and cautious, occasionally meeting each other's eyes. Yet, each time their gazes met, it seemed to reveal a profound fear, and the object of that fear was none other than the calm and handsome youth. Clearly, the events of the past week had granted them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's strength. Aside from Jiang Qingzhu, no one on the entire team could match him. Seated, Shun Lian bit her silver teeth, her hands clenched into fists. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qingzhu, seated beside the main seat, feeling a pang of irritation. Just 2 days ago, Shun Lian had heard that Jiang Qingzhu had sought Yi Li for a conversation. Initially, she held hopes that Jiang Qingzhu would take action against Yi Li due to the accusations made that day, thus achieving her goal of turning the tiger against the wolf. However, much to her dismay, days passed without any sign of Yi Li being hindered. He remained as lively and vigorous as ever. This clearly indicated that Jiang Qingzhu had disregarded the rumors she had spread. The damned Yi Li? Who could possibly rein him in? Shun Lian felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Yet, she found herself devoid of any courage to confront Yi Li at present, and thus had no choice but to let it go. At that moment, Wang Yongfeng, seated at the head of the table, stood up. Their adversary in this exchange competition was Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. He first glanced at Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu seated beside him, then smiled as he spoke. The captain of their school team, many of you are already familiar with her, is named Tang Yao. Not only is she the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, but she is also a renowned young martial artist in Qingshan City. With a martial arts level of 2nd stage, 6th layer, she surpasses Jiang by 2 layers, and her martial talent is classified as B-grade True Self Sword Heart, indicating her proficiency with the sword. It is said that she possesses a confident and proud character, making her the undeniable backbone of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. She is indeed the only formidable opponent we shall face on this trip. According to the lineup they had received, Tang Yao was set to make her appearance as the final ace. Wang Yongfeng's smile faded, and his words took on a tone of warning. However, after hearing his account, Yi Li's eyes sparkled with interest. The prospect of besting a confident and proud sword-wielding maiden truly piqued his curiosity. In contrast, the expressions of everyone else turned grave. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly. A martial artist of 2nd stage, 6th layer, is already considered quite high-ranking among martial science students in the winning province's martial arts high schools. Many substitutes for martial arts university teams are often of this level. Nonetheless, Wang Yongfeng harbored little concern. In his estimation, the combined strength of Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu was more than sufficient to contend with this young master of the Sword Pavilion. Moreover, among the remaining 6 members from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, 4 were at 1st stage, 7th layer, 2 at 1st stage, 8th layer, and 1 at the pinnacle of 1st stage. Even accounting for Shun Lian, who had been relegated to substitute, their overall strength was considerably greater. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the outcome appeared to be virtually assured. Thankfully, the addition of Yi Li had transformed a previously adverse situation into one of advantage. The victorious side would receive 1 million Huanxia coins for their official members, along with the Qi blood pill as a reward. Wang Yongfeng leaned on the table as he explained. Substitutes will only receive 200,000 Huanxia coins, without the Qi blood pill. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Shan Lian could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, glaring angrily at Wang Yongfeng and exclaimed, "Substitutes receive only 200,000 Huanxia coins. On what grounds? Are you treating us like beggars?" Her outburst stemmed from a simple frustration. She had just lost her status as an official team member to Yi Li through his forceful means. Initially, Shan Lian believed that as she was nearing graduation, losing this status would not amount to much of a loss, and thus reluctantly accepted the situation. However, the sudden revelation that she had not only forfeited a full 80,000 Huanxia coins, but also a Qi blood pill, which was invaluable and had significant effects for first-stage martial artists, was utterly unbearable. Her mood plummeted, and recalling the series of heavy blows she had recently received from Yi Li, a wave of grievance and anger surged within her. After spending 2.5 years on the team, diligently competing, the total prize money she had earned from all competitions combined did not even match this sum. Meanwhile, Yi Li, who had always been viewed by her as a mere tool, not only snatched away her team status but also ruthlessly assaulted her boyfriend, only to emerge as a favored figure in the eyes of the school. How could Shan Lian not feel aggrieved? Faced with Shan Lian's fury, Wang Yongfeng adjusted his glasses and patiently explained, "I haven't finished my statement yet. You may proceed." Shan Lian managed to calm herself slightly and returned to her seat. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and continued. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, the student who performs the best in this exchange competition will also receive a treasured item provided by both cities. With that, he turned to Shan Lian and smiled, adding, "Moreover, this reward is unrelated to substitutes." At that moment, Shan Lian's defenses crumbled entirely. "Why, Yi Li?" She abruptly pushed her chair aside and glared furiously at the young man a short distance away, shouting vehemently, "If you have any semblance of a conscience, return that 80,000 Huanxia coins and the Qi blood pill to me." Her tone was undeniably aggressive. Such a confrontational stance left Liu Yangda and his lackey dumbfounded. Had Shan Lian always been this audacious? Did she not realize that Yi Li could easily end her with a single punch? Yi Li opened his eyes and regarded her calmly, his expression devoid of any sorrow or joy. It had only been a few days, yet she had already forgotten the lessons of their last encounter. But he also recognized his own error in being overly lenient, allowing her to speak so freely so soon. She even had the audacity to think she could secure 20,000 Huanxia coins. "Are you mute? I'm talking to you." Shan Lian's relentless tirade continued, laden with reproach. "Ungrateful wretch, how could I have treated you so well in the past?" It seemed as if Shan Lian had regained her former bravado, growing bolder with each word. "Let me tell you, Yi Li, the school only values your qualifications. If you did not possess such martial prowess, do you think the school would allow a notorious troublemaker like you into the team?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her gaze fixed on Yi Li with a look of profound grievance. Jiang Qingzhu lifted her gaze, indifferent to her own reputation, yet concerned for Yi Li's. In her crystalline eyes, a faint blue light flickered, and the temperature around her began to plummet. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Yongfeng frowned at Shan Lian, admonishing, "Do not speak such baseless claims." He could not tolerate anyone sowing discord between Yi Li and the school. The potential that the youth was now revealing was astonishing, and the school officials were eager to foster a sense of belonging for him at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. This damned Shan Lian had chosen the worst moment to meddle. A surge of anger flared within Wang Yongfeng. If it were not for the fact that Shan Lian was still a substitute, he would have been tempted to expel her from the room. "What? Am I saying something incorrect?" Shan Lian glared at Yi Li. Casting aside any fear she once held, she sneered, "Now the entire school knows that Yi Li is a reckless bully who torments his classmates. It was only fitting that I helped publicize his heroic deeds in the team. Yi Li, you are nothing but a rat that everyone wants to exterminate at Linhai No. 1 Middle School." Just then, Shan Lian caught a glimpse of a fierce glint in Yi Li's dark eyes, reminiscent of a predator spotting a rat stirring in a grain jar, devoid of any compassion, only pure, unadulterated killing intent. In the next moment, the youth chuckled softly. Simultaneously, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura descending upon Shan Lian. The atmosphere in the conference room became stifling. Shun Lian suddenly realized her overconfidence. It felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a thin sheen of cold sweat breaking out along her smooth back. As the owner of those dark eyes slowly rose, Shun Lian's heart, which had remained relatively steady, began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 27. Buddy, do you know what my cultivation level is? Dare to threaten me with rumors? Yi Li, do not push your luck. Years of familiarity had conditioned Shan Lian to instinctively threaten him at this critical juncture. Yet, she quickly recognized that she had nothing in her possession that could intimidate him, except for one thing. Suddenly, Shan Lian recalled that in the novel she had read, even the weakest female protagonist could use slander to render a powerful senior sister speechless, leading to tragic consequences, if she could cleverly exploit the rules. Surely she could make Yi Li wary and refrain from acting recklessly. Yi Li, do not forget your reputation at school. If you dare lay a finger on me, you will never be able to clear your name. Shun Lian retreated while asserting herself coolly. True to her expectations, upon hearing her words, Yi Li immediately halted his advance. A hint of confusion crossed his handsome face. This could work. Witnessing this reaction, Shun Lian's heartbeat quickened, and she continuously reassured herself. Stay calm. We are in the conference room. Surrounded by team members, even the supervising teacher is watching. If Yi Li dares to act, the rumors of him bullying classmates will be confirmed. No matter how great his talent is, the school will reconsider his eligibility for the team. It could indeed work. As long as she held the moral high ground, Yi Li would undoubtedly hesitate to strike. You should apologize now. Shun Lian was about to say something further when her eyes widened in shocked eye in her line of sight. Yi Li's figure suddenly vanished from view. Almost simultaneously, she felt a hand gently pressing against her chest. The chill of impending doom washed over her. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated throughout the conference room. Bang! The heavy wooden door burst open with a resounding bang, and amidst the flying debris, Shun Lian's figure was sent hurtling backward. Blood gushing forth, a horrifying dent appeared in her chest, her ribs, responsible for protecting her organs, shattered in multiple places. Her body slammed heavily against the stone floor, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt. As her throat grew parched, she could only gaze silently at the unfolding scene. Lu Yangda trembled uncontrollably, scarcely daring to turn his head, fixated intently on the table before him. Jiang Qingzhu nodded slightly, as if she had anticipated the youth's actions, calmly taking her seat once more. To counter violence with violence, and to repay virtue with virtue, epitomized the opponent's modus operandi. Wang Yongfeng's expression was rigid. He swallowed hard, casting a complex gaze towards Shen Lian, who lay outside the room, on the brink of death. He refrained from saying much. He observed keenly. Had Shen Lian not jumped out to create a ruckus, Yi Li would have been disinclined to bother with her at all. If he had endured until the very end without striking, it would only serve to diminish his edge. Martial arts is not an academic pursuit. For a martial arts prodigy of Yi Li's age, displaying one's brilliance is an essential quality. Moreover, he discerned that Yi Li had restrained his strength at the critical moment. Otherwise, that previous punch could have easily claimed Shen Lian's life. Rather than merely fracturing a few ribs, alas, to be young and reckless is a human folly. Wang Yongfeng sighed inwardly. Before Shen Lian, Yi Li flexed his wrists, a smile gracing his face as he leisurely approached her. At the sight, Shen Lian trembled violently, an overwhelming wave of fear and regret surging within her heart. That madman Yi Li, doesn't he care about his reputation? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did I provoke him? At this rate, not only will the esteemed Fengyun University stands as the most recognized martial arts institution within the province of Ying, celebrated for its unparalleled resources, profound foundation, and formidable strength. Excelling in the exchange competition could likely earn them the favor of the institution, granting early admission qualifications. Such a promising future undoubtedly presents a compelling incentive, hence it is no surprise that they are willing to risk disqualification to undertake such actions. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Qian Deng's self-mockery gradually faded, replaced by a somewhat chilling expression. With the martial arts examination approaching, he had come to terms with the reality of his inadequate strength. Although he ranked as an exceptional student among the martial arts students in high school with his peak first-tier prowess, it paled in comparison to those prodigies who had ascended to the second tier. To keep pace with that brilliantly radiant figure, he would have to employ any means necessary. clearing the space in the training arena in advance, subtly and without detection from the school authorities. Was imperative to exhaust a significant portion of their physical strength. Understood. Furthermore, with a flicker of determination in his gaze, Qian Deng mused. As long as they enter the training arena, a lackluster performance will matter little. The first to engage will be ordinary martial students. Even if the scheme is uncovered later, it would not jeopardize our future. Chapter 29. Arriving at Qingshan. Securing the S-class breathing technique. In Qinghai City. At the high-speed train station, the colossal high-speed train roared into the station, gradually decelerating as it approached the platform. Yili rose from his seat, his gaze drifting outside the window. In this world, some high-tier martial artists can exceed the speed of trains merely through their physical prowess. Moreover, certain lower-tier martial artists, upon awakening their martial talents, are also capable of such feats. During the beast rampages in the secret realms outside the city, when beast tides ensue, the railways may suffer damage, at which point these martial artists would prove invaluable. To ensure the smooth operation of the high-speed train, the Railway Bureau occasionally issues commissions, inviting martial artists to clear the beasts lurking near the railway. These martial artists are sometimes adventurers taking up the task, and other times they are martial students earning some pocket money. Different worlds give rise to diverse industries, Yili pondered as he followed the flow of people. Descending from the high-speed train. As soon as they exited the station, two students clad in uniforms approached them. You must be friends from Linhai No. 1 High School? One of the students smiled and said, We have arranged a hotel for your accommodation. Just follow us. All right. Before long, the group made their way to the reception hotel prepared by Qingshan No. 1 High School. Situated in the city center, the hotel's decor reflected its high standards, indicating the effort invested by the reception team of Qingshan No. 1. Teachers. After the Linhai No. 1 students headed to their respective rooms, the two reception students from Qingshan No. 1 approached Wang Yongfeng and said with a light smile, If you have no plans, why not visit Qingshan No. 1 High School? It's been a while since you were here, and it would be a good opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Wang Yongfeng contemplated for a moment before nodding. That sounds good. I'll go call the others. There's no rush. The two students exchanged glances, both recognizing the glimmer of excitement in each other's eyes. Once their counterparts stepped into Qingshan No. 1 High School, their plan would be half successful. In one of the hotel rooms, Yili surveyed the surroundings, feeling generally satisfied. The exchange competition was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, leaving ample time to pass. After sitting on the bed, he summoned the system panel. Name, Yili, martial arts level, 2nd tier, 1st stage, 15, current evil value, 10,200 points. Having broken through to the 2nd tier several days ago, he remained at the 1st stage level, which indeed made him somewhat restless. He had refrained from allocating points despite holding over 10,000 evil points, waiting for the breathing technique's enhancement. However, after multiple inquiries, Jiang Qingzhu had consistently replied that it would require a bit more time. It seemed that obtaining the S-class breathing technique was not an easy feat, and Yili did not press the matter, merely nodding in silence. Yet, as time passed and he gazed at the substantial points he could not utilize, he felt a growing sense of impatience. If he had to wait another 2 days until the exchange competition concluded without securing the breathing technique, he would not wait any longer. Yili exhaled deeply. After the exchange competition, the martial arts examination would be imminent. It was prudent to secure a breathing technique beforehand. His unwillingness to compromise was indeed becoming somewhat of a hindrance. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed through the room. Yili rose and approached the door. Upon opening it, Jiang Qingzhu's exquisitely delicate face came into view. Teacher Wang wants us to gather and visit Qingshan No. 1 High School. Jiang Qingzhu blinked, her tone light and cheerful. A visit? Yes, just a chance to familiarize ourselves with the environment. As she spoke, Jiang Qingzhu gracefully maneuvered her fingers over a ring, producing a hefty tome in her hand. Moreover, this is the Jiang family's white mist frost snow. Extending the tome towards Yili, Jiang Qingzhu expressed some regret. It took me quite a bit of time to retrieve it. I apologized. So thick? Yili accepted the tome. Astonished, it was the thickest he had ever obtained. Indeed, that's why it was rather challenging to discreetly extract it. Jiang Qingzhu nodded in agreement, a hint of pride evident. But this is no challenge for me. Yili opened his mouth, contemplating for a moment before skeptically asking, Won't you face punishment for this? Stealing the family heirloom S-class breathing technique to give it away. No matter the world, that would surely provoke a severe reaction from any father. Wudantiate, confinement, corporal punishment, a myriad of potential repercussions flooded Yi Li's mind. Yet Jiang Qingzhu appeared undisturbed. She calmly waved her hand, assuring, "Don't worry, they won't kill me." How can that possibly reassure anyone? Yi Li rubbed his temples and then added, "Nonetheless, thank you. If you encounter any trouble next time, I will help you." What are you saying? This is a fair exchange. Jiang Qingzhu's expression turned serious, feeling that Yi Li was overly courteous. He had indeed assisted her significantly, yet he acted as though he were the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, their current relationship had evolved into friendship. At least, that was how Jiang Qingzhu perceived it. There was no need for such meticulousness. Hearing this, Yi Li chuckled softly and nodded gently. "Then I shall take a look. Please inform the teacher that I have other matters and will not be joining the visit to familiarize myself with the environment." "All right." Jiang Qingzhu pursed her lips lightly and then cautioned, "The white mist frost snow is quite challenging to cultivate. It is far beyond the martial skills you have encountered before. I have practiced for nearly a year and have only reached the introductory level. I am still far from mastery. So, if you find it difficult at first, there is no need to rush. You can come to me with any questions. I can't teach you everything I know. Given your aptitude, you should be able to grasp the basics within 3 months." With that, she waved at Yi Li. "I'll head over first." Why? Yi Li merely nodded in acknowledgement. Non-committal. 3 months? By then, the flowers would have wilted. Once Jiang Qingzhu had departed, he firmly closed the door and returned to his bed. After calming his emotions, he slowly activated the panel. Chapter 30. White Mist Frost Snow. Snowflakes in the air? Yi Li truly did not anticipate that just a moment ago he was fretting over the breathing technique. And now it had been delivered to him. He had originally planned to engage with the so-called Tang Yao, using his second-tier first-stage white panel, hoping to earn some rewards and then seek a makeshift breathing technique for immediate use. Now, it seemed there was no need to wait any longer. Yi Li glanced at the panel. Current evil value: 10,200 points. He exhaled silently, opening the thick tome before him. Page after page, he perused. S-class breathing technique. White mist frost snow, not yet entered. According to Jiang Qingzhu, this S-class breathing technique posed significant challenges, likely consuming a considerable amount of evil points. Yi Li had previously not delved into breathing techniques, so it was uncertain how helpful this upcoming allocation would be. However, he felt reassured. Last time, 8,000 evil points had sufficed to elevate the SSS class Indestructible Golden Soul to level 2, so it was illogical that this time, with over 10,000 points, he would be unable to initiate the cultivation of an S-class breathing technique. Let me see what profound intricacies lie within this high-level breathing technique valued at several million Huanxia coins. System: allocate points. Yi Li focused his mind, and the multitude of evil points transformed into a surging torrent, flowing steadily into the breathing technique. Ding! Consuming evil points, beginning to enhance S-class breathing technique. White mist frost snow. As you first delve into this enigmatic breathing technique, you find yourself in deep contemplation. Every word is familiar, yet strung together, they form a sentence that is utterly incomprehensible. Your mind is beset with confusion. How do these characters form a coherent statement? In order to master this exceedingly challenging S-rank breathing technique, one must momentarily calm their mind and begin to comprehend the method through contextual understanding. After expending 1,000 points of malevolent energy, you have acquired a new method of replenishing your true energy through breathing. Unlike the crude approach of voraciously inhaling both air and spiritual energy, you have discovered a way to draw in spiritual energy, allowing it to accompany your inhalation and exhalation in abundance. After consuming 2,000 points of malevolent energy, you have proficiently mastered the technique of utilizing breathing frequency to attract spiritual energy, and you now endeavor to imbue your true energy with an icy sensation. With the expenditure of 3,000 points of malevolent energy, you have become adept at endowing your true energy with the properties of coldness. Each physical contact can forcibly inject a wisp of chill into your adversary's body. The technique known as White Mist Frost and Snow, entry level, represents the realm in which Jiang Qingzhu finds herself, by infusing her true energy, now imbued with coldness, into her strikes. She gradually induces stiffness and even frostbite in her opponent's limbs through repeated collisions. However, for an ordinary individual to reach this stage, the cold infusion typically remains confined to their physical form. In contrast, Jiang Qingzhu possesses a matching spear that directly enables her to impart the chilling effects to it as well. Wealth certainly has its advantages, mused Yi Li, as he gently shook his head and continued allocating his points. After consuming 5,000 points of malevolent energy, your years of diligent study have allowed you to restore true energy rapidly without relying on a specific breathing frequency. Even a regular rhythm suffices for swift replenishment. With the enhancement of your martial skill level, White Mist, Frost, and Snow has reached proficiency. Upon expending 6,000 points of malevolent energy, your deepening understanding of this breathing technique allows your true energy to possess a significant coldness effect. Mere seconds of contact with your palm can instantly freeze your opponent by consuming a substantial amount of true energy. With the elevation of your martial skill level, White Mist, Frost, and Snow has attained mastery. Following the consumption of 8,000 points of malevolent energy, your command over coldness has reached an extraordinary level. The speed at which you restore true energy through this breathing technique has accelerated to dozens of times faster compared to before your training. With the advancement of your martial skill level, White Mist, Frost, and Snow has achieved perfection. After expending 9,000 points of malevolent energy, you have gained complete control over the coldness within you. And you begin to explore methods of releasing this chill in a single breath. Upon consuming 10,000 points of malevolent energy, you have mastered the technique to unleash a vast surge of coldness instantaneously. Sweeping in all directions, you have comprehended the technique. Snowflakes in the sky. This technique enhances the output power of your true energy, enabling you to unleash a substantial amount of coldness instantaneously, freezing everything in your vicinity. With the elevation of your martial skill level, White Mist, Frost, and Snow has reached its ultimate form. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Commentary. This enhancement consumed a total of 10,000 points of malevolent energy, equivalent to the progress achieved through 50 years of arduous training. Despite being under 20 years of age, your mastery of this breathing technique would make it entirely reasonable for Jiang Qingzhu to address you as Grandmaster. After 50 years of relentless training, you have finally perfected this S-rank breathing technique. The flow of true energy within you is remarkably swift, and each breath brings with it a sense of growth. With a mere thought, the abundant true energy coursing through your body can instantaneously transform into a bone-chilling coldness. As Yi Li gazed at the text on the panel, his heart raced slightly, finally beginning to grasp the exorbitant value of the S-rank breathing technique. Firstly, the speed of true energy restoration is astoundingly rapid. Post-perfection, it surpasses that of warriors who have not practiced breathing techniques by a staggering number of times, where the latter requires an entire day for meticulous restoration of true energy reserves. The former can accomplish it in just 1 hour. Furthermore, there is no need to consider breathing rhythms, environmental noise, or the concentration of spiritual energy. It can be confidently stated that aside from its high cost and challenging nature, the S-rank breathing technique has virtually no significant drawbacks. Not to mention, upon reaching perfection, an additional technique akin to a supernatural ability is directly acquired. Yi Li's gaze lingered on the description of snowflakes in the sky. His heart igniting with fervor. Snowflakes in the sky. One wonders to what extent this so-called explosion can be achieved. He made his way to the training room provided by the hotel. After a cursory survey of this approximately 20 square meter space, an intense ice blue light ignited in Yi Li's eyes, and a fierce, chilling wind erupted from his being. Boom! The air resonated with a sound akin to an explosion, and the visible coldness surged outward in a shockwave, crashing against the walls and instantly forming layers of translucent ice. Yi Li gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding him, realizing that this display had consumed roughly 20% of his true energy. Dense white mist enveloped the training room, and any ordinary first-tier warrior inhaling it would experience excruciating pain. The white mist paired with frost and snow aptly reflects the name of this breathing technique. Moreover, the facilities situated between Yi Li and the walls, including the cushions, steps, and equipment, were all encased in a thick layer of solid ice, immobile. Upon attempting to scrape away at the ice layer, he discovered it to be an impressive 3 to 4 centimeters thick. Leaving him astounded, it seems that an ordinary first-tier warrior, without adequate preparation, would likely find themselves incapacitated by their own snowflakes in the sky. Even if they were not frozen into unconsciousness, they would surely be rendered unable to fight. Lying on the ground, is it not a tad excessive? The strength of the techniques accompanying the S-rank breathing method is formidable. Would an ordinary martial arts student need to resort to their head to contend with it? Yi Li stepped out of the training room, and within mere breaths, the true energy he had expended was replenished by more than half. Current malevolent energy, 200 points, observing the dwindling value. A flicker of anxiety surged within Yi Li, and he sighed lightly. Were it not for the absence of any unscrupulous martial arts schools in the vicinity, he would have considered storming in to challenge them. With several hours remaining before the so-called exchange competition, he must find a way to accumulate more malevolent energy. A mere 3-digit savings is far too unsettling. Regrettably, he could not find a suitable reason to take action, nor the appropriate individuals to confront. He could only hope that the so-called Tang Yao possesses popularity within the school that rivals Jiang Qingzhu's. Otherwise, it would be difficult to amass a substantial amount of malevolent energy. Just as he prepared to lie down for a short rest, Yi Li's phone on the bedside table vibrated. He picked it up and, upon seeing the screen, the languid expression on his face vanished as he sat up straight. The screen displayed 2 brief messages. Jiang Qingzhu. I'm surrounded at the martial arts arena. Jiang Qingzhu. A large number of people seem hostile and are insisting on sparring with us. I can't get away. It's a bit tricky. Can you come and help? Chapter 31. Classmates, entry is prohibited here. Within the expansive martial arts arena, beneath the grand and imposing structure, over 100 figures gathered around a platform. Encircling a group, the strikingly cool girl stood behind them, her fair fingers tapping on her phone screen. Just call our teacher. This group lacks discipline. Is there no teacher present? No, it's all students from Qingshan No. 1 high school, and they've been pressuring us to fight. All right, I understand. Upon reading this, Jiang Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief and returned her phone to her pocket. The young man had always been reliable. She felt there was no need for concern. Jiang Qingzhu lifted her gaze towards the raucous crowd not far away, her beautiful brow furrowing slightly. The warm hue quietly rose in her clear eyes. She had initially thought this would be a routine visit. The leading figure, Wang Yongfeng, had casually gone to the class office, intending to discuss educational insights with the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School. However, as soon as Jiang Qingzhu and her group entered the martial arts arena, the peaceful atmosphere abruptly shifted. Out of nowhere, hundreds of martial arts students enthusiastically approached, eager to engage in conversation. As the team captain, Jiang Qingzhu politely exchanged a few words with them. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the tone shifted, and they suddenly requested a friendly sparring match, claiming to have heard about the exceptional strength of the Linhai No. 1 high school team. Although Jiang Qingzhu coldly refused this request, one of the team members from Linhai No. 1 high school, named Yu Qianqian, who was somewhat of a naive good Samaritan, could not withstand their persistent appeals and accepted the challenge without hesitation. Jiang Qingzhu felt a twinge of unease in her heart. However, given that Yu Qianqian possessed an 8th-tier first-stage cultivation level, she reasoned that a match against an ordinary martial arts student should not consume much time or energy. So she ultimately acquiesced. Yet, the outcome of this match took a turn for the worse. The opponent, an effeminate young man with peak first-tier cultivation, swiftly knocked the unsuspecting Yu Qianqian unconscious. This incident incensed the students from Linhai No. 1 high school. Lu Yongda and his 2 lackeys rushed forward, angrily demanding an explanation. The hundreds of students from Qingshan No. 1 high school were equally unyielding, loudly mocking, "You lost due to your own lack of skill. And now you're getting upset. If you can't handle it, you shouldn't have agreed in the first place." Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's composure shattered. Damn Qingshan No. 1 high school, using such underhanded tactics. If it weren't for our big brother's absence, would you dare to play tricks? Exactly. If our big brother were here, he could take you all down with a single slap. Is boasting your only skill? Is the Linhai No. 1 high school filled with all talk and no action? Come up and show us what you've got. The 2 groups engaged in a heated exchange, spiraling into chaos. One side was fueled by anger, while the other calculated their moves, with no signs of de-escalation. Throughout this commotion, the effeminate young man on the platform maintained an expression of calm, appearing exceptionally composed. After Jiang Qingzhu assisted the unconscious Yu Qianqian off the stage to rest, she immediately sent a message to Yi Li. At this moment, taking in the quarreling crowd before her, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Then, with a frosty gaze directed at the effeminate boy on the platform, she rose and walked over. It was rather blatant for the opposing side to injure one of her teammates so casually. This was clearly a provocation. As Jiang Qingzhu's second-tier fourth-level cultivation began to manifest, she swiftly made her way to the combat stage. Seeing the cold, faintly angry girl approach, Qian Ding felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The strikingly beautiful girl with black hair was likely the renowned Jiang family heiress from Linhai City. Second-tier fourth-level cultivation, A-grade martial arts talent, and S-grade breathing technique. After briefly assessing her attributes in his mind, Qian Ding felt an overwhelming pressure. His own strength at the peak of the first tier could only be deemed mediocre. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Qian Ding smiled slightly and deliberately raised his voice to ask, "Jiang, what are you planning to do?" His elevated tone instantly drew the attention of the crowd below, causing the quarreling to momentarily cease as hundreds of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing the cold girl gradually ascend the stage, the crowd's expressions turned serious. Her solid second-tier fourth-level cultivation was palpable, making them acutely aware of the pressure surrounding them. "You wield your strength to intimidate the weak. Thus, I shall respond with violence." Jiang Qingzhu's voice was frigid, her countenance akin to "I see do you wish to spar?" "Very well." Qian Ding's heart soared with joy. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Considering he needed to conserve his strength, he turned to the crowd below, smiling as he said, "Is there anyone who wishes to experience the prowess of the captain of the Linhai First High School's martial arts team? I can relinquish this opportunity." At his words, someone immediately understood and gritted their teeth, declaring, "I will." A flicker of coldness passed through Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. She had discerned their intentions. They clearly intended to exhaust her Group S stamina using sheer numbers. Hoping to secure an easy victory in the afternoon's exchange match, they had even marked the training ground with the words "temporarily restricted" and sent away the supervising teacher. How despicable! Fortunately, she had promptly notified Yili. She believed it would not be long before he arrived with a teacher to intervene. With this thought, Jiang Qingzhu summoned a long spear, entirely white, her imposing aura becoming increasingly prominent. The martial artist opposite her could not even withstand a single exchange before being sent crashing down from the high platform. Yet, soon after, another individual volunteered to ascend the stage. Jiang Qingzhu sent that person flying with another thrust of her spear, and the cycle continued. Truly worthy of the Jiang family's heiress, Qian Ding mused, his gaze flickering. Ordinary first-tier martial artists stood no chance against her. Even he could barely last a few exchanges. "Qian, don't worry," someone beside him chuckled. "A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. With our 126 first-tier martial artists, can we not wear her down?" "Indeed." Qian Ding nodded slightly, feeling much more at ease. With their plan progressing thus far, it was essentially a success. The vice-captain, Lu Yongda, was still anxiously preparing to step onto the stage, appearing quite the fool. A smirk played at the corners of Qian Ding's mouth. "What about Yili?" someone asked, leaning in with concern. "If he doesn't come to observe, will he not run to fetch a teacher upon hearing about this?" "Let him," Qian Ding shrugged dismissively. "Our school has so many teaching buildings. As an outsider unfamiliar with the terrain, by the time he calls for help, it will be too late. And what if he comes directly without calling anyone? Then there is even less to worry about. A peak first-tier martial artist may not even be my match." Meanwhile, outside the training ground, in a pavilion designated for checking the identities of individuals entering and exiting, a student tasked with keeping watch was dozing off, as long as no one was allowed inside for an hour. Their plan would be a resounding success. Consequently, several fellow students from the same school who wandered near the training ground had been turned away. At that moment, a figure appeared around the corner not far away. The watchful student, with a fleeting glance, instantly shook off his drowsiness and sat up. He saw a person with flowing clothes and black hair approaching briskly, their expression indifferent. Such a handsome guy, but not in uniform. "Is he from another school?" he thought absently. Just then, the youth in black drew near. Noticing this, the watchful student hurriedly stood and raised his hand, calling out, "Classmate, this is Boom," before he could finish his sentence. The newcomer let out a cold snort, spinning on the spot and delivering a kick that struck the pavilion like a cannonball. With a tremendous crash, the entire structure shattered, and the student responsible for watching was sent crashing to the ground. Unconscious Yi, however, paid him no mind and continued striding into the training ground, his pace quickening until he was running. Chapter 32. One-on-one, I challenge all of you. With a fierce glint in his black eyes, Yi Li's true energy surged within him, gradually infused with an icy aura. Go be cautious. Even as he moved at blinding speed, his presence remained undetectable. Yi Li understood well that his cultivation was meant for overwhelming the opponent, not merely to intimidate them. Nevertheless, he was aware that upon their seeing him approach alone, the opposition would likely be elated. In Yi Li's perception, there were easily over 100 faint presences within the training ground, all of which were first-tier martial artists. Against such a lineup, a second-tier martial artist's combat prowess was evidently insufficient. Clearly, this was a trap set by Qingshan First High School, likely aimed at weakening Lin Hai First High School's combat effectiveness as much as possible before the battle. Yet, Yi Li was unfazed. In fact, he was unaware of who the mastermind behind this scheme was or the school's stance on the matter. He only knew that he intended to unleash a massacre. He was not blinded by the prospect of great gains. Rather, his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Unfamiliar with Qingshan First High School's environment and lacking Wang Yongfeng's contact information, seeking external help would only waste time. Even if he managed to rescue Jiang Qingzhu's group later, it would be meaningless since their adversaries would have already achieved their goal. Thus, to provide substantial assistance, he needed the enemy to suffer unacceptable losses. The opposing side must have been aware of Lin Hai First High School's combat capabilities beforehand. Having dared to set a trap, they were undoubtedly confident in their ability to overpower the group. And he was the variable in this equation. Originally troubled by the depletion of his malevolent value, he now found no cause for concern. Yi Li felt a surge of fervor within him. But it quickly settled. The wind howled in his ears as his black attire billowed dramatically. Utilizing the perfected technique of the dragon riding the wind, his slender form seemed to ride the tempest. Surging toward the entrance of the training ground, boom! The heavy wooden doors burst open with a resounding crash, and a figure enveloped in a fierce wind pressure crashed into the arena, landing in the center. A flurry of astonished gazes fell upon the newcomer. Such a dramatic entrance undoubtedly startled everyone present. Even Jiang Qingzhu, who had just sent her opponent flying, paused, spear in hand, to look up. Big brother. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Lu Yangda, standing below the platform, was immediately overjoyed. My goodness. You've actually come. Even a fool would have discerned something amiss upon noticing Jiang Qingzhu's increasingly strenuous demeanor. Lu Yangda was no exception. Realizing that the situation was not quite right, he had initially intended to find an opportunity to slip away and call for reinforcements, but had been continuously blocked by the hundreds of people from Qingshan First High School. Even his lackeys were firmly held in check. This had driven Lu Yangda to the brink of despair. To his astonishment, just as he was at a loss, the very deity who had once treated him like a dog had come to his rescue. Lu Yangda had never imagined that the figure he once found terrifying would now appear as radiant as a savior. Big brother? Hearing this, Chun Deng in the observation area was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression gradually turned grave. I asked that Yi Li? Has he come so quickly? He had not anticipated that the watchman would fail to issue a timely warning. This struck him as rather peculiar. Could it be that he had inadvertently fallen asleep? However, it was fortunate that he did not see any other figures behind Yi Li, suggesting he had come alone. With this thought, Chun Deng sighed in relief, his tone betraying a hint of amusement. Seems like a brainless hothead. He must have rushed over in a panic upon hearing about his companion's predicament, completely oblivious to the trap and the disparity in strength. A smirk curled at the corner of Chun Deng's mouth as he stood up, addressing the black-clad youth below the platform with a smile. Classmate, you arrived just in time. We are in the midst of a friendly spar. Might you be interested? As he spoke, several martial artists from Qingshan First High School subtly shifted their positions, discreetly blocking the exits. Observing their little maneuver, Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle lightly. All right, how do you wish to spar? Naturally, a one-on-one duel. Chun Deng replied with a smile. That a duel? Yi Li surveyed the crowd that was gradually encircling him and jested. Is your notion of a duel at Qingshan No. 1 merely to have me face all of you alone? Upon hearing this, Chun Deng on the stage furrowed his brow, questioning, What do you mean by that? Yi Li replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing to misinterpret. He scanned the surroundings, his inner energy surging with a roaring intensity, and smiled. What I meant to convey is that I quite like your approach to dueling. Chun Deng's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you implying that you wish to engage in a spar? Naturally, Yi Li responded with a tone akin to making an announcement. In an instant, as the words left his lips, A torrent of ethereal white mist began to emanate from his body, rendering him almost translucent. This peculiar scene caused a subtle change in Chan Deng's expression. Judging by the aura radiating from his opponent and the stance he assumed, he certainly did not appear to be a peak first-tier martial artist. Something was amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of disquiet. Wait a moment. Just as Chen Deng opened his mouth, Yi Li's figure had already vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he stood before the students of Qingshan No. 1, surrounded by swirling clouds of white mist. Resembling a celestial being engulfed in flames, the mist danced around him like spirited sprites, giving him an extraordinary, otherworldly appearance. In the instant their pupils contracted, the celestial figure took a step forward, delivering a thunderous punch that shattered the air upon contact with the foremost individual. A dull, explosive sound reverberated throughout the venue. As the ancient saying goes, a single sound can be worth its weight in gold. Crack. The unmistakable sound of cracking bones pierced the air as the fierce force erupted upon that person, sending him flying backward, blood spraying forth as he collided with several others, crashing into the wall. Boom! The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, and only when the flames of white mist ignited around Yi Li did the others begin to react, their eyes wide with terror as they instinctively recoiled. Chen Deng on the platform was equally dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that when the other party decided to strike, it would be so merciless. That single punch had rendered 5 or 6 first-tier martial artists grievously injured and devoid of combat capability. Moreover, the severity of their injuries raised concerns about their ability to participate in the martial arts examination afterward. Boom! At that moment, another sound of concrete shattering echoed. Chen Deng instinctively looked down, witnessing several more students from Qingshan No. 1 being sent flying, blood spewing forth as they lost consciousness. The calmness he had maintained began to waver violently. Below, Yi Li raised his gaze, locking eyes with Chen Deng. His inky black pupils were cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, causing Chen Deng to lose control of his trembling heart as he roared. "Is this what you call a friendly spar? Cease your attacks at once." As he spoke, he leaped into the air, descending with immense force, a gleaming golden blade manifesting in his hand, aimed sharply at Yi Li's forehead. C-class martial arts talent, the Radiant Edge. The other students from Qingshan No. 1 snapped back to reality, their faces flushed with indignation as they collectively drew their weapons, converging upon the young man in black. In the moment Chen Deng's blade descended, Yi Li's ethereal form began to move with incredible speed, transforming into a mere afterimage. Enhanced by the perfected techniques of Tian Gang's Void Step and the Dragon Riding the Wind, his speed far surpassed that of any martial artist at the same tier. Not to mention this Chen Deng, who was merely a peak first-tier martial artist. What appeared to others as an incredibly swift strike, to Yi Li, seemed to unfold in slow motion. Effortlessly, he evaded the blade's arc, seizing Chen Deng's descending head, and with a sudden surge of force, slammed him harshly into the ground. Boom! With the combined forces, Chen Deng's head was forcefully driven into the earth, his consciousness instantly extinguished. His body lay rigid, perfectly straight, resembling a pair of chopsticks stabbed into the ground from afar. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qingzhu on the arena felt her breath quicken, while Lu Yangda and others experienced a dryness in their throats, swallowing hard. The remaining students from Qingshan No. 1 stood frozen, unable to believe that the young man in black had effortlessly defeated Brother Chen. Not even the school teachers could eliminate Brother Chen with a single blow. He was more formidable than the instructors. Come on. Aren't you fond of a wheel battle? Yi Li exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze condescendingly surveying the stunned crowd, a distinct smirk evident on his fair, handsome face. The students of Qingshan No. 1 felt a chill run down their spines, a sensation akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Chapter 33. The terrifying frost and snow, clearing the arena for the first time. Everyone, do not panic. At this moment, a student from Qingshan No. 1 finally steeled himself, realizing a crucial point. His extensive use of inner energy in rapid succession could not be sustained even by a second-tier martial artist for long. Indeed, someone exclaimed, their face lighting up with realization, his inner energy must be nearing depletion. Perhaps he is attempting to bluff us to buy time for recovery. What? Is that so? Others echoed, their disbelief turning into understanding. We must not allow him to recover. the first student who recognized the issue shouted, his eyes fixated intently on Yili. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, he believed he detected a pallor on Yili's face, a clear sign of substantial energy expenditure. My suspicions were indeed correct. This student rejoiced internally, shouting, "Everyone, let's press on. Let's see how much inner energy he has left to squander." With that, the group was galvanized by his words, their initial fears dissipating as they began to advance in unison towards the young man in black. Observing this development, Jiang Qingzhu's brows furrowed in concern. What the others said held merit. Yili's earlier strikes had been overwhelmingly forceful, devoid of any semblance of conserving inner energy, even hinting at a certain wastefulness. Such prodigality would inevitably lead to significant depletion. Based on her own inner energy reserves, she estimated that he had already expended around 70% of it. Given that Yili's martial arts level was lower than hers, his depletion ratio was likely even greater than 70%. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingzhu grasped her spear, preparing to charge forward. However, Yili cast her a cold glance, the warning unmistakable. "Do you not require my assistance?" Jiang Qingzhu halted, momentarily bewildered as she gazed at the calm Yili amidst the crowd, struggling to comprehend his demeanor. Nevertheless, she respected his choice. Pausing, she focused her worried gaze on him. Meanwhile, the first-tier martial artist from Qingshan No. 1 had closed the distance to Yili. The closest student was merely 3 feet away from him. At that moment, this student suddenly realized Yili had closed his eyes. In an instant, the white mist enveloping him receded, his half-translucent form solidifying. From any angle, it appeared as if he had exhausted his inner energy and was compelled to cease his cultivation. The student intended to smile, yet an inexplicable surge of dread welled up within him. A profound sense of danger washed over him. Not only he, but the others nearby also felt a chilling prickle rise along their spines. Instinctively looking up, they beheld the young man in black, his pitch-black eyes suddenly illuminated by a hint of cerulean light. Under the bright illumination, it resembled a lake in the heart of winter, blanketed by falling snow. In the next moment, a visible tempest erupted from the depths of the young man's being. This storm carried a fierce chill, causing the temperature in the air to plummet by several degrees. Spiraling shockwaves radiating outward at breakneck speed, frost and snow descending. Recognizing the technique, Jiang Qingzhu's pupils dilated, an absurd emotion crashing through her heart, leaving her dazed. He only acquired the breathing technique less than an hour ago, and he has already mastered frost and snow descending? How is that possible? At that moment, below the stage, as the young man chuckled lightly, the frigid storm swiftly enveloped an area spanning dozens of meters. The expressions of the first-tier martial artists changed drastically, and as they attempted to retreat, chaos ensued, and they were instantly swallowed by the tempest. What a terrifying martial skill! In the final seconds before losing consciousness, a singular thought resonated within their minds, buzzing. Amidst the howling reminiscent of a blizzard from the far north, the sound of ice cracking filled the air, melding with countless screams to form a symphony titled Frost and Snow Descending. As the storm subsided, dozens of lifelike ice sculptures emerged, frozen figures struggling futilely against the encasement. Clang, clang. One by one, the ice sculptures crashed to the ground, producing a series of melodious chimes, in the astonished gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and others. The young man in black emerged unperturbed from amongst the ice sculptures, exhaling a plume of white mist, his demeanor serene. His inner energy was genuinely almost depleted now. Fortunately, the rewards had been considerable. As he walked, the notifications chimed in his ears. Injured a peak first-tier martial artist, malicious value 1000. Injured 17 first-tier 5th-layer martial artists, malicious value 8500. Injured 46 first-tier 3rd-layer martial artists, malicious value 13,800. Injured, current malicious value 46,000 points, eligible for artifact extraction. Yili strolled towards the exit, his spirits quite elevated. Thus, the malicious value expended on the breathing technique had been replenished. One can return to tally the harvest and await the afternoon's exchange competition. It would be prudent to tidy up a bit. Amidst the astonished gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and others, Yili waved his hand dismissively and, after casually dropping a remark, exited the martial arts arena. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School. who were chatting and laughing as they approached. Yili, have you finished your business? Wang Yongfeng inquired, slightly surprised. I was planning to check if you needed any assistance. No need. Thank you, teacher. Yili replied politely with a nod, walking straight past him. Wang Laosher. Is this the Yili from your team? He seems quite polite. A teacher remarked with a smile. Another stout teacher expressed his discontent. A martial artist looking so refined and gentle, he resembles a scholar. It is unacceptable. How can one possess no edge? If I recall correctly, this Yili is at the peak of the first rank, right? As the crowd discussed Yili, one of the teachers from Qingshan No. One high school subtly inquired, so, his talent must be quite impressive. I wonder if he has awakened his martial arts talent? You'll find out this afternoon. Wang Yongfeng cleverly shifted the topic with a smile. Let us not dwell on him. It's nearly mealtime, and there is a competition later. We must call the students visiting the martial arts arena for lunch. Indeed, the group quickly made their way into the arena. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, the previously jovial group was rendered speechless. The martial arts arena was strewn with students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Some lay beneath shattered walls, others sprawled on the ground nearby, and a few even had their heads buried in the earth. Additionally, dozens of crystalline ice sculptures in the shape of human figures stood around the competition platform, with cracks spreading across their icy surfaces. In the center of these ice sculptures, traces of ice radiated outward in irregular patterns, resembling marks left by a tremendous force, undeniably striking. It was evident that a breathtaking battle or a fierce release of energy had transpired here. My goodness! Wang Yongfeng and the other teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School felt as if the world was spinning, their spirits nearly faltering as they almost collapsed to the ground. Looking at their school's team, all of these students were seniors in the martial arts program. What could have caused so many to end up like this? In the vast arena, only a few from Linhai No. 1 High School remained standing, their faces displaying shock. Wang Yongfeng managed to steady himself and turned to Jiang Qingzhu on the competition platform, his voice trembling as he posed the question everyone was most concerned about. Who did this? Chapter 34. Did you do this alone? Without hesitation, Jiang Qingzhu replied, It was me. Lu Yongda's initial excitement swiftly soured, leaving him with a suffocating sense of heartbreak. The usually aloof and principled Jiang Qingzhu had unexpectedly stepped forward to take the blame for Yili and lied. Lu Yongda felt an overwhelming bitterness, yet jealousy did not arise within him. You alone accomplished this? A teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School, regaining his composure, immediately changed his expression and demanded, There are over 100 students from Qingshan No. 1 High School here. You single-handedly brought them down like this? Don't think you can be slippery. You must provide us with an explanation. Is it your place to speak? Jiang Qingzhu coldly interrupted him. As she spoke, her clear eyes suddenly glimmered with an icy blue light, resembling Yili from earlier. A visible chill emanated from her, and in an instant, a lifelike ice specter, identical to her, formed behind her. An A-class martial arts talent, Ice Maiden. A companion's face turned pale as he rushed forward to grab the teacher who questioned Jiang Qingzhu, whispering urgently, Are you crazy? This girl is the daughter of the extreme North Jiang family. What? The teacher immediately snapped to attention. The extreme North Jiang family had genuine high-tier martial artists stationed there, capable of suppressing second-tier disasters. It's no exaggeration to say that if the Jiang family wanted to deal with him, they had countless means at their disposal. Having been accustomed to flaunting authority in front of students, he never expected to encounter a true powerhouse today. The teacher looked at Jiang Qingzhu, forcing a strained smile. My apologies, I was momentarily agitated. Jiang Qingzhu paid him no mind and turned to Wang Yongfeng, stating indifferently, Teacher Wang, the students from Qingshan No. 1 are rotten to the core and enjoy resorting to underhanded tactics. They attempted to attack us but lacked the ability, resulting in this outcome. In the aftermath, you may write in the records that this incident was solely my doing, or that it involved all 6 of us. It's up to you. With that, she gracefully descended from the competition platform, assisting the still unconscious Yu Qianqian and exiting the martial arts arena, leaving the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School exchanging glances in bewilderment. So that's how it is, Wang Yongfeng mused, deeply shaken. Having served as a guidance teacher for 2.5 years, he had some understanding of the girl's temperament. If it truly was Jiang Qingzhu's doing, she would not have acted so decisively. At the very least, she would never strike before reaching the competition platform. In his recollection, within the entire school team, Only one person possessed a combat style so sharp and sufficient strength, the who had politely greeted him just 5 minutes ago. What a remarkable young man. How many more trump cards do you have hidden? 1 hour later, at Qingshan City People's Hospital, within a spacious and tranquil patient room. This room had been meticulously arranged to create a comfortable and safe healing environment, featuring 2 full rows of hospital beds. Each bed held a figure, all wrapped in thick bandages, with plaster casts securing their heads. These unfortunate souls were the students who had previously fallen injured in the martial arts arena at Qingshan No. 1 High School. At this moment, most of them remained in a state of unconsciousness. Despite the high level of medical care in the martial arts community, the attending physician's stamina was limited, faced with such a multitude of severe injuries. Even the largest hospital in Qingshan City could not quickly treat them all. The attending physician was astonished, pondering who Qingshan No. 1 High School had clashed with, as it seemed the majority of the senior class had been sent here. Could it be that they were attacked by a beast during a siege? After all, even he had not witnessed the spectacle of over 100 martial artists being simultaneously brought to a hospital in many years. Meanwhile, in the adjacent single-patient room, Su Ligong, the guidance teacher for Qingshan No. 1 High School's team, furrowed his brow, his expression shifting between anger and despair as he stood by a hospital bed. Are you saying that you actively requested the other party to take action? He looked at the bedridden Chen Deng, his voice low and serious. You asked them to take action, and then you were knocked down? Yes, Chen Deng replied, shamefaced, lowering his head. The thick bandages around his head concealed the complexity of his emotions. It wasn't that he dared to admit his actions. It was simply that there were too many witnesses and pieces of evidence present. It could be said that if the school wanted to investigate, it would take little effort to uncover the truth. Given this, he preferred to confess directly, which might earn him the school's understanding. After all, even if he had been knocked out by Yi Li's punch, there were still over 100 first-rank martial artists behind him. Even if Yi Li was a second-rank martial artist, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Under the current circumstances, it was likely that Lin Hai No. 1 High School had suffered significantly, leading to a fierce outcry for an explanation from Qingshan No. 1 High School. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Ligong's face turned ashen at the response. Over 100 first-rank martial artists from your side, while Lin Hai No. 1 High School had only 6 individuals, and they managed to bring you down like this? There must be limits to your lies. Do you realize how serious this matter is? Because of this incident, our school's martial arts examination has now become a significant issue. Why? Because there are hardly any students left. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. The entire senior martial arts division now had more than half of its students lying in the hospital. Hearing Su Ligong's words, Chen Deng was instantly dumbfounded. He had thought that all the Lin Hai No. 1 High School students had been wiped out, demanding an explanation from their side. How is it that the words of our guiding teacher suggest that we have suffered a loss? It cannot be true. One must understand that there are nearly 200 martial arts students in the senior year, all of whom are the elite of the younger generation in Qingshan City. How could over 100 individuals be overwhelmed by merely 6 martial artists of similar rank? Furthermore, the fact that over half have been hospitalized implies that our side has been entirely annihilated. How could that possibly be? We are speaking of more than 100 first-tier martial artists. Even if they were mere buns, those 6 individuals would take all morning to consume them. Chen Deng's heart trembled as he desperately inquired. Teacher Su, how many of our students are currently hospitalized? Su Ligong replied with a sardonic smile. Including you, there are a total of 126. All severely injured. What else could it be? Annihilated? Chen Deng felt as though the world were spinning around him, momentarily lost in a daze. One must ask, with fewer than 200 first-tier martial artists in the senior class of Qingshan No. 1 High School, how many can still participate in the martial arts examination after over 100 have been gravely injured? The martial arts results for the entire school might very well be at the bottom of all martial arts high schools in the province. Contemplating this, Chen Deng felt a chill in his heart. He simply could not comprehend how a flawless plan, combined with a splendid start, could culminate in such a disastrous outcome. Regardless, our side had a contingent of over 100 people. Where did it all go wrong? Do you now grasp the gravity of the situation? Su Ligong suppressed his rising fury, his eyes appearing as if they might bleed. Teacher Su, Chen Deng gasped, his breath quickening as he asked with urgency. Were there really only 6 opponents? To be honest, I lost consciousness rather early. I am still unclear about what transpired afterward. Su Liguang furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Could there have been more than 6 opponents? How else could they have inflicted such severe injuries on over 100 of us? I believe they must have enlisted external assistance, Chen Deng asserted with conviction, adding, or perhaps they employed some unknown means. In any case, it is impossible that only 6 individuals were involved. Indeed, you are partially correct. At that moment, a calm and chillingly noble voice floated in from outside the door. The door swung open, and both Chen Deng and Su Liguang turned to see a young girl in a black and white long robe entering. She wore a white jade belt around her waist, and her striking features radiated an astonishing brilliance. A tangible sword in tint emanating from her. She was none other than Tang Yao, the true backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School and the vice master of the Sword Pavilion. Chen Deng, she said as she entered the hospital room. Looking down at him from her elevated position, her tone laced with mockery. The ones who incapacitated your over 100 comrades were indeed not just 6 individuals. Not 6. Upon hearing this, Chen Deng's spirits lifted, and he instinctively expressed joy. I knew it. How could just 6 individuals injure so many of us? Why the haste? The girl's cold and disdainful voice interrupted, dousing Chen Deng's momentary elation like a bucket of cold water. I haven't finished speaking. Chen Deng looked perplexed. What more is there? Su Liguang felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Could it really be Jiang Qingzhu? The next moment, Tang Yao's voice dripped with sarcasm as she continued. It was not 6 individuals. All of you were defeated and hospitalized by a single person. Why Yi Li, she said. He single-handedly pierced through your ranks. Chapter 35. They are the challengers. What did you say? The most shocked of them all was not Chen Deng, but Su Liguang, who had remained silent until now. As a martial arts high school teacher, he understood better than anyone present just how preposterous that statement was. One person defeating over 100. Su Liguang stared intently at the girl, disbelief etched across his face. Are you truly not jesting? Tang Yao casually replied. I've already asked a dozen people. It would be pointless to joke further. Even after learning that Yi Li had single-handedly taken down over 100 individuals, the prideful and elegant girl showed no sign of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Chen Deng collapsed back onto his bed, a grim smile escaping his lips as he breathed. Aside from you, there are actually such talents in the entire province. Previously, he thought that a talent of Tang Yao's caliber was unmatched across the province. Even if the Jiang family's young lady from Linghai City awakened an A-grade martial talent, it would be of little consequence. After all, Chen Deng had witnessed her formidable presence when she faced the entire student body with her sword in hand. That was why he admired her so greatly, idolizing her and pursuing her relentlessly in hopes of keeping pace with her. Alas, it was nothing but a delusion. Chen Deng's smile turned bitter. The Tang Yao of that time bore a striking resemblance to Yi Li of today. Tang Yao frowned slightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she did not consider Yi Li to be her equal. She merely found him somewhat interesting. However, she had no intention of arguing with Chen Deng. Such a mediocre individual was destined for insignificance, and there was no need to waste her time on him. With that thought, Tang Yao turned to leave. Her purpose for coming was merely to gather information, and having done so, she found nothing noteworthy to linger over. She began to walk out of the hospital room. At that moment, Su Liguang, seated in a chair, sighed and looked at Chen Deng in the hospital. It seems that our prospects for the afternoon's exchange match are bleak. I will go ahead and forfeit on your behalf. You should focus on recovering. Forfeit? Tang Yao's questioning voice rang in his ears. Su Liguang turned to see the previously departed girl returning, her expression discontented as she fixed her gaze on him. Coldly stating, who said anything about forfeiting? Su Liguang was momentarily taken aback. But out of our 7 team members, 6 have been severely injured. And so what? Tang Yao inquired calmly that Su Liguang was at a loss for words. In his view, given the circumstances, it was only logical to forfeit and allow everyone to recuperate. Yet, recalling the girl's almost arrogant demeanor, he refrained from voicing those thoughts. At such a young age, she had managed to tap into B-grade talent with an attack power comparable to a grade, reached the pinnacle of second-tier martial arts at the 6th level, and possessed numerous rare martial techniques from the Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao undoubtedly had the credentials to look down upon the masses. Taking a deep breath, Su Liguang felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. He looked at the girl and asked solemnly, "So what do you propose? Is that even a question?" A hint of a smile flickered in Tang Yao's eyes but quickly faded. Then, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from her, as if she could cleave the very hospital in two. Under Su Liguang's astonished gaze, the self-assured and graceful girl raised her cool gaze and stated flatly, "We will participate as normal. I will take the field. But what about that Yili? He's indeed quite impressive." Tang Yao interrupted Su Liguang's words, her cherry-red lips forming icy words. "But that is all there is to it. He merely swept aside a group of insignificant minions. Anyone could accomplish that. It is hardly a claim to glory. Let me make this clear. In this match, they are the challengers in the city center of Qingshan." Within a high-end hotel, Yili sat cross-legged on his bed, his mood somewhat heavy. According to Wang Yongfeng, Qingshan No. 1 High School would most likely forfeit the afternoon's exchange match due to a lack of participants, thus thwarting his plan to thoroughly defeat that sword genius girl. The opportunity to accrue more malevolent points was slipping away. Yili sighed, calming his emotions, and summoned his interface. Current malevolent points, 46,000 points available for treasure extraction. Even with his disposition, seeing that number on the panel brought a smile to his face. Indeed, no one could resist smiling at their account balance. If one wasn't smiling, it likely indicated a near-empty account. Although the malevolent points provided by the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School were few, their sheer numbers compensated for it, with the contributions of over 100 people. His reserves had reached a terrifying level. Through several experiences, Yili had also discerned a few patterns regarding how the system determined malevolent points. Only martial artists who harbored animosity towards him would yield a normal level of malevolent points upon defeat. Take Jiang Qingzhu as an example. When he was instructing this young lady in martial techniques, he had been quite ruthless, all in pursuit of malevolent points. Yet, even after rendering Jiang Qingzhu incapacitated and dazed, the points he received from the system were merely in double digits. How frustrating. Is this to prevent me from infinitely farming points? Yili sighed again. Regardless, he had successfully acquired the breathing technique, and it was time to enhance his long-neglected martial arts level. Though it had been a few days since he last improved, before diving into that, Yili shifted his gaze to the new text appearing behind the malevolent points. As he accumulated these points, the system seemed to gradually unveil new functions. For instance, after defeating Wang Ren upon his arrival, the system had introduced the feature for enhancing cultivation. This was indeed a fortunate development. Not to mention, he was still in need of a suitable firearm-type treasure. With a thought, the text on the panel began to change immediately. Spending 1,000 points of evil deeds value, draw once from the treasure wheel. Treasure wheel. A marvelous wheel that encompasses various treasures from across the realms. Any wondrous item may be drawn from here. If you wish to ascend in one leap, why not come and test your luck? Note, this treasure pool guarantees a golden quality item after 40 draws. Damn it, no wonder it took 40,000 evil deeds value to manifest this. Yili suddenly realized that the system believed he possessed the audacity to gamble everything, promptly presenting this wheel. System, you have misjudged me. I have never been one to indulge in reckless betting. Yili let out a cold chuckle. Without hesitation, he chose to take a draw to test the waters. After all, with a new pool before him, who could resist a game? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a purple rare quality treasure. A beam of purple light illuminated Yili's handsome visage. Thankfully, although it wasn't a golden draw, purple was still quite commendable. He nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards the panel. Functional treasure. Harmony Convergence Ring, in effect. Consumes true energy to force enemies within a 5-meter radius to kneel before you. The higher the enemy's level, the more true energy consumed. Cooldown time. One day, Yili was momentarily speechless. Are you certain this treasure will foster harmonious relations afterward? This item lacks a grade and only possesses a quality, and its effect seems exceedingly suited to me. Yili's dark eyes sparkled. At that moment, a knock echoed softly at the door. Are you still resting? A surprised voice came from outside, belonging to Jiang Qingzhu. Qingshan no. One hasn't forfeited. They called us over for the match. Ha ha ha, not only have they not forfeited, but they are also coming towards me. Inside the room, a smile gradually crept onto Yili's lips. This Tang Yao has commendable courage. However, regrettably, that is the only aspect I can praise her for. Chapter 36. I will win. The declaration of victory before battle. Qingshan No. 1, being the finest martial arts high school in Qingshan City, boasts a training arena that is not inferior in scale to Lin Haino. At this moment, the training arena buzzed with excitement. The spectator seats, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people, were filled to a large extent. Predominantly with students from Qingshan No. 1, they were engaged in animated discussions, their voices rising and falling like waves. Only senior sister Tang would be competing in the upcoming match. Really? Why? It's a bit embarrassing to say. But I heard that all the members of our school team were sent to the hospital this morning by that Jiang Qingzhu from Lin Hai No. 1, leaving only senior sister Tang able to fight. You must be joking. Is that Jiang Qingzhu really that formidable? He isn't kidding, and it's not just the school team. More than half of the entire senior class in martial arts has been taken down. Did you not see how empty the spectator seats over there are? No way. It's true. Then what are we even competing for? Hold on. Even if they have a Jiang Qingzhu, we still have senior sister Tang holding the fort. Right? Stay calm. Is senior sister Tang going to pull off a 1-against-7 again? I remember she did that during the exchange match with Yuzhong City, didn't she? Now that you mention it, I'm getting a bit excited. Senior sister Tang is indeed bold and skilled. Indeed, senior sister Tang is powerful and beautiful. That lucky fellow Wei Ji has struck gold. Wait, who is Wei Ji? I haven't heard about senior sister Tang dating anyone. Not at all. It's me, Aminos. The students in the spectator seats were fervently discussing. As the time for the match drew near, it was evident that the students of Qingshan No. 1 were brimming with confidence regarding Tang Yao's upcoming 1-against-7. As if it were a foregone conclusion. It's no wonder, for Tang Yao has been renowned in Qingshan City since childhood, and she has yet to suffer a defeat in simulated battles. Moreover, all her victories have been overwhelming. There are even rumors that she once entered a dojo and, at the second stage and 6th level, defeated a master who had reached the pinnacle of the second stage for many years. There are many such outrageous tales, most of which have corroborating evidence. With such accolades, the students of Qingshan City naturally regard this extraordinarily talented swordswoman as their goddess, the epitome of their aspirations. And the backbone of Qingshan No. 1. For them, as long as Tang Yao remains undefeated, Qingshan No. 1 shall never taste defeat. Above them, on the high platform, several formidable presences subtly emanated. The clear sunlight shone upon the flat competition stage. In the pre-match resting area, Yili paced before the weapon rack, his palm gliding over the surface before stopping at a pitch-black spear. The weapon he excelled with most was indeed the spear. It was a pity that he didn't possess a suitable spear-type treasure, and he could only make do with this ordinary first-tier spear. I wonder if I can draw a 3-pronged double-edged knife, or the Rui Jingu Bang from the treasure wheel. Yili mused, his thoughts wandering. Slowly extracting the pitch-black spear, he gripped it in his hand, and his aura instantly sharpened. Due to the tight schedule before the match, Yili did not allocate points to his cultivation, remaining at the first level of the second stage. However, that was of little consequence. He could always allocate points after the exchange match. Holding the spear, Yili walked steadily out of the resting area and approached the preparation seats beneath the competition stage. Perhaps arriving early, only Jiang Qingzhu occupied the seats for Lin Hai No. 1. You've arrived. Seeing him approach, Jiang Qingzhu immediately rose from her chair. Have you chosen your weapon? I can only say it's passable. Yili replied blandly. Jiang Qingzhu pondered for a moment and said, I have many spare spear treasures at home, all quite suitable for 2 or 3 stage warriors. I'll bring one for you next time. Such a bold statement. Does the high martial world really need another rich second generation like me? Yili sat down in his seat, seemingly sighing. That would be great. Jiang Qingzhu nodded lightly, retracting her gaze and closed her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the discussions regarding Tang Yao continued to reach their ears. Soon, they grasped the general gist. The chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Jiang Qingzhu opened her eyes, looking at Yili, who was polishing his spear, and softly said, Tang Yao's strength is formidable, and she is proficient in many martial techniques. Even for me, facing her would be perilous. You are the first to compete, so be sure to watch out for her slashing strikes. She keenly sensed the boy's tranquil exterior concealed a heart that was gradually racing. Jiang Qingzhu naturally assumed he was nervous. Considering it was an away game, coupled with the tales of the enemy's heroic deeds echoing in his ears, which would inevitably quicken his heartbeat and unsettle him in response, Yili merely nodded imperceptibly. I truly didn't expect that Tang Yao holds such prestige at Qingshan No. In terms of reputation, Jiang Qingzhu is far overshadowed. The points of evil deeds accumulated by Tang Yao are naturally far greater. This is indeed a delightful surprise. A slight smile graced Yili's lips. Why Yili? Wang Yongfeng approached from a distance, followed by Yu Qianqian, Lu Yangda, and others. There are less than 10 minutes until the match. They will soon announce the participants, so you should prepare. Why Yili nodded, quietly rising to enter the arena passage. Meanwhile, in the competitors' preparation seats for Qingshan No. 1, the guiding teacher Su Ligong was currently drenched in sweat. The pressure from Yili was overwhelmingly intense. Although he had great confidence in Tang Yao's strength, the thought of Jiang Qingzhu standing behind her still made him feel apprehensive. Furthermore, Su Ligong had only just learned that an elder from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion and a senior teacher from Fengyan University had arrived at Qingshan No. 1 to observe the exchange match. The latter was primarily there to scout for promising talents from the two municipal martial arts high schools, hoping to extend an olive branch. However, the elder from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion was there specifically to watch Tang Yao's performance. If he witnessed Tang Yao lose in her first match, he would undoubtedly question and express dissatisfaction with the teaching capabilities of Qingshan No. At that point, Su Ligong, as the guiding teacher, would certainly be held accountable. Considering this, Su Ligong's body trembled slightly. Just then, the referee's booming voice resonated above the training arena. The 5th Municipal Exchange Competition officially begins. The first match, Lin Haino. 1 Yili versus Qingshan No. 1 Tang Yao. No sooner had the words fallen than the spectator seats erupted into deafening cheers. The sound thundered, piercing the heavens, showcasing the near-legendary reputation of the young woman at Qingshan No. 1. Su Ligong took a deep breath, gazing at the elegant young woman with her eyes slightly closed in the seats. He asked the question that all the students of Qingshan No. 1 were currently pondering. Can she win? Buzz. A resounding and arrogant sword cry suddenly erupted, reverberating throughout the entire training arena. Amidst the countless gasps, Tang Yao opened her eyes, retracting her hands into her black and white robe. Her garments fluttering, I will win. Her voice was cool and casual. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she stepped into the spotlight, walking towards the entrance of the arena. In this moment, she bore the hopes of over 1,000 students from Qingshan No. 1. Although such pressure could overwhelm an ordinary person, she had long since grown accustomed to such expectations. Amidst the deafening roar, Tang Yao emerged from the passage, gracefully ascending the competition stage. Her demeanor was calm and confident. Her gaze sharp and piercing, embodying a sword that stood resolutely, rendering its surroundings lacking in vigor. Buzz. As the white jade belt around her waist shimmered with light, a blade inscribed with golden dragon patterns appeared in her grasp. Behind him stood the exuberant students of Qingshan, while before him was a handsome youth, poised and unhurried as he ascended the stage. Truly impressive. The astonishment in the boy's tone was unmasked. It was his first encounter with an opponent of such popularity. That speaks to your ignorance, he mused. Moreover, there is something I hope you do not misunderstand. Tang Yao regarded Yili with an indifferent gaze, her cherry-pink lips parting slightly as she teasingly echoed his words. You are the challenger. Chapter 37. The so-called genius on the elevated platform above the spectator seats. As both combatants made their entrance, the figures gathered here began to converse. Tang Yao continued to radiate brilliance as always. However, one could not help but wonder how much this Yili could deplete her stamina. The teachers on the high platform watched anxiously as the voices around them grew notably quieter. The intensity of both parties' auras matched the information on the preview sheet. Tang Yao's martial arts level reached the pinnacle of the second stage, 6th layer, with an awakened B-grade martial talent. True sword heart. In contrast, Yili's martial arts level barely reached the first layer of the second stage, with no martial talent listed. The disparity in levels significantly diminished their physical strength, compounded by factors such as martial skills and combat experience. Yili hardly possessed any conditions to triumph over his opponent. Consequently, the discussions among the teachers naturally shifted from who would emerge victorious to how much stamina Yili could wear down Tang Yao. The middle-aged elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion observed below, nodding slightly, content with the sword intent emanating from Tang Yao. At this rate of growth, it would not be long before the girl ascended to the 4th stage, qualifying her for the swordsmanship baptism by the past masters within the Sword Pavilion's secret repository. However, prior to that, she needed to find a reputable martial arts university for proper cultivation. After all, Qingshan Sword Pavilion was merely a sect. Despite its abundant resources, It lacked peers within the sect capable of sparring with Tang Yao. With this thought, he glanced at the sprightly, white-haired elder beside him. Weighing his words carefully, "Elder Yu, do you believe our young pavilion master could further her studies at your Fengyun University?" "Of course," replied the elder from Fengyun University, casting a glance at him and chuckling. This young girl, despite her tender age, already exudes the essence of swordsmanship. Given time, she will undoubtedly become an exceptional pavilion master. If she participates in the martial examination normally, she will certainly gain entry into Fengyun University. Fearing that the middle-aged elder would doubt his words, Elder Yu added with a smile, "If she cannot gain entry, you may come to me, and I will ensure she does." The Sword Pavilion elder fell silent. Retracting his gaze, his earlier words implied a desire for the other party to utilize the privileges of senior teachers to directly recommend Tang Yao for admission. Gaining direct admission to Fengyun University would mean Tang Yao would receive the most coveted resources available on campus. This would truly pave the way for her future. However, the other party had outright stated that she could gain admission through the standard examination, clearly evading his intentions. Most likely, they wished to observe Tang Yao's performance further before making a judgment. With this thought in mind, the Sword Pavilion elder snorted softly, "Then just watch closely. The foremost swordsmanship talent is right down there on the combat stage." On the combat stage, as she gazed at the composed youth clad in dark robes across from her, Tang Yao's delicate features brimmed with overflowing confidence. Even if he could single-handedly defeat over 100 first-stage martial artists, in her eyes, he was of little consequence. People these days are truly overconfident. The boy murmured to himself, "Is this what so-called geniuses are like? If that is the case, I shall have to make a habit of antagonizing such geniuses in the future." The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Why Ely settled his resolve and casually remarked, "I am the challenger. If you lose, do not shed tears in secret." "Your assumptions are meaningless," Tang Yao retorted, gripping her broadsword tightly as her true energy surged rapidly within her. Her tone remained flat. "I simply will not lose." Furthermore, as she spoke, her thumb slowly drew the broadsword from its sheath, her gaze turning slightly cold. "I will make you realize how laughable your current thoughts are in the face of my talent." Ely raised an eyebrow, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. "If you can, then come and try." Originally motivated by the desire for evil merit, he now felt a genuine surge of anger. In Tang Yao's eyes, Ely perceived confidence and disdain. Yet the one thing he did not see was respect. This incensed him. Despite his prowess, he believed in the importance of courtesy, even amid conflict, and would reconcile in his own way. Very well. A genius of swordsmanship, is it? Ely relished the thought of confronting this impolite girl. In the next moment, the referee's voice resonated. "The match begins." Boom! The moment the battle commenced, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. Tang Yao transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling toward Ely with blinding speed. A second-stage rare martial skill. Lightning flash. As the saying goes, a person of renown is never without merit. As a genius in swordsmanship, the young girl had evidently honed this martial skill to an extraordinary level. The broadsword sliced through the air at an incredible speed. Descending rapidly upon Yi Li, grasping his spear, Yi Li's true energy surged forth, and in an instant, he executed the celestial treading technique. His opponent was a paragon of the second stage, while he was merely a novice in the first layer of the second stage. The disparity in their levels was considerable, and one would expect him to tread carefully. Yet Yi Li had no intention of doing so. If he were angry, he would display his anger, lest he be mistaken for a pushover. In a fleeting moment, a billowing mist of white energy enveloped him, rendering his form somewhat translucent. The instant he engaged the celestial treading technique, Tang Yao's broadsword slashed down from above, only to scatter clouds of white mist. In Tang Yao's slightly apprehensive gaze, Yi Li sneered. Swinging his dark spear in a wide arc, the spearhead traced a prominent dragon scale pattern through the air, its momentum formidable, as it gleamed with cold light. Striking downward toward Tang Yao like a dragon in flight, buzz. With a resounding clang, Tang Yao raised her broadsword to block, and a colossal illusory sword, towering several yards high, erupted from the ground. Exuding an unshakable weightiness, however, the dragon's strike was capable of shattering mountains. Boom! The spear descended with the force of a mountain, creating a shrill sound as it cut through the AI art in the wake of this terrifying power. The immense sword shadow shattered with a resounding explosion. In an instant, sword energy surged, rocks flew, and the entire combat stage trembled violently. Tang Yao herself was sent flying backward, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her delicate hand gripping the broadsword trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 38. Harmonious Coexistence. What? As Tang Yao was blasted away, the students of Qingshan University in the spectator seats looked on in utter astonishment. Tang Xuejie was knocked away? That fellow named Yi Li must be cheating. How could he breach Tang Xuejie's defenses? They exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. In previous encounters, Tang Yao would swiftly conclude battles against opponents of lower tiers. Yet just now, her attack was not only effortlessly deflected by her opponent, but countered with a single strike that obliterated her defenses and sent her flying. How on earth was this accomplished? On the combat stage, as she watched the retreating figure of the dark-robed youth, Tang Yao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Thus far, her giant sword illusion had never been so brutally shattered, not even once. The giant sword illusion was a rare second-stage martial skill, and she had spent an entire year perfecting it. Not to mention, even a peak second-stage martial artist from her martial school had failed to breach this colossal sword illusion. It was not that Yi Li's strength was insurmountable. Rather, the white light shimmering at the spear's tip possessed formidable armor-piercing capabilities. Most likely, it was also a rare martial skill, cultivated to an exceptional level. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yao quickly regained her composure. After all, it was merely a martial skill with armor-piercing effects. She would not let it intimidate her. Above on the platform, the teachers who had initially believed the match held little suspense were instantly revitalized upon witnessing Tang Yao being blown away. That boy named Yi Li was indeed intriguing. Elder Yu observed the spirited dark-robed youth on the stage, his tone filled with astonishment. The mist surrounding him has remarkable effects, reducing the sword energy that strikes him by at least 50 to 70%. In his memory, there were only a handful of low-stage martial skills with such effects, and all were rare. Rare skills often implied great difficulty in cultivation. Tio wield a low-stage rare martial skill to this effect. One would need to be at least at the perfected stage or higher. Moreover, the spear technique just executed by the dark-robed youth exuded a sense of completion. It was evident that he had mastered two skills that could be deemed perfected rare martial skills. In a mere 3 years, to hone two rare martial skills to perfection showcased an astounding level of comprehension regarding martial skills. With this realization, Elder Yu's astonishment intensified. Even if he could mitigate damage and wield a martial skill with armor-piercing capabilities, it would not pose a significant threat to the young pavilion master. Given her prowess in swordsmanship, Tang Yao could undoubtedly forcefully breach his defenses. The sword pavilion elder, keenly observing the combat stage, spoke in a grave tone. He was not merely posturing. Among those present, no one understood the might of the martial skills Tang Yao wielded better than he. They were undoubtedly capable of threatening even third-stage martial artists. Tang Yao stabilized her form in midair, her legs gliding along the ground, tracing a distance of over 10 zhang as she managed to dissipate the force within her. She then lifted her pair of sharp, beautiful eyes, coldly gazing at the exceptionally handsome youth enveloped in swirling white mist, exuding an otherworldly aura. Is this all you've got? The youth asked mockingly, gripping his long spear with a slight smirk. What audacity! Tang Yao's tone was frigid, yet it carried a hint of defiance that was unmistakable. The pride within her remained as solid as rock. Even if you evade injury, so what? I shall still triumph over you. Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed simultaneously as Tang Yao transformed into a blinding streak of white light. Racing towards Yi Li, Yi Li maintained a calm demeanor, extending his palm toward the rapidly approaching white light. Just as the spectators were left in suspense regarding his intentions, on his distinctly articulated hand, a resplendent ring began to glow quietly. Buzz! In the next instant, the dazzling white light came to an abrupt halt in midair. With a look of bewilderment etched on her face, Tang Yao found herself uncontrollably kneeling in the air. Thud. Her fairney crashed heavily onto the combat stage, the sound of humiliation reverberating throughout the arena. Before the eyes of the multitude, the proud young lady of Qingshan's sword pavilion knelt on the ground, sliding forward due to inertia until she reached Yi Li's feet. Witnessing this scene, The thousands of spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. The suffocating silence enveloped the arena, the previously fervent atmosphere abruptly turning almost stagnant, as quiet as the eve of a snowstorm. Publicly humiliating the proud young lord of Qingshan Sword Pavilion, evil deed value 1500. At that moment, Tang Yao was even more perplexed, her head lowered in disbelief as she stared at her own kneeling knees. What am I doing? Kneeling before a mere commoner who spouts arrogance in such a setting. In an instant, an overwhelming fury surged within her, and her once composed and graceful eyes now seemed ablaze. She lifted her gaze to the youth standing mere inches away, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. You dare! Yi Li's hands shot out like lightning, clasping her exquisite face. Immediately after, his knee struck down like a descending tiger, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, exploding upon her proud and confident visage. Bang! With a dull thud, her delicate face contorted in pain. A sharp agony radiated from her face, causing Tang Yao to see stars, her head spinning, and her words were forcefully interrupted as her body uncontrollably tilted backward. What is this? Still thinking of chatting? Yi Li scoffed coldly, stepping forward, and within the blink of an eye, he was once again before Tang Yao. The effect of the Harmony Coexistence Ring was stronger than he had anticipated, now serving as a one-time immobilization technique. This is how our martial world's immobilization techniques work. Do you possess something similar? Yi Li chuckled inwardly, extending his palm to grasp Tang Yao's face. If he had utilized the spear's tip this time, I would have been dead. This thought instinctively surfaced in Tang Yao's mind as she was engulfed by a tremendous anger. How dare this mere mortal strike her face with his knee? Moreover, in such an opportune moment, he chose not to pursue with his previous spear technique, an act that was utterly dismissive of her. Kneeling and being struck. It was the first time anyone had dared to humiliate her in such a manner since her birth. At that moment, Tang Yao felt her face being gripped by 5 fingers. You seek death, she bellowed, her vital energy surging as she forcefully regained her senses from the dizziness. Boom! A tremendous sword aura erupted from her, causing visibility on the combat stage to plummet, as countless sword auras surged forth like unsheathed blades, sweeping across the heavens. In an instant, they enveloped Yi Li, stab, stab. Sounds of flesh being pierced echoed continuously. And it was through this that Tang Yao broke free from her constraints, retreating swiftly. Gazing at the figure still standing amidst the myriad of sword auras, her eyes glinted with cold brilliance. Previously, that was your only chance to surpass me. Since you failed to seize it, do not blame me. Tang Yao, Chapter 39. You are just a useless wretch. Tang Yao's voice was icy as she gripped her horizontal sword tightly, shifting her stance as boundless sword energy rapidly brewed within her. Mount Tai holds the sun. Students in the audience recognized the technique, and excitement erupted. Oh! In the next second, astonishing sword intent overflowed from Tang Yao's body. A ferocious gale swirling around her. This was indeed the initiation of the third-tier rare martial technique. Mount Tai holds the sun. Even among the treasures of Qingshan Sword Pavilion, it was considered a superior martial skill. And now Tang Yao was unleashing it. Her intent was unmistakable. She no longer intended to delay, and she would sever Yi Li with a single strike. The towering East Mountain loomed high, its peak piercing the azure sky. Boom! A sword aura, radiant as the sun itself, erupted from the horizontal sword in Tang Yao's hand, charging downward with the terrifying momentum of the sun's descent, aiming to ruthlessly cleave Yi Li's figure. Mount Tai holds the sun, had already been cultivated to perfection by her Dian the first second. She gathered her energy. In the second, she unleashed her strike. The destructive power contained within that brilliant sword aura served as her emblem of overcoming challenges. In the past, a peak second-tier martial artist had sustained grave injuries under this strike. Now, unleashing it against an opponent of lesser martial rank, the outcome was already evident. The slender figure was instantly engulfed by the sword aura. Following that, boom! A colossal roar accompanied by a terrifying gust of wind caused the combat stage to tremble slightly, leaving many in the audience reeling from the sound, their ears ringing, their eyes unable to open against the fierce wind. The power of a single strike was terrifying indeed. Amidst the rising dust, it was Tang Xuejie's victory. The thousands of students in the audience were brimming with excitement, and many could hardly contain themselves as they shouted out loud. The teachers on the platform nodded slightly, acknowledging Tang Yao's strength in their hearts. Tang Yao exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly sheathing her sword. 5 more. My vital energy is still ample, no problem. Just as she thought this, a sudden wave of intense unease and vigilance surged within her. Her heart raced, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Instinctively, Tang Yao drew her horizontal sword, gazing gravely toward the direction shrouded in dust. Suddenly, within the swirling dust, a pair of scorching golden eyes emerged, dazzling and fierce like blazing flames. Then, an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Tang Yao felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon her, rendering her nearly immobile. Simultaneously, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, pierced her ears. Is this what you call being serious? It was the unique voice of the youth in the ink robe, yet it carried an unprecedented nonchalance, as if he were expressing disappointment over her lack of capability despite his high expectations. This statement struck Tang Yao's heart like a dagger, but before her anger could rise, an inexplicable fear crept up her spine. Before her, the dust scattered, revealing Yi Li's figure as he stepped forth. His hair flowed, his posture upright, the tattered ink robe rustling dramatically. With black hair and golden eyes, he exuded an overwhelming presence. What theatrics! Tang Yao's gaze sharpened as she gripped her horizontal sword, unleashing the formidable aura of a second-tier 6th-level warrior without reservation. From Yi Li, she sensed a dangerous energy. Yi Li's expression remained calm, his gait unhurried. Under the astonished gazes of countless spectators, the vitality within him surged like a boiling cauldron, his formidable presence unapologetically sweeping across the arena. After activating Golden Soul Revival, his physical strength increased by approximately 300. This was an all-encompassing enhancement, not merely an amplification of brute force. It felt akin to entering a Super Saiyan mode. The power coursing through Yi Li was unprecedentedly abundant, the blood and flesh pierced by sword auras swiftly healing back to normal. He casually retrieved the long spear embedded in the ground, then leaped forward, effortlessly arriving before Tang Yao. Seizing the long spear tightly, the muscles on his back bulged as if alive, resembling a grinning demon. With a casual thrust, Tang Yao's countenance changed dramatically as she quickly positioned her sword horizontally before her, letting out a sharp exclamation. An illusory giant sword materialized around her. Yi Li's expression remained impassive as the dragon scale patterns on his long spear flared to life, ruthlessly crashing down upon that illusory figure. Boom! With a slight exertion, an overwhelming force erupted from the spear, shattering the illusory giant sword that had just emerged around Tang Yao, and the horizontal sword in her hands emitted a mournful wail. Tang Yao trembled and staggered backward, a look of grave concern etched on her fair face, cold sweat trickling down her back. Her arms had grown numb, making it a struggle to even raise them. Just one strike had robbed her of more than half her combat strength. Such terrifying power. Was this truly the culmination of a gifted third-tier martial artist unleashing a secret technique? What should I do? What should I do? There was no time to ponder. Yi Li had already appeared before her. Tang Yao's pupils constricted as she desperately raised her horizontal sword. In the next second, the pitch-black long spear swept toward her with tremendous force. Clang! The golden dragon horizontal sword, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights, emitted a piercing wail under this strike, shattering into pieces. The sweeping long spear struck her abdomen heavily, causing several ribs to snap with a resounding crack. Tang Yao felt as though she had collided head-on with a speeding truck, her internal organs quaking and compressing. The pain so intense it felt as though they might rupture. In a daze, she felt herself being thrown out, landing on the ground with a painful groan escaping her cherry-colored lips, her body curling in agony. The once proud and composed demeanor had vanished in an instant. The girl's delicate and beautiful face was contorted with suffering, blood continuously spilling from her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, while the broken sword slipped from her grasp. Under such terrifying force, her mastery of the sword, which had taken years of arduous training to attain, seemed utterly fragile and laughable. The pride and confidence she had previously held had become a mere farce, her once celebrated talent crushed beneath her opponent's feet. An indescribable sense of defeat surged from deep within her. How could a novice warrior at the second tier possess such exaggerated strength? Tang Yao's complexion turned pale as she struggled to steady her breathing, desperately attempting to rise from the ground. Just as she was about to get up, a martial arts shoe slowly pressed down upon her face, slightly deforming her fair and beautiful features beneath the sole. Tang Yao's heart turned to ashes, humiliation glistening in the corners of her eyes. A wave of immense shame and fury threatened to engulf her. Yet in that moment, moving a single finger felt like an insurmountable task. Powerless to resist, she could only gaze at her opponent with tear-stained eyes, filled with unwillingness. Senior Tang, a student in the audience, cried out in anguish upon witnessing such a scene. The senior they had once dared not even speak to was now being so ruthlessly trampled by someone named Yi Li. How outrageous! How audacious! Anger surged within them, their fists clenched tightly. Yet, under Yi Li's cold gaze, they felt an icy chill run through them, instinctively silencing themselves. Tang Yao, forgive my candor. Just as Tang Yao was engulfed in humiliation, Yi Li's voice descended upon her from a lofty height. Accompanying it was a sharp, pitch-black spear, its tip first resting upon her heaving chest before slowly rising to gently tap her swollen face. The boy in black remained indifferent, his golden eyes blazing with authority, his tone tinged with mockery. You are nothing but a waste. Tang Yao's heart tightened suddenly. Chapter 40. The conclusion of the exchange competition born into the Qingshan sword sect. Tang Yao had been held in high regard by the current sect leader since her childhood. Although the Qingshan sword sect held a prominent position within Qingshan City, it paled in comparison to the renowned sects of Ying Province. Furthermore, under the current leadership, the sect had begun to decline, with a generational gap emerging, leading the entire sect down a path of deterioration. At such a time, a prodigy was desperately needed to revive the waning Qingshan sword sect. Tang Yao appeared just in time. Her extraordinary talent had made her a beacon of hope for both the sect and the city. The girl believed herself to be anything but ordinary. Her ambition was to first conquer the martial arts examination of Ying Province, then enter a martial arts university to hone her skills, and ultimately traverse the world, reaching the pinnacle of the martial arts realm. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow before she could even accomplish the first stage. Tang Yao's complexion grew increasingly pale, her beautiful face trampled beneath her opponent's foot, and even the thought of rising felt like a distant dream. The talent and swordsmanship she took pride in seemed utterly futile and laughable before the boy in black. Until now, she had never lost to her peers. The bitterness in her heart was unprecedentedly intense. Tang Yao, forgive my candor. You are nothing but a waste. Upon hearing those words, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually faded, her tightly clenched fists loosening. She lay there like a dead dog on the training ground. Indifferent to the humiliation for the first time, Yi Li, however, did not even spare her a glance. He always treated self-satisfied prodigies with reciprocity, kindness for kindness, and directness for resentment, and no matter how pitiful the girl appeared at that moment, it was of no concern to him, just as, in the event of his own defeat, no matter how wretched he might seem, his opponent would show him no sympathy in the realm of martial prowess. The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Thus, Yi Li chose to keep his foot upon her head as he stepped down from the platform. Yi Li wins. The judge's excited voice echoed across the training ground. In the audience, silence enveloped the thousands present, akin to the stillness following a heavy snowfall. Countless students from Qingshan City stood in shock, expressions riddled with disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Their hearts feeling as though they were being torn apart by a sharp blade. No one had anticipated that the sword fairy they revered so highly would be so brutally defeated. Overwhelmingly so. With scarcely a hint of a fair fight. They witnessed the dust settle, followed by the black-clad boy strolling off casually, having swiftly dispatched a fellow competitor wielding a second-tier high-grade weapon, the defeat occurring in a heartbeat. In terms of outcome, it mirrored Tang Yao's previous matches. Only the identities of those standing and those fallen had switched in the midst of the profound silence. The only sound that resonated was the unhurried cadence of footsteps, seemingly heavy upon the hearts of the spectators. Under countless complex and astonished gazes, the handsome boy with black hair and golden eyes descended the platform with an air of indifference. Behind him, the platform lay marred with cracks, a glaring reminder of the encounter. His strikingly handsome visage bore an imposing demeanor even without anger. Even the students from Linhai No. 1 High felt their throats dry. Lu Yongda regarded the boy, recalling his own reckless provocation from the previous week, shivering involuntarily. With such strength, even the acknowledged sword talent of Qingshan City had been so easily subdued. He felt fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Fearing his ancestors might have been shaking their heads in the afterlife, no wonder his uncle, the director, had been unable to impose any punishment. To provoke such a prodigy would likely result in the school expelling both him and his uncle. Liu Yangda felt his heart race, silently resolving never to seek death again. With the remaining contestants from Qingshan No. 1 forfeiting, Lin Hai No. 1 is declared the victor. The judge's voice rang with excitement. On the high platform, the elder of the sword sect wore a grim expression, his hand slowly balling into a fist within his sleeve. A peer capable of so thoroughly dominating Tang Yao was a rarity, even for the sect leader. Reflecting on his earlier intention to showcase what true talent was to the esteemed teachers of Fengyun University, he felt the heat of embarrassment on his face. The elder had intended to say something to preserve their dignity, only to find that Yu Wang had disappeared without a trace. The boy named Yi Li had barely exited the arena when he vanished. His intentions unmistakable. Sighing at the thought, the elder's eyes flickered before he finally let out a deep sigh. With an automatic recommendation from Fengyun University, the future achievements of the boy in black would likely surpass even those of the sect leader. As expected, the figure of the boy in black had just disappeared from the exit when a sudden uproar erupted among the audience. A figure leaped from the high platform like a bird, descending rapidly to the ground. With a resounding thud, dust and debris were sent flying as if a small explosion had occurred. The crowd gazed in astonishment at an elderly man with a head full of white hair. A kind yet imposing presence, standing firmly at the center of the crater. His stature was as straight as a pine tree, hands clasped behind him, his blue robe billowing in the wind, giving him an ethereal quality. Behind him trailed a vivid cloud, as if stirred by a tempest, the emblem of Fengyun University. The thousands of students in the audience, all martial arts students from Ying Province, immediately recognized the significance. Their eyes wide with astonishment. They had long heard of the presence of Fengyun University at the exchange competition, but they never expected someone to leap down from the high platform. Soon, however, their astonishment turned to shock as the previously dignified elder rushed eagerly into the training passage. His expression fervent as if he had discovered a rare treasure. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Once he departed, the audience erupted like a boiling pot of oil. Was that a teacher from Fengyun University? What could he possibly be doing? Dude, are you blind? It's obvious he's going after that Yi Li. Oh my gosh, could it be for an automatic recommendation? Automatic recommendation? In this municipal-level competition, if one performs exceptionally well, they can be selected by esteemed teachers attending the event, bypassing the martial arts examination and gaining early admission. What? That Yi Li treated Senior Tang like that and still gets a recommendation to Fengyun University? I can't accept it. Neither can I. Isn't this just absurd? The audience buzzed with discussion, soon erupting into wails of despair, emotions soaring to the heavens. The scoundrel who had just humiliated their beloved idol had now been awarded the coveted recommendation they all desired. This was simply unbearable. In the eyes of the thousands of Qingshan students, a mixture of shock and helplessness filled their expressions, their bodies seemingly glued to their seats. The teachers on the high platform exchanged glances, each seeing the bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. Undoubtedly, with such talent and the qualification from Fengyun University, Yi Li's future was destined for stability and greatness, likely to become yet another formidable figure in the martial world. The coastal Linhai No. 1 high school has truly struck gold. One Jiang Qingzhu was already remarkable, and now, another astonishing figure, Yi Li, has emerged, leaving one nearly in tears from envy. The teachers from Qingshan City could only feel their eyes reddening with jealousy. In the lounge, as Yi Li settled into a chair, he was greeted by the exuberant Wang Yongfeng, who entered with a broad smile. What a prodigy you are! You've nearly left Principal Li in a state of hysteria. Wang Yongfeng exclaimed, eagerly assessing him from head to toe. Are you injured anywhere? No worries, just a slight depletion of true energy. I'll recover in an hour. Yi Li waved his hand dismissively, resting his long spear beside him. His eyes regained their deep hue, and the injuries he sustained had long been mended by his indestructible golden soul. With each breath, the remnants of his energy swiftly rejuvenated, primarily due to the substantial consumption incurred by utilizing Golden Soul Revival. Even without employing this explosive-like ability, Yili was confident in securing victory. However, doing so would require him to engage in a back-and-forth with Tang Yao, necessitating the use of techniques like Frosty Snowfall and Soaring Dragon Riding the Wind. This would easily lead his opponent to perceive the battle as a thrilling contest, leaving no room for resentment. Thus, Yili decisively opted for the most direct approach to secure victory, aiming to dismantle his opponent's psychological defenses. The results were remarkable, wounding and publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Sword Pavilion. Malicious points 5,000. Current malicious points 51,500. Such a splendid figure stirred Yili's excitement. UVE worked hard. After battling so much this morning, you're set to face Tang Yao again this afternoon, Wang Yongfeng observed, increasingly impressed by the young man's prowess. Glancing at the tattered black robe, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. If there are more competitions before the martial arts examination, I'll help you decline them so you can focus on your preparations. Upon saying this, Wang Yongfeng felt an inexplicable intensity in Yili's gaze. That won't be necessary. Why? Yili cleared his throat lightly and replied, I prefer to hone my skills through combat. Do take care of your health, Wang Yongfeng advised with a smile of concern, adding, if you maintain this level, even winning against the best martial arts university in the province will surely catch their attention. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps approached from outside. The elderly Yuang stepped through the door, chuckling, indeed, but I wonder if Yili is interested. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Yongfeng was initially taken aback. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the figure clad in the robes of Fengyun University, signifying that the old man was indeed a teacher from there. Could it be that they had come to recruit early? Wang Yongfeng found this hard to believe. He had heard tales of Fengyun University's early recruitment before but had never witnessed it firsthand. After all, the martial arts high schools across the 12 cities of the province numbered nearly 100, producing tens of thousands of young martial artists each year. Yet, only a handful would be selected for early admission, sometimes none at all. Such early recruitment meant guaranteed acceptance, which in turn entailed an influx of resources. Even though Fengyun University held a prestigious position among the martial arts universities in the province, they couldn't afford to select numerous students every year. Historically, most of their early admits came from Shanzhou's martial arts students. Leaving others watching helplessly. It had been years since Fengyun University last selected students from Linhai City. Receiving such treatment would undoubtedly propel Yili to new heights. Why Yili? Fengyun University is the finest martial arts institution in the province. Wang Yongfeng coughed lightly, attempting to gently remind him, if you are offered early admission, it would greatly benefit your future development. Indeed, indeed. Yuang interjected, edging closer, visibly anxious as he rubbed his hands together. Upon seeing that Yili bore no scars beneath his tattered robe, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge. The injuries from the sword strike mere moments ago have completely vanished. What level of martial talent allows for such rapid recovery? To encounter such a treasure in this place is truly fortuitous. Earlier, Yuang had been keenly observing the battle from the platform, and he recognized that Tang Yao's earlier assaults had indeed inflicted damage upon Yili. Particularly the move, Mount Tai holding the sun, which had penetrated Yili's right abdomen despite the mystical white mist protecting him. Yet, what would have left an ordinary martial artist gravely injured healed within mere moments for Yili? Witnessing this spectacle nearly caused Yuang to lose his composure, his mind racing with excitement. No one understood the significance of such an event better than he did. Were it not for the throng of teachers surrounding him, he might have rushed down to verify. Fortunately, the opportunity had not entirely slipped away. Why Yili? Yuang said, swallowing hard as he regarded the composed young man in the tattered robe. I happen to have a special admission slot available. If you are willing, I can personally serve as your mentor, allowing you to join Fengyun University without needing to take the martial examination. To be candid, I am a senior teacher at Fengyun University, possessing considerable martial prowess. You need not worry, I will not lead you astray. Upon hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression turned peculiar. This was certainly a teacher from Fengyun University, not some sales pitch from a martial arts tutoring center. Was it? The enthusiasm seemed excessive. While feeling odd, he also felt a tinge of bitterness. After all, during his own martial examination, he had never encountered such an extravagant display. The teachers from Fengyun University who had come then had all worn solemn expressions. exuding an air of aloofness. Yet here, a senior teacher was practically selling admission slots. While it was understandable to offer early admission, given that Yi Li had defeated Tang Yao and thus possessed such potential, the eagerness on Yu Wang's face suggested that Yi Li's potential was indeed exceptional, even among early admits. This thought quickened Wang Yongfeng's breath. Could it be that Yi Li possessed hidden potential that he had yet to recognize? Yi Li did not respond directly but instead inquired, what are the benefits of this early admission? His greatest need was still the opportunity to earn malicious points and access various martial techniques. Ah, of course, Yuang replied confidently, straightening up. Just by having access to Fengyun University's library, you can directly ascend to the 4th floor with your credentials. Not only will you gain the privilege to exchange for 2 or 3 rank martial techniques, but even rare 4th rank techniques will be available for you to acquire. Moreover, the connections you will forge here are invaluable. Many of the teachers at Fengyun University are high-ranking figures within various factions. Honestly, most ordinary martial students only get to see them while on campus, and these connections could lead to potential opportunities. He continued, deliberately hinting, as it happens, I am also a guest elder for several associations, holding many resources and opportunities for secret realm training. If you wish, I can allocate these to my favorite students. Additionally, if you ever encounter difficulties while practicing martial techniques, you can freely approach the teachers for assistance. With the title of Early Admit, they will be more than willing to guide you. Yu Wang elaborated, his enthusiasm unabated, almost to the point of dryness in his throat. Watching the ever-composed Yi Li, he cleared his throat and continued. If you are willing to be my student, it would be splendid. What I can offer you will far exceed what any second-rate faction leader could provide. In response, Yi Li nodded slightly. Truly, Fengyun University, being the most prestigious martial arts institution in the province, offered benefits that were undeniably enticing. While the actual challenges would likely prove more formidable than Yu Wang suggested, the opportunities provided by Fengyun University were indeed substantial. He did not lack for teachers to guide him in martial techniques, nor did he yearn for fragile connections, but he did find some merit in such opportunities. Indeed, that is quite impressive. Ultimately, under Yu Wang's fervent gaze, Yi Li calmly stated, however, I must decline, taunting the 106-year-old teacher from Fengyun University. Malicious points 500. Yu Wang, taken aback by what he thought was a guaranteed acceptance, stammered. Why? Are the conditions insufficiently generous? Generous indeed. Yi Li affirmed naturally, and you? I decline, taunting the 106-year-old teacher from Fengyun University. Malicious points 200. Strangely enjoyable, Yi Li mused, sighing at his penchant for telling those he felt were certain of success a firm no. Then why refuse? Yu Wang's tone grew warmer. Why? Yi Li chuckled softly, because I intend to participate in the martial examination. You still wish to take the martial examination? Yu Wang was momentarily stunned before he earnestly advised. There's truly no need. After this battle, the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School will likely harbor intense resentment towards you. If they band together during the examination, you may find yourself outnumbered. And it could lead to trouble. How about I consider this early admission after the martial examination? Wang Yongfeng tentatively suggested, believing Yi Li likely sought to sharpen himself through the examination. There is no longer any need for that. Elder Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and said helplessly, this year's quota for direct admission to Fengyun University is solely in my possession. You are all familiar with Shanzhou Zhang, right? It is the most prestigious martial arts high school in Yingxing Province, renowned for producing a multitude of prodigies over the years. To my knowledge, they have several exceptional candidates this year, each one more ambitious than the last. If they were to hear that you, a martial arts student with a direct admission, are participating in the martial arts examination, they would undoubtedly come looking for you, eager to test your mettle. As he spoke, he turned to Yi Li and earnestly explained, to put it bluntly, they will seek to trouble you and gauge your abilities. Why? Yi Li inquired. Out of defiance, Elder Yu sighed. Yi Li, heed my advice. The martial arts examination is no trifling matter. Aren't you merely inviting trouble for yourself? There is truly no need to engage with them in this manner, is there? However, Elder Yu suddenly noticed the young man's dark eyes gleaming with increasing intensity. Indeed. In response to Elder Yu's puzzled gaze, Yi Li calmly stated, then how about this? Let us each take a step back. I will accept the direct admission quota, and I shall also participate in the martial arts examination. What? You want both? Elder Yu exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Wang Yongfeng beside him, questioning whether he had misheard. As night descended, a gentle chill enveloped Qingshan City. Reluctantly, Elder Yu exchanged contact information with Yi Li before they parted ways. Subsequently, under Wang Yongfeng's guidance, Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu swiftly returned to the upscale hotel in the city center. I knew you would win. That day in your training room, I saw the numbers on the punching power tester. Jiang Qingzhu stated earnestly, walking alongside Yi Li amidst the envious gazes of Lu Yangda and others. You have been concealing your strength all along. Indeed, Tang Yao should feel ashamed for not having compelled me to exert my full power. Yi Li chuckled lightly before pausing at the door of his room. Then, see you tomorrow. He could hardly contain his eagerness to level up. See you tomorrow. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes sparkled as her lips formed a delicate line. Yi Li nodded and closed the door behind him. Watching his vanishing figure, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Ever since that day, she could see both the sky and his silhouette, both seeming out of reach. Yet, she bore many burdens herself and should not easily concede. I must catch up to him. Jiang Qingzhu encouraged herself, reminding herself that, at least for now, his martial arts level was not above her own, allowing her a moment's respite. All right, let us begin. Inside the room, as silence enveloped the space, Yi Li returned to his bed, seated in a meditative posture after cleansing himself. The white bathrobe he wore swayed gently, and his handsome features revealed a hint of anticipation. Current evil value, 52,200 points, can exchange for treasure. Such a colossal number was a first for him. It was akin to receiving a hefty paycheck for the first time as an adult, leaving him somewhat uncertain about how to spend it. Defeating Tang Yao was not the end of the road. A new round of trials was approaching. According to Elder Yu, not only would the hundreds of martial arts students from Qingshan Zhejiang potentially return, but several so-called prodigies from Shanzhou City would also seek him out. It was evident that another fierce battle loomed. The hundreds from Qingshan Zhejiang were not to be feared. With his extraordinary endurance, Yi Li had no qualms about these uncoordinated challengers. The only threat worthy of caution came from Shanzhou City. As the capital of Yingxing Province, it boasted abundant resources, with a martial arts culture more fervent than any other in the province's 12 cities. Naturally, Shanzhou Zhejiang stood as the top martial arts high school in Yingxing Province, boasting the highest admission rates and numerous students hailed as geniuses. Even without Elder Yu explicitly stating their capabilities, one could presume they would not be much weaker than Tang Yao, perhaps even stronger. Before he could possess the power to crush these opponents, it was indeed a source of great anxiety. Truly a high-risk, high-reward situation, Yi Li remarked with a hint of jest. He was acutely aware that, following his current trajectory, a single failure could lead to significant losses, both material and psychological. Thus, he must eliminate the possibility of such an occurrence. With a soft exhale, Yi Li summoned his interface. He had lingered long enough at the first tier of the second stage. He had grown weary of the tedious formalities. It was time for a significant breakthrough. Current evil value, 52,200 points, can exchange for treasure. Having fully mastered the S-level breathing technique, there was no reason not to invest in enhancing his cultivation. Let us go. My perseverance and efforts. Beep. Beginning to consume evil value, continuously enhancing cultivation. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. After the previous arduous training, your understanding of the S-level breathing technique White Mist Frost Snow has reached a point of fluency, significantly enhancing your control over true energy and accelerating its integration with your meridians. Gain buff. Cultivation speed accelerated by 400. Your cultivation speed resembles that of a legendary race car driver. Suddenly informed they can drive fast after years of prohibition, speeding at top pace. Unlock new achievement, drifting through corners. Drifting through corners. No matter how fast you drive, your vehicle will not overturn due to drifting. In the past, you outpaced the legendary driver Adachi-kin, and your cultivation begins to surge rapidly. After consuming 1,000 evil value points, you have refined all the meridians in your arms with pure true energy, causing them to emit a jade-like sheen, naturally enhancing your physical body and boosting your vitality. You have successfully advanced to the second tier, third stage. With a sufficiently high mastery of true energy, your recovery rate far exceeds that of martial artists at the same level, making your training in the Jade Vein realm increasingly effortless. Gain buff. Cultivation speed accelerated by 20. After consuming 3,000 evil value points, you mobilized all your true energy to refine the meridians of your torso, enhancing the skills of your internal organs, particularly your kidneys, which received the most significant boost. It seems you preferred them during the refinement process, channeling 40 of the replenished vitality towards them. You have successfully advanced to the second tier, 6th stage. This is utter nonsense. Yili has always treated all internal organs equally. How could there be favoritism towards a single organ? At most, it was merely the kidney's role in promoting blood production, beneficial for the future transition to the third tier of true blood realm. He had no choice but to do so. The luminous screen continued to display text. After consuming 5,000 evil value points, you expertly operated your true energy, refining all meridians throughout your body. Your entire network of meridians underwent a complete transformation, emanating a rich aroma akin to precious medicine from within you. You have successfully advanced to the second tier, 9th stage. After consuming 8,000 evil value points, you have fully mastered the surging strength of energy. The robust bones grant your physical body unprecedented resilience, and signs of transformation begin to appear in your blood. You have officially reached the peak of the second tier. This enhancement consumed a total of 8,000 evil value points, equivalent to over 10 years of your normal arduous training. Current evil value, 44,200 points. As the final line of text appeared, Yili felt warmth radiating from his limbs. The flow of true energy within him surged uncontrollably, rising rapidly, then galloping through his meridians at an unprecedented pace. He clenched his fist slightly, the torrential true energy bursting forth from within him at an astonishing speed. If he were to unleash a martial technique now, his speed would undoubtedly surpass that of before by several folds. Yili gazed at his elongated hands, joy flickering in his dark eyes, indeed. Waiting until the breathing technique reached perfection before enhancing his cultivation was the correct choice. He recalled that it took him 8 years of arduous training to elevate from the first tier, 5th stage to the 8th stage. Now, he had achieved the same leap from the first tier, 1st stage to the peak of the second tier, consuming merely a decade's worth of effort. Although his cultivation speed still paled in comparison to those geniuses, it was a significant upgrade from when he first arrived here. Beneath the smooth skin lay meridians as clear as jade, no longer fragile as before, which also boosted his physical strength. Even the blood surging within him began to exhibit traces of an extraordinary golden glow, indicating a transformation unlike any he had experienced. Having triumphed over so many, his brilliance shone through. This was what he rightfully deserved. Yili exhaled deeply, his mind clear. He understood this was the next stage on the path of martial arts, the endeavors required for the true blood realm of the third tier. Once the blood within him shimmered with a subtle golden hue, it would signify his official entry into the true blood realm. The advancement of lower-tier martial artists fundamentally involved the gradual metamorphosis of their physical bodies. A superior breathing technique and refinement method could expedite this transformative process. Once he discovered a suitable refinement method, Yili would likely be able to achieve maximum potential directly. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards the interface, where the numbers still appeared ample. Current evil value, 44,200 points. Though he had yet to find an appropriate refinement method, he could still attempt to break through to a state nearing the true blood realm using a rudimentary approach. Yili focused his thoughts, and the vast evil value surged into the interface once more. Chapter 43. Upgrading the Golden Soul. New abilities. Beep. Consuming evil value. Beginning to enhance martial arts level. You have yet to peruse any methods for refining your vital energy, akin to a college student who, after 2 years of university, returns to take the college entrance examination, left only to stare blankly at the exam paper in utter desperation. You can only rely on the transformative jade meridians to nurture your vital energy in hopes of achieving the goal of refinement. You have received a negative buff, training speed reduced by 80 after expending 1,000 points of malevolence. About 1/5 of your blood manifests a glimmer of golden light, invigorating you with the belief that you have discovered the corresponding secret. Upon consuming 2,000 points of malevolence, you sadly realize that finding the secret was merely an illusion. Relying on meridians to forcibly cultivate vital energy is not only challenging at the outset, but becomes increasingly difficult, ultimately rendering you as helpless as a blind man riding a blind horse. You have received a negative buff, emotional agitation, training speed reduced by 10. After expending 3,000 points of malevolence, over half of your blood undergoes initial transformation, yet the remaining portion is akin to impurities in metal refinement, exceedingly difficult to expel. Perhaps they can only be eliminated through a rigorous refining method. You have received a negative buff. Midnight approach to the deep pool, 50 increased probability of going astray in cultivation. Yi Li decisively halts the allocation of points. How absurd. How could the risk of going astray have suddenly arisen? And what is this about college students? Who says that university students from one's hometown cannot take the entrance examination? Have you not heard of the remarkable feats of students taking the exam in place of their juniors, sending them directly to vocational schools? It seems I must seek out a refining method. With a sigh, Yi Li reflects that more than half of his blood has undergone transformation, suggesting he is considerably stronger than an ordinary pinnacle of the second stage. At least based on his current vital energy intensity. At this moment, compared to his former self from just a few minutes ago, he has already surpassed the intensity of the latter's Golden Soul Revival. Yi Li briefly organizes his two forms. Point 1 is the state of Heavenly Gang Void Step, relying on damage reduction and speed, coupled with various perfected martial techniques, making it effortless to contend with early-stage third-tier warriors. Should the battle extend, with his Blood Cow enhancement, he can undoubtedly outlast a typical third-tier warrior by exchanging injuries. The second form is that of the Super Saiyan in the Golden Soul Revival state. Although it consumes a great deal, the enhancement to his physical body is extraordinarily remarkable. Not to mention early-stage third-tier warriors, even mid-stage third-tier aberrations, he is confident he could tear apart with his bare hands. A veritable humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The reason for distinguishing these two forms lies in the relevant effects that accompany their activation. Who would refuse the allure of being able to change forms? With a light chuckle, Yi Li turns his attention back to the panel. With over 40,000 points of malevolence remaining, he could indeed secure that so-called guaranteed treasure. The question is it necessary? After pondering for a moment, Yi Li concludes that it is not yet essential. According to the rules, the top performers in the exchange competition will not only receive a monetary prize and vitality elixirs, but also a treasure sponsored jointly by the two schools. The specifics of this treasure remain unclear to him. Once he acquires it and discovers it is not a firearm, he will consider drawing from that pool. With this thought, Yi Li shifts his gaze to his martial talent. Current talent, SSS level Indestructible Golden Soul LV2, upgradable. With such a vast amount of malevolence points at his disposal, it would be a pity not to continue investing. The last time he upgraded to LV2, he unlocked the Golden Soul Awakening, akin to a Scion transformation. This raises Yi Li's anticipation. What new abilities will be unlocked upon reaching LV3? This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. After all, investing in martial talent is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, he resolves to act. With a thought, Yi Li begins to channel the massive amounts of malevolence points into the panel. Ding! Expenditure of malevolence points has commenced to elevate the Indestructible Golden Soul's level. Your solid and clear Golden Soul is once again nourished, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain, eagerly absorbing all the malevolence points you invest. After consuming 2,000 points of malevolence, your Golden Soul becomes increasingly stable. After 5,000 points, a vague pattern begins to emerge upon your Golden Soul, indicating the signs of evolution. You draw your vital energy inward to prevent going astray in cultivation. After expending 10,000 points of malevolence, the pattern upon your Golden Soul becomes more defined. Upon closer inspection, it reveals a complex and mysterious seal, which, upon prolonged observation, instills a sense of clarity and tranquility within you. After consuming 15,000 points of malevolence, your Golden Soul grows even more robust, and the seal gradually radiates light. After 20,000 points, the seal finally merges completely with your Golden Soul, granting you a new talent ability. Indestructible Golden Soul has been upgraded to LV3, enhancing self-healing speed and reducing healing costs. New talent ability, Eye of Illusion. Eye of Illusion significantly enhances visual acuity, improves dynamic vision, and, when fused with a bearer of the Golden Soul, grants the ability to discern lies, perceive true forms, and identify weaknesses. Comment. It is said to be of the same type as that legendary Heavenly Eye and the Fire Eye, which fears smoke but not fire, if utilized correctly. Its applications are boundless. Yi Li's eyes widen in astonishment, a divine light flickering within his dark irises, sharp beyond measure. A flicker of surprise crosses his typically placid and handsome visage. The ability to discern lies. perceive true forms, and identify weaknesses elevates his functional capabilities to their zenith. These are all powers that would astound and envy ordinary warriors. Why Ely turns his head to gaze outside the window. Even shrouded in the night, he can clearly see objects 1,000 meters away. Then, surveying his surroundings, his astonishment intensifies. Not only can he detect the subtle wear and tear of numerous facilities within the room, but he can also perceive the formations inscribed upon the walls, designed to gather spiritual energy with utmost clarity. With a slight focus, he can see several luminous points illuminating the formation, seemingly indicating its vulnerabilities. Is this the ability to identify weaknesses? Stepping down from the bed, Ely lightly taps a finger upon it, causing the spiritual energy formation to tremble violently. With a bit more force, the entire formation erupts explosively. Troubled at why Ely's expression shifts as he suddenly remembers that he has only just stepped half a foot into the true blood realm. With his current physical strength, even a gentle tap could shatter not just formations, but also the bones of an ordinary person. He withdraws his hand, the divine light in his eyes gradually fading as he calms his excited heart, in his present state. Even without activating Golden Soul Revival, he could easily slap Tang Yao to the ground with a single blow. Meanwhile, the results of the intercity exchange competition spread rapidly. The technological level of the high martial world is not lagging. Within mere hours, most martial arts high schools in the winning province have heard of the results of this exchange competition. Along with rumors of a student from Linhai No. 1 High School possibly being recommended to Fengyun University in Shanzhou City. At Shanzhou No. 1 High School, within a room resembling a conference hall, a discussion about the enigmatic young man in a black shirt unfolds. Chapter 44. Let's see what he is truly capable of. The gist of the matter is as follows. Seated at a long table constructed of bluestone is a figure with a profound aura. Clad in an elegant long robe, he sits with hands crossed and resting before him, gazing at the several figures on either side of the long table with a gentle smile, though it is somewhat hard to believe that Tang Yao was indeed defeated by an obscure martial science student. I reviewed the footage of that match. The martial science student, named Ely, hails from Linhai City, and he is indeed rather formidable. Undeniably one of the most surprising dark horses in this year's martial examination. Upon hearing this, the individuals present are visibly moved. They have heard of the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, who not only is a second-tier 6th-level warrior but has also triumphed over second-tier pinnacle warriors. If memory serves, their own captain had regarded him as a strong contender for this year's martial examination. Yet now, he has been defeated prematurely. Why Ely? In the nearest position to the young man sits a girl with a sweet appearance, her long hair cascading down to her waist, eyes sparkling and lips red as she leans her chin on her left knee. Curiously regarding the refined young man, brother, I haven't heard much of this person before. That is precisely why he is a dark horse. The refined young man glances at her, his eyes filled with affection as he responds. Moreover, it seems he possesses a secret technique that greatly enhances his abilities. Despite having only the cultivation of a second-tier 1st level, he overwhelms Tang Yao of the 6th level in both strength and speed. However, every power comes with its price. Such a domineering secret technique likely comes with severe costs and side effects. This is evident from Ely's eagerness for a swift resolution upon activating the technique. Upon hearing this, the girl giggles. So he is just relying on the secret technique to be impressive. In the end, his own abilities are simply too low. Warner, do not underestimate him, the refined young man replies. Slightly exasperated, based on the footage, even without activating the secret technique, he can contend with Tang Yao at the second-tier 6th level without falling behind. Regardless, he is still a formidable opponent. Should you encounter him, you must not act recklessly as you have in the past. Oh, Yang Wan reluctantly agrees, yet still huffs defiantly. A second-tier 1st-level shrimp, do you really think I can't handle him? You worry too much. With a helpless shake of his head, the refined young man responds. Subsequently, he casts a solemn glance at the rest of the group, continuing, esteemed colleagues, there is another matter that warrants your attention. This Ely is quite ruthless in his approach, exhibiting no mercy whatsoever. Should you encounter him during the martial examination, it is advisable to avoid any conflict if possible. It would be best to cultivate a friendship with him. After stating this, he silently awaited the group's reaction. Make friends? Are we supposed to ally with him, Captain Yang? One individual queried, confusion evident in their tone. Indeed, replied the elegant young man named Yang Wanfeng. a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with remarkable poise. As long as he does not aspire to seize the title of champion in this martial examination, there exists no direct conflict between us. Thus, it would be prudent to establish a friendship, but since he managed to defeat that Tang Yao, he surely wouldn't willingly concede the championship, would he? The questioner furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Captain Yang, what if he is unwilling to form an alliance? Then we shall beat him. Yang Wan excitedly swung her fist, exclaiming, my brother has lowered himself to befriend him. If Yi Li possesses any sense, he should quickly acquiesce. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure he submits. As a second-tier six-fold martial artist, she held immense confidence in her abilities. Despite the fact that her peer, Tang Yao, had already been defeated, Yang Wan remained unfazed. This was not mere arrogance. As a member of the renowned Yang family known for its blood-burning techniques, their foundation far surpassed that of the second-rate sword pavilion in Qingshan City. There were even rumors circulating within the province that stated, whenever a direct descendant of the Yang family encounters a rival of the same tier, they shall never be bested. In just 3 short sentences, the formidable prowess of the Yang family's techniques was vividly illustrated. Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan had both relied on their family's heritage and their innate talents to become the most dazzling stars at Shanzhounou One High School. Together, the sibling duo could contend against third-tier martial artists. With a playful lick of her sharp tiger teeth, Yang Wan's lively eyes seemed to ignite with flames. As we are both utilizing secret techniques, let us see whose is superior. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng maintained a calm demeanor, cautioning Wanner, do not underestimate him. Even if our attempt at alliance fails, it is best to refrain from engaging him directly. Why not? Yang Wan protested, puffing her cheeks defiantly. For your martial examination results, and for the sake of Yi Li's very existence. Yang Wanfeng's refined visage clouded with a hint of frost as he explained. If that individual were to harm you, what do you think would happen? His chilling voice reverberated throughout the conference room, instantly infusing the atmosphere with a palpable sense of dread. The sight of the cold-faced youth sent shivers down the spines of those present. As flashes of past encounters raced through their minds, the previously gentle and refined Yang Wanfeng now appeared to them as a fearsome figure akin to a thousand-handed Azura. They all recalled the last interprovincial exchange competition, where an accident had left Yang Wan injured. When Yang Wanfeng took the stage afterward, he had unleashed his fury, decisively defeating 7 opponents. Truly a protective brother. Yang Wan clearly remembered this incident, and with a playful stick of her tongue, she chuckled, hee, I will be cautious. No. You certainly won't be cautious, the collective thought echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Despite Yang Wan's charming words, given her headstrong nature, it was highly likely she would seek trouble with Yi Li. With this in mind, the crowd exchanged glances, gradually revealing expressions of schadenfreude. They hoped that Yi Li would prove to be wise and willingly enter into an alliance. Otherwise, provoking Yang Wan, and consequently inciting Yang Wanfeng, would lead to dire consequences. As Yang Wanfeng surveyed the group, a smile re-emerged on his face, and he spoke gently, today's meeting will conclude here. You may disperse. Just then, a timid team member raised a hand. Captain Yang, I have heard something else regarding Yi Li. Speak. Yang Wanfeng nodded encouragingly. With great caution, the team member began. It seems he has secured the sole guaranteed admission slot to Fengyun University this year. If he participates in this martial examination, could it be that he is aiming for the championship? At this revelation, the expressions of all present shifted, turning towards Yang Wanfeng with a unified sense of alarm. According to their recollections, Yi Li had repeatedly expressed his desire to obtain the guaranteed admission slot at Fengyun University, ensuring both he and Yang Wan could enjoy the associated benefits. This news was not only known to them, but also to the majority of students at Shanzhou One High School. The idea that a sudden newcomer could snatch such an opportunity was quite disconcerting. This is bad. After losing such a significant opportunity, Captain Yang is likely to be furious. The team instinctively held their breath. As expected, Yang Wanfeng's demeanor grew icy, his gaze fixed on the speaker as he calmly inquired, Are you certain he has secured the guaranteed admission? I heard it from several friends at Qingshan One High School. How outrageous! Yang Wan stood up, stamping her foot in indignation. What right does he have? Just because he defeated a Tang Yao? My brother could do that too. Why not give it to him instead? Wanner, please sit down. Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath, forcing a semblance of a smile. It is of no consequence. The teachers at Fengyun University must have their reasons for such decisions. Yet even as he spoke, a flicker of annoyance danced in his eyes, his fingers interlacing tightly. Suppressing his ire, Yang Wanfeng maintained a facade of calm, stating, however, since he is a guaranteed admission student, he must possess remarkable strength. Should he truly participate in the martial examination to contend for the championship, I shall personally confront him. As he concluded, the weight of his words carried a discernible edge. Brother, you are far too lenient. Yang Wan glared at him, her voice laced with frustration. This clearly smacks of favoritism. I hope I don't cross paths with that scoundrel. Otherwise, I will strip him bare and hang him from a tree to see just how much he weighs. Chapter 45. Numerical domination. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the earth and the morning glow warmed the air, aboard a high-speed train heading to Linhai City, Yi Li reclined against the window. A golden waist token fastened around his waist. Upon it were inscribed 4 grand characters in silver hooks and iron strokes. Fengyun University. This golden waist token, even within Fengyun University, was a privilege reserved for those who had excelled, and it served as a fine storage artifact. For a student of a martial arts high school to where it carried significant implications, it was indeed a token bestowed by Yuang. Initially, Yi Li had no intention of displaying such a conspicuous item, but he could not resist the fervent request of Wang Yongfeng. Yi Li, I beseech you, allow me this. I have led the school team for 5 years, yet have never received a trophy of this caliber. Just let me bask in your glory this once. Faced with Wang Yongfeng's earnestness, Yi Li, possessing a kind disposition, acquiesced to the request. Outside the window, the scenery raced by, and Yi Li casually perused the numerous messages sent by Yuang, dozens in total. Yi Li, do you have a moment? If not, no worries, no need to reply. I simply wish to share the immense strength of Fengyun University with you. Take, for instance, Zhenjiang University in the Winning Province. They are somewhat renowned in the Hanxia region as a martial arts university. In previous years, during the merging of secret realms and the occurrence of beast tides, they could handle it with a bit of external assistance. However, they cannot be compared to us at all. Firstly, when it comes to merging secret realms and suppressing beast tides, our school manages it independently, requiring no outside help, and we are generous in compensating participating students afterward. Just that alone establishes a significant disparity. Furthermore, the tasks issued by our school, in terms of both quantity and quality, far exceed those of so-called first-rate martial arts universities. So, when you complete the martial examination, if universities from Modu or Shangjing come seeking you, please do not agree. Our school is no less than they are. This is not because I fear you being poached, but rather because Fengyun University is truly exceptional. As the days drew closer to the martial examination, the atmosphere within the school grew increasingly tense. Even those who typically exuded nonchalance began to feel a sense of urgency. Logically, nothing should divert the attention of these martial arts students at this time. Yet this morning, an astonishing and enviable event reverberated throughout the school via the loudspeaker. Someone had secured a guaranteed admission slot to Fengyun University. This privilege, typically monopolized by the prodigies of Shanzhou City, had unexpectedly fallen to Linhai City this year, leaving everyone in disbelief. Fengyun University. It ranks among the most prestigious martial arts universities in the entire Hanxia. In previous years, even gaining admission to Fengyun University was a rare feat for students of Linhai City. Instantly, chatter erupted throughout the teaching block, with everyone speculating as to who had obtained the guaranteed admission. Principal Li, responsible for the announcements, wasted no time in revealing the news. Having been eagerly anticipating this moment, he joyfully declared, "Let us congratulate Yi Li from Class 9 of the senior year for securing the guaranteed admission to Fengyun University." Upon hearing this news, the students of Linhai, who had long been simmering with pent-up emotions, suddenly erupted. Due to the rampant rumors circulating recently, many were already familiar with the figure of Yi Li, and their composure quickly unraveled. The very member of the school team, labeled as the formidable Demon King, had actually secured the coveted direct admission quota they had all yearned for. In an instant, the entire teaching building was engulfed in a cacophony of incredulous exclamations, disbelief permeating every corner of the campus. I in the infirmary, a critically ill patient on a hospital bed, upon hearing the announcement, suddenly found her breathing quickening. Shun Lian's exquisite face was now marred by a look of dazed confusion, her spirit evidently in a state of disarray. Moments later, her parched throat constricted painfully, and she pinched her own cheek harshly. Then turned to the attending nurse, her voice trembling as she inquired, did you hear the broadcast just now? Of course I heard. The nurse, initially taken aback, glanced at her and then couldn't suppress her astonishment. This student named Yili is truly remarkable. Our school has never produced a student with direct admission to Fengyun University. Is that so? Shen Lian could hardly contain the tumultuous emotions swelling within her. The prestige of Fengyun University was something she, as a team member, understood better than any other student from Linai.IT was precisely the place she had longed for. To gain admission to Fengyun University, she had even entered into a relationship with Wang Ran, solely because Wang Ren's uncle was a retired teacher at the university. Even as a low-ranking teacher, his understanding of martial arts surpassed that of most instructors at martial arts high schools. Thanks to his guidance, Shen Lian's abilities had soared, allowing her to join the school team in just 2 years. Yet, even so, there remained a vast chasm between her and the goal of entering Fengyun University. And now, the childhood friend she had cast aside had been granted direct admission to the very institution she dreamed of. In that moment, a tidal wave of regret engulfed Shen Lian's heart. Tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes, as her spirit suffered a crushing blow. The injuries she bore also throbbed relentlessly with pain. Shen Lian's remorse felt as if it could draw blood from her very soul. Deep down, she understood that she and Yili were no longer of the same world. Detected 10 years of unrequited love and regret from childhood friend. Complete breakdown. Evil deeds value 5,000. An unexpected gain. Yili, just stepping off the high-speed train, paused slightly but soon shrugged it off, continuing toward the exit. Only 3 days remained until the martial arts examination. Although acquiring a high-grade tempering technique might be challenging, securing a B-grade blood and chi tempering method should be manageable in any case. Advancing to the 3rd tier was a certainty. Everything else could wait. At that point, he would charge into the martial arts examination. Numerical superiority. Young man. Chapter 46. Unforeseen changes. Linhai City, high-speed train station. A group from Linhai No. 1 High School was making their way to the exit. Amidst the crowd, Yili walked leisurely, glancing at Jiang Qingzhu beside him. Do you have a suitable tempering method? Given that she could procure an S-grade breathing technique for him, it was evident that her backing was formidable. The enhancement brought by White Mist Frost Snow was indeed powerful, not only significantly accelerating the recovery of true energy compared to peers, but also providing bonuses during attribute allocation. Highlighting the stark difference between S-grade and ordinary breathing methods. I don't have one at the moment, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her eyes flickering as she pondered, but there should be some at home. It might be difficult to get right now. Can I give it to you next month? Unlike the martial arts techniques stored in the archives, breathing techniques and tempering methods that involve inheritance require valid reasons for her, as the young lady of the Jiang family. To obtain them from her elders, I'll be breaking through to the 5th tier next month. I can come over to take a look then. Yili rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Let's discuss it then. Since this route was blocked, he would have to request something from Yuwang or Linhai No. 1 High School. The former had just returned to Fengyun University and would likely not come back to Linhai City anytime soon, leaving only Linhai No. 1 High School as an option. All right, Jiang Qingzhu nodded lightly, not considering it a pressing matter, as he had just advanced to the 2nd tier and should still be in the phase of solidifying his realm. By the way, do you have any questions about White Mist Frost Snow? She looked at Yili, her tone laced with anticipation. I've mastered this breathing technique to a small extent. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I understand. You can ask me anything you're unsure about as well. Yili nodded casually. Jiang Qingzhu had studied White Mist Frost Snow for over half a year and had already achieved a small level of mastery, which was indeed a remarkable feat among her peers. Jiang Qingzhu was taken aback. She had intended to say that if he didn't understand something, how could he expect her to know? However, recalling the proud display of snowstorm she had witnessed recently, she silently closed her mouth. Ever since meeting Yili, Jiang Qingzhu had come to understand a certain truth. There are individuals in this world who operate beyond reason, collectively referred to as geniuses by others. And he was precisely such a genius. Contemplating this, a glimmer of emotion appeared in Jiang Qingzhu's gaze, a mixture of yearning and admiration. She wished to connect the young man with the Jiang family, willing to provide anything, martial arts, techniques, and so forth. If an ordinary person were to receive such favor from the young lady of the extreme northern Jiang family, they would have long since ingratiated themselves, seeking the Jiang family's approval. Yet, this young man was entirely different. His independent demeanor suggested he was utterly unconcerned with the Jiang family's favor, exuding an aura of immense confidence. It was a profound self-assurance rarely seen even among talented martial artists. Yet, when faced with such a coveted opportunity, most could not resist the urge to be swayed. Yi Li's indifference to his relationship with the Jiang family, coupled with his audacity to confront the Jiang family's young lady, was something Jiang Qingzhu had never encountered before. It was precisely because of this that he seemed all the more precious. We have quite a few third-tier weapons at home. Shall I pick one for you during the martial arts examination? She asked softly. Yi Li noncommittally nodded, gazing towards the exit. Who are those people? Jiang Qingzhu followed his gaze and was taken aback. The enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many? Just outside the exit, where taxi drivers typically congregated, several figures cloaked in dark coats stood quietly, each strikingly visible. Their faces bore expressions of cold indifference, their sharp gazes directed straight at Yi Li and the others. Yi Li followed their line of sight, his brow furrowing slightly. He then spotted an equally conspicuous individual swiftly approaching, escorted by several others. The newcomer was tall and slender, appearing to be around 40 years old. With large hands shackled in handcuffs, a sullen expression, and closed eyes, yet moving with ease. Through Yi Li's illusory vision, the aura surrounding the slender man was robust, unmistakably indicating he was no ordinary person. The youthful escorts around him bore expressions of residual joy, each sporting a standard iron badge at their waists. Yi Li deliberately halted his steps, and as they passed by, he easily discerned the inscription on the badge, Zhenjiang University. This was another martial arts university within the province, though its overall strength was significantly inferior to Fengyun University. So it's the students from Zhenjiang University escorting a prisoner. Taking in the scene, Jiang Qingzhu expressed her surprise, then clarified, martial arts universities occasionally issue wanted fugitive missions, capturing criminals and handing them over to the nearest Qingyi Bureau for processing. I didn't expect to encounter one by chance. Hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. It's my first time witnessing this as well. He pondered whether his own pursuit of fugitives might yield rewards in evil deeds value. It seemed unlikely, as such actions would fall under the category of heroic deeds, and the system was not easily fooled. Not necessarily, he mused. Could excessive enforcement also be considered a form of evil? As Yi Li's thoughts wandered, the group escorting the suspect quickly exited the station. The Qingyi Bureau enforcers approached, comparing photographs briefly before receiving the handcuff keys from the escorting group. The leading enforcer stepped forward and reached into the slender man's clothing, presumably to check for any disguises or similar tactics. As Yi Li walked out of the platform, he nodded slightly. This experience was indeed novel, and he resolved to pay more attention to the wanted criminals within the province. Should he encounter one someday, it would be an opportunity to test his hypotheses. Although he was not fond of such delaying tactics, he currently lacked a reason to take action. How frustrating it was that he could not engage in a direct battle. Just then, the enforcer inspecting the handcuffs suddenly changed his expression dramatically. It was known that ordinary handcuffs were as fragile as thin ropes to martial artists, easily shattering under strain. Therefore, students assigned to the wanted fugitive task would be provided with handcuffs of corresponding strength. However, the ones he held now, while sufficient for locking up a common low-tier martial artist, were utterly inadequate for the significant suspect before him, who was nearing the 4th tier. He shouted in alarm, attempting to retreat. But at that moment, the slender man abruptly opened his eyes wide. Clang! With a sharp crack of metal, the tall, lean man shattered the chains binding his wrists, an aura of formidable power surging from him in an instant. He then unleashed a powerful punch that struck the chest of the enforcer before him. Crack! The enforcer's chest visibly caved in, his body propelled backward as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, staining his dark blue coat. Director Chen? The crowd gasped in horror. Witnessing this, the tall man displayed a gleeful expression. He had initially feared for his life, but to his surprise, the students from Zhenjiang University had opted for lighter chains to save costs, affording him a brief moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forth without hesitation, like a speeding vehicle, careening into more than a dozen stunned bystanders as he sprinted away into the distance. The remaining enforcers quickly regained their composure and sprang into action. Point one stayed behind to tend to the injured enforcer, while the others pursued the escaping tall man. However, the throngs of people at the high-speed railway station had caused many to collapse from the earlier chaos. Observing this situation, the initially determined pursuers hesitated, a flicker of conflict crossing their indifferent faces, ultimately deciding to halt and check on the injured instead. Simultaneously, they contacted the enforcers stationed in the city to swiftly track down the whereabouts of the tall man. At that moment, as one enforcer picked up the shackles from the ground, he suddenly looked up at the students from Zhenjiang University, incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "You didn't use the enchanted shackles?" One student, his face twitching, stammered defiantly, "That old monster was already gravely injured when we found him. The shackles capable of restraining a third-tier martial artist are exceedingly precious. We thought it prudent to save that expenditure. So we used the second-tier ones instead." "Fool," the enforcer barked angrily, "hurry and pursue. If that scoundrel harms anyone in the city, you will all face punishment." Hearing this, the students from Zhenjiang University paled slightly, and they hastily set off in the direction the tall man had fled. It seemed they would need to ensure the students returned home early in the coming days. Wang Yongfeng withdrew his gaze from the departing figures and turned to the others, remarking, "If my eyes do not deceive me, that suspect is likely the infamous Xiang Bu, the wanted criminal responsible for the deaths of over 10 pregnant women, causing a significant uproar in Zhenjiang City. It is said he was severely injured by the Qingyi Bureau of Zhenjiang City, yet he remains a genuine peak third-tier martial artist. Be cautious when you return." Just then, his voice trailed off. After scanning the crowd, a look of uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Not just him. Even Jiang Qingzhu paused in surprise after glancing around. "Where is Yili?" Chapter 47. They should thank me. Ha ha ha. Within the labyrinthine high-rise buildings, the tall man raced forward, unable to stifle his manic laughter. Judging by the astonished cries of the crowd, the old man he had injured was the director of Linhai City, and the only one nearing the fourth tier of martial artists in the city. It must be noted that the various Qingyi bureaus across the Hansha realm are always on guard against the secret realms outside the city and the fugitives within. Martial artists at the fourth tier and above rarely have the luxury of assisting elsewhere. The martial arts students from the province seldom possessed the prowess to reach the fourth tier. This meant that, for the time being, Linhai City was entirely safe for him. With this thought, Xiangbu couldn't help but beam with delight. Even though he had been severely injured by that old fool from Zhenjiang City, he was still a bona fide peak third-tier martial artist. Even if there were some embellishments, his rank remained indisputable. Focusing solely on survival, no one in Linhai City could catch up with him. Suddenly, every hair on Xiangbu's body stood on end in his ears. A piercing sound of something slicing through the air erupted. "Who goes there?" Xiangbu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, instinctively ducking and sidestepping. Boom! A long spear grazed his head, crashing heavily into the ground ahead, sending shards of stone flying, the shaft quaking violently from the impact. Xiangbu turned to look, his pupils constricting. A shadow clad in black was hurtling towards him at an extraordinary speed, surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier martial artist. With an explosive force, a fist struck down upon his raised right arm. Bang! Xiangbu had intended to say something, but before he could utter a word, he was sent flying by the overwhelming force. It was Yili, having unleashed the full power of the Tiangang Ta Su technique, and Yulong Cheng Feng Classic, propelling himself to Xiangbu's rear, his aura surging relentlessly. Boom! Xiangbu slammed into the wall, leaving multiple cracks in his wake. He felt an unusual tremor from the fist that struck him, causing his internal energy to roil uncontrollably. It was only then that he finally caught a clear glimpse of his assailant, a youth with black hair and golden eyes, dressed in a dark robe. The golden insignia at his waist swaying with the breeze, his handsome face radiating a palpable aura of menace. With Xiangbu's keen eyesight, he easily discerned the words Fengyun University emblazoned on the insignia. "You are from Fengyun University?" A mixture of shock and fury surged within him as he couldn't help but demand, "What credits do you expect to earn by capturing me? The Qingyi Bureau is no longer pursuing. Do you really need to go to such lengths?" In response to Xiangbu's incredulous gaze, Yili merely chuckled coldly, "You're mistaken. I'm not here to capture you. Then what are you here for?" "I am simply here to kill you." The youth's golden eyes blazed with fervor as, in that moment, he launched himself forward, black hair billowing behind him, his feet striking the ground with force. The perfected Jiao Long Zhanshan technique surged through his palms, his true energy coursing violently, unleashing the might of over 10,000 kilograms in a single explosive punch. His fists fell like a tempest. "You dare?" Xiangbu roared, also extending his arms to meet the challenge head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The air between them exploded in concentric ripples, the fierce winds swirling around them as each blow landed solidly. The ground trembled slightly beneath them, the towering buildings swaying in response. Initially, Xiangbu perceived his opponent's blows to be astoundingly heavy, undoubtedly indicative of a fellow martial artist skilled in physical combat, providing him with a thrill. However, as the battle progressed, he began to sense something amiss in a mere span of breaths. An overwhelming chill surged from within him, causing his blood to roil and a wave of nausea to wash over him. What in the world is this? The strange sensations within him sent a jolt of fear through Xiangbu. Not only were the punches overwhelmingly powerful, but the variety of techniques employed was dizzying. Where on earth did this prodigy spring from? The sense of perfection in Yi Li's punches and kicks ignited a flare of envy within Xiangbu. As a fellow third-tier martial artist, you should understand my plight. He roared in fury. We, as third-tier martial artists, endure countless hardships in our training, and now, just for having killed a few pregnant women, do I truly deserve to die? I cannot comprehend. In the midst of their exchange, Yi Li unleashed another, Jiao Long Zhanshan, imbued with a chilling force, forcibly breaking through Xiangbu's defenses. With the revival of the Golden Soul, the Yu Long Cheng Feng Classic, and the Jiao Long Zhanshan, he dominated the injured peak third-tier martial artist. In an instant, a pitch-black spear materialized in Yi Li's hand. The spear tip blazed with a blinding light, a clear dragon silhouette emerging, the threat of death suddenly looming over Xiangbu's heart. "Spare me," Xiangbu cried out. "I am a third-tier martial artist. I can atone for my sins. Even the Qingyi Bureau wouldn't execute me." His words held truth. A peak third-tier martial artist was indeed a scarce resource and would generally be subjected to restrictions by the Qingyi Bureau, using their status to defend against beasts outside the city. This was one of the reasons he felt unfazed by the Qingyi Bureau. However, upon uttering this, the youth before him did not relent. Instead, a glint of cold light suddenly intensified in Xiangbu's eyes. "If you kill me, the students from Zhenjiang University will not spare you." Xiangbu's body went numb, immobilized as he uttered his final words, the last he would ever speak in this lifetime. In the next moment, a massive hole erupted in his chest, and the dragon silhouette swept across him, extinguishing his life in the blink of an eye. Killing a peak third-tier martial artist, evil value 10,000. The system's prompt transformed into an exhilarating crimson HUED. Yi Li shook the spear, blood splattering across the entire wall. The eerie crimson reflected in his fiery golden eyes. Clad in dark robes, he remained as pristine as when he had arrived. "What are you muttering about?" Yi Li carelessly sheathed the spear and turned back in the direction he had come, softly murmuring, "Who cares about your troubles? If you don't die, does that mean I shall?" Tap tap. No sooner had he walked a short distance than the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Yi Li looked up to see the students from Zhenjiang University rushing toward him. Upon witnessing the scene behind him, they momentarily halted, their breaths catching, before their expressions turned grim. One stepped forward, a hint of anger lacing his tone. "Friend, this is our mission. You can't just interfere like this." Before he could finish, a golden insignia was tossed in his direction. Frowning, he caught it, his expression instantly freezing. "Tell your principal to come to Fengyun University tomorrow to apologize, and bring your instructor along." The youth in dark robes spoke in a flat tone, his golden eyes cold as he regarded them. "Is there any issue with this?" Before his words had even settled, the air around them fell into a suffocating silence. The faces of the Zhenjiang University students turned darker than the bottom of a pot. The golden insignia, core student of Fengyun University. During an assignment, the position was equivalent to that of the deputy director of the local Qingyi Bureau. Damn it. How unfortunate. The expression of the individual at the forefront was ashen, his entire being filled with regret over previous decisions. This mission was already a blunder on their part, and to make matters worse, they had crossed paths with a core student from Fengyun University. With the latter's influence, they could easily be expelled from the institution with a mere word. However, there was no alternative. Moments later, he had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and say, "No, thank you for your assistance." With a nonchalant motion, Yili withdrew the badge from his hand and proceeded in the direction from whence he came. His suspicions were confirmed, bringing him a sense of delight. Chapter 48. I Want It All. Once Yili departed, the students from Zhenjiang University exhaled in relief, their previously tense expressions finally easing. They turned to the young man at the helm, unable to restrain their curiosity. "Brother Feng? Was that truly the gold badge from Fengyun University?" Their tone was tinged with incredulity. They had been too far away earlier and had only caught a distant glimpse of the words Fengyun University. As for why they hadn't approached for verification on the spot, it was because if it were false, it wouldn't matter, but if it were true, they risked inciting the wrath of that ink-clad youth, leading to even greater trouble. Moreover, given that the opponent had effortlessly slain a severely injured peak third-tier warrior in such a short time, their strength was undoubtedly above the third tier, making it highly probable that they were indeed the rightful owner. "It is the real deal. I confirmed it just now." Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the leading student's expression remained grim. Damn it, when misfortune strikes, it's as if even drinking water can get stuck in one's teeth. How many gold badges does Fengyun University possess in total? To encounter one in such a small place as Lehigh City, we truly have run into a streak of bad luck. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others grew complex. While they were laboriously pursuing traces of the fugitive, the students from Fengyun University had come directly to eliminate him. Now, it seemed that with a single word, they would be compelled to apologize to the principal and teachers upon their return to school, while they could only comply. There was no choice. Aft forged from the silver horn of a third-tier exotic beast. The silver-horned rhinoceros, this armor seamlessly conforms to the body upon infusing it with true qi, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. It is both comfortable and breathable, capable of mitigating the damage one endures. After perusing the introduction, a trace of disdain appeared on Yi Li's face. Perhaps it was the exceptional suitability of the artifact produced by his own system that rendered this armor somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. He had never anticipated receiving significant assistance from them. With a sigh, Yi Li stowed the items on the table into his storage ring. Indeed, the most valuable item among them was this very storage ring. To avoid any confusion with the harmonious coexistence ring on his right hand, he adorned this storage ring on his left. Returning to his training bed, Yi Li's remarkably handsome visage gradually settled into tranquility. He had no intention of postponing his ascension to the third tier until after the martial examination. This endeavor had not only validated his conjectures, but also served as a wake-up call regarding the urgency to enhance his strength. If defeating an injured peak third-tier martial artist proved so arduous, would he not be at the mercy of those geniuses from Shanzhou No. 1, all at the pinnacle of the second tier? Such a scenario was unacceptable. No one could hinder his journey of empowerment. His increasingly formidable strength did not cloud Yi Li's judgment. Rather, it heightened his awareness. While outsiders perceived him as a prodigy, this unparalleled talent had been amassed through a substantial accumulation of malevolent deeds. To maintain such momentum, he must possess the capability to overpower those geniuses. Complacency was not an option. Yi Li chuckled softly, seated by the edge of his bed as his mood swiftly stabilized. Having embarked on this path, there was no room for confusion. Ultimately, in this high martial world, only the strong could assert their will. System, grant me an enhancement. A pale blue light curtain unfurled before Yi Li, and an immense influx of malevolent points surged into the interface. Current malevolent points, 36,200, ding. Consuming malevolent points, commencing cultivation, B-grade refinement method, Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Previously, you had clumsily refined your entire bloodline, having already set foot into the realm of true blood. Now, upon reviewing this B-grade refinement method, it feels akin to a student who has practiced problems before consulting the textbook, yielding double the results with half the effort. Acquired enhancement buff, cultivation speed accelerated by 50. After consuming 2,000 malevolent points, you realize that although this B-grade refinement method involves deeper theoretical concepts, its complexity pales in comparison to the S-grade breathing technique. You can grasp its true essence at a glance. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, minor accomplishment. After consuming 4,000 malevolent points, you have learned the method of simulating the Great Sun's vaporization to elevate the temperature within your body. causing your blood to undergo gradual transformation in this high-temperature environment. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, Proficient. After consuming 6,000 malevolent points, your comprehension of this refinement method deepens, and with each breath, scorching white vapor escapes your mouth. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, Mastered. After consuming 10,000 malevolent points, you finally comprehend the enhancement methods recorded within this refinement technique, a sense of enlightenment flooding your heart. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, Great Accomplishment. After consuming 12,000 malevolent points, you have mastered the technique of imbuing true Qi with a burning effect, making future cultivation of fire-based martial skills significantly more effective and potent. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, Perfected. Byproduct. Your ability to withstand heat has increased. Byproduct. Your understanding of refinement methods, a type of third-tier technique, has deepened. A multitude of text materialized on the light curtain. Yi Li exhaled softly, the sensation of heat unmistakably vivid. Although he had never smoked in his past life, he could not help but think that if he deliberately activated the burning true Qi within him, he could easily ignite a cigarette even without a lighter. A practical little ability had been added. Furthermore, with a mere thought, Yi Li felt his blood boiling, as if a piece of fine iron had been cast into a blazing furnace. It was not an unbearable heat, but rather a burgeoning sensation of transformation. Without hesitation, Yi Li commenced enhancing his cultivation. Ding! Consuming malevolent points, beginning to elevate martial arts level. Your refinement method has reached perfection. Under its influence, the original 100 steps have been traversed, with only the final step remaining. After consuming 200 malevolent points, a golden glow envelopes your entire bloodstream, bones resonating, and a feeling of completeness permeates your being. Enhancement concluded. You have ascended to the first layer of the third tier. Current martial arts level, third tier, first layer, 0, current malevolent points, 24,000. As the final line of text appeared, Yi Li's aura surged dramatically. He resembled a perfectly crafted elixir, radiating a sense of completeness. The transformed blood and bones harmonized, amplifying his senses to a terrifying degree, achieving a state where a feather cannot be added, and no flies can approach. His void-like black pupils shone with extraordinary brilliance, as if capable of discerning the essence of the world. There were no so-called bottlenecks. This third-tier threshold, which had ensnared countless martial artists, was shattered by him in mere breaths. This was the third tier. Sensing the explosive rise of true Qi and blood intensity within him, Yi Li restrained the astonishment on his face. Next, preparations must be made for the martial examination 2.5 days hence. He wondered just how much benefit Shanzhou No. 1 would bring him. Why, Yi Li found himself filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, at Shanzhou No. 1, having just completed training, Yang Wanfeng was engaged in a significant discussion about the martial examination with his sister. Yang Wan. Chapter 50. Yang Wanfeng's decision. The martial examination approaches, brother. How do you think I should teach that Yi Li a lesson? In the spacious training ground, having just finished her training, Yang Wan lay languidly on the ground, casually asking, what would be the best way to discipline him? Wanner, how many times must I tell you not to underestimate your opponent? Yang Wanfeng replied, unable to suppress a smile. If you do not activate the blood ignition secret technique, you are unlikely to match Tang Yao, and since he was able to defeat her, he certainly has the capacity to defeat you as well. Even if you could win against him with the secret technique, what of it? This is the martial examination, where points are earned by hunting exotic beasts in the test area. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, continuing, moreover, aside from the last 6 hours of free combat, if you rashly attack him at any other time, he could report you to the examiners. What then? Then I simply won't attend the martial university. Brother can support me for life, Yang Wan said dismissively. To her, Yi Li had gone from being an inconsequential figure in the martial examination to a villain of the highest order for usurping her brother's guaranteed admission. Furthermore, since the highest scores are awarded for hunting exotic beasts in the core area of the testing point, should Yi Li aim for the top, he would inevitably cross paths with her and others. This confrontation seemed unavoidable, and thus she was determined to end it by teaching him a lesson. Wanner, do not throw a tantrum. Yang Wanfeng sat on the ground beside her. Did I not say I would confront him? Why are you so anxious? Yang Wan, refusing to look at him, huffed, because you are too easygoing. Even if you say you will confront him, You will surely hold back. Every time. You only go halfway. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes flickered. In truth, he had only refrained from overtly using excessive force, but those he had marked had all faced his covert retribution afterward. Yang Wan was evidently unaware of this. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wanfeng sighed as if resigned. All right, if you despise him so much, then so be it. Tell me how you wish to teach him a lesson, and I shall comply. Really? Yang Wan exclaimed, her excitement causing her to spring up from the ground. Looking at Yang Wanfeng, she pressed, anything goes? Yang Wanfeng feigned hesitation, a hint of playfulness crossing his refined features. Then, as he caught the eager glimmer in Yang Wan's eyes, he seemed to come to a decision, letting out a resigned sigh. When have I ever deceived you? Although I originally intended just to spar. Seeing how much you loathe him, a slight lesson would not be amiss. Speak your mind. Wonderful! Yang Wan cheered, leaping forward to embrace Yang Wanfeng, joyfully exclaiming, I knew brother treats me the best. After a brief pause, her expression turned slightly bashful as she giggled, brother, I've actually been planning how to teach him a lesson for quite some time. Yang Wanfeng's interest peaked. What do you have in mind? In the core area of the examination point. Won't they be broadcasting the events live? Exactly. Yang Wanfeng nodded. For the purpose of observing the performance of promising martial science students, the core area of the martial examination point utilizes special methods to capture relevant footage for real-time broadcasting. Due to the high costs, students wandering in the outer or even inner areas do not qualify to be recorded. What are you planning? I want to strip him of his clothes and hang him from the tallest tree for all to see. Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist, leaving him utterly humiliated before the students and teachers of the entire province. Let us see if he dares to snatch from others again. Is this a bit too much? Upon hearing the girl's words, Yang Wanfeng's lips instinctively curled into a smile, only to be swiftly smoothed out, his brows furrowing slightly as he remarked, This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Moreover, in past years, the core area of the martial arts examination was fraught with risks, even for second-tier martial artists. Considering his own safety, he might very well refrain from entering the core area. As the beasts in the inner area also carry a high score, brother, I haven't finished yet. A triumphant look surfaced on Yang Wan's face as she interjected. If he avoids the inner area, it's actually better for me. I won't have to worry about residual images. When the final 2 hours arrive for free combat, you can deal with him however you wish. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yang Wanfeng appeared somewhat hesitant, as if he were particularly averse to such matters. Yet, the slight tremor in his excited hands betrayed his true feelings. Oh, what's so bad about it? Noticing her elder brother's reluctance, Yang Wan grasped his hand, pleadingly saying, Brother, he has already snatched your guaranteed admission quota, and the entire school is abuzz with this matter. We cannot afford to be so lenient. Perhaps it was because Yang Wanfeng often mentioned the guaranteed admission quota for Fengyun University. Or perhaps it was due to the teachers of various classes frequently using the examples of geniuses to inspire their students. At this moment, hundreds of martial science students at Shanzhou No. 1 high school were all aware of a student named Yi Li from Lehigh City, who was likely to secure a guaranteed admission quota for Fengyun University. Naturally, Yang Wanfeng, who often touted the quota, appeared somewhat foolish, as expected. Upon mentioning this matter, a flicker of anger appeared in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, quickly dissipating. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Indeed. This Yi Li is truly overstepping his bounds. If I do not demonstrate a bit of my prowess, he might genuinely think I am easy to bully. Speaking of which, when I battled at Tang Yao, I also disregarded her dignity, employing a remarkably brutal fighting style that left onlookers astounded. If I were to teach him a lesson during this martial arts examination, it would also serve to rid the world of a menace. A radiant smile instantly blossomed on Yang Wan's small face. Brother, in my heart, you have always been a paragon of virtue. Have you forgotten? Everyone at school has said you are a genius of pure integrity. I am well aware of this. Yang Wanfeng humbly waved his hand, exclaiming helplessly, Do not rejoice too soon. Even if I promise to teach him a lesson, finding him later will still pose a problem. Rest assured. Yang Wan patted her slightly puffed chest, her long hair swaying with emotion. She chuckled with pride. I already knew you would agree to my request, so I discussed it with everyone this morning. Besides the two of us, whoever encounters Yi Li will lead him towards the core area. He absolutely cannot escape. Having said that, under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan crossed her hands over her flat abdomen, turning around with an expectant tone. It's foolproof. Oh, I truly look forward to seeing his expression when the time comes. The scale of the provincial martial arts examination is immensely grand, sweeping across the entire province with a wave of excitement. The tense atmosphere resembles an invisible net, enveloping the hearts of every martial arts candidate, instilling unprecedented pressure upon them. In such a charged environment, time seems to hasten unnaturally. The fleeting 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled over the outskirts of Shanzhou City. A long-awaited sense of exhilaration began to permeate the air. Outside Shanzhou City, before a vast and magnificent secret realm, stood a massive temporary camp. Several figures, exuding a powerful aura, progressively appeared before the camp. Their gazes collectively fixed upon the distant city, their eyes gleaming. There, hundreds of large buses were steadily arriving, accompanied by dozens of escorting military armored vehicles. This place is destined to become the turning point in the fates of thousands of martial artists. The stage for winning the provincial martial arts examination has been set. Awaiting the protagonists to take the stage. Chapter 51. Face-to-face taunt, Cracked Mountain Secret Realm. As a long-standing examination site for the provincial martial arts tests, the primary characteristic of the Cracked Mountain Secret Realm is its expansive space and relatively low-level beasts. It remains in a state of prohibition for most of the year, and prior to the examination, a 7th-tier martial arts master is specifically invited to meticulously inspect the realm to prevent the appearance of 4th-tier beasts. However, it seems that the secret realm has its own set of suppressive rules, as 4th-tier beasts have never been reported in previous years. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, the yearly inspection by the master has never been neglected. With so many martial arts seeds, a new batch of martial arts powerhouses is bound to emerge in several decades. Before the Cracked Mountain Secret Realm, at the temporary camp, a throng of people stood on the plain before the secret realm. Their expressions varied. Kai Guoqing stood atop the camp, solemnly observing the multitude of young martial artists below, his thoughts swirling within. The day has finally arrived. The youth and talent of the winning province have gathered here today. The twin stars of the Yang family from Shanzhou City, the young lady of the Jiang family from Lehigh City, the dark horse named Yili, the little tough guy from Jiang City, and Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion of Qingshan City. Why are there so many injured from Qingshan City? As his gaze fell upon a group of martial artists from Qingshan City, a hint of confusion flickered in Kai Guoqing's eyes. He observed that several hundred of them were bandaged and sporting various injuries, appearing quite pitiful, while the remaining hundreds occasionally cast resentful glances towards the direction of the martial artists from Lehigh City. Yet, upon noticing the handsome youth clad in a dark robe, they immediately became obedient. How peculiar! I shall inquire with the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School later. Dismissing his thoughts, Kai Guoqing stepped forward and called out to the crowd. I am Kai Guoqing, the chief organizer of this provincial martial arts examination. Like those literary students who have toiled for a decade in their studies, today is also the day for you martial science students, who have persevered through years of hardship. To validate the results of your efforts, it is likely that your respective school leaders have delivered numerous speeches for pre-battle motivation, so I shall not belabor the point. I will simply outline the rules. He rambled on for quite a while the tens of thousands of martial arts candidates below listened intently. Among the crowd, the handsome youth in the clean dark robe nodded frequently. The rules of the martial arts examination are quite straightforward. According to Kai Guoqing, the Cracked Mountain Secret Realm behind him is divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. The outer area primarily consists of early first-tier beasts, equivalent to first-tier level 2 or 3, yielding lower scores for hunting. The inner area is predominantly comprised of mid to late first-tier, and even early second-tier beasts, offering higher scores for hunting. As for the core area, it is mostly inhabited by second-tier beasts, with a few third-tier beasts also present, yielding the highest scores. Each student is equipped with a talisman-like device that can be activated in emergencies to create a protective shield around them and send real-time location signals to external rescue devices. Of course, once someone uses it, it signifies that they have effectively completed the examination early. As for the beasts, Yili held little concern. However, this so-called talisman piqued his interest, as its high potency might affect his ability to accumulate evil points. Yet, he merely regarded it with mild interest. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yili dismissed the concern entirely. The rationale is simple. How exquisite can a low-level talisman that can be used thousands of times really be? If it can withstand even a single strike from my dragon riding the wind, that would be commendable enough. However, judging from the earlier reactions, while the other martial arts students from Qingshan City indeed harbored resentment towards him, whether they possessed the courage to retaliate remains uncertain. Reflecting on this, Yili's attractive brows slightly furrowed. Damn it, your white moonlight has been beaten down by me, and you are not even thinking of revenge? Do not succumb to the enemy's intimidation. I have not underestimated the bonds among you. Do not tell me you lack the courage to act. This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. It seems I must teach Tang Yao another lesson to stir their wild instincts. With this thought, Yili's gaze shifted, sweeping over the sword-clad girl in the distance, who was biting her lip. The examination will commence at 8:30 a.m. and continue for 24 hours. From the camp above, Kai Guoqing shouted sternly, I remind you once again, the martial arts examination is no child's play. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, including death within. Furthermore, except for the core area where combat is permitted at will, fighting is only allowed in the remaining areas during the last 6 hours. During all other times, mutual attacks among students are strictly prohibited. If discovered, I will immediately disqualify the offender and record a serious demerit, nullifying their examination results. His tone was exceedingly grave, and under the aura of his formidable presence, it exuded a powerful deterrence. This rule is quite comprehensible, as it is evidently intended to prevent chaos among candidates due to various reasons once they enter the secret realm, which could adversely affect their examination results. However, a direct prohibition on mutual attacks is also unfeasible. After all, in the future, when entering secret realms, they could very well face attacks from fellow martial artists. It is imperative that young martial artists do not develop the misconception that those within the secret realm will never attack one another. Otherwise, they may very well pay for it with their lives in the future. Upon hearing this, Yili maintained his calm demeanor, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu approached, presenting him with a sharp spear entirely adorned in blue and gold. She softly stated, This is a third-tier high-grade treasure. The blood-stained sea dragon spear. It enhances the power of water-based martial techniques and also amplifies cold energy. Thank you, Yili replied, accepting the spear with a polite nod. Besides storage treasures, each person is allowed to carry 3 artifacts, and this spear fits perfectly into that allowance. Don't worry, I will find time to venture into the core area if you need assistance. Just call out, Yili stated as he stored the spear in his ring, remaining composed. Well then, I wish you good fortune. With that, he turned and departed. With some time left before 8:30, he intended to wander around and gather some hostility points. Watching the youth's retreating figure, Jiang Qingzhu bit her lip lightly, her gaze gradually hardening. Why, Yili? I will definitely gain admission to Fengyun University. Wait for me. I in the crowd. A strikingly handsome youth in a black robe meandered casually. A golden badge gleamed prominently at his waist, adorned with silver inscriptions that evoked envy among many martial science students. Soon, he arrived at his destination, the gathering spot for martial science students in Shanzhou City. Since no one recognized him, Yili boldly positioned himself at the forefront of their group, waiting with an indifferent expression. According to Yu Wang's words, such behavior was akin to face-to-face mockery. Meanwhile, within the ranks of Shanzhou City students, discussions erupted upon the appearance of the youth with the golden badge. The refined young Wanfeng, initially engaging in light-hearted banter with his teammates to ease the atmosphere, felt his smile freeze upon hearing the surrounding chatter. He lifted his gaze to see the coveted golden badge he had longed for, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Without a doubt, that was the golden badge reserved for students of considerable importance at Fengyun University. The smile faded from Yang Wanfeng's face as his hands gradually clenched, his eyes fixated on the languid youth in the black robe. The presence of that badge revealed his identity unmistakably. With the martial examination about to commence, it was evident that he had deliberately come to flaunt his status instead of waiting at his designated location. Knowing that Yang Wanfeng harbored discontent towards him, he still dared to provoke him directly. Reflecting on this, a surge of intense killing intent flickered in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, quickly vanishing. Brother, what's wrong? Yang Wan inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Nothing. Yang Wanfeng's expression softened once more as he replied with a gentle smile. I just saw someone I care about and got a bit distracted. He was acutely aware that they had not yet entered the secret realm. Any act of aggression at this moment would result in the loss of his examination qualification. He would bide his time, and when they were in the secret realm, he would locate his target through his extraordinary abilities. Why then? It would be Yi Li's turn to lament. Yang Wanfeng exhaled deeply. However, even though his earlier killing intent had dissipated, the black-robed youth in the distance seemed to sense something, casually glancing in their direction. Upon hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan began to scan the surroundings. Who is this person you care about? Their gazes locked. Yi Li's eyes held an indifferent expression, laced with scrutiny, while Yang Wan's pupils trembled as her attention fell upon the striking golden badge. Furrowing her brows, a thin veil of anger washed over her sweet face. Brother, I think I just spotted that Yi Li. Yes, I see him too. Yang Wanfeng's gaze lingered on Yi Li as a faint smile crept onto his lips. It seems he is rather fond of showing off. I shall teach him a lesson when the time comes. As they conversed, the black-robed youth turned to them, his expression tranquil as he strode towards their direction. Brother, Yang Wan exclaimed, her heart inexplicably racing, her voice tinged with tension. He's coming over. Yang Wanfeng's countenance swiftly turned cold. The two siblings had merely exchanged glances, and now the other party approached them directly. What did this signify? Subtly positioning himself in front of Yang Wan, he gazed at the black-robed youth with an air of arrogance. Although one could not engage in combat outside the secret realm if the other party initiated an attack, the nature of the situation would change entirely. He would make sure the youth learned what it meant to be the most talented warrior of the Yang family. Yi Li soon stood before the two, raising his dark eyes. Despite being of similar height to Yang Wanfeng, the latter felt an uncomfortable sensation of being looked down upon. This peculiar feeling was shared by the other students from Shanzhou City. The youth calmly inquired, "What are you laughing about?" Yang Wanfeng furrowed his brows, retorting with a hint of amusement, "Are we not allowed to laugh? You seem a bit too temperamental." Behind him stood numerous students who had once admired him. For the sake of pride, his tone inadvertently became somewhat assertive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wan, seemingly inspired by something, coldly mocked, "You merely secured a guaranteed admission slot through backdoor means. Surely, some people do not genuinely believe themselves invincible?" With that, she peeked out from behind Yang Wanfeng, proudly raising her chin like a haughty swan. "Otherwise, be careful not to get beaten up." "Ah, I see." Yi Li nodded slightly. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed a group of students from Shanzhou No. 1 high school glaring at him with hostility. Clearly, this pair were their leaders. Otherwise, their united front would not have been so evident. In a wonder, his heightened senses detected a trace of killing intent. It seemed he had provoked the main instigator. With this realization, Yi Li turned to Yang Wan, chuckling lightly. "So it appears you've already conspired on how to deal with me." "Not dealing with you," Yang Wan declared proudly, raising a finger and shaking it from side to side with a triumphant grin. "It's about teaching you a lesson. I have already devised a plan for how to handle you. You thick-skinned rogue Wanner, do not speak recklessly." Yang Wanfeng feigned anger as he admonished her. Then, turning to Yi Li, he offered a nonchalant smile. "My sister can be a bit mischievous. Please do not take it to heart. She is merely joking." Pausing for a moment, he continued with a warm smile. "However, if possible, I would also like to experience your strength during the last 6 hours in the core area. Yi Li, I wonder if you have the courage to accept." At this statement, the students from Shanzhou City exchanged glances filled with intrigue, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Yang Wan stifled a giggle, recognizing that her brother was deliberately provoking Yi Li. In an effort to eliminate any chance of refusal, he was subtly applying pressure. Coughing lightly, Yang Wan was about to join in with her taunts when a deep, authoritative voice rang out from above. "We will now commence the teleportation to the secret realm. All candidates please return to their respective teams to ensure proximity to their teammates." The teleportation process would result in greater distances if candidates were far apart beforehand. It was a basic protocol emphasized by the instructors from various schools prior to the examination. "Brother," Yang Wan felt a twinge in her heart as she intended to link arms with Yang Wanfeng when a mocking laughter echoed in her ears. "Why wait for the last 6 hours? I shall let you experience it right now." As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yang Wanfeng. In an instant, a shadowy figure streaked through the air like a meteor. Appearing before him with an ethereal presence, enveloped in swathes of white mist that accentuated his handsome features, rendering him almost otherworldly. Yi Li's demeanor remained placid, yet an ominous storm brewed within his brow. The veiled killing intent and insincerity had driven him to the brink of patience with this cultured youth. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a seemingly casual palm strike, infused with the force of tens of thousands of kilograms. In that moment, Yang Wanfeng's heart raced with alarm, and as the elongated hand approached, an overwhelming sense of threat made every hair on his back stand on end. Disregarding the dazed Yang Wan behind him, he quickly circulated his true energy, green light surging from his arms as he summoned every ounce of strength to defend himself. The aura of the second-tier 8th level erupted from him, drawing even the attention of Kai Guoqing above. You've lost your mind. The last 6 hours are the only time we can engage in combat. Yang Wanfeng shouted in a mix of anger and shock. Fool, I have guaranteed admission, Li replied coolly, his long hand descending upon the glowing arms of his opponent. Simultaneously, a colossal teleportation array rose from the earth below, swiftly enveloping the figures of thousands of martial examination candidates. In the astonished eyes of Yang Wan and the other students from Shanzhou City, Yang Wanfeng felt the scene around him shift in an instant, followed by a tremendous force crashing down upon his arms. The terrifying might shattered his limbs and then slammed into his chest, causing the once resilient flesh to emit a muffled groan of despair. Boom! In the midst of an expansive and dense forest, Yang Wanfeng spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His gaunt figure crashing violently backward, propelled by the force of the blood, he collided with over a dozen towering trees, rolling along the ground for dozens of revolutions before finally coming to a heavy halt against the trunk of a massive tree. He gasped for breath, feeling his throat filled with thick plasma, his vision blurred with golden stars, and a dizzying pain coursed through every part of his body. Yet, in comparison to the agony enveloping his corporeal form, the shock within his heart was even more profound. Struggling to lift his head, he strained to gaze upon the tall figure approaching with measured steps, an uncontrollable look of terror surging in his eyes as he managed to utter. The burst of Danqi indicates you are at the 3rd tier. The aura emanating from him was as perfect as a precious Dan, allowing for the exertion of physical strength through the technique of Danqi explosion, a skill unique to the 3rd tier of True Blood realm, capable of vastly enhancing bodily functions. For warriors below the 3rd tier, it was akin to a dimensional blow. No wonder he could sense my gaze. No wonder he secured a recommendation to Fengyun University. The defeat of Tang Yao was merely a ruse. He had feigned weakness to mislead others into believing he required secret methods. A tempest of fear surged within Yang Wanfeng, his heart pounding with overwhelming dread. Had he known his opponent had ascended to the 3rd tier, he would never have acquiesced to Yang Wan's request. Even though the Yang family's secret techniques could elevate his prowess to that of a 3rd-tier warrior. At this moment, he found it difficult to even rise, let alone deploy the Burning Blood secret art. Severely injured, Yang Wanfeng, the most outstanding genius of the Yang family in the past decade, has gained 3,000 evil points. Detected a significant amount of fear directed towards you from Yang Wanfeng, gaining 2,000 evil points. Ignoring the horror etched upon his opponent's face, Li squatted calmly before the elegant young man and inquired. With the temperament of a 3rd tier so formidable, why not attempt to laugh once more? He continued. Additionally, do convey to your father how you and your sister plan to deal with me. Chapter 53. I apologize for disappointing you. Upon hearing Yi Li's calm yet teasing voice, Yang Wanfeng, lying on the ground, moved his lips tentatively, finally stammering, she merely wishes to spar with you. With a swift motion, a long spear of blue and gold appeared in Yi Li's hand, and with a sudden thrust, it pierced through Yang Wanfeng's thigh, the sound of tearing flesh echoing sharply in the air. Ah! A chilling scream erupted from Yang Wanfeng's lips as he instinctively reached to pull it out, only to be met with a resounding slap from the young man, sending him reeling. The force of the blow left Yang Wanfeng's ears ringing. His mind clouded, and in the remnants of his consciousness, he instinctively glanced forward. All he could see were the dark, mystical eyes of the boy, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Lies. Yi Li's voice bore no discernible emotion. Yet it was imbued with an overwhelming pressure. This is your final chance. How do you and your sister intend to deal with me? She, Yang Wanfeng stuttered, needs to think before she speaks. I genuinely advise you that as he spoke, Yili flicked the spear's handle lightly, causing the weapon to tremble, and calmly stated, "Indeed." Yang Wanfeng bit down hard, the excruciating pain causing him to grimace, gasping for breath as his mind went blank. Why? How could he discern that this was a deception? Yili raised his gaze. 3-T these words, Yang Wanfeng's heart tightened abruptly. If he spoke, given the temperament displayed by his opponent, the fate of Yang Wan would be all but certain, absolutely dreadful. Was he truly going to disclose this? If he did, Wanner would be doomed. Yang Wanfeng's pupils dilated and constricted, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Why Yili withdrew the spear, holding it ominously before Yang Wanfeng's bloodied, yet refined-faced, though the latter, the boy radiated an astonishing aura, rendering him incapable of fathoming the thoughts swirling in Yili's mind. The weight of fear pressed heavily upon Yang Wanfeng's heart. Just as Yili's brow furrowed slightly, a sudden gust of wind rushed past, and a palpable sense of impending death loomed over him. In a moment of despair, he cried out, "I will tell you. I will tell you." Several hundred meters away in the forest, a sweet-faced young girl stood in a clearing, bewildered as she surveyed the dense thickets surrounding her. She vaguely recalled that in the final second before entering the secret realm, the boy in the dark robe had unleashed an overwhelming aura and had placed his palm upon her brother's arms. Yang Wan, her breath quickening, rose from the ground, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Although her brother was formidable, having mastered the Yang family's ancestral burning blood secret art to a high degree, that Yili exuded a confidence that was almost terrifying, and his aura surpassed her own. He had even triumphed over Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion. How infuriating! Why hadn't she recognized his prowess before? Why did she suddenly feel a surge of anxiety? Clenching her lips, Yang Wan forced herself to regain her composure. This was the periphery of the Rift Mountain's secret realm, where exotic beasts could appear at any moment. Even though she could effortlessly slay them with her strength, she needed to remain vigilant. Her brother had reached the second tier, 8th level. Even if Yili possessed secret techniques that allowed him to battle above his tier, the disparity between them remained colossal. Even if he managed to surprise her brother with a sneak attack, it would hardly cause a significant stir. She had to believe in him. He was her brilliant brother, a young warrior standing at the pinnacle of Shanzhou No. 1 High School. He would undoubtedly triumph over that unknown Yili. Yang Wan clenched her fists, the light of hope igniting once more in her eyes. During the teleportation, she and the two others had been merely 5 or 6 meters apart. Thus, the distance now couldn't be too great. After discerning the direction, she made her way toward the source of the previous rumblings. Along the way, various exotic beasts appeared, predominantly large wood rats and skeletal soldiers, low-tier creatures. Strangely, these beasts did not attack Yang Wan. Instead, they fled wildly, as if fleeing from some terrifying foe. In pursuit of her score, Yang Wan casually eliminated them, collecting the droplets of heart blood within them. With each step, the numbers on her scoring device steadily accumulated. Soon, a faint scent of blood wafted through the breeze ahead, accompanied by a familiar aura. It was her brother. He had to have one. A surge of joy filled Yang Wan's heart as she hastened her pace, bursting forth from the thicket into a clearing, exclaiming, "Brother!" In the next instant, her voice faltered, and her pupils constricted in shock. Before her stood the straight-backed boy in the dark robe, and in front of him, a bloodied Yang Wanfeng gazed at her with a look of terror, his eyes filled with an inescapable guilt. Upon noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the boy in the dark robe casually glanced over. Seemingly registering the flicker of unquenched hope in her gaze, with a slight smile, the blood-stained spear in his hand, he remarked, "I truly apologize for disappointing you." His words. Yang Wan's heart tightened. Chapter 54. First. Give me a bow. Without a doubt, the elegant youth lying beneath the tree, in a pitiful pose, was indeed her brother, once spirited and ambitious at Shanzhou No. 1 High School. Now, however, he appeared utterly despondent and filled with shame. The boy in the dark robe exuded a chilling coldness, his flat tone enveloping the area in a palpable sense of murderous intent. Yang Wan covered her mouth, horrified at the scene before her, unable to comprehend how her once magnificent brother had fallen to such depths. Why was this happening? The shocking sight rendered her legs heavy as lead, leaving her frozen in place, her mind momentarily stalling. Her brother was a genius of the second tier, 8th level, capable of contending with third-tier warriors using secret techniques, yet here he was, having met such a fate at Yi Li's hands? Yang Wanfeng, observing Yang Wan's expression, felt a surge of humiliation and anger within, his face burning with shame. How glorious had he once been, to now be defeated by such an opponent, especially before the sister who had once admired him. The overwhelming humiliation threatened to consume Yang Wanfeng's reason. Yet, he still harbored a plan. If only Wanner could buy him 5 minutes, he could recover some strength through his supernatural abilities. If he could unleash the Burning Blood's secret art, even this boy who was a third-tier warrior would not stand a chance. With this thought in mind, Yang Wanfeng struggled to compose himself, deliberately displaying a bitter expression, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked up at Yang Wan. Trembling as he urged Wanner, "You must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. This person." Smack! Before he could finish, the boy in the dark robe slapped him across the face, sending bloodied teeth flying from his mouth, leaving his head ringing. "Stop the theatrics." Yi Li frowned slightly, seemingly disgusted as he wiped the blood from his hand, coolly remarking, "If you were so concerned, why did you comply so readily earlier? Now you speak as if you were the villain." Yi Li, witnessing Yang Wanfeng's dire state, Yang Wan finally regained her composure, her trembling eyes darting toward the boy in the dark robe as she incredulously shouted, "What are you doing? Does it require explanation?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he replied, "As you can see, I am merely sparring with your brother. Is this how you spar?" Yang Wan let out a furious cry, witnessing the humiliation inflicted upon her beloved elder brother. At that moment, if she did not take action, she would no longer be the proudest daughter of the Yang family. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from her, her inner energy roiling fiercely. "Die!" With reddened eyes, Yang Wan shouted angrily, fists clenched, as she charged at the young man in the ink robe with incredible speed, delivering a punch that carried the ferocity of a speeding automobile. The violent gust of wind rushed towards her opponent. Yet Yi Li merely smiled, his fingers tightening into a fist as he stomped the ground, unleashing a second wave of his inner vitality, striking out with a fist like a resounding drum. Bang! The two forces collided fiercely, Yang Wan's energy dissipating like thin paper, effortlessly torn apart. Her fist landed heavily against Yang Wan's arm, a sharp crack of bone echoing in the air. Crack! The graceful figure was sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing through sturdy trees one after another. Boom! Yang Wan found herself sprawled amidst the wreckage, and as the dust settled, she was surrounded by splintered wood, her slender arm now bent at a horrifying angle. Ah! Intense pain shot through her arm, and Yang Wan's once sweet face contorted uncontrollably, piercing screams erupting from her lips, resonating throughout the surroundings. "It hurts. It hurts." Ah! Instinctively clutching her arm, she writhed and rolled on the ground. The resilient bones of her entire arm had been brutally shattered by that overwhelming force. Even an experienced martial artist would momentarily lose composure from such excruciating pain. The arrogance she once held had vanished, leaving only a pitiful display of misery. Wanner. Beneath the trees, Yang Wanfeng struggled to rise, but a blue-gold spear hovered threateningly before his throat, the sharpness of its tip inducing instant fear upon his scholarly visage. Though he could secretly heal his injuries using his powers, he had not regained much combat strength. As much as he regretted Wanner, he could only hope she could endure a little longer. Gritting his teeth, he felt the faint green glow within his meridians, continuously healing his bodily wounds. "Enough, stop your cries." Yi Li, holding the spear, his dark hair fluttering, garments billowing, gazed at Yang Wan casually, saying, "To prevent you from losing consciousness, I avoided striking your head, yet you screamed so wretchedly. Have you never been injured before?" Yang Wan appeared wretched, but in reality, her injury amounted to a severe fracture of her right arm, far from incapacitating a second-tier martial artist. With the rise of their strength, the number of challengers who dared provoke her had dwindled significantly. Hence, such rare resources as these two must be utilized to their fullest. For instance, incapacitating Yang Wanfeng and humiliating Yang Wan could yield a substantial amount of evil points. This chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. It is genuinely worth anticipating. A slight smile crept onto Yi Li's lips, for this could be considered a clever exploitation of resources. As for the vengeance from the Yang family of Shanzhou, There was no need for concern. They had instigated this first, and he was merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, what was Yi Li's current identity? A core student of Fengyun University. As the most prestigious martial arts university in Ying Province, even the Yang family of Shanzhou held little weight before him. This was evident from the fact that the Yang siblings could not secure a guaranteed admission spot. If they truly held such influence, Yi Li doubted they would have set their sights on him. Given this, why pretend to be a formidable opponent? One must be strong to forge iron. As long as he did not violate his principles, he would strive to extract every ounce of value from his enemies. Within Yi Li's calm gaze, moments later, Yang Wan's cries gradually diminished, though her breathing remained rapid. Ha, ha. Then, gritting her teeth, she rose from the wreckage. Her smooth forehead drenched in cold sweat, staring at Yi Li with an involuntary glimmer of fear in her eyes. Trembling, she asked, "Can we stop here?" "What do you think?" Yi Li replied coolly. Remarkably, she still wished to call for a truce. Thus, Yang Wan bit her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "What do you want?" "Well," Yi Li rested his finger on his chin, feigning contemplation. Moments later, a look of inspiration crossed his face. And he chuckled softly, then, "Kneel down and apologize to me. After all, I am not a villain." As he spoke, he seemingly glanced casually at the unconscious, pale-faced Yang Wanfeng, the implications clear. Yang Wanfeng's complexion turned ashen. His voice hoarse as he said, "I understand." Though his opponent wore a smile, no one could discern his true intentions. Moreover, thanks to his A-grade talent, Song Lin's protection, he had already recovered 30% of his injuries. In another 10 minutes, he would regain enough strength to unleash secret techniques, at which point it would be the other's demise. Just a little longer, just a little longer. This momentary humiliation was nothing significant. Just as Yang Wan prepared to rise, Yi Li pressed him back down. In the midst of his astonishment, the young man in the ink robe stated calmly, "I did not ask you to kneel yet." "Why the rush?" He turned his gaze towards the distressed Yang Wan nearby and continued, "Come here and kneel for me." W. Yang Wan's mouth fell agape, disbelief etched across her face. "You want me to kneel and apologize?" As the proud daughter of the Yang family, she had never even considered apologizing, let alone kneeling to an opponent. Yang Wan instinctively wanted to erupt, but the incessant pain radiating from her arm served as a timely reminder, sending chills down her spine. The opponent's ability to swiftly defeat both her brother and herself revealed a strength far more terrifying than the rumors suggested, reaching a level that could not be confronted head-on. It was likely he had employed secret techniques early on to drastically amplify his power, seizing the opportunity to severely injure her brother and herself, who had rushed to save him. Therefore, if they could just delay for a while longer, there might still be hope. Just then, Yang Wan caught sight of Yang Wanfeng raising his head beneath the trees, casting a complex glance in her direction. "Wanner, agree to him." But a struggle appeared on Yang Wan's face as she understood the rationale. Yet the thought of actively kneeling to someone felt insurmountably challenging. Even Yang Wanfeng had never received her apology. "Wanner." Yang Wanfeng forced a pained smile, his tone as gentle as possible. "Be obedient, trust me." In truth, for many years, he had regarded Yang Wan as his possession, and now, to ask her to perform such an act was agonizing for him. Yet there was no alternative, if he did not bow his head temporarily here. His martial examination would come to an end. Although Yi Li would be disqualified afterward, he simply did not care. "Listen." Yi Li slightly tilted his head, observing the stunned Yang Wan, and taunted, "Your brother has already advised you to kneel and apologize. Will you heed his words or not?" Yang Wan's complexion turned pale as paper, as if all color had drained from her face. "You have sown discord between the close-knit Yang siblings. Evil points 2000. Indeed, her system thrived on chaos. Why?" Yi Li chuckled inwardly. Chapter 54. Time for reckoning. Listening to Yi Li's words, Yang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, her expressive eyes brimming with tears. The brother who had always cared for her so meticulously was now urging her to abandon her dignity and kneel before an opponent. She fully understood that this was a tactic to buy time, yet for some reason, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her, intensifying as she recalled her thoughts before the martial examination. Not only had she failed to subdue him, but she was also compelled to kneel and apologize. I felt utterly against the natural order. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her face etched with defiance as she stubbornly asked, "Is there no alternative to kneeling?" Unexpectedly, Ely calmly nodded. "Of course not." "Really? I never lie," Ely replied with a faint smile. Then, he swiftly swung the spear towards the focused Yang Wanfeng, a dull thud resonating through the air. "Brother?" Yang Wan gasped. She watched as Yang Wanfeng was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Struggling to prop himself up, he looked at Yang Wan with a glimmer of resentment in his gaze. "What are you doing?" Unaware of her brother's expression, Yang Wan abruptly turned her head, her eyes fixed on Ely, crying out in anguish, "If I refuse to kneel and apologize, you will resort to violence against my brother. We should have no grievances with you, right? Why target us so ruthlessly in the martial examination? You have secured a guaranteed admission, but my brother and I still need to participate normally." Yang Wan's breath quickened, her eyes reddening, as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice. Hearing this, Ely remained silent, simply striding towards the fallen Yang Wanfeng, his murderous intent rising with the wind. Seeing this, terror flooded Yang Wanfeng's eyes. Once hailed as a prodigy of the thousand-handed Azura level in Shanzhou, he now felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, weak and helpless, continuously retreating. "Wait!" Yang Wan finally cried out with a choked voice. "I will kneel. I will apologize." Thud. In an instant, her fair knees buckled, collapsing onto the ground alongside her once proud and domineering demeanor, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Why Ely slightly tilted his body, observing her in silence. "Continue." Yang Wan bit her lip fiercely, her palm pressed against the earth as her head gradually lowered, inching closer to the dust-laden ground. Under the piercing gaze of Yang Wanfeng, her head ultimately touched the ground. The chapter is not yet finished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. The sweetness of her visage faded entirely, replaced by a near sob as she cried out, "I am sorry. I was wrong." Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes, witnessing his beloved younger sibling, whom he had meticulously nurtured from childhood, being stepped upon by another. He felt as if his heart was shattering. "All right, get up," Ely said, lightly nodding his chin. Looking down at Yang Wan, his words. Yang Wan quickly scrambled to her feet, vigorously wiping away her tears. Yang Wanfeng's body relaxed slightly, yet before he could feel relieved, Ely stretched lazily, casually remarking, "The sparring session has concluded. Now we shall account for the next one." The count for the next one? Yang Wanfeng's expression shifted, an ominous feeling stirring within him as he could not help but inquire, "What else needs accounting for?" Ely ignored him, instead quietly observing Yang Wan, a sly smile gracing his lips as he asked, "You wish for me to strip you bare and hang you atop the highest peak in the core area, do you not?" At these words, Yang Wan's face paled significantly. "How did you know?" she gasped. "You ought to direct that question to your brother," Ely replied, spreading his hands. The once composed Yang Wanfeng felt his complexion darken at this revelation. The fact that the other party had directly spoken of this matter threatened to obliterate the image he had cultivated in Yang Wan's mind over the years. Realizing this, Yang Wanfeng was about to speak when, bang. Before either could react, Ely delivered a heavy blow to him with his gun. A surge of icy energy flooded into Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing his meridians entirely. The terrifying force of the gun knocked him unconscious. Buzz! Simultaneously, the talisman at his waist activated successfully, a pale shield rising to signal his position. This meant that the esteemed martial artist from Shanzhou had officially concluded his martial examination. "I am a person of principle, one who believes in repaying others in kind, doubly so." Putting away his long gun, Ely turned to the dazed Yang Wan, his voice cold as he stated, "I shall speak my conclusion first. You will soon be struck unconscious by me and hung atop the peak of the core area. However, I have a kind heart. Perhaps I shall leave you a garment, or perhaps I shall not. Regardless, from this point forth, you shall accompany your hypocritical and inept brother for all eternity." Chapter 55. The wind at the summit is strong as the boy's frigid voice echoed through the air. Yang Wan's complexion turned pale, her breath becoming rapid as she absorbed an overwhelming amount of information. "Is all of this what my brother told you?" she stammered, instinctively retreating as she trembled. "Did he tell you everything?" "Indeed, he was quite forthcoming," Ely replied, shifting his steps, to his words. Yang Wan felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. She could never have imagined that her brother, who had always been so devoted to her, would be so spineless at a crucial moment. Not only had he divulged everything she had said in the past, but he had also encouraged her to kneel and bow. He had unhesitatingly abandoned his former pride and dignity. Should she commend him for being adaptable and understanding as a good brother? Her gaze swept over the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, a hint of melancholy gracing her lips. You have sown discord between the close-knit young siblings through your words, evil value 2000. Not far from her. Yili continued his slow approach. As she observed the approaching figure of the boy clad in black, Yang Wan felt an urge to resist, but the memory of their previous clash surged through her mind, causing her to instinctively cover her severed left arm and shudder. Sweat beaded on her smooth forehead, and her palm turned white from exertion. The best course of action now would be to immediately use the talisman to contact the teachers outside the examination grounds. This would greatly enhance her chances of rescue, perhaps even sparing her from the humiliation spoken of by the other. Yet, the psychological resistance was unbearable. The once proud young lady of the Yang family could not accept a fate of failure in the martial examination. Her conclusion should have been a glorious entry into the core area amidst cheers, triumphantly slaying beasts before the eyes of provincial leaders and martial arts university professors, securing her place in the coveted Wind and Cloud University. It should never have ended like this, crushed by a youth she had never deemed worthy of attention, in such a merciless manner. Yang Wan trembled with trepidation as an extraordinary sense of oppression enveloped her. The boy's expression was indifferent, his steps steady, exuding a pressure far greater than that of her brother, more terrifying than the fearsome beasts she had anticipated. This boy in black now approached with an air that felt as if death itself was drawing near. No, she could not sit idly by. Even if she was gravely injured, it mattered not. She had to escape his grasp and obtain the score required to enter Wind and Cloud University, with determination solidified. Yang Wan gritted her trembling teeth, striving to steady her quaking body, straightening her posture, igniting her inner energy as the blood within her surged to a boil. Yang family's secret technique, blood burning method. Under immense pressure, she finally unleashed this ultimate technique. In an instant, her aura intensified dramatically. Even her lively eyes radiated a sanguine glow, an aura of impending slaughter enveloping her. She's invoking a secret technique. The boy, whether in mockery or surprise, chuckled. For your future, you are indeed giving it your all. Yang Wan remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his statement. Speaking of which, I have never spared my opponents. Gazing at the girl, a smile graced Yili's handsome face as he halted his steps, softly laughing. But seeing how hard you were trying, I shall make an exception and give you a chance today. I have just advanced to the 3rd tier. My realm is still unstable, and my refining technique is only at B grade. I can unleash Danqi Explosion, a maximum of 7 times. Thus, if you can withstand all 5 of my Danqi explosions that follow, I shall depart. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Is what you say true? This time, her voice no longer trembled. Of course, I never lie, Yi affirmed calmly with a nod. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Yang Wan suppressed her anxiety and fear, focusing on the boy in black, her muscles tensing as her chilled spine finally steadied. In the next moment, her figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing deep into the secret realm. Yang Wan's reasoning was simple. The boy's promise could be a ruse, but invoking her secret technique and choosing to flee was undoubtedly the right decision. Although the likelihood of successfully escaping from a 3rd-tier martial artist was slim, as long as she reached the vicinity of the core area, the 3rd-tier beasts there, even if they could not impede him, would at least divert his attention from her. She could do this. After all, she was the genius young lady of the Yang family from Shanzhou. As the chapter continues, Yang Wan exerted every ounce of her strength, racing with increasing speed, her form darting like lightning through the thickets, the scenery around her rapidly receding. After several breaths, she had already distanced herself by several thousand meters from her previous location. While running, she kept a watchful eye on her surroundings, checking for any signs of danger or unusual movements. However, behind her was nothing but emptiness, occasionally catching glimpses of beasts flitting by. Had she shaken them off? Yang Wan couldn't help but wonder, though she doubted it would be so easy to evade him. If she had truly succeeded, it would be splendid. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly erupted from behind her. Here it comes! Yang Wan gritted her teeth, swiftly turning around, her feet sliding against the ground as her upper body assumed a peculiar stance. A sense of harmonious balance emanated from her, faint black and white light radiating from her palms. As if it could absorb the force of the impending attack, in that moment, their gazes locked, the boy's dark eyes sharp and fierce, his aura erupting like a volcanic explosion. Without a moment's hesitation, he spread his arms wide. Why Ili's voice was indifferent. The next second, his explosive punch collided heavily with Yang Wan's intricate stance. Bang! The terrifying force erupted instantly, shattering the black and white light, transforming Yang Wan's previously calm demeanor into one of shock as her graceful form was sent flying. Boom! She crashed through several sturdy trees, her body tumbling across the ground. Amidst the flying wood shavings, a metallic taste surged in her throat, yet she forced herself to rise swiftly, her expression grave as she gazed upward. A few ribs were fractured, but she had managed to hold on. She was still able to move. If this continues, then in the very next moment of her thoughts, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged forth. Striking her face, Yang Wan's pupils constricted. She could only see a shadow clad in dark robes that had already appeared before her. The newcomer spoke in a tone tinged with mild mockery, too. As the words echoed, he launched a fearsome punch from his elevated position. Bang! Yang Wan's arms had long been numbed from the previous blow, making it impossible for her to lift even a fraction of her weight. In her expression of despair, her entire form was driven deep into the earth. Amidst the cracked ground, Yang Wan gasped for breath. Fresh blood, sweet and metallic, continuously gushed from her throat, quickly staining her once beautiful face crimson. Her slender body trembled incessantly. Though her heart still beat, her spirit was nearly exhausted. Her once vibrant eyes now appeared devoid of luster, resembling those of a soulless being. Every inch of her body throbbed with excruciating pain. The direct catalyst for her mental collapse was the brutal shattering of the confidence and dignity she had only just begun to restore, crushed by the boy's two savage punches. Why? In her dazed state, Yang Wan's voice carried an inescapable sense of grievance and fury. Why must you treat us this way? What why? Ili stepped closer, bending down to meet her gaze, calmly stating, First, the fight was initiated at your brother's request. And you were the one who said to deal with me. You plotted your misdeeds beforehand, and now you feign victimhood. Don't you think that is rather shameless? Yang Wan. Why? Ili grasped her long, dark hair, pulling her from the pit, aligning her bloodied, sweet face with his gaze. He remarked coolly, When you conspired to ruin my reputation, you should have anticipated this day. The outcome is clear. It is not my reputation that lies in ruins, but yours and your brother's. I eagerly await to see if, after today, you will retain your previous arrogance. Furthermore, as he spoke, Ili slowly lifted her from the ground while maintaining his mocking tone. The winds atop the mountain will be fierce. You might want to brace yourself. As she trembled and began to plead for mercy, tears of humiliation spilling from her eyes, the boy struck her face with a resounding slap, plunging her consciousness into darkness. You have shattered the confidence of the young lady from the Yang family with your strength. She has now lost all will to resist against you. Evil deed value 8,000. Achievement unlocked. 2 punches to shatter your passionate dreams. Your effect. When the strength of the opponent's home field support far surpasses yours, your punching speed increases by 20. Chapter 56. The unexpected Yang siblings outside the cracked mountain secret realm. In the makeshift camp, hundreds of figures sat, predominantly teachers from various martial arts high schools in Ying Province. On the large screen before them, images of the core area of the secret realm were projected. Kai Guoqing occupied a central position, chuckling as he observed the scenes on the screen. The quality of this year's candidates is evidently much higher than last year's. Tang Yao from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Jiang Qingzhu from the extreme North Jiang family, and the Little King Kong from the Zhenjiang Golden Light Temple. All were standout performers among the new generation of various factions, having already advanced into the core area before noon. Upon hearing this, the teachers from the martial arts high schools nodded in agreement, smiles gracing their faces. Among them, the teachers from Shanzhou City appeared particularly solemn, their expressions betraying a sense of unease. Not only had they failed to spot the Yang siblings in the core area, but even the real-time leaderboard showed neither of them in the top 100. They had even conducted a precise search, discovering that Yang Wan's data had fluctuated, while Yang Wanfeng's data remained stagnant as still water. This indicated that he had yet to slay a single beast. Although it was known that, given the strength of the Yang siblings, claiming the top spot should not be difficult, the current peculiar circumstances left them feeling unsettled. Lin classmate. Kai Guoqing turned to a striking figure beside him. Smiling gently, in your opinion, who among this year's martial arts students is most likely to win the championship? Since the other party was a representative from Fengyun University, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. She had been searching the leaderboard and screen for a specific figure, hinting at a preferred candidate. It's still too early to tell. Lin Yingyun smiled slightly, her gaze returning to the luminous screen. Her mind filled with questions. Her teacher had selected the students for this year's direct admission in Linhai City. Just days prior, they had received news that a peak-tier fugitive had been slain in Linhai City by a core student from Fengyun University, which seemed to align perfectly. Driven by curiosity and admiration for her new junior, she had taken the initiative to attend the event. Otherwise, she would have been busy completing a slew of hunting tasks to earn substantial rewards. Yet, after observing for so long, she had not caught sight of anyone. Could it be that with direct admission, they were taking it too leisurely? Why had Fengyun University sent representatives this year? A teacher from Shanzhou No. 1, seeking to alleviate his unease, turned to a companion and asked, "Wasn't it the case that no one came in previous years?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it has something to do with that direct admission student?" His companion replied uncertainly, "But there have been direct admission students in the past, haven't there?" The Shanzhou teacher waved his hand in frustration, dismissing the inquiry. "Forget it. Asking you is pointless." After saying this, he exited the camp. Gazing towards the distant entrance of the secret realm, "It's truly strange. Why is there no movement?" he murmured to himself. Although there were no Tier 4 beasts within the cracked mountain's secret realm, numerous Tier 3 late-stage beasts roamed. Unlike the instinct-driven Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts, once a beast transcended to Tier 3, it began to undergo transformation, developing a semblance of intelligence. At higher tiers, beasts could even take on humanoid forms, indistinguishable from humans at first glance. Only through actual combat could even martial masters of the same tier discern their true nature. This was one of the reasons why nations strictly controlled access to major high-level secret realms. While Tier 3 late-stage beasts may not be as terrifying as their higher-tier counterparts, the initial stages of intelligence allowed them to act opportunistically, setting simple traps to hunt those who entered their territories. Thus, slaying them would yield greater points. The Yang siblings might be hiding in some corner, planning to take down multiple Tier 3 beasts in one fell swoop, making a stunning impact. Contemplating this, the Shanzhou No. 1 teacher couldn't help but smile. This young Wanfeng always loved to steal the spotlight. They truly had no way to contend with the siblings. Feeling reassured, the Shanzhou teacher turned to head back into the camp, intending to reassess the situation. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Several rescue soldiers from Hanxia rushed over, and on the stretcher they bore, a refined-looking young man, his expression pained, was groaning incessantly. The youth was covered in injuries, emanating an astonishing chill, his face pallid and his eyes tightly shut, smeared with blood, clearly gravely injured and unconscious. "Quick, quick, quick! There's a student in need of urgent aid." The Hanxia soldiers shouted anxiously, bursting into the medical area amidst the astonished gazes of numerous teachers. "Is that young Wanfeng from Shanzhou City? No way, but it does look like him. I remember he was a Tier 2 8-fold genius. 2 tiers above me. What kind of beast could inflict such injuries on him? Could it be that a Tier 4 beast emerged in the cracked mountain's secret realm? Unclear, but it seems Shanzhou No. 1 might be in trouble. How could this be? Don't forget there's also Yang Wan." At once, the teachers who had stepped out to catch some air began to discuss amongst themselves, their conversations rife with astonishment. Upon witnessing this scene, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 was left utterly dumbfounded. Yang Wanfeng was eliminated? How is that possible? He clasped his head in disbelief, staring blankly at the retreating Hanxia soldiers, motionless for a time, grappling with the incredulity of the situation. Just then, a sudden wave of exclamations erupted from the camp, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Chapter 57. Is that Yang Wan? Within the cracked mountain's secret realm? On the vast plains, One could arrive here after traversing the expansive forest that comprised both the outer and inner peripheries. The visibility on the plains was remarkably clear, allowing a view of a towering mountain in the distance that marked the core area. This region was occupied by a dozen Tier 3 beasts, each claiming their territory, typically ignoring one another. However, today, several powerful figures emerged from the dense woods, some bloodied, some breathless, and some even wielding swords with chipped edges. Yet all exuded an air of confidence and pride. Among these figures were Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao. "Where is Yi Li?" Tang Yao inquired casually, glancing at Jiang Qingzhu, who had emerged from the forest alone. "Is he not with you?" "What does that have to do with you?" Jiang Qingzhu replied coolly, her gaze sweeping over her. "He has direct admission. Whether he comes here or not is inconsequential, I know that." Tang Yao responded, "So why ask?" Jiang Qingzhu spoke softly, "If you seek revenge, you could have sought him out before entering. With his temperament, he would certainly not refuse you." Tang Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. She had initially thought that the other party was a friend of Yi Li, intending to inquire about Yi Li's scores to compare them with her own. That monstrous youth was skilled in combat. Yet when it came to slaying exotic beasts, he might not necessarily be her equal. Since she could not gather any information from Jiang Qingzhu, she would have to wait until they exited to check the leaderboard. Tang Yao tightened her grip around the hilt of her sword, her gaze flickering with determination. She acknowledged that she was not Yi Li's match at present, but the road ahead was long. Surely, there would come a day when she could surpass him. "Greetings, esteemed ladies." At that moment, a burly monk with a shaved head approached, grinning widely at the two. "I am Shan Wu from Zhenjiang No. 1 High School. May I inquire how you address yourselves?" Upon hearing this, everyone except Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao was visibly stirred. The Jingguang Temple in Zhenjiang was renowned throughout the province, and its famous martial monks had emerged in droves over the years. This monk Shan Wu had gained notoriety within the school in just 2 years, earning the moniker Little King Kong, while his master, the one referred to as Big King Kong, was a respected figure in the Buddhist community. Jiang Qingzhu responded coldly, "Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao." Tang Yao leaned on the hilt of her sword, looking down at him with a smirk. "Instead of slaying exotic beasts for points, you come here to chat. Is there something you need?" "Oh, not at all," Monk Shanwu quickly replied with a smile. "I merely wanted to ask if you had seen Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou No. 1 High School or his sister Yang Wan." "No, do you have business with them?" Tang Yao inquired. "To be honest," Monk Shanwu said, clasping his hands together and glancing toward the dense forest behind, "I have a good relationship with them, so I'm rather concerned. Given their abilities, they should have arrived before us. How is it that we have yet to see them?" Yang Wanfeng was already at the second rank, 8th level, a solid contender in this year's martial arts examination in Ying Province. Coupled with his mastery of the blood ignition secret technique, even a third-rank martial artist could contend with him. The fact that they had not yet appeared was indeed puzzling. Could they have already engaged in battle? Monk Shanwu wondered aloud, turning his gaze towards the distant mountains. "I cannot say." Tang Yao waved her hand dismissively as she strode towards the core area, evidently uninterested in the Yang siblings. Although she and the other martial geniuses from Ying Province had heard of them, they regarded Yang Wanfeng as a genuine talent, whereas in Tang Yao's eyes, the true prodigies were only herself and Yi Li. Jiang Qingzhu gazed toward the forest, murmuring uncertainly, could they have encountered each other? With neither Yi Li nor Yang Wanfeng in sight, it seemed somewhat coincidental. Considering Yi Li's straightforward nature, it was possible they had indeed crossed paths. "Jiang, do you have any leads?" Monk Shanwu tentatively inquired. Observing the girl's expression, Jiang Qingzhu withdrew her gaze, suppressing her worries, and replied coolly, "None." With that, she, too, shifted her steps towards the core area. "Do not fret. Even if Yi Li is not Yang Wanfeng's match due to their rank disparity, he should still be capable of leaving if he wishes." Just then, Jiang Qingzhu recalled that Yang Wanfeng had a sister at the second rank, 6th level. Oh no. She abruptly turned back, panic evident in her eyes. Just as gasps erupted from the crowd. "What the hell? Is that Yang Wan? It can't be. Oh my goodness. How could she be in such a state? What about her brother, Yang Wanfeng? Goodness gracious, if Yang Wanfeng sees this, he would surely tear this kid apart." Even Monk Shanwu, who had previously inquired, stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed intently in one direction. Far off in the expansive forest, a striking young man clad in dark robes approached leisurely, his demeanor indifferent, exuding an air of regal authority. What rendered the onlookers breathless was the object he held in his hand. A half-conscious, tall figure carelessly suspended, despite her disheveled hair and disoriented state. Her sweet visage remained strikingly prominent. It was none other than Yang Wan, the daughter of the Yang family from Shanzhou. Most of those present hailed from prestigious families and had encountered many scenes. Yet this spectacle was unprecedented. Regardless of the martial examination, such a situation would be considered explosive throughout Ying province. This guy is truly extraordinary. Their voices were strained, exchanging incredulous glances, each discerning the astonishment in the other's eyes. Who would dare to offend the young master of the Yang family, Yang Wanfeng, like this? It was sheer madness. In the martial examination, the pursuit of a second-rank, 8th-level martial artist signified something they understood better than anyone else. Chapter 58. What is your name? Outside the secret realm, within the temporary camp, the teachers present were equally astonished as they observed the scene on the screen. That is Yang Wan from the Yang family? How could this young man so brutally defeat her? It is Yi Li from Linhai No. 1 High School. The discussions erupted chaotically. The teachers clearly had not anticipated such a turn of events. Aside from the core area where battles were permitted, attacking one another was against the rules in all other areas until the final 6 hours of the martial examination. This had been one of the fundamental rules of the examination for years, with students rarely violating it. When they did, it was usually due to disputes over exotic beasts. Yet, such a situation as today was a first in their memory. Kai Guoqing gazed at the screen, his expression grave. This Yi Li is rather audacious. Just then, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, who had previously exited, pushed aside the tent and nearly fainted upon witnessing the scene on the screen. Yang Wanfeng had just been severely injured, and he had pinned his hopes on Yang Wan, only to find her in such a dire state. What on earth is happening? He shouted angrily at Kai Guoqing. This person has violated the rules of the martial examination. I demand that the official authorities immediately revoke his examination qualifications. Kai Guoqing hesitated momentarily. If it were an ordinary student, he would have made a decisive judgment on the spot. But who was Yi Li? A core student of Fengyun University. In other words, he was likely to become a formidable martial artist capable of safeguarding a city in the future. If possible, Kai Guoqing still hoped to leave a good impression on him. However, this behavior was indeed reprehensible. Even if he matured into a powerful individual, it was uncertain whether he would become an asset to Hansheng. Kai Guoqing's thoughts raced as he quickly made up his mind. Just as he was about to send someone to revoke Yi Li's examination qualifications, the knowledgeable young woman from Fengyun University spoke up. Wait, I believe it is premature to make a judgment. What do you mean? Kai Guoqing immediately turned to her. Very simply, Lin Yinyun chuckled, candidly stating, I do not believe a young martial artist who dares to apprehend fugitives would attack his peers without cause. With that, she produced a document from her hand and pushed it towards Kai Guoqing. This is a record from the Clear Anomaly Bureau, which states that Yi Li single-handedly pursued a peak third-rank fugitive and ultimately killed him. Lin Yinyun's tone was laden with evident admiration. As her words fell, every teacher present, including Kai Guoqing, widened their eyes in disbelief. A peak third-rank martial artist was nearly on par with the heads of most municipal Clear Anomaly bureaus. How could a student who had yet to graduate from martial arts high school possibly kill a fugitive of such caliber? Is this even possible? The teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School exclaimed incredulously as he snatched the document, his breath growing heavier as he scanned it, eventually dropping it from his hands. It's true. Seeing his reaction, a similar thought surged in the minds of those present, followed by an overwhelming sense of excitement. Kai, Yi Li's performance would certainly be considered remarkable at Fengyun University. Lin Yinyun leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, smiling lightly. Without a doubt, he is a true genius. Given the circumstances, let us observe the situation for now. Once they all emerge, we can clarify everything. Inside this secret realm. Please, stop. Monk Shanwu's expression turned grim. Just as Yi Li was about to step toward the mountain, he finally spoke in a low voice. What you are holding is the daughter of the Yang family from Shanzhou. The Yang family from Shanzhou? Yi Li halted, turning to face him, calmly asking, Do you know her? I do. Monk Shanwu's face darkened. That must be her. Why? Yi Li nodded and continued his ascent. Excuse me, Monk Shanwu called out again, gritting his teeth. Your actions will surely not be forgiven by my friend. He is the young master of the Yang family from Shanzhou. I presume you have heard of him. He also participated in this martial examination and is a formidable martial artist of the second tier, 8th level. My lord. As Yi Li's footsteps remained unceasing, Master Shan Wu began to grow anxious. His voice rose, tinged with ire. As martial artists, we ought to join hands and advance together, upholding martial ethics. Go humiliate others in such a manner places you in opposition to all of us martial practitioners. Does it not? If you insist on straying from your path today, then this monk shall unite with those present to enlighten you on the teachings of Buddhism. Master Shan Wu's mind raced. If the opponent could defeat Yang Wan, who was of similar strength to himself, then overcoming him would likely pose no challenge. The pressing matter at hand was to elevate their own strength to a level that would instill fear in the opponent, thereby sparing Yang Wan. If one Yang Wanfeng was insufficient, then they would rally all the martial artists present. His words were spoken with utmost candor, although the majority present were reluctant to wade into this murky water. They found it difficult to openly sever ties. This granted him the opportunity to raise a banner for himself. At long last, Yi Li halted his advance. In his impression, the false practitioners of Buddhism excelled at extolling moral righteousness while remaining silent on true virtue. It was surprising to find this to be the case in another world as well. Truly, there were far too few genuine masters of Buddhism. Must they be drawn out during one's moments of joy? I have no interest in your so-called teachings. He turned to face the indignant Master Shan Wu and calmly stated, but today, I intend to humiliate this person, and all of you present are included. Anyone who wishes to make a move may step forward now. Upon this declaration, the atmosphere over the plain fell into a heavy silence. The dozen or so martial prodigies from various regions of Ying province were rendered speechless, their breaths growing cautious. Initially, they had been too far away to see clearly, and their heads had not turned. Upon closer inspection, was this not the new dark horse who, upon entering the second tier, had directly overwhelmed Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion and was fervently recommended by the esteemed instructors of Fengyun University, causing quite a stir in the martial high schools, with Tang Yao standing not far off? Those who could not surpass her were even less inclined to act. Should they provoke this monstrous talent who had been granted special admission, they would all find themselves weeping and begging for mercy before the entire provincial faculty and student body. Before them, the youth in the ink robe exuded an air of composure, his expression tranquil, his garments fluttering with the wind. One man overshadowed the multitude. Tang Yao gazed at that slender figure, her hands clenched tightly, her heart quaking uncontrollably. This demeanor was precisely the image she had longed for. The only difference was that he was holding someone. Goodness! Master Shan Wu surveyed his surroundings, feeling a tremendous shock within. Having just emerged from seclusion to participate in the martial examination, he was not well versed in the rumors circulating outside. Yet judging by these individuals' reactions, it seemed the opponent was indeed an extraordinary figure. This was quite awkward. Master Shan Wu glanced at Yi Li, discovering the latter was quietly observing him as well. He forced an awkward smile. My benefactor, may I inquire your name? Chapter 59. Instantaneous defeat. Unburdened conscience. You're fathered. Why? Yi Li maintained his usual demeanor, opting for the most straightforward manner of speech. If you have the courage, come forth. Do not waste my time. This monk, like that elegant youth of the second tier, 8th level, clearly harbored ill intentions towards him, despite the fact that he did not even know their names. Such malevolence was one thing, but the poor attempt at concealment was another. As a third-tier martial artist, it felt akin to a teacher catching a student plagiarizing. The former saw through the act clearly while the latter believed they were hidden well. However, since malice was evident, it would simplify matters. Just see whether I strike you or not. Benefactor. Hearing Yi Li's response, Master Shan Wu's expression darkened. This monk understands that you are a genius, proud and arrogant, but you must also recognize the virtue of humility. Geniuses are a rarity in other places, yet here, there are at least a dozen. He conceded that the youth in the ink robe was indeed powerful. Defeating Yang Wan was no small feat, and he himself would not stand a high chance against him. Yet, similarly, the opponent would need to weigh the consequences of attacking him. The Little King Kong of Zhenjiang No. 1 High School was not merely a title. Upon hearing this, many individuals discreetly retreated. They still needed to participate in the martial examination and had no desire to clash with this black horse from Linhai City. Since this Zhenjiang Little King Kong harbored intentions of striking, they could merely observe the youth's prowess. They were eager to see what kind of character could defeat someone who was destined to be a future sword immortal at Qingshan Sword Pavilion. You consider yourselves geniuses? Upon hearing Master Shan Wu's words, a mocking smile appeared on Yi Li's face. Among those present, even Tang Yao, who was all confidence but no capability, had become one of the strongest. Had it not been for this bald monk approaching him, he would have been disinclined to act. Then, amidst the dozen or so solemn gazes, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from the youth, far surpassing that of anyone else present. With his vitality intensifying exponentially, here, there were no geniuses. Yi Li's voice was flat yet carried an undeniable weight. None of you qualify. Enveloped by this formidable aura, Master Shan Wu's smile vanished entirely, replaced with a grave sense of impending doom. Under pressure, he steeled himself to speak. My lord, have you considered this carefully? Should you strike now, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. It would be wiser to cease this conflict. Before he could finish, Yi Li's figure transformed into a blurred shadow, and amid a chorus of gasps, he arrived before Master Shan Wu in the blink of an eye. Observing Master Shan Wu's astonished expression, Yi Li seemingly struck casually, yet, under the enhancement of Dan-Chi explosion, he unleashed a resounding clap that shattered the air. My lord, this is foolish. The monk was not one to hold back either. Master Shan Wu's eyes widened, his teeth clenched, as his true energy surged, a thick layer of golden light manifesting around him, resembling an indomitable golden Buddha. After years of rigorous training, he was confident that no peer could breach his defenses. In the next moment, that bony hand lightly descended upon his chest. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar akin to that of metal being forged erupted through the air. Master Shan Wu's chest caved in by several inches, and in horror, his robust figure was sent flying by the sheer force, blood spraying forth. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, all eyes fixed on the rolling Master Shan Wu, who lay several meters away. His breath faint, his complexion ashen like gold paper, clearly gravely injured. The dozen or so martial artists, hailed as geniuses in various martial high schools, were engulfed in a tempest of shock. A second-tier martial artist proficient in horizontal techniques was grievously wounded by a single strike. What sort of celestial being had the organizers of this year's martial examination allowed to enter? In full view, a second-tier, fifth-level martial artist is gravely injured. Evil points 500. How miserly! Yi Li cursed inwardly as he beheld the glowing panel. Was it truly necessary to reward him with such paltry points for merely toying with a weakling? However, grumbling aside, he had grown accustomed to the absurdly high values he had received recently. And now, looking at these mere 500 points felt almost pitiful. It was evident that transitioning from frugality to extravagance was easy, but the reverse was challenging. Oh well, this 500 points were essentially free. Yi Li exhaled silently, glancing toward the dozen or so martial prodigies nearby. Upon meeting Yi Li's gaze, they all forced a chuckle, hastily cupping their fists in salute. Impressive skills, my friend. It is getting late, so we shall not disturb you further. We will take our leave now. Given the prowess of the individual before them, the champion of this year's martial examination was already a foregone conclusion. To contend for second place, they would need to hasten their pace. With that, they turned and fled in unison. In mere moments, they had vanished into the distance, leaving only blurred silhouettes behind. Detected that the student representatives from various martial high schools in Ing Province harbor intense fear towards you. Evil points 2000. Ah, an unexpected gain. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, finding no desire to strike at those who chose to keep their distance. Little did he expect to earn evil points in the process. Was this what they called martial deterrence? Lost in thought, he nodded toward Jiang Qingzhu, who was not far off. Is there a monster you cannot defeat? The girl had assisted him considerably. Helping him slay some exotic beasts would be no trouble at all. No, Jiang Qingzhu pursed her lips, her tone resolute. I can handle killing exotic beasts on my own. Very well then. Yi Li lightly nodded his chin in acknowledgement before taking his leave. Having said that, he continued to carry Yang Wan forward toward the peak of the core area at It is worth mentioning that on the way to the core area, he had slain numerous first and second-tier exotic beasts. Yet the evil points gained were merely in the double digits, truly negligible. Once his strength increased, he would attempt to hunt higher-tier exotic beasts and see if there would be any changes. Yi Li's thoughts whirled as he swiftly traversed the plain, advancing toward the mountain. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 late-stage third-tier exotic beasts. Exhausting 80% of his stamina, he successfully reached the summit. Hanging the pained Yang-Wan upon the peak, a fierce gale swept through, shredding her garments within mere breaths. Yi Li observed this scene calmly. One point that deviated from his expectations was that he did not feel the sensation of being watched in this location. In other words, even the external means of broadcasting the imagery cannot capture the scene here. It is indeed quite regrettable. Is it due to the towering heights of the peaks? Yi Li propped his chin on his hand, murmuring softly to himself. As a result, the accumulation of malevolent points has not been substantial. Hanging the daughter of the Yang family from Mount Lian's summit, malevolent points 2,000. Yet, gazing at the expansive skin revealed by Yang-Wan, Yi Li's mind was occupied with another matter. His actions during this martial examination would likely incite considerable discontent among the teachers. Should anyone publicly denounce him afterward, it would hardly be surprising. However, there was no need for concern. Yi Li smiled faintly, confident in his own principles. Even if the system's implications would lead to widespread dissatisfaction among martial artists in the future, it mattered little to him. As long as his strength became sufficiently formidable, when he proclaimed himself a good person, everyone would have to believe it. A powerful individual, standing apart, needs only to act with a clear conscience. The young man, with his ebony hair gently swaying and bright eyes, gazed at the horizon where the first light of dawn began to emerge. Ding! Infamy level has increased. Infamy level LV2. Your infamy resonates throughout the martial high schools in Ning Province. Golden quality rewards have been distributed. Chapter 60. The strongest martial science student in Ning Province, thanks to the esteemed Ma Chuangguang for adoring the Oriole. On the following morning, the air outside the Rift Mountain's secret realm was somewhat cool. For martial artists, spending a night awake is a rather simple affair. Within the vast temporary camp, all eyes were fixed upon the enormous luminous screen. With only 3 minutes remaining until the rankings would be revealed, the current standings were essentially indicative of the final results. 10th place, Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, Shanwu 9th place, Jiangbei No. 1 High School, Wang Zixuan 8th place, Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao 2nd place, Lehigh No. 1 High School, Jiang Qingzhu. Surprisingly, despite the differences in level, Jiang Qingzhu's final score surpassed Tang Yao's by a considerable margin. It was evident that, fueled by the dream of expelling all the exotic beasts, the former had invested significant effort into mastering the techniques of slaying these creatures. Moreover, the spear's efficiency in breaching the armor of exotic beasts was superior to that of knives and swords. Given such outcomes, it was only reasonable. Not to mention, Jiang Qingzhu had also mastered the Flying Dragon Riding the Wind Classic, a third-tier rare martial skill renowned for its armor-piercing capabilities. Thus, in the endeavor of exterminating exotic beasts, those adept at competitions may not always excel. This method of martial examination indirectly indicated that Han Xia placed greater emphasis on the prowess of those capable of vanquishing exotic beasts. As the champion of the martial examination for various provinces, such individuals would naturally receive focused cultivation in the future. At this moment, the champion of Ning Province's martial examination was unveiled. First place in the martial examination, Lehigh No. 1 High School, Yi Li. In the vast camp resembling a tiered classroom, all gazes were now drawn to this name. Behind it lay a score so astonishingly high it was nearly unfathomable. The chief overseer, Kai Guecheng, upon reviewing past martial examination records, could scarcely contain his tremors as he uttered unprecedented descriptors. Yi Li's score exhibited a chasmic gap compared to Jiang Qingzhu's second place. The reason was quite simple. The summit of Rift Mountain seemed to hold extraordinary significance for the exotic beasts within the secret realm. Much like the lairs of king beasts in high-level secret realms, all exotic beasts craved its heights. The originally residing third-tier pinnacle exotic beasts, after a fierce battle, found themselves torn apart by that black-haired, golden-eyed youth and cast down the cliff, under an inexplicable allure. Numerous powerful third-tier exotic beasts launched assaults toward the summit. Yet, these creatures were systematically dispatched by the youth at the top. Beast blood cascaded down the cliff. By 4 in the morning, not a single third-tier beast dared to challenge the mountain any longer. This signified that these sentient third-tier exotic beasts within the Rift Mountain secret realm had officially acknowledged the youth's identity as king, not only in Ning Province's martial examination, but across the entirety of Han Xia's current martial examination. The youth was undoubtedly the foremost anomaly. The vice principal of Lehigh No. 1 High School, Li Haohan, collapsed onto his chair, his eyes glazed, his voice thick with ecstatic disbelief. You, my boy, are practically the living embodiment of Lehigh No. 1 High School. Who would have thought that his rise to prominence and renown in Ning Province's martial examination would take less than a month? The supplementary spiritual herbs for next month haven't even been distributed yet. Li Haohan could already envision how the youth's name would be emblazoned in the annals of Han Xia's martial examination history. This chapter is not yet complete. Click to continue reading. Numerous teachers gazed at him with envy. A young martial artist like Yi Li, who possesses the potential to become a martial arts master, would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of any martial arts high school. If resources were ample, perhaps in less than 50 years. The youth could ascend to the 7th tier, becoming a true martial arts master, renowned far and wide. Such martial science students are coveted by every martial arts high school. Principal Li, congratulations, Kai Guoqing remarked. Turning to the jubilant Li Haohan, chuckling, by next year, the resources allocated to Lehigh No. 1 High School should be significantly increased. He then glanced at Lin Yinyun, who was intently watching the screen, and lowered his voice. Curious about her thoughts, Student Lin, what do you perceive regarding this child named Yi Li? How is his potential? The atmosphere was charged with the brilliance of outstanding martial artists from various regions converging at Fengyun University. As a participant, her assessment would surely hold substantial reference value. Even at Fengyun University, he would be regarded as an undeniable genius. To this, Lin Yinyun did not hesitate in her response. He is far superior to me in the past 2 years. Her words did not shy away from acknowledging the youth's strength. She sighed softly, then added playfully, I've encountered many geniuses, but when these geniuses meet Yi Li, they would probably also have to admit he is indeed a genius. Kai Guoqing's heart stirred, prompting him to instinctively inquire. How does he compare to the holy son of Tianyang from Fengyun University? You mean senior son? Lin Yinyun crossed her arms, contemplating for a moment before responding. In terms of raw strength, there is quite a gap compared to that monster. However, in terms of potential, it should be somewhat comparable. After a pause, she continued with a smile, but it's hard to say. Yi Li is still young, while that old fellow is nearing graduation. Who can really say for sure? Such high praise? Kai Guoqing was somewhat taken aback that it should be noted that the holy son of Tianyang was also a prominent figure among the younger martial artists at Fengyun University. He consistently ranked among the top 3 on the so-called Fengyun list. What I say may not be definitive. Take it as a bit of amusement. If my senior sister were here, she would likely provide you with a precise answer. As she also ranks among the top 10 on the Fengyun list. If not for her personality, she would probably be in the top 5. Lin Yinyun waved her hand, adopting a more languid tone. Smiling, there's no rush. My senior sister will eventually be his senior sister too. The two will meet sooner or later, and then I'll know the answer. Upon hearing this, Kai Guoqing nodded and made his way outside the camp. He let out a long breath. Thus, this year's martial examination had finally reached a gratifying conclusion. Yi Li was crowned the champion of this year's Ning Province, as well as the strongest martial science student therein. In just a few hours, this news would sweep across all 12 cities in Ning Province. Chapter 61. SSS Level Talent. Mastering Spirit and Soul. At the summit of Rift Mountain, surrounded by fierce winds, Yi Li sat cross-legged, disregarding the still unconscious Yang Wan. The air at the peak was thin, and each breath felt icy. His dark eyes sparkled with rare excitement. The level of infamy had actually increased. Yi Li's heart raced as he summoned his panel. Current malevolent points, 40,000 points, can be exchanged for treasures. A golden quality reward package awaits activation. It has not been an easy journey. Finally, his second golden light has arrived. Where there is a will, there is a way, Yi Li murmured softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. His efforts during this period were not in vain, and he was immensely grateful for the support of the Yang siblings and numerous martial science students. He hoped to unlock a useful skill or treasure. The previous, indestructible golden soul had granted him unparalleled regenerative abilities, transforming him into a bloodthirsty warrior. Engaging in combat with others of the same tier posed minimal risk of defeat, making it a remarkably high-tier talent. However, In terms of variety, it had become somewhat monotonous. The blazing golden eyes, while imposing, only enhanced his physical capabilities significantly. To be frank, it lacked diversity, relying solely on Yi Li's current arsenal. Should he encounter a peak third-tier martial artist skilled in long-range combat in the future, it would be challenging not only to amass malevolent points, but even to maintain a semblance of dignity in battle. It was clear which scenario would inflict a greater psychological blow on his adversary, a haphazard victory or a resounding triumph. If the golden quality reward he obtained was less than ideal, he would venture to the treasure wheel for some miraculous tools. With this thought in mind, Yi Li resolved to proceed. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, he silently declared, "Open the reward package." Boom. As Yi Li's thoughts surged, a colossal golden pillar, nearly as robust as the last, shot skyward from the panel. To the distant onlookers in the plains, it appeared as a spectacular thread connecting the mountain peak to the heavens. The heavy clouds were violently shattered by a beam of golden light, and the dazzling radiance surged amidst the vaporous clouds, casting forth a clear and resplendent luminescence in that fleeting moment at the foot of the mountain. Across the plains, and within the dense forests, thousands of martial arts students were irresistibly drawn by this magnificent spectacle, directing their gazes towards the distant heavens. What could this mean? Alas! In the wake of countless bewildered stares, the atmosphere within the entire secret realm suddenly darkened. Pitch-black storm clouds rolled ominously from the sky, centering around the peak of the, instantly enveloping a vast territory of several dozen kilometers in an oppressive ambience. Countless skeletal remains, long devoid of flesh, scattered throughout the secret realm, inexplicably began to tremble violently at that moment. Almost simultaneously, above an exceedingly eerie aura descended from the void, merging with the whirlwind and the young man seated atop the mountain peak. The terrifying presence swept across the heavens and earth, so much so that even the unconscious Yang Wan felt an unusual sensation. Her eyelids fluttered, and amidst the surging winds, she struggled to open a narrow slit. Peering towards the mountain's summit in the next heartbeat, her heart nearly ceased its rhythm from sheer fright. Was that Yi Li? She could only see that around the tall figure clad in a dark robe surged an extremely pure, rolling black cloud, spiraling outward at a rapid pace. In mere moments, the entire was shrouded within. Within this strange black cloud, the essence of death and rebirth was palpably dense on those long-deceased third-tier exotic beasts slowly opened their eyes, and within their hollow pupils, a hint of crimson quietly surfaced. With a series of chilling crackling sounds, they all rose from the ground, their massive forms bowing respectfully towards the summit. A dense throng of dozens of third-tier exotic beasts appeared at that moment, resembling loyal servants. In such an atmosphere, how could the young man be perceived as an ordinary third-tier martial artist? He was clearly a formidable young sovereign. With a sigh, Yi Li exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Within his profoundly dark pupils, he beheld Yang Wan's utterly dazed expression. Simultaneously, relevant information surfaced in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the SSS-level martial talent, Soul Mastery of the Dead. Soul Mastery of the Dead LV1. A functional talent that allows complete control over the undead that perished by your hand, compelling them to sign a life and death pact, recognizing you as their master, and dedicating themselves to your interests for eternity, never to be reborn. Upgradable. It is said that the souls of the deceased return to a mysterious mountain, and the deities born from that mountain inherently possess this talent. To gain authority surpassing theirs, please feel free to harvest sin points. Talent Ability 1. Undead Slayer. Undead Slayer naturally possesses a dominant advantage over undead beings, rendering them incapable of launching any attacks against you, while your damage against undead creatures is increased by 500. A talent with such absurdly high limits. Observing the description on the panel, a flicker of delight appeared in Yi Li's eyes. Then, amidst Yang Wan's stunned gaze, he maintained a calm demeanor, slowly rising, his voice tranquil yet laced with a hint of mockery. I await your vengeance. It was only at this moment that the overwhelming black clouds atop began to dissipate, leaving the martial arts students who had never witnessed such a scene in a state of confusion. Not having reached the third tier, they could only attribute it to an anomaly within the secret realm. Of course, Yang Wan was the exception. gazing at the young man who had just unleashed a terrifying phenomenon. Her eyes brimmed with profound terror, and her lips quivered uncontrollably. Vengeance. She could hardly muster any thoughts of retribution. Just as she, Yang Wan, was about to utter words of supplication, the teleportation array announcing the conclusion of the martial examination finally rose from beneath their feet. Chapter 62. The disparity in treatment, thanks to the heart-wrenching Kurin Kuan. At dawn, as the sun ascended, the magnificent array of the secret realm reflected beautiful rays of light. Figures began to rise consecutively, and the once empty plains were suddenly speckled with black dots, as over 10,000 students bore expressions of varied emotions, yet all carried a sense of relief and joy. The martial examination had concluded. For them, it felt as if a towering mountain that had long weighed upon their hearts had suddenly collapsed, bringing immense ease. Although the martial examination was undeniably the first formidable hurdle in this world, a light-hearted atmosphere quickly permeated the air above the fields. Why Ely found himself amidst this, his footsteps lightened, and his expression slightly relaxed. He had achieved his goals in this martial examination. Despite the students from Qingshan No. 1 high school never coming to besiege him, the Yang siblings had proven sufficiently formidable. Not only had his sin points increased significantly, but even his notoriety level had risen by a tier. He had also acquired a new trump card, eagerly awaiting the thrill of battle. Ely. Just then, Kai Guoqing flew in from the upper camp, approaching the somewhat astonished Ely with a beaming smile. Whispering, "Congratulations, I'll let you in on a little secret. Your score ranking is currently first in the entire province. Unless there are unforeseen circumstances, this year's martial examination champion will undoubtedly be you." Given Yi Li's displayed potential, Kai Guoqing felt it was enough to extend goodwill towards him. If he could just continue to develop steadily, gradually growing while learning to restrain his brilliance, he could evade the assassins from various nations. Historically, within several dozen years, or at most a century, it was nearly certain that a new master of martial arts would emerge from Hanxia. With the hope of fostering a good relationship, he smiled gently. Moreover, according to the young master of the Yang family who has awakened, the martial examination began with you launching an attack on him and Yang Wan. Upon hearing this, Yi Li maintained his composure, intending to express that the other party had initiated the challenge, and according to his character, there was no reason to decline. Kai Guoqing continued with a chuckle. However, based on our inquiries with some students from Shanzhou No. 1 high school who exited early, it can be reasonably concluded that it was Yang Wan and Yang Wanfeng who first challenged you. Thus your results are preserved. Yi Li was genuinely surprised. He had fully prepared for disqualification and had not even contemplated a defense. Yet, remarkably, nothing had transpired. Had his own presence warranted such leniency from above? Seemingly perceiving Yi Li's astonishment, Kai Guoqing replied with a grin. "Since you were not the one who instigated the fight, of course, your examination qualification would not be revoked." After a brief pause, he added, "Though the main issue does not lie with you, the Yang family in Shanzhou may not be entirely satisfied with this response. You should try to avoid showing yourself for a while, and if you do appear, exercise caution. The head of the Yang family is a seasoned 5th-tier martial artist. Although he is advanced in years, his cultivation level remains formidable, and the Yang family is not lacking in 4th-tier martial artists who can take action as he spoke. Kai Guoqing observed the young man's reaction closely. This was a subtle reminder for Yi Li regarding the situation. The martial examinations officials chose not to pursue the matter further after understanding the circumstances, but that did not mean the Yang family in Shanzhou would also let it slide. In fact, the likelihood of retaliatory actions in the near future was quite high. After listening to Kai Guoqing's words, Yi Li nodded slightly, speaking softly. "I understand. This situation was within his expectations. Moreover, if the Yang family pressed too hard, Yi Li had no intention of showing mercy. That's good." Upon hearing this, Kai Guoqing visibly relaxed. He had feared that the young man might be overly impetuous and choose to confront the situation head-on. Such a path would lead to trouble. It was not uncommon for both unripe and matured prodigies to meet untimely ends. The ability to heed the advice of others signified a certain humility. Reflecting on this, Kai Guoqing nodded approvingly. He then slightly turned to reveal Lin Yinyun standing behind him, smiling as he introduced. "This is Lin Yinyun from Fengyun University, here specifically to see you." The chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. "Hello there." Lin Yinyun stepped forward, a playful smile gracing her intelligent face. I'm also a student of the old master Yu, which makes me your senior by virtue of our lineage. Why? Li politely nodded, not paying much heed to her reference to the old master. Is there something you need? Oh, quite the pretentious one. Aren't you? Lin Yingyun mused inwardly, clearing her throat before stating earnestly. Originally, there was nothing, but after witnessing your performance in the martial examination, I now have something to discuss. As she spoke, Kai Guoqing took the initiative to step back, allowing the two to converse. Lin Yingyun glanced around, noticing the surrounding martial examination students were fervently discussing their experiences within the secret realm. She then approached Li, smiling gently. It's not so much a matter. Just wanted to ask if you have any interest in the Academy's tasks? Academy tasks? Precisely. Lin Yingyun stretched lazily and chuckled. If you're interested, I can help you access the school's task system in advance, allowing you to take on tasks through your waste token in the future. Of course, some special tasks still require you to return to school to accept them specifically. Additionally, if you encounter difficult tasks, you can also request assistance through the waste token. The communication between tokens can bypass most isolation methods. Within 100 kilometers, there is absolutely no delay, making it far more efficient than any phone. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun's gaze fell upon the golden waste token at Li's side. With a tone tinged with envy, she continued, having a golden badge like yours allows you to choose from most of the tasks issued by the school at will. Sensing the fervent gaze directed at him, Li, intrigued, inquired, Aren't you a gold badge holder? I possess a silver badge, Lin Yingyun replied, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow. Junior brother, do not be misled into thinking that gold badges are common at Fengyun University simply because you obtained one early on. To speak frankly, there are no more than 20 students in the entire Fengyun University who hold such a badge. Each of them is a core student personally designated by the Academy. I toiled for 2 years to barely earn a silver badge. Tell me, is your badge not of a higher rank? Understanding now, Li nodded slightly in response to Lin Yingyun's astonished expression. He calmly asked, So your rank is not higher than mine. Can you give me a bow? Lin Yingyun, she felt a sudden rush of breathlessness. Having observed his demeanor during the live broadcast, she had already deduced that Yi Li's personality was unlikely to be submissive, leaning more towards a domineering nature. Yet, she never expected that before her, an obviously more experienced senior, he would not only be unyielding but would audaciously request a bow from her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yingyun gritted her teeth and explained, the status and treatment of gold badge students are significantly superior to those of silver badge holders, but it is not to the extent of an emperor and his subjects. I see, Li replied, feigning disappointment. I thought I was like a little emperor. He then subtly inquired, what specific advantages do gold badge students enjoy? Identity and treatment. Lin Yingyun steadied her emotions, sighing. Let us focus solely on the completion of on-campus tasks. Without delving into the limitations on task acceptance, the difficulty level of executing tasks differs vastly between the two. Core students with gold badges are regarded as vice directors of the Municipal Clear Anomalies Bureau when executing tasks outside. In contrast, silver badge holders possess only the authority of ordinary enforcers. Do you understand what this implies? The latter often must rely solely on themselves, while the former can even mobilize enforcers stationed at the Municipal Bureau to assist in their actions. The disparity in status is stark. Is that truly the case? Li expressed mild surprise, realizing that he would effectively be a minor official in Huanxia in the future. Indeed, Lin Yingyun stated with a hint of pride. Core students at Fengyun University are those capable of being deemed geniuses in any martial arts university. It is problematic for a school not to provide them with preferential treatment. As she spoke, her tone shifted to one of gravity. What I have mentioned are the benefits, but you should also grasp a fundamental truth. There is no free lunch in this world. Although your senior sister often wishes for easy gains, gold badge students bear risks unique to their status, and I need not elaborate further for you to understand. I do not know. Li casually shook his head. In his previous life, he had been too preoccupied with servitude to have the opportunity to delve into such matters. You do not know? Lin Yingyun was taken aback, her expression peculiar. Given his extraordinary talent, it was astonishing that he had not encountered the wisdom of caution in Huanxia, where the path of a genius is fraught with peril. Can we dispense with the riddles? Li furrowed his brow, observing Lin Yingyun's fluctuating expression. Just speak plainly. Having grown weary of cryptic conversations in his previous life, He resolved to confront any further riddle speakers directly. Let me articulate it plainly. Lin Yingyun pondered for a moment before stating seriously, Huanxia is the nation with the vastest territory on Blue Star, filled with countless secret realms and frequent beast tides that result in a perpetually unstable domestic situation. To date, there are only a handful of martial arts masters within the Clear Anomalies Bureau capable of stabilizing the situation, all of whom are stationed in cities surrounding the top secret realms. Even so, conditions rarely improve. Even renowned martial arts masters from prestigious sects are often summoned by the authorities to combat beast tides or eradicate cultists. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It is challenging for formidable warriors to be available, and whenever the great powers abroad take action, Huanxia invariably suffers, lacking high-level combatants to counteract the threats. The various nations eagerly anticipate the decline of Huanxia, including former allied powers. Lin Yingyun's gaze casually swept around her surroundings. Yet, Huanxia frequently births prodigies, and if left unchecked, within 200 years, it could very well reclaim its former prominence on the international stage. If you were one of those nations, what would you do? The only solution is to eliminate every potential threat, as dead geniuses hold no value. Why? Ili nodded in understanding. In essence, the various nations would not permit Huanxia to harbor individuals of such remarkable potential. Are you frightened? Lin Yingyun's elegant face bore a smile, eagerly anticipating Yi Li's reaction. Even she, when she first heard such news as a fledgling, had felt a profound sense of impending doom for Huanxia. That day, she had even gone without her beloved ice cream in her eyes. If she felt such concern despite lacking talent, Yi Li, possessing exceptional ability, would undoubtedly be even more anxious. The sensation of suddenly being at odds with the entire world was akin to a small vessel navigating a tumultuous ocean, filled with suffocating dread that could unnerve even the most seasoned martial artist. This sensation only intensified with age and understanding, amplifying the pressure and impact of such circumstances. Hence, someone like Yi Li, perfectly embodying the ideal standard, would instantaneously feel the weight of immense pressure. Frightened? Yi Li raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. Why should I be afraid? Now that I comprehend the underlying issues, the forthcoming challenges can be easily resolved. It's straightforward. Once I develop my abilities, I will take on those nations single-handedly. Witnessing this, Lin Yingyun opened her mouth to speak but ultimately refrained. This audacious individual remained unfazed. Why should you be afraid? Surely, it is because you will inevitably encounter assassination attempts from the various nations. Lin Yingyun longed to inquire whether he understood the concept of humility. However, the overwhelming confidence radiating from him quelled her curiosity. Perhaps he had yet to grasp the essence of humility, but he undoubtedly possessed unparalleled self-assurance. Was this grand demeanor a manifestation of his journey thus far? After a moment of silence, Lin Yingyun finally remarked, "We must remain vigilant. Your threats extend beyond just the various nations. Just nearby, there exists the so-called Yang family from Shanzhou. That is to be expected." Yi Li nodded slightly in contrast to her concerns. He held unwavering faith in his own integrity. Not only would he confront those from foreign nations, but he would also not spare anyone from Huanxia who bore ill will towards him. Very well, Lin Yingyun exhaled in relief, regarding it as a sign that he had absorbed her warnings and was now alert. This indicated that, despite their differing perspectives, they could engage in enjoyable conversation. However, you need not be overly concerned about assassination attempts from the various nations at this moment. Lin Yingyun raised her head, stepping closer to pat Yi Li's shoulder reassuringly. At the very least, one must be a fourth-tier martial artist to attract their attention. Otherwise, if every genius were to be assassinated, the nations would exhaust themselves trying to eliminate every potential threat. After all, martial arts masters do not emerge so easily. I recall a genius who became a second-tier martial artist at the age of 6, but did not break through to the third tier until 60. The enemy nation's agents who had been watching him for half a lifetime nearly succumbed to frustration. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun stretched lazily, her tone infused with humor. Once Yi Li nodded in agreement, she extended her hand, her demeanor returning to a leisurely one. After discussing so much, I am quite exhausted. Please hand over the gold badge, and I shall assist you in connecting. All right. Yi Li tossed the radiant golden badge towards her, its trajectory graceful and precise. Be cautious, Lin Yingyun murmured softly, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she caught the golden medal. This is a gold medal, after all. There are so few gold medals at Fengyun University. How can it be tossed about like a mere trinket in someone else's hands? Lin Yingyun ground her teeth in frustration, thinking that if she possessed a gold medal, she would cherish it as a precious treasure. With such an accolade, not only could she receive discounts on various martial arts, but she could also apply for research funding for divination studies. She couldn't help but sigh internally. Nevertheless, she adeptly activated the relevant formations on the medal and connected to the campus network of Fengyun University. Now, with this, you are officially a student of Fengyun University. Reluctantly, she handed the medal to the other party and solemnly advised, if teachers from Kyoto University or Magic City University come seeking you, be sure to decline their offers, no matter what enticing conditions they present. Fengyun University will provide you double the rewards. After saying this, she smiled, adding, the previous two sentences were not from me, but rather a message from Teacher Yuang. With that, she prepared to return to school to complete her tasks and earn her keep. Do you have any questions for me? Could I trouble you for a bow? Yili politely inquired, appearing like a well-mannered young gentleman. Farewell. Chapter 63. The Fengyun Ranking. Outside the Rift Mountain Secret Realm. As a fleet of buses departed from Shanzhou City, heading to various destinations, news of the completion of the martial arts examination began to spread rapidly across Ying Province. Although there was no official announcement, in previous years, individuals privy to inside information would often leak results, and this year's outcomes were no exception to the explosive nature of past announcements. The sizzling news primarily consisted of 2 points. A martial artist named Li from Lehigh City has achieved a staggering score, clinching the championship of this year's martial arts examination in Ying Province. The much-anticipated Yang family twin stars have both fallen, unable to even secure a spot at the martial arts university. Numerous students from Ying Province flocked to forums related to martial arts high schools, engaging in discussions. Who is this Yi Li? He snatched the championship right from under the nose of Shanzhou No. 1 high school? Isn't he the one recently rumored to have been recommended by Fengyun University? Goodness, this person has left me utterly astonished. When did Lehigh No. 1 High School produce such an extraordinary martial arts student? I am set to enter martial arts high school next year. I'll aim for Lehigh No. 1 High School. The person above, it's not the school that's impressive, but Yili. Following the crowd is a surefire path to failure. I choose Qingshan No. 1 High School. Perhaps I can even enter the Qingshan Sword Pavilion upon graduation. Is no one concerned about the lamentations of Shanzhou No. 1 High School? All the teachers believed they would finally gain some recognition this time, only to be blindsided by the fall of the Yang family twin stars. The championship of the martial arts examination has long been monopolized by Shanzhou No. 1 High School, making the news of its loss all the more sensational. People seem delighted to witness such an unexpected upset. There are also whispers suggesting that the reason the Yang twins were eliminated so quickly was due to encountering that young martial artist named Yili in the core zone. If this trend continues, the results of this year's martial arts examination will likely become a unique occurrence in recent years, and Yi Li's name will be etched in the memories of future martial arts students. As night fell, the buses finally entered the boundaries of Lehigh City. Lehigh City, in a secluded neighborhood. Exhausted, Yi Li returned home after a long absence, retrieving the golden waist token, unable to conceal his joy. Ever since connecting with Fengyun University, he could directly access the inventory of the university's library through this medal.it encompassed everything from 5th-tier martial arts techniques to 2nd-tier skills, with both categories recorded, differing only in the extent of their collection. Moreover, given the nature of such institutions, if 5th-tier techniques are housed in the library, it is highly probable that 6th-tier techniques could also be sourced from some individuals within the academy. Although he could not directly exchange for these martial arts techniques just yet, as he needed to enter the main campus to obtain them, Yili now held the privilege of freely accessing Fengyun University, which posed no significant obstacle. Reflecting on Lin Yingyun's parting words, a smile crept onto his lips. The future is bright. Why, Yili chuckled softly to himself. There was one more thing that piqued his interest before leaving. Lin Yingyun had suddenly turned back, recalling something to be by the way. This Fengyun Gold Medal not only possesses diverse functionalities, but also allows you to view the rankings of the Fengyun list in real time. If you're interested, you might want to take a look. The Fengyun list? It is a system devised by the school to motivate students to excel, symbolically ranking individuals based on their task performance and victories in daily competitions. Lin Yingyun produced her silver medal, gently shaking it with a smile. There are only 30 slots, all occupied by the most illustrious figures at Fengyun University. True geniuses among geniuses. You have talent, but compared to them, you still have a long way to go, she continued. They are all quite proud. You might encounter them while undertaking various tasks in the future. For your own sake, I suggest you cultivate a sense of humility. Upon hearing this, Yi Li tentatively activated the harmonious coexistence charm. In a flash of light, the bewildered Lin Yingyun found herself kneeling, watching Yi Li depart. However, this laid-back girl's nature was far too nonchalant. She merely stood up, dusted herself off, contemplated for 2 seconds, and turned to leave. You made the laid-back sister of Fengyun University kneel before you. Evil points 500. That's rather underwhelming. What a pity. She's a good person. Humility, huh? Returning to the present, Yi Li lay back on his bed, his thoughts swirling. It would likely be a few days before heading to Fengyun University, so there was no need to rush. Moreover, if all went well, Jiang Qingzhu's promised S-tier refining method would arrive soon. The third tier was about to become a thing of the past. Now began the era of enhancement. The 40,000 evil points quietly resting within his panel became the foundation for Yi Li's relentless progress. Chapter 64. Snow Mountain Body Refinement. Jiang Qingzhu's arrival was swifter than expected. Just as Yi Li finished washing up and donned a clean outfit, a series of knocks echoed from the door. She's here. He approached and turned the doorknob, revealing the familiar, cool demeanor of Jiang Qingzhu as she peeked through the slightly ajar door. I did it. Upon entering, Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed with delight. I acquired the Jiang family's S-tier body refinement technique for you. Impressive. Yi Li did not hold back his praise. After all, she had indeed assisted him significantly. However, from now on, as long as he had sufficient credits, he could directly exchange for it from Fengyun University's library. While her generous offer was undoubtedly enticing, he needed to be cautious not to overextend himself or risk being indebted in the future. Here you go. Jiang Qingzhu retrieved a rather thin tome from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Li, her voice rising at the end. This is the Snow Mountain Body Refinement. The difficulty of mastering it is quite high. Martial artists who have not practiced White Mist Frost Snow will find it nearly impossible to learn. For this reason, it's considered a rather obscure refinement method within the Jiang family, with only a few direct descendants capable of learning it. She paused, her lips pressed together thoughtfully, before adding, but for you. It should be quite easy to master. The impact of Yi Li achieving mastery over the S-tier breathing technique, White Mist Frost Snow, in just a few days had left a strong impression on her. A memory that lingered vividly, although that was indeed a recent event. Thank you. Yi Li accepted the tome, a refreshing sensation coursing through him instantly, and then asked in surprise, is it really this thin? This S-tier body refinement technique was at least half as thin as the previous S-tier breathing technique. Thinness often indicated difficulty in learning. Jiang Qingzhu softly explained, measuring her words carefully. To my knowledge, the most talented ancestor of the Jiang family took 2 months to barely grasp it. Recalling how that ancestor had taken 2 months to master the breathing technique, she refrained from mentioning the latter half of her thought. What if Yi Li could have learned it in 3 days, but ended up taking 2 months after reading the insights? That would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly, a hint of sighing within. He remembered the effort he had poured into mastering White Mist Frost Snow, spending 50 years of hard work. Now, transitioning to the more challenging Snow Mountain Body Refinement, it would likely require a considerable investment once again. However, that was of little concern. The reserves in his panel had been waiting patiently for this moment. Do you have anything else to discuss? Yi Li's voice was calm, noticeably gentler than usual, though it still carried a hint of urgency. With an S-tier body refinement technique in hand and a wealth of evil points at his disposal, he felt an overwhelming urge to initiate the enhancement process. Jiang Qingzhu, not picking up on the subtle urgency in his tone, pondered for a moment before seemingly gathering her courage to invite. I am returning to the Jiang family soon. Would you like to accompany me? Recently, the Yang family from Shanzhou must certainly be eyeing you with great interest, while the Jiang family from the extreme north is unable to provide any protection. Thank you. Yi Li nodded politely. He plans to visit Fengyun University in a couple of days to assess the situation. He has no time to seek refuge with the Jiang family from supposed dangers. The feeling of being a guest under someone else's roof is one he has no desire to experience. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She had anticipated the boy's response and had mentally prepared herself beforehand. Nevertheless, when she actually heard his refusal, a pang of sadness still gripped her heart. After a moment, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her head and tentatively asked, "Are we friends?" "Should be, I suppose," Yili replied calmly. "Anyone who bears a grudge against you can certainly come to me. I will assist where I can. This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. It fortuitously provides an excuse for action." This juncture, he paused, a look of realization crossing his face. "I see. You have someone targeting you upon your return to the Jiang family? If that is the case, I could accompany you. No, there is no one targeting me." Jiang Qingzhu instinctively shook her head. "Is that so? What a pity," Yili replied, somewhat disappointed. "A character capable of becoming an enemy of the Jiang family's young lady must surely be a formidable opponent." "Indeed." Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, yet a hint of a smile graced her lips, and her clear eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. "He considers me a friend. It's worth it. All my efforts during this time have been worthwhile. Then, I shall take my leave. I wish you success." Jiang Qingzhu bowed slightly, then briskly pushed open the door. "Feel free to contact me for anything. See you at Fengyun University." With that, she stepped out, skipping joyously in the direction she had come from. Feigning ignorance, Yili shook his head at her departing figure, closing the door with a perplexed expression. She is among the wealthiest of the wealthy and has already lent substantial assistance. By any measure, she could be considered half a friend. A friend, after all, implies someone who can help you in a fight. It allows for the repayment of favors while also accruing points for misdeeds. What is not to like? Yili's thoughts were rather simple. He would repay those who treated him well, and he would crush those who did him wrong. This way, he could maintain a positive mindset while advancing with no psychological burdens. A path without regrets is simply invincible. To stay on such a path, he must continually strive to grow stronger, in the face of the world and its calamities. Only the powerful can enforce their will. Returning to his bedroom, Yili sat cross-legged on his bed. He reached for the book Snow Mountain Body Refinement, and a soft blue light appeared before him. Current evil deed points, 40,500 points, new item. S-rank refinement technique, Snow Mountain Body Refinement, novice. Let us begin. Yili exhaled silently. There was no hesitation. Tens of thousands of points surged into the panel. Ding! Commencing enhancement of the Snow Mountain Body Refinement proficiency. Continuous consumption of evil deed points. Opening this tome, clear characters came into view, and to his astonishment, he found comprehension surprisingly effortless. Your application of the S-rank breathing technique, White Mist, Frost, and Snow, has reached a near instinctual level. Even that Jiang family's most talented predecessor was far inferior at your age. Acquired enhancement buff, training speed increased by 70. Your current speed is akin to a long-distance runner who has snatched a shared bicycle, speeding away amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers. After consuming 1,000 points of evil deed value, he read through most of the refinement technique, yet his understanding remained superficial. Tio grasped its true essence. He chose to read further. After consuming 2,000 points of evil deed value, he had completely perused this refinement method. Although his understanding didn't deepen significantly, he did grasp some fundamental concepts. It relies on true energy imbued with the cold effect to refine oneself, prompting further transformation of the blood. After consuming 4,000 points of evil deed value, he had mastered the technique of using true energy to temper his blood, and he had developed a certain resistance to extremely cold environments. Snow Mountain Body Refinement, novice. Though uncertain of how long this equated to solitary cultivation, there was no doubt that this time far exceeded 2 months. For a martial artist who could reach the novice level in merely 2 months, it was truly commendable. Yili sighed. Yet he soon realized that within his breath, a sound akin to howling wind and snow began to resonate within him. The blood coursing through him slowly underwent transformation amidst this sound. Is this the permanent effect of the S-rank breathing technique? Yili felt elated, refocusing on the text continuously appearing on the panel. Chapter 65, True Blood Perfection, Peak of the Third Stage. After consuming 5,000 points of evil deed value, you begin to experiment with breathing to accelerate refining, discovering related insights that significantly enhance the speed of true blood refinement, several times faster than that B-rank refining technique. Snow Mountain Body Refinement, Proficient. After consuming 10,000 points of evil deed value, you have become adept at creating an environment within your body akin to a snow mountain. The blood flows as if countless climbers are striving to grow stronger in a harsh environment. Snow Mountain Body Refinement, Mastered. After consuming 15,000 points of evil deed value, the snow mountain environment you created nears perfection. The blood flows as countless climbers drawn to this mountain, ready to ascend at your command. Snow mountain body refinement, great accomplishment. After consuming 20,000 points of evil deed value, this internal snow mountain is flawless, emanating an incredible allure within the human realm. Without your prompting, countless climbers formed from true blood are already eager to ascend, fervently dedicated to conquering your snow mountain. If one were to ask why, they would undoubtedly respond, because the mountain is there. Refinement technique level increased. Snow mountain body refinement has reached perfection. Byproduct. Your diligent practice of the refinement technique has elevated your martial arts level to the second level of the third stage. Byproduct. Your familiarity with the snow mountain environment has significantly enhanced your resistance to extreme cold. Comment. This consumption of 20,000 points of evil deed value has resulted in a progression equivalent to 80 years of arduous cultivation. Should you unleash the explosive force of your true energy now, martial artists of the same level would tremble and fall before the avalanche of your true energy. As the final line of text materialized, a bone-chilling aura erupted from Yi Li. Boom. The sound of ice shattering echoed as the temperature in the entire bedroom plummeted by several degrees, white mist rapidly forming on the windows. At that moment, despite it being the sweltering heat of June, the room felt akin to a premium ice cellar. Yi Li's gaze flickered slightly. After a simple demonstration of true energy explosion, a hint of icy blue began to rise within his dark eyes, even threatening to extend to his brows and hair. If one were to say that the realm determined the quantity and cap of true energy explosion, then the refinement technique dictated its quality. Among martial artists of the same rank, with equal true energy expenditure, the higher the level of the refinement technique, the greater the power of the true energy explosion. Huff. Yi Li exhaled lightly, the visible coldness swirling in the air, appearing quite extraordinary. With a slight activation of his true energy, a sense of completeness surged within him. As the snow mountain body refinement reached perfection, the chill contained within his true energy also grew increasingly formidable. Additionally, his speed of blood refinement had been amplified several times. Compared to that B-rank, Great Sun Treasure Furnace, the refinement method was exponentially superior. One required intense focus while enduring excruciating pain, while the other could automatically refine in a single breath. With no discomfort whatsoever, and greatly enhanced efficiency, it was clear which option was preferable. No wonder the Cold Clan rarely produces martial masters. The value of precious things is indeed justified. Yi Li nodded slightly, his thoughts racing. Everyone around him has been warning him that the Yang family from Shanzhou is watching him closely, urging him to be cautious. It seems he must find an excuse to eliminate the Yang family. Otherwise, he would indeed be restless. Now that the refinement technique has reached perfection, it is time to elevate his cultivation level as well. This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. With a thought, Yi Li directed a torrent of evil deed points into the martial arts level section. Ding! Commencing consumption of evil deed points, continuously enhancing martial arts level. Through an arduous refinement process beyond what ordinary individuals could endure. Your understanding of the snow mountain body refinement has reached perfection. Coupled with the assistance of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace, a remarkable synergy has emerged during the refining of your true blood. The acquired enhancement buff, refinement speed increased by 1,000. Your speed is akin to an AE-86 drifting at high velocity on an unknown divine mountain, with the myriad twists and turns of martial arts training appearing as a straightforward path to the heavens. No external assistance is required. You are now a prodigy riding the winds. After consuming 500 points of malevolence, the already near-perfect third stage of the second level began to show cracks. The golden glow within the true blood became exceedingly pure, resulting in a significant enhancement in the quality of the body S elixir. You have ascended to the third stage, third level, with the highest grade refining method at your disposal. You can naturally forge the finest true blood at last. You comprehend the notion that even among warriors of the same rank, disparities exist beyond mere levels. Acquired enhancement buff, true blood quality increased by 100. It becomes evident why this golden glow appears far more exquisite than that of the wanted criminal from that day. Yi Li mused, slightly dazed, on the luminous screen. Progress continued unabated. After expending 5 500 points of malevolence. The golden glow of your true blood began to swell, expanding to 1/3 of its capacity. Your sensory perception experienced marked elevation, and your black pupils, endowed with the eye of illusion, attained a dynamic vision far superior to that of other warriors of the same tier. You have ascended to the 3rd stage, 6th level. After consuming 12,500 points of malevolence, the true blood coursing through your body flowed seamlessly, its golden glow appearing as clear as crystal. This enhanced the quality of your elixir even further, emanating a fragrant aroma that was utterly captivating. You have ascended to the 3rd stage, 9th level. After expending 14,500 points of malevolence, you have fully adapted to the sensations of true blood, with your elixir energy being flawless. The speed of its eruption is nearly instantaneous. Your martial arts level has risen, and you have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. The total consumption for this elevation amounts to 14,500 points of malevolence, equivalent to nearly 2 decades of arduous cultivation in your normal practice. Current malevolence points, 6,000 points. The moment the words fell, an unparalleled sense of power surged throughout your body. Boom. Ely's aura exploded outward, a terrifying chill crashing against the surrounding walls. The wooden bed beneath him shattered into countless splinters, and even the entire floor trembled noticeably. The enhancement from completing the first major phase exceeded any prior experience. A force capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones surged into Ely, coursing through his limbs and bones, rendering his breath somewhat rapid. Even if he were to cease cultivation henceforth, he would still possess a degree of renown in Ing Province. Indeed, Ely's heart raced as exhilaration filled his gaze. Standing amidst a flurry of wood shavings, he radiated an aura of complete elixir perfection. Turning his head, he gazed into the distance. Even the dust settling hundreds of meters away appeared strikingly clear. Under the near-superhuman enhancement of his senses, Ely perceived a world unlike any he had known. His black eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to a lion. After a fleeting moment of excitement, Ely's gaze returned to the panel. Current malevolence points, 6,000 points. It is time to devise a plan. Why Ely's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 66. Yuwang's Astonishment and Actions Within Ing Province, at Fengyun University. The morning sunlight poured over a magnificent and towering structure, where numerous figures navigated its halls, each exuding a remarkable presence, with the least among them at the 2nd tier. Atop a tall building, Lin Yinyun gazed helplessly at the elder in a green robe, whose hair and beard fluttered in the breeze. This teacher of hers seemed to relish ascending to the top floor daily, presenting an air of superiority to the students passing below. Should a young student who had just entered the school catch sight of him, they would likely be intimidated into seeking an audience. Teacher, look, just now, a student was staring at me with longing eyes. He must be hoping to take me as his mentor, Yuwang chuckled, stroking his beard. Alas, dressed in a 2nd-year uniform, with an aura that barely reaches the 3rd tier, he is fated to be unrelated to my disciples. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyun smiled softly. What about Ely? Ah, he is undoubtedly destined to be my disciple. Yuwang abruptly turned, joy evident in his voice, chuckling. That child possesses potential that could lead to great achievements. He may one day inherit my legacy. Furthermore, you cannot imagine the reaction of those old fellows from the War Department when I informed them that I granted my sole recommendation spot to a martial arts student from Linhai City. They all laughed at me for being too hasty. I could not be bothered to engage in their arguments. 30 years of fluctuating fortunes, we shall see. Once Ely crushes their expectations, let us see if those old geezers can still laugh. Indeed, I also believe so. Lin Yinyun nodded in quiet agreement. While others might find it challenging, she felt that the handsome youth truly had the capability to carry out such ruthless and grand endeavors, as evidenced by his performance in the recent martial examination. What? Seeing her lack of doubt, Yuwang was somewhat astonished. He performed exceptionally well in this martial examination. Before departing, his disciple had seemed incredulous, exclaiming that he would see for himself what transpired. How had he returned transformed? Not just well, Lin Yinyun replied, her expression peculiar. After a brief pause, she spoke with a tone laced with astonishment. Teacher, have you ever heard of someone scoring in the 7 figures on the martial examination? I've never encountered such a feat in my life. Didn't he seen your sister Chin only manage 6 figures? The third-tier exotic beasts in the entire Split Mountain Secret Realm have almost been eradicated by Yi Li alone. Is that true? 7 figures? Yuang paused, his expression incredulous. Did this lad take something from the exotic beasts? No, he seized the throne within the secret realm. The exotic beasts attempted to reclaim it, but he was simply too lethal. Drenched in the blood of the beasts, Lin Yingyun relished his reaction, smiling as she recounted the undeniable truth. In the end, the third-tier exotic beasts within the secret realm were so intimidated that none dared to ascend the mountain again. Allowing him to cease his assault, a profound silence enveloped the air for several seconds. Thus it is, Yuang resumed his normal demeanor, nodding slightly, murmuring in understanding, that makes sense. Typically, secret realms would harbor a king beast, and the most spiritually rich locations naturally served as the habitat for such creatures. Referred to as the throne, it was no wonder that those initial stage third-tier exotic beasts were overwhelmed by this youth's audacity. Yet regrettably, the youth's method of handling the situation was one of relentless slaughter. It is difficult to envision how he would comport himself in high-level secret realms teeming with advanced exotic beasts once his power grows. Contemplating this, Yuang swallowed hard, then re-emerged with a smile. Where is he? Did he not return with you? No, he mentioned having some matters to attend to and would come back in a few days. That's good. Yuang's gaze shifted back to the students below, softly chuckling. I've already credited him for the points earned from slaying the wanted criminal. When he arrives, take him to the library to choose some materials. What tier is he at now? As soon as he spoke, he abruptly turned to Lin Yingyun, for her tone had been too casual, making him realize something was amiss. When they last met, Yi Li appeared to be a novice in the second tier. Relying on an unknown yet formidable secret technique to contend with the second-tier 6th-level Tang Aod, Theo think he now treats third-tier exotic beasts as mere minor foes. What has happened to the third-tier True Blood realm? Lin Yingyun appeared puzzled. Third tier? It cannot be mistaken. He.s. utilizing the elixir energy. Believing he was questioning her judgment, Lin Yingyun waved her hand dismissively, speaking with unwavering certainty. Though somewhat unrefined, it is undoubtedly the elixir energy eruption. Likely at the early third tier, 1 or 2 levels. Yuang was left astounded, falling into a deep silence, even halting his movements. The second-tier martial artist he had last seen had transformed into a third-tier warrior? How long had it taken? At most a week. What kind of talent is this? When did the path of martial arts become so effortlessly traversable? Could it be a case of accumulated potential suddenly bursting forth? Yet, would such a foundational depth not be too outrageous? As his thoughts raced, Yuang ultimately concluded that Yi Li was simply a prodigious talent, whose prolonged obscurity had allowed for such rapid advancement within a mere week. Is there more? He inhaled deeply, harboring a tentative hope as he asked. Indeed, there is more, Lin Yingyun affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Yuang's eyes twitched slightly. Speak. Lin Yingyun sighed. Teacher, you should prepare your belongings. What? Yuang was taken aback. Do you mean I am to take your position? Not quite. Lin Yingyun cleared her throat, taking on a serious tone. According to the chief overseer, he has dealt significant damage to the Yang family's twin stars. One will be affected in their martial progress, while the other has declared they will no longer practice martial arts, and both have failed the examination. Given the rumors surrounding the Yang family in Shanzhou, I believe they will pose a threat to Yi Li, even though he is currently a core student of Fengyun University. Considering the potential danger to his life, I advise you to visit the Yang family and issue a warning. Upon hearing this, Yuang's gaze sharpened gradually. The Yang family of Shanzhou was known for recruiting many disciples and had a reputation for being ruthless and decisive in their dealings. It is said that even the enforcers of the local Anomaly Bureau do not extend much courtesy. Once offended, regardless of right or wrong, the Yang family will inevitably come to settle accounts. The reason for their continued prominence lies in their unwavering cooperation whenever the Bureau arrives to handle a case, promptly handing over the individuals involved for the Bureau's disposal. In doing so, they not only avoid any blame but also bolster the reputation of the Yang family in Shanzhou City. Over time, the Yang family's prestige has grown immensely, attracting countless clients, while the number of martial artists daring to provoke them has dwindled. Therefore, it is hardly surprising that Lin Yingyun harbors concerns for Yi Li's safety. A faction led by a 5th-tier martial artist is now causing trouble for my student. Elder Yu's smile held no warmth as he inquired. who initiated the confrontation between Yili and the twin stars. Many students from Shanzhou City claimed that the Yang siblings had instigated the duel, yet it was indeed Yili who struck first. Lin Yinyun answered calmly. Then there is no issue. A challenge must be met with combat. That is only reasonable. Elder Yu turned to descend the stairs, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. I shall make a trip to Shanzhou City. When Yili arrives at school, you shall take him on his tasks as usual, and perhaps introduce him to a couple of third-tier martial techniques. The corners of Elder Yu's mouth twitched. There will be credits. Absolutely, you can leave it to me, Lin Yinyun replied eagerly. I will head to Linhai City immediately. Chapter 67. You go, eliminate Yili. In Shanzhou City, within the grand estate of the Yang family, the morning sun cast a bright light upon the expansive courtyard. Yet it felt rather chilly to eye in front of an elegantly adorned ancient residence. Several individuals clad in peculiar attire stood quietly, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a richly dressed, gaunt old man emerged, his expression cold and tinged with anger, exuding an aura of immense authority. Patriarch, what has become of Wan Feng? As soon as the old man appeared, a graceful woman from the front of the crowd rushed forward, her voice laced with anxiety. I have heard he has sustained injuries to his meridians. Will he still be able to cultivate in the future? Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Yang family, nearing the end of his 2-century lifespan, had his eyelids twitch slightly as his gaze fell upon her. Calmly responding, over 3/4 of his meridians have been frozen, but the assailant was somewhat considerate and did not completely cripple him. If a 4th-tier physician intervenes, he should be able to recover fully within 5 years. Upon hearing this, the Yang family members, who had previously feared that Yang Wanfeng's potential downfall would extinguish the Yang family's brightest star in recent years and lead to their gradual decline in Shanzhou City, finally breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years may not seem short for a genius 2nd-tier martial artist like Yang Wanfeng. Considering the Yang family's resources, hiring a 4th-tier physician with healing talents is not an insurmountable task. However, the elegant woman furrowed her brow, fury evident on her charming face as she exclaimed in indignation. That damned Yili has subjected my son to such suffering. 5 years. How many 5-year spans can one expect in a lifetime? By that time, Yili will have graduated from Fengyun University, while Wan Feng will barely be able to resume his cultivation. She turned her gaze to the old man above, gritting her teeth. Patriarch, this matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. Unexpectedly, upon her pronouncement, many Yang family members present nodded in agreement. The rationale was simple. For years, the Yang family had cultivated a reputation of vengeance in Shanzhou City, avenging countless grievances and attracting numerous clients. How could they allow a mere 3rd-tier martial artist from Fengyun University to set a precedent? Would they tarnish their reputation? The principles of vengeance must be exacted, and one must bear the consequences of their actions. Not only serve as the Yang family's guiding tenets, but also as an enticing banner for prospective clients. After all, which wandering martial artist would not be tempted by a faction willing to go to any lengths for revenge? The Yang family has adhered to such principles for over a century. Even if Yili is the highest scorer in the history of the martial arts examination in Ning Province, he is still just an ordinary 3rd-tier martial artist at the beginning of his journey. If they refrain from taking action against him solely due to his status as a sponsored student of Fengyun University, how can they ever hope to attract clients in the future? Without clients, how will the Yang family continue to cultivate the blood-burning secret technique? Patriarch, I have already investigated thoroughly. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. That brat currently resides in the southern district of Linhai City. I know his exact address. If you give the word, he won't live to see his enrollment at Fengyun University. They cannot confront Fengyun University directly, but dealing with a student who has yet to enroll seems quite manageable. Yi Li, the patriarch of the Yang family, savored the name, a fierce killing intent flickering in his murky eyes as he tightened his grip behind his back. He inquired, is this Yi Li currently at the 3rd-tier True Blood realm? Indeed, someone nodded in affirmation. According to the teachers from various martial arts high schools, he should just have entered the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier martial artist. Not yet 20 years old, the patriarch of the Yang family chuckled softly. Seemingly in awe, reflecting on his own youth, he had barely broken through to the 2nd tier by the age of 20, and it was only through the Yang family's secret techniques that he managed to ascend to the 5th tier and gain renown in his region. Although he had developed a hidden ailment due to his forced breakthrough, preventing any further advancement in this lifetime, The assistance of his clients was sufficient to secure the Yang family's position in Shanzhou City. This understanding of the arduous path of martial arts cultivation made the patriarch acutely aware of one truth. If Yi Li were not eliminated today, he would undoubtedly become a force capable of toppling the Yang family in the future. The Yang family's century-old reputation cannot be tarnished on my watch. The patriarch's voice turned icy, clearly stating his stance. Yang Rong, take those two fourth-tier esteemed guests and handle this matter. Are you referring to that disheartened sword and that dragon steel hand? One person gasped. The former, 30 years ago, had single-handedly breached a faction guarded by a third-tier expert using a single Qingyun sword and subsequently lost his beloved to remnants of that faction. Becoming despondent and renaming himself Disheartened Sword, he joined the Yang family solely for vengeance. The latter, a martial artist skilled in various forms of combat, possessed iron palms capable of splitting mountains. The number of exotic beasts slain at his hands over the years is no less than 50. Both are renowned martial artists in Shanzhou City and even a crossing province, and they rank among the more formidable fourth-tier experts in the Yang family. Now, they are to deal with a fledgling third-tier youth? Patriarch, the middle-aged man named Yang Rong, bearing a prominent scar on his face as if seared by fire, hesitated, his face twitching as he spoke. Could this be an overreaction? Setting aside the potential losses, if a fourth-tier martial artist intervenes, the commotion will be hard to conceal. Once the Anomaly Bureau catches wind of it, the Yang family would lose two fourth-tier experts, a considerable injury indeed. What is there to fear? The patriarch of the Yang family shot him a cold glance, his voice calm as he replied. If it becomes known, so be it. Their enmity with us has been established. They owe the Yang family this debt. In the aftermath, we shall hand them over to the Anomaly Bureau. Or do you think that a third-tier martial artist under 20 years of age is worth more than two fourth-tier martial artists whose potential has been exhausted? Hearing this, Yang Rong's scar twitched slightly. Indeed, compared to such a limitless young martial artist, the loss of two fourth-tier experts seemed unexpectedly acceptable. Realizing this, he bowed respectfully. I will handle this immediately. Wait. The beautiful woman interjected sharply, then turned to the noble old man above, gritting her teeth. Patriarch, may I take this task instead? You wish to switch? Indeed, the woman affirmed. I just broke through to the third tier at the 6th level 2 days ago, which surpasses Yang Rong by 2 levels, granting me a greater chance of success. As she spoke, a surge of killing intent surged in her eyes, her tone icily resolute. Moreover, I genuinely wish to personally eliminate the one who has crippled my son. Taking in her expression, the patriarch of the Yang family pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, then you shall go. Thank you, patriarch. The beautiful woman's face brightened with joy, and she quickly bowed. Dismissed. The patriarch of the Yang family acknowledged with a simple sound, then turned and returned indoors. Approximately an hour later, the crowd outside gradually dispersed. Chapter 68. An uninvited guest at Fengyun University inside. The fragrance of medicine wafted through the air. Yang Wanfeng, pale-faced, slowly sat up. Grandfather. Just lie down, the patriarch of the Yang family said, a hint of tenderness glimmering in his weathered features. The fate of those mediocre relatives outside mattered little. It was only this exceptionally gifted grandson who truly stirred his emotions. The old man was acutely aware that his time was limited. He had at most 20 years left to live. By then, the grown Yang Wanfeng would be the ideal heir. With the youth's innate talent, he could undoubtedly elevate the Yang family of Shanzhou to new heights, perhaps even leading to a position among the 3 sects and 6 factions of Huanxia. Rest assured, the esteemed Yi Li has already made arrangements. Your mother will personally lead 2 fourth-tier guests to execute a successful ambush. He will not last much longer. The noble elder gently patted the young man beside the bed. His tone considerably softened compared to before. As for your injuries, grandfather will also summon the finest fourth-tier physician in the province to treat you. With the aid of the Yang family's secret techniques, it is possible that you could be fully healed within 3 years. The blood of those fourth-tier guests can be procured swiftly, and at that time, grandfather will employ his secret methods to ensure that you can at least rise from your bed and walk. Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. Upon hearing Yi Li's name, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes, and he inhaled deeply before saying, Thank you, grandfather. There is no need for thanks. We are all family. The head of the Yang family waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of the century-old reputation of the Yang family or its future development, it is imperative that Yi Li must die. The noble elder pondered for a moment before expressing his perplexity. By the way, concerning your sister Yang Wan, she seems to be under some distress and has locked herself in her room, refusing to come out or see you to want her. Yang Wanfeng's expression turned slightly awkward. Perhaps she was startled by Yi Li's methods. You need not worry. I will visit her in a couple of days. You two have always had a good relationship, the head of the Yang family nodded. Showing little concern for the matter. Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air echoed from outside the house. Almost immediately, a powerful aura descended upon the Yang family's estate. Sensing this presence, the head of the Yang family sprang to his feet, gazing out the window with a grave expression, murmuring, "A fifth-tier martial artist. Their aura is even stronger than mine. What brings them to the Yang family?" "Grandfather, please stay still. I will go check," he said, stepping outside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a figure surrounded by a gentle breeze soaring from the distance, landing directly in the courtyard of the Yang family. The newcomer's sleeves billowed, adorned with multiple dynamic clouds, a member of Fengyun University. The head of the Yang family furrowed his brow slightly and inquired aloud, "What brings an esteemed instructor from Fengyun University to my Yang family? I believe we do not have any family members who have been accepted there." Given the visitor's affiliation, his tone was quite courteous. In response, Yuang took a step forward, smiling broadly. "I am Yuang, the mentor of Yi Li and a senior instructor at Fengyun University. Why Yi Li's mentor? They must truly value him to send you here so swiftly," the head of the Yang family thought, his heart growing heavy. After a moment, he feigned ignorance and asked, "I see, but you have yet to answer my question. What brings you to the Yang family?" He was well aware of the answer, concern for Yi Li's safety. However, he needed to maintain appearances. If news of Yi Li's demise were to circulate, as the head of the Yang family, it would be challenging to distance himself from those guests. The director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou is a fifth-tier powerhouse. Though he may show some consideration for the Yang family, he is certainly not one to hesitate in taking action against them. This scoundrel still pretends to be oblivious, Yuang thought to himself, silently cursing while a smile crept onto his aged face. "I have heard some rumors and came to take a look." He then scanned the Yang family courtyard, casually asking, "I have long heard that the Yang family in Shanzhou is actively recruiting guests. I wonder how many fourth-tier martial artists you have managed to recruit to date?" "Recruiting fourth-tier martial artists is no simple task," the head of the Yang family replied, also smiling as he shook his head. "Over the years, despite the generous conditions offered by the Yang family, we have not managed to recruit many." "Truly, your words are like music to my ears," Yuang remarked with a hint of a smile. His white hair framing his face. "I sincerely apologize. As an esteemed instructor from Fengyun University, you are, of course, a distinguished guest of the Yang family." The head of the Yang family fixed his gaze on Yuang. Speaking slowly and deliberately, however, "This matter pertains to the privacy of the Yang family, and I cannot divulge the details. I trust that Fengyun University would not pry into the private affairs of others. Would they?" Given his position as a teacher at Fengyun University, it would be nearly impossible for him to act directly against the Yang family. Upon hearing this, Yuang nodded gently and smiled. "In fact, to maintain a good relationship with my students, I am quite mindful of boundaries." Having traveled a full 400 miles from Fengyun University to here, he had arrived at his fastest pace. The fourth-tier martial artists of the Yang family likely had little free time, so even if this scoundrel moved swiftly, he could not possibly mobilize them immediately. "It seems I have arrived just in time," he thought, a look of sudden realization crossing his face as he chuckled softly. "Speaking of which, my listening wind chant has reached perfection." "Listening wind chant?" "Indeed." Yuang nodded slightly, patiently explaining, "This is a fifth-tier martial technique of mine. While I cannot claim to know everything, I can certainly hear the commotion within 10 miles of the Yang family estate quite clearly." "What do you mean by that?" the head of the Yang family asked, his brows furrowing in concern. "What I mean is that," Wai Yuang stepped closer to him, his tone turning icy, "if any of the 8 fourth-tier martial artists of the Yang family within a 10-mile radius vanish in the next 5 days, do not blame me for turning hostile." Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's expression subtly changed, though inwardly, he released a sigh of relief. In truth, the Yang family had 10 fourth-tier martial artists. The fact that the other party mentioned 8 indicated that Yang Mei had already departed with the 2 fourth-tier guests. "Good girl, how swift you are," he thought, suppressing his delight and feigning difficulty as he stated. Sir, your actions seem rather domineering. Do you not fear I might report you to Fengyun University? Feel free to report, Yueng chuckled, strolling towards the inner room while waving his hand. I simply wish to stay here for a short while. I hope it will not be a bother. There is one more thing. Yueng turned back, looking at the head of the Yang family with a smile. Before my disciple enters the 5th tier, should anything untoward happen, regardless of who is responsible, I will prioritize coming to eliminate you, the head of the Yang family. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Yang family truly turned pale. This madman. Once Yili perished, he would have to notify the Qingyi Bureau immediately to have this lunatic taken away. Chapter 69. Before the confrontation, does anyone wish to leave? In the coastal city. Within the southern district, Lin Yun, clad in a pale purple robe, verified her information repeatedly before entering a residential building. This should be it. She paused before a door, glancing up at the door plate. 1802. Perfect, no problem. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open from within. Creak. Upon the door opening, she found the familiar figure of a young man in white standing behind it, looking at her with calmness. Come in. Oh, okay. Lin Yun quickly stepped inside. As she entered, she noticed luggage on the floor, indicating that he was evidently preparing to leave. He must be aware that the Yang family has been keeping an eye on him. He needs to hurry to Fengyun University for refuge, Lin Yun mused, amused. His behavior until now had been so erratic that it almost made her forget he was still a young martial artist under 20. It was only upon witnessing his current actions that Lin Yun felt a sense of relief. So you can feel fear too. This is how it should be. This is more like an inexperienced young martial artist. Are you here specifically to pick me up, or is it related to the Yang family? Yili casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over her. He did not suspect any ulterior motives on her part, especially since they had only parted the day before, making her visit seem urgent. The only pressing matter on his mind was likely the conflict with the Yang family. Clever, Lin Yun thought. Giving him a thumbs up before stretching languidly, our teacher is probably keeping an eye on you at the Yang family. With him there, the 4th-tier powerhouses should not dare to act recklessly. Then why doesn't he come directly to escort me? Yili asked, puzzled. He usually prefers to take the initiative. Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively when he encounters something he wishes to pursue. He cannot sit still. You need not concern yourself with him. He will certainly be able to keep that group from the Yang family at bay. All right, Yili nodded slightly. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Lin Yun yawned. If there is nothing else, let us head to school now. Once we're on campus, the Yang family won't dare to touch you, even if they linger nearby. Is our school truly that formidable? Yili rose to his feet. Of course. Lin Yun leaned against the door, rubbing her slightly darkened eyes while smiling. You should consider how many capable fighters our school has. The wind and cloud rankings are filled with individuals above the 3rd tier. In any other martial arts university, they would be the mainstays of the team. She pointed to herself, chin slightly raised, exuding a hint of pride as she remarked, by the way, senior sister, I also made it onto that illustrious ranking. What position? Lin Yun paused for a moment, and seeing Yili still staring at her, she gritted her teeth and replied, I am not adept at combat, merely ranking just above a fellow at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. And that person ranks where? 29. Then you might as well say you were last, Yili chuckled. Lin Yun took a deep breath, suppressing her immediate impulse to blush. I am not angry. I am not angry. In 2 years, I will surpass him, so there is no need to hold a grudge. When he meets senior sister Chun, he will naturally understand what it means to be outclassed. Having calmed her emotions, Lin Yun took the initiative to lift the luggage on the floor, her spirits invigorated. All right, let us depart. With that, she stepped out of the room first and pressed the elevator button. Buzz. The elevator began its slow ascent from the 1st floor. The residents of this building have such peculiar schedules, returning home in the middle of the day. Lin Yun furrowed her brows, a look of helplessness crossing her delicate oval face. It seemed she had only just arrived, and the elevator had already descended back to the 1st floor. She had no fondness for waiting for elevators. That moment, a hand rested on her shoulder. Lin Yun turned in confusion to find Yili standing behind her. His expression calm, dark eyes shimmering with intensity as he focused intently on the elevator entrance, as if he had spotted something of great concern in this building. I am the only resident. Yili's voice was strikingly flat. Yet it thundered in Lin Yinyun's ears like a chilling storm. There is a heavy murderous intent within the elevator. What? Lin Yinyun hastily summoned her inner energy, shaking off her earlier lethargy. With a swift motion, she formed a gesture with one hand, her purple robe billowing without wind, intricate and mysterious runes swirling around her. The divine calculation of fate was clear, the rise and fall of fortune. Shadow and light. With A-level talent, the art of divination. In an instant, Lin Yinyun's complexion paled slightly, her breath quickening. Her eyes were fixed intently on the elevator that had just reached the 16th floor. Her tone grave, two martial artists, one at the 2nd level of the 4th tier, and the other at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. We must flee. With that, she grasped Yi Li's wrist. Preparing to dash down the stairs, just as Lin Yinyun took 2 steps forward, she was abruptly halted. Yi Li stood firm, and her hand seemed to grasp a steel rod, utterly incapable of budging him in the slightest. What are you waiting for? Lin Yinyun exclaimed in alarm. If we do not run now, do you intend to wait for them to come up? Remain calm. Do not panic. Yi Li's expression remained unperturbed as he gently rotated the storage ring on his finger, quietly observing the ascending numbers beside the elevator. Given the opposing duo's strength, escaping was futile. It would be more prudent to eliminate them. That would resolve the issue, wouldn't it? On the other side, Lin Yinyun followed his gaze and felt a chill wash over her. The small screen beside the elevator boldly displayed the number 18. Ding! In the next moment, the elevator doors opened with a soft chime. 2 unfamiliar figures stepped into view. A burly man with exceptionally broad palms and a strikingly alluring woman. The former's gaze was cast downward, exuding an air of tranquility, yet his presence felt immensely profound. The woman, however, lifted her narrow, icy eyes, her expression cold as she gazed at the two outside the elevator. Then, her crimson lips parted, releasing a voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Shall we descend together? Thank you. Before Lin Yinyun could refuse, Yi Li politely nodded and stepped into the elevator first. Seeing this, Lin Yinyun gritted her teeth and followed suit. With a press of the button for the first floor, the elevator doors began to close slowly. In the cramped space, the air felt as though it had solidified, creating an oppressive atmosphere. You are Yi Li? As soon as she spoke, Yang Mei's emotions surged, her voice trembling with agitation. You are the one who crippled my son? Located at the junction of Linhai City and Shanzhou City. She had hurriedly come from the Yang family, desperate to find the perpetrator who had harmed Yang Wanfeng. Now, the very culprit stood before her, seemingly at ease. Yang Mei's rage swelled. She longed to tear him to pieces. Indeed, madam. Yi Li's gaze swept over the 4th-tier martial artist before turning to the alluring woman, a light smile gracing his lips as he added, moreover, I intend to hunt down his horse as well. Chapter 69. You refer to this as a 3rd-tier martial artist? What did you say? Yang Mei could hardly believe her ears. Just as she prepared to respond, the white-clad youth suddenly lifted his cold, golden gaze, commanding and enigmatic, captivating the soul. In that instant, goosebumps erupted along Yang Mei's spine. A sudden wave of terror surged within her. This person should merely be a novice at the 3rd tier. Why did he instill such fear in her? Seize him! Yang Mei shouted in a mix of shock and anger, instinctively retreating towards the corner, allowing the burly man some space to act. The man nodded slightly, his iron-like form stepping forward as he extended his broad hand, domineeringly pressing down on Yi Li's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, his massive palm landed on the youth's shoulder, and in an instant, a terrifying force surged forth, aiming to pin him to the ground. Yet the next moment, astonishment washed over his face. Yi Li stood firm, not even bending at the waist. The tremendous force he unleashed seemed to vanish into thin air. Yielding no response whatsoever, is this a 3rd-tier martial artist? The thought barely formed in the burly man's mind when a wave of excruciating pain assaulted his abdomen. With a swoosh, a blue-gold spear, adorned with dragon scales, whistled through the air, piercing through his protective aura and embedding itself deep within his belly. Do not look. You are about to die. Yi Li chuckled softly, releasing the spear as he harmonized his body and energy, unleashing the most formidable strike of his abilities, Dragon Quake. Before the burly man could even cry out in pain, Yi Li's fist, brimming with vitality, struck him squarely in the chest, with the dual enhancements of Snow Mountain Body Refinement and Golden Soul Revival. Reaching perfection. Tearing through the defenses of a fourth-tier martial artist was as easy as pie a boom. The immense force, far beyond what a third-tier martial artist could muster, erupted violently. The burly man's body was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing through the elevator doors and into the floor, ultimately colliding with the wall with a resounding thud. A clear cracking sound rang out as the remaining force shattered the wall. He was exposed to the perilous height of several dozen meters. Under normal circumstances, a fourth-tier expert would be able to adjust their stance mid-air and land safely. Yet for some inexplicable reason, this so-called Dragon Tablet hand felt his limbs turn to lead. Utterly unresponsive, despite his frantic attempts to stabilize himself, he plummeted to the ground amidst the rushing wind. His internal organs compressed under the force of gravity. The fallen giant coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, accompanied by an overwhelming chill, an explosive release of inner energy with chilling effects. No wonder his limbs had betrayed him. The burly man's face darkened, and the agonizing pain coursing through him rendered him unable to move even a finger. Though he had been careless, he was undeniably defeated in just 2 moves. Blood continued to spill from his mouth, the spear in his abdomen relentlessly siphoning away his life. Is this how I die? The burly man's eyes filled with a profound sense of resentment and bitterness. You dare call this a novice at the 3rd tier? In the elevator, upon witnessing the burly man dispatched in just 2 moves, Yang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the infamous Dragon Tablet hand of Shanzhou City. In terms of sheer physical strength, there was no one in the Yang family, save for the head of the family, who could match him in direct confrontation. How could he possibly be sent flying by a mere novice at the 3rd tier? Waves of shock surged within Yang Mei. However, there was clearly no time to ponder such matters now, as the youth's figure had already appeared before her. Wait. Chapter not finished. Click next page to continue reading. Yang Mei's mind raced, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find herself pressed against the wall. Oh no. The moment that thought crossed her mind, the youth's slender, fair fingers lunged forth like lightning, gripping her face. Ah! Yang Mei shrieked, her inner energy erupting as she grasped his outstretched arm, pulling with all her might. Though she was a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the 3rd tier, having lived a life of luxury, her basic combat instincts still resided within her. Yet under her inner energy eruption, the arm that held her face remained immovable, instead unleashing a surge of overwhelming power. Boom! In the stunned gaze of Lin Yingyun, Yili forcefully slammed the woman against the wall. The terrifying force surged against her face, causing Yang Mei to lose consciousness almost instantly. Her eyes rolling back in the last fleeting moment of awareness, she managed to squeeze out a sound from her throat. Disappointment. Boom! Her head was violently slammed against the wall once more. The latter part of her sentence abruptly interrupted. Amidst the raining debris, the youth struck the wall again and again, his movements swift and unyielding, creating intricate spiderweb-like fractures. During this tumultuous episode, Yang Mei's body ignited with blood energy time and again, desperately attempting to unleash the blood ignition secret technique. Yet each endeavor was ruthlessly thwarted. Amidst the spine-chilling sounds of impact, within less than a second, Yang Mei's alluring visage was drenched in blood, rendering her exceedingly grotesque, with only her mouth emitting the faintest whimpers of anguish. At that moment, a formidable sword aura surged from below. Boom! Before this razor-sharp sword energy, the entire base of the elevator, along with the concrete structure beneath, was obliterated into fragments. Yili casually tossed Yang Mei aside. Released from restraint, her figure plummeted, only to be swiftly caught by a fleeting silhouette, landing deftly on the ground. With a light tap of the toes, the newcomer vanished into the open space outside the residential building. Yili squinted slightly, and upon reaching the ground, gazed outside the building. There stood a slender man clad in a green robe. Exuding an astonishing aura, in his arms lay the semi-conscious Yang Mei, his expression ominously dark. Upon sensing Yili's gaze, the green-robed swordsman lifted his hollow eyes, his lean hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. He slowly raised the long sword, pointing it at the two within the building, and coldly declared, "That young lady, if you wish to preserve your life, you should depart immediately. Today, I seek only the life of this young man. I have shattered the silver token, and within a quarter of an hour, the enforcers of Linhai City will arrive. Before the swordsman's overwhelming presence, Lin Yinyun stepped forward briskly, raising the already fractured silver token, and exclaimed, "If you wish to avoid death, leave at once." The shattered token of Fengyun University could indeed serve as an urgent signal. If she could not intimidate him, she could only hope the enforcers would arrive swiftly. In an instant, Lin Yinyun's not particularly clever mind raced. Though fearful, she felt a silent relief. Fortunately, although she was unsure of the means, the previous fourth-tier warrior seemed to have been gravely injured by Yi Li. To her astonishment, the Yang family had dispatched 2 fourth-tier warriors along with a third-tier warrior to ambush Yi Li. The swordsman before her, though powerful, should not pose too great a challenge for her and Yi Li to withstand together for a quarter of an hour. Just then, in Lin Yinyun's astonished gaze, Yi Li stepped forward calmly, addressing the dark-faced swordsman with a nonchalant tone. "I suggest you prepare yourself mentally, for shortly, I shall send both of you soaring." Initially intending to earn more malevolent points by bashing heads, the sudden appearance of the opponent had shattered his plans. Damn it, this only worsened his already meager balance. He had not intended to become a living harbinger of death. But it seemed he had no choice. Chapter 70. Single-handedly defeating a fourth-tier warrior. Achievements verifiable. Yi Li was quite irate. After augmenting himself to the peak of the third tier, his back-end malevolent points dwindled to merely 4 digits. To maximize his gains, he had chosen to take some risks, refraining from immediately eliminating the enchanting woman. It seemed he would need to exert considerable effort now. Yi Li exhaled deeply. His robust vital energy began to circulate at an accelerated pace. Enveloping his body in a flame-like white mist, his form appearing somewhat translucent. Even in his current state, confronting a fourth-tier, early-stage warrior would be quite taxing. Only by activating Golden Soul Revival could he temporarily obtain overwhelming physical strength to overpower his opponent. However, fourth-tier warriors possessed not only superior physical capabilities, but also an energy output far exceeding that of third-tier warriors. If not for this, he would not have opted to swiftly deal with that burly man, within the confines of the elevator. The burly warrior had refrained from unleashing his true power out of concern for the beautiful woman, which had allowed Yi Li to prevail. Yet, this current swordsman, also a fourth-tier warrior, bore no such reservations. Despite the potential disturbance to the surrounding populace, he could strike at will. "Stay calm." Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Lin Yinyun hastily interjected. "Yi Li, he is even stronger than the previous one." Enough with the chatter. "If you can kill, then do so." Yi Li interrupted her, his gaze fixed intently upon the green-robed swordsman. Within his eyes flickered an otherworldly light, as if able to pierce through all illusions. Impudent brat. Hearing this, the hollow gaze of the green-robed swordsman sharpened, and with a surge of energy, he swung his sword downwards. The formidable aura of a fourth-tier warrior erupted. A visible wave of terrifying sword energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Yi Li. As the sword energy sliced through the air, the flat and sturdy concrete ground cracked inch by inch, the steps shattered, and countless fragments were swept into the maelstrom. In the face of this oncoming torrent of sharp energy, Yi Li's vast golden eyes burned ever hotter, as the white mist around him roared and ignited. With a single step, he advanced fearlessly to meet it. Boom! The mighty sword energy collided with the white-clad figure before the building, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. A tempest of wind surged forth, swirling dust clouds and scattering debris. Inside, Lin Yinyun shielded her eyes with her hands, straining to see through the haze. Soon after, a voice filled with rage and disbelief thundered in the vicinity. "Bone regeneration? What sort of ability is this? Bone regeneration?" Lin Yinyun's heart trembled, and she hurriedly exited the building. Gazing at the open space ahead there, she beheld the green-robed swordsman staring incredulously at the white-clad youth who had dared to step before him, shock evident on his slender face, even the motion of his sword faltering for a moment. Yet, despite this, his actions remained swifter than the youth's. With a twist of his energy, he tightened his grip on the long sword, gritting his teeth as he bellowed. Slash! Suddenly, an astonishing sword aura erupted from the 3-foot blade. As if receiving some form of enhancement, and it descended rapidly upon the enemy within arm's reach. Yi Li's eyes shimmered with golden light, as the extraordinary blood within him surged fiercely. Unyielding, he gathered his energy. Executing a flawless energy burst, that collided with the oncoming sword aura. Boom! The sword aura detonated, blood splattering. As the green-robed swordsman looked on in disbelief, Ili's severed fingers grew back at a bewildering speed. In the face of the S-grade refining techniques, energy burst. Even a fourth-tier, early-stage warrior's sword aura could not best him. Ili's gaze flickered, and his newly revived fingers clenched tightly, his energy once again surging. The muscles in his arms contracted like springs, and in a moment of explosive release, they expanded. Energy burst forth, a double explosion, bang. Like an avalanche, the force bore down upon the green-robed swordsman, sending his long sword flying in an exaggerated arc. Failing to fully block the onslaught, the residual force crashed into the swordsman's chest, the yang mei he held in his arms absorbing part of the impact, causing her to awaken from her stupor. Spewing a mouthful of crimson blood, Ili, ever the specter, seized the opportunity, his arms extending as the subsequent energy burst was executed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The flawless energy bursts surged like tidal waves. An overwhelming force continuously battering the green-robed swordsman's form. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the bloodied yang mei in his grasp. His once dark expression turned crimson from exertion. This was the third tier? What nonsense is this? The green-robed swordsman skidded across the ground, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. His tempered body felt as though it were on the verge of freezing from the encroaching chill. The precision of his opponent's techniques was astounding, and the energy bursts flowed like a torrent, as if they were devoid of the need for true energy. Such terrifying combat prowess was far from that of a mere novice in the third tier. He resembled an experienced martial artist who had honed his skills for a century. The quality of the blood within him was likely nearing its pinnacle. The sword in his hand emitted a mournful cry. As if it would shatter at any moment, that moment, the white-clad youth stood with his hair and clothes billowing, his arms fully extended, his entire being harnessed to its utmost potential. The flesh atop his knuckles was nearly obliterated, exposing his stark white bones, and his wounds were regenerating at a rapid pace. A punch akin to a meteor smashing into the earth erupted as the 10th energy burst detonated upon the green blade. Crack! The treasured sword that had accompanied the swordsman for countless years shattered into innumerable fragments, scattering in all directions. Before the swordsman could even lament his loss, the youth seized the moment, swinging his right arm in a wide arc, delivering a thunderous punch to the swordsman's face. The powerful force struck with such velocity that the fourth-tier warrior momentarily found himself dazed, his slender form sent flying, crashing into several cars and in a cacophony of noise. He was hurled back several dozen meters. Yet, even in his disarray, he managed to conjure a dense barrier of sword energy around him, hoping to stall for time. With the remnants of his consciousness, he lifted his head, only to meet the unwavering gaze of golden eyes, devoid of emotion. Mere inches away, Ili, like a shadow, had already positioned himself before him, his back muscles taut, the terrifying force emanating from his fists as he swung them in a wide arc. Unleashing a tempest of blows, the green-robed swordsman gritted his teeth, relinquishing Yang Mei from his grasp, and clenched his fists, bracing himself to meet the onslaught head-on. Bang, 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 bang. Their fists collided in the air with violent force. Shock waves erupting in succession, sword energy surged forth, and the ground trembled. Cars forged from steel exploded upon impact. Trees that could be embraced by several people toppled. He is in the third tier? Upon witnessing such a scene, Lin Yingyun was left utterly flabbergasted. That formidable fourth-tier martial artist, who undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud list, was now being unilaterally subdued and beaten by Ili. A challenge across tiers. How could a mere third tier be so audacious? This monster, Yang Mei, shaken and staggering as she rose from the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over her. He had slain both of the fourth-tier guests. She had seen it with her own eyes. The youth's severed flesh had reformed in an instant. Even the renowned self-healing beasts of the secret realm paled in comparison. This boy was truly a monster. Boom! Ili swung his right arm once more, his fist crashing down like thunder upon a great bell, forcibly breaking through the defenses. The protective sword energy surrounding the swordsman dissipated under the might of this punch. Leaving his gaunt face ashen, His inner energy momentarily halted. "Spare me. I am compelled to serve the Yang family." As Yili charged at him again, he finally cried out in panic, "I am bound by a blood contract. If I do not obey." The youth offered no opportunity for further words, exhaling forcefully as he unleashed a punch that caved in the swordsman's chest. Soaring through the air, the blue-clad swordsman violently expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. His form hurtling backward, crashing through several large trees before finally rolling to the ground. Otherwise, the Qingyi Bureau of Linhai City would not have had only one person, the bureau chief, as a fourth-tier martial artist. Not long ago, he was ambushed and severely injured by a peak third-tier fugitive, and he is still recuperating. Fortunately, that fugitive was ultimately killed by a distinguished student from Fengyun University. Although the leading elder had never met this student in person, he had seen the photographs provided by Fengyun University. Indeed, a remarkable talent, and if possible, he would truly wish to express his gratitude in person. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, the elder slowly mobilized his internal energy, casting a vigilant gaze around him. The security guard of the community sat quietly in the pavilion, silently watching the group of enforcers enter the premises. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the explosion that occurred earlier within the community had not compelled him to investigate, let alone confront the enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau. If they were delivery personnel or homeowners, he might have summoned the courage to act. Clatter, clatter. A dozen enforcers swiftly rushed into the community, then gradually came to a halt. A girl in a yellow dress, her expression complex, emerged from within the community, her eyes reflecting the shock of witnessing something profoundly disturbing. Upon seeing the crowd of arriving enforcers, she raised her hand, displaying a shattered silver medal, indicating that she had summoned help. An anomaly? The elder leading the group instinctively queried as his gaze swept over the broken silver medal. What exactly transpired? Well, Lin Yinyun felt a headache coming on and rubbed her temple. Having spent 2 years at Fengyun University, she had encountered various martial arts prodigies, but this was the first time she had seen a true blood realm expert directly kill 2 fourth-tier martial artists along with a third-tier one. Moreover, this true blood realm expert possessed the terrifying ability to summon their souls and command them. It was utterly absurd. Recalling Yili's earlier performance, Lin Yinyun couldn't help but shudder. It seemed that a true blood realm expert winning the gold medal at Fengyun University was also unprecedented. No wonder her teacher repeatedly emphasized that it was an exception indeed. With such terrifying capabilities, not only should he be awarded the gold medal, but she would not even question if he were included in the Fengyun rankings ahead of schedule. If anyone disagreed, they could simply retort, "If you can do it, so can I." After much contemplation, Lin Yinyun decided to fulfill the other party's instructions first, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. The Yang family of Shanzhou intends to sow chaos in Hancheng. Please contact the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou and immediately dispatch enforcers to surround the Yang family. Sow chaos in Hancheng. Surround the Yang family? The leading elder's expression was one of astonishment. Shanzhou was adjacent to Linhai City, and he had naturally heard of the so-called Yang family. Although many of their actions had irked the local Qingyi Bureau, they were generally considered honest and had actively sent help during the Beast Tide. Why, all of a sudden, was there a need to besiege them? Just as he contemplated asking further questions, a sudden sound of light footsteps emerged from behind Lin Yinyun. The elder furrowed his brow, instinctively turning to glance behind her. His aged eyes widened in surprise. A youth in tattered white garments approached, wielding a blood-stained blue-gold spear, exuding an air of calm confidence. Most importantly, the elder recognized this youth. The Yang family of Shanzhou conspired to assassinate the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau of Linhai City, intending to rebel and sow chaos in Hancheng. With the evidence in hand, Yili casually tossed the gold medal to the elder, calmly stating, "Please contact the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou and help me surround the Yang family. Not a single one must escape." To raid their home? The term flashed unbidden in Lin Yinyun's mind, causing her to draw a sharp breath, her previously serene heart inexplicably racing. Was it normal? Indeed, for even a monkey would become excited upon hearing the words "raid the home." The leading elder grasped the gold medal, a symbol of authority, and though he longed to retort, "You are the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. Who am I?" He recognized the urgency of the situation. Furthermore, the other party held the gold medal from Fengyun University, truly on par with his own status. Moreover, the individual before him had rendered a service to Linhai City. How could he forget such a favor? Taking a deep breath, the elder, amidst the astonished gazes of those behind him, cupped his hands and solemnly declared, "Understood." Turning on his heel, he called out, "The Yang family of Shanzhou has assassinated the deputy director of our Qingyi Bureau. With the evidence in hand, prepare the vehicles immediately to escort this deputy director to Shanzhou." The enforcers, seasoned veterans of the Bureau, swiftly regained their composure, bowing and responding in unison, as ordered, in the grand estate of the Yang family in Shanzhou. As the sun dipped low, the clouds above shimmered with vibrant hues, casting a golden glow over the expansive courtyard. What splendid weather! Standing before the main house, Yang Wanfeng squinted his eyes. Having consumed the heart's blood of several fourth-tier martial artists and combined it with the Yang family's secret methods, he was finally able to rise from his bed. Yet, despite this, Yang Wanfeng's spirits remained far from high. Fengyun University had inexplicably sent a seemingly amiable fifth-tier elder. Although this elder, like his grandfather, was white-haired and also a fifth tier, he was evidently far superior. Otherwise, the latter would not accompany him in a stoic demeanor, idly wandering the Yang family estate. Most crucially, although a fourth-tier physician had promised to treat his injuries over the next 3 years. 3 years was far too long for someone with lofty ambitions like Yang Wanfeng. And all of this was thanks to that Yili. With this thought, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. The anguish within his heart was far too overwhelming. Throughout his life, no peer had ever evoked such hatred in him as Yili had. Thus, this was Yili's fault, not his own. Calculating the time, his mother should soon resolve the issue with Yili. Yang Wanfeng exhaled softly, his previously agitated mood finally easing a bit, ending his dreams of victory and sealing off his path of cultivation for the next 3 years. His sister, who had been his constant companion for over a decade, now completely ignored him. It was simply unforgivable. That was precisely why he had to die. Yang Wanfeng's voice turned cold, laced with deep resentment and murderous intent. Meanwhile, several miles away from the Yang family estate, figures clad in sky-blue cloaks formed a collective silhouette, appearing like a bright sky under the dusk. This azure sky, at the request of a youth, was now surging forth at an unstoppable speed toward the grand estate ahead. Chapter 73. Is it still possible to run now? As dusk approached, the great sun in the sky continued its descent. Poised to completely vanish beyond the horizon, the breeze began to stir. Yang Wanfeng lifted his head slightly, observing the trees in the courtyard swaying in the wind, and instinctively chuckled. "So, Yili, it is time for you to die." Having vented his frustrations, he turned to re-enter the house. His weakened body could not withstand prolonged exposure to the wind outside. At that moment, a familiar female voice suddenly resonated from not far away. "Brother, who are you saying is going to die?" Yang Wanfeng paused at the sound, then immediately turned toward the source. There, he saw his pale sister, Yang Wan, leaning against the wall, her eyes slightly red as she gazed at him. Yang Wanfeng's heart leapt with joy. "Waner, your health has improved? Grandfather provided me with the heart's blood of a guest, so I can at least move freely now," Yang Wan replied, her voice flat yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of distance. "I heard you mention Yili. What happened to him?" She had caught wind of the words regarding death and heard Yili's name. However, she did not connect the two, for the one before her bore the gold medal from Fengyun University. Within the confines of Hanqing, that gold medal held a status akin to an ancient death-exempting decree for many prestigious sects. No Hanqing force dared to kill these gold medal students. Even if there were grievances, they would typically wait until after graduation to settle scores. Moreover, for reasons unknown to her, she had been thinking about that ink-clad youth for the past couple of days, prompting her to inquire. "Oh," himmed at her words, Yang Wanfeng's lips curled into a smile, barely concealing his excitement. "Mother has taken 2 esteemed guests to Linhai City to kill him. Yili is going to die today." The esteemed guests were a special designation given to those within the Yang family, exclusive to fourth-tier martial artists. Yang Wanfeng observed his sister, initially expecting her to share in his delight. To his surprise, Yang Wan's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Without a moment's hesitation, her sense of distance evaporated as she exclaimed in disbelief. "Has mother lost her mind? What if he escapes? He is a gold medal student from Fengyun University, Waner." Before she could finish her sentence, A flicker of panic flashed in young Wanfeng's eyes as he hurriedly interrupted her. The fact that Yi Li was a gold medal student was something he had yet to disclose to anyone in the Yang family. The rationale was simple. He had heard that core students from Fengyun University held significant status in the outside world. If his grandfather were to learn of this, he would likely decide against killing Yi Li, at most merely teaching him a lesson to maintain the Yang family's reputation. But what of his own vengeance? His meridians had been frozen by cold energy, and for the next 3 years, his cultivation path would be sealed. Whether he could regain his peak speed after recovery was uncertain. Meanwhile, Yi Li had already advanced to the 3rd tier. Though he was currently at the 1st or 2nd level, what about 3 years from now? Given the training standards of Fengyun University, it is likely that Yi Li's promotion speed could be calculated at the rate of 2 levels per year. If that were the case, after 3 years, he might surpass even the 6th level of the 3rd tier. At that point, there would be no chance of catching up to him. Thus, rather than succumbing to anxiety, it would be wiser to ensure that Yi Li remains perpetually at the 3rd tier. Although it carries an element of risk, Yang Wanfeng is confident that the Yang family's century-old foundation would withstand the gamble. Even if he loses, he would not suffer total ruin. The city of Shanzhou still requires the Yang family, and the Yang family, in turn, needs him. Viewed from any angle, this is a gamble worth taking. With this thought in mind, Yang Wanfeng nervously glanced around to ensure no one was in earshot before awkwardly whispering, "Wan Er, keep your voice down. Grandpa is still unaware of this matter." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan was utterly alarmed, her disbelief evident as she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? To assassinate a core student of Fengyun University is tantamount to attacking the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. This is a grave crime against the state." As she spoke, her complexion grew increasingly pale, and her trembling legs stepped back in fear. Grave crime against the state? The moment Yang Wanfeng heard this, a sudden realization struck him, and his face turned ashen. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Yang Wan was filled with exasperation, wishing to sever all ties with the foolish boy before her. "I never imagined you could commit such an act." Recalling the extraordinary phenomenon Yi Li had summoned atop the Lianshan Peak, her voice trembled. "I can't deal with you anymore. I'm leaving right now." "Wan Er, why are you panicking?" Seeing Yang Wan turn to leave, Yang Wanfeng felt a surge of anger mixed with humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Didn't I believe we were guaranteed to secure the recommendation? Why would I bother to understand the weight of a gold medal? Moreover, even if it is a crime against the state, as long as we do not implicate the Yang family directly, we should be fine. We can have Mother turn herself into the Qingyi Bureau later and hand over those 2 honored guests to them." I refuse to believe they would lay siege to the Yang family. As he spoke, his breath quickened, and his face flushed, clearly dissatisfied with Yang Wan's attitude. Yang Wan was on the verge of losing her temper with someone she once admired so deeply. That was her mother. How could he suggest abandoning her so lightly? Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective, several family servants rushed in from outside, their expressions frantic as bad. Upon seeing Yang Wan and Yang Wanfeng, they fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Young master, young miss, over 100 enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau have arrived and surrounded the Yang family. They demand everyone come out, and the family head is currently confronting them. You two must go and see." In that instant, Yang Wan felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body nearly collapsing to the ground. Yang Wanfeng fared even worse. He stumbled and fell to the cold, hard floor with a dull thud. His already reddened face drained of color, leaving him pallid as if all vitality had been siphoned away. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, betraying his sheer terror. "What is happening? What do they want?" Yang Wanfeng shouted in panic, his voice laced with disbelief and despair. He turned to Yang Wan, his lips trembling as he asked, Wan Er, what should we do? What should we do now? Will my earlier plan work? How would I know?" Yang Wan's voice, filled with indignation, now carried a hint of tears, in a car speeding through the boundaries of Shanzhou City. The 3 individuals donned uniforms of the Qingyi Bureau for convenience. However, apart from Yi Li, the other 2 displayed unusual expressions. The vice director from Linhai City glanced at the handsome youth in the rearview mirror, a hint of admiration flashing across his aged face. Core students of Fengyun University are typically those in their 3rd year or above. Yet judging by his age, he was likely still under 20, possibly a freshman or sophomore. Such talent is truly unparalleled. If he were to graduate and join the Qingyi Bureau in Linhai City, The old man mused. He would surely wake from his dreams with a smile. Regrettably, it seems destined to remain a fantasy. After all, even he, who has guarded Linhai City for decades, has rarely engaged in such significant operations, and those he did target were merely minor factions. This youth, so young yet intent on dismantling the Yang family's foundation, would undoubtedly not be an ordinary figure in the future. The old man's thoughts swirled. He returned his gaze to the road ahead and after a moment spoke softly. In 10 minutes, we will arrive at the Yang family in Shanzhou City. This. Lin Yingyun in the back seat felt a stir in her heart. She turned to Yili, unable to suppress her curiosity about how he would orchestrate this operation. Though their time together had been brief, she had gleaned a general understanding of his style. He would engage politely with those who treated him well or were decent individuals. However, if someone harbored ill intentions toward him, even the slightest, he would show no mercy. With unparalleled talent and unwavering resolve, if one could forge a friendship with him, it could very well lead to a life of ease and safety. With this thought, Lin Yingyun took a deep breath and carefully spoke. There's one more thing. Yili opened his eyes, having been resting, and replied, Speak. The relationship between Martial Arts University and the Qingyi Bureau is notably close. You hold a gold medal from Fengyun University, and according to the Bureau's regulations, they will treat you as one of their own until your graduation. Thus, you have the authority to command during this operation. If possible, do not hold back. Lin Yingyun's tone was serious, subtly reminding Yili that he must seize command of the operation to secure the so-called first merit afterward. Such a level of achievement could earn him several top credits at Fengyun University. The old man driving remained silent, clearly in agreement with Lin Yingyun's words. The saying people are driven to envy by others holds true. Lin Yingyun sighed in relief, leaning her head against the car window with a bittersweet smile. Leading such an operation before even enrolling will benefit you greatly in your future endeavors. If you perform exceptionally well, you might even be eligible for this year's Martial Earth Baptism. Martial Earth Baptism? Yili raised his gaze in inquiry. That is a significant benefit Fengyun University offers to outstanding martial artists. Only students ranked in the top 10 of the Fengyun list are eligible. As for how precious this opportunity is, let us just say that someone like Senior Sister Chen, with her temperament, would go to great lengths to secure a spot in the top 10 of the Fengyun list. You haven't met Senior Sister Chen yet, but that's alright. Just know she is a martial arts prodigy devoid of emotions. Mentioning Senior Sister Chen's name, Lin Yingyun spoke with a mix of reverence and admiration. What is the capability of those in the top 10 of the Fengyun list? Yili noted the unfamiliar term, intrigued by its allure, realizing it must have substantial benefits. If the opportunity were near, it would certainly be worth waiting for. Those capable of defeating 4-tier martial artists. This, Lin Yingyun instinctively responded, only to realize that Yili had just killed 2 4-tier martial artists, making her words seem almost a comparison. She quickly added, It's hard to say about the top 5, but with your current combat strength, you can definitely break into the top 10, just be patient. Even among the top 10 of the Fengyun list, without the corresponding performance, one would not qualify for the Martial Earth Baptism. Therefore, rather than allowing the youth to fixate on them, it would be wiser to let him focus on successfully completing the current operation. I understand. Yili nodded slightly. He appreciated her good intentions. However, to be frank, worrying about his potential stage fright seemed somewhat excessive. It would be better to concern himself with whether he would go too far. Outside the car, the night gradually descended. Moments later, the vehicle carrying the three came to a stop before an imposing mansion. We arrived. The old man exhaled a breath of relief, raising his gaze to the rearview mirror. Feeling a surge of excitement, truth be told, he was quite eager to accompany them inside to witness the unfolding events. Yet, Linhai City still required his vigilance, preventing him from lingering too long. If the spring breeze holds any compassion for the flowers, might it allow me to remain a youth just a while longer? The old man, serving as the vice director of Linhai City, sighed inwardly, suppressing his impulses, and finally offered a piece of advice. My friends, the head of the Yang family is a 5th-tier powerhouse. Though both the head and deputy of Shanzhou City are also 5th tier, it is prudent to exercise caution, just in case. Yili politely acknowledged with a nod and briskly exited the vehicle. Speaking of which, the spirit commanding soul had generously relayed the physical conditions of Yang Mei and her companions to him. This enabled Yili to unravel some mysteries. Why would two promising fourth-tier martial artists risk execution to accompany Yang Mei to Linhai City to assassinate him? The answer became evident upon observing the blood contract upon their hearts. Life and death are bound by the will of others, and being a fourth-tier warrior, how could one not obediently submit? Moreover, he also discovered that this so-called blood pact could actually draw forth the precious heart's blood of the warrior from within. Such treatment of guests truly opened Yi Li's eyes. However, under normal circumstances, this matter might have attracted attention. Now, none of that holds any significance. For rebellion requires only a list and coordinates. Alas! Beneath the nightfall, a fierce wind swept in. Inside the carriage, Lin Yingyun instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, and her pupils trembled slightly. Through the gaps between her fingers, she saw the young man stretch lazily, an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him, the golden waist token at his side particularly eye-catching. While his sky-blue coat billowed fiercely in the wind, Yi Li took a deep breath until the icy sensation filled his entire chest. The chilling true energy, far surpassing that of warriors of the same tier, surged through his body like a turbocharger. Sensing the aura emanating from the young man, Lin Yingyun could not help but tremble as she asked, "Are you planning to annihilate the Yang family?" "That will depend on their performance," Yi Li replied coolly, then shifted his steps, gradually blending into the sprawling mansion shrouded in darkness, in front of the Yang family estate. A multitude of law enforcers surrounded the area. Their expressio. Yi Li does not consider himself a cold-blooded individual. He possesses the full range of human emotions and desires, not being a celestial sage who could regard others as mere fodder. Otherwise, with access to such a system, he could simply embark on a path of indiscriminate slaughter. Perhaps it is somewhat pretentious, but Yi Li's belief lies in the notion of steadfastly advancing while remaining true to oneself, accumulating malevolent points in the process. Upon introspection, he recognizes that it would be exceedingly difficult for a heartless executioner to exist. However, according to his own philosophy, there is no issue in freely amassing more malevolent points. Any who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. The youth's calm voice reverberated throughout the Yang family courtyard, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. One statement determined the fate of the Yang family, his presence radiating an imposing force that was utterly terrifying. Among the crowd, Yang Wan's sweet face drained of color. Despite her overwhelming fear, her heart raced ever faster. Her gaze flitted over the youth's profile, only to hastily withdraw when he cast his eyes upon her. Listening to Yi Li's declaration, the head of the Yang family turned pale, his voice strained and barely audible, struggling to accept the gravity of the situation. He understood that once Yang Mei revealed the family's transgressions, the Yang family would no longer exist in Shanzhou. The direct descendants would be conscripted to the front lines to fend off the monstrous beasts. And he, as the family head, would likely become a prisoner. The root cause of this calamity stemmed from the Yang family's murderous intent towards the warrior named Yi Li. No, it went back further. It was Yang Wanfeng and Yang Mei's provocation during the martial examination that indirectly led to this tragedy. Moreover, why had Yang Mei capitulated so easily, confessing everything so thoroughly? In that moment, the head of the Yang family felt his mind in turmoil. His heart aching. If only he could turn back time a week, he would have unhesitatingly dealt with Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan. But alas, the world offers no such conveniences. It was too late for any words now. The youth in blue stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his golden eyes sweeping over the gathered Yang family members, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the sound of rushing wind filled the air. Hundreds of law enforcers formed an imposing battle array. Their presence unified, the polished blades reflecting the moonlight as they surged forth under Yi Li's command, advancing towards the Yang family members with overwhelming force. Many were so frightened by this display that they collapsed to the ground. Some cried out for mercy, resigning themselves to be shackled, while others frantically retreated into the courtyard, desperately seeking an escape route. The air resounded with pleas for mercy. A few attempted to break through in defiance, but as they charged towards the youth, they were swiftly knocked down or struck into the ground, unable to free themselves, their appearances nothing short of tragic. Moments later, a dozen law enforcers arrived, laboriously pulling the injured members of the Yang family from the ground and shackling them. They cast admiring glances in the direction Yi Li had departed, their expressions filled with respect. Although they had considered that the young warrior, a core student of Fengyun University, would not be an ordinary individual. They had never anticipated such extraordinary capabilities. Not only had he personally led the charge into the Yang family courtyard, but he also generously expended his vital energy to quell the chaos. It was known that during events like surrounding renowned sect, the mortality rate among law enforcers was exceedingly high, second only to the death toll during beast tides. His reckless bravery had significantly alleviated their burdens, making him the kind of superior every worker dreams of. Yet, the audacity of the Yang family members attempting to resist was truly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, within the Yang family courtyard, Yili swiftly maneuvered through the grounds, dispatching one rebellious foe after another, the system's notifications ringing incessantly in his ears. Amidst his elation, he began to comprehend the terrifying nature of mastering spirit and controlling soul. It compelled former enemies to serve him wholeheartedly. At first glance, this seemed unimpressive, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be rather extraordinary. Yili had initially believed it merely enabled assistance in combat, only to discover it allowed for the utilization of their previous accumulations to aid him. For instance, the expansive and intricate layout of the Yang family courtyard had nearly led him astray several times. Yet, whenever he found himself lost, Yang Mei would appear. "My lord, I know a shortcut. Please follow me." With her assistance, Yili successfully captured numerous fleeing members of the Yang family. It was no wonder that in times of war, the first to be eliminated are often the internal traitors. As Yili reveled in his triumph, he couldn't help but reflect on the situation. The wind howled around him, and as his understanding of the estate deepened, his speed increased. Finally, in a secluded corner, he encountered a familiar figure, a disheveled, refined young man. It was none other than Yang Wanfeng. What a coincidence! Yili approached slowly, greeting him casually. Yili, brother, ancestor. Yang Wanfeng, upon seeing the approaching Yili, stumbled backward in fright, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. I surrender. I am willing to submit to the Qingyi Bureau." Before he could finish his plea, Yili's fingers gripped his face, slamming him to the ground. The force was not overwhelming, enough to inflict pain but not to render him unconscious. Yili released his grip, gazing down at the still conscious Yang Wanfeng, calmly inquiring, "What is your name?" "My name? After you've beaten me like this, leading a charge against the Yang family, you don't even know my name." Dazed and dizzy, Yang Wanfeng initially felt bewildered, then a surge of indignation welled within him. The insult was too great. Yet, under the circumstances, he shakily rose to his knees before Yili, breathing heavily. "Yang Wanfeng. Yang Wanfeng." Yili repeated the name, only to suddenly recall a rather dark joke, prompting him to ask, "Do you know what can still speak after it dies? A skeleton monster?" "Wrong." Yili shook his head slightly, chuckling, "It's your horse." With that, he snapped his fingers, eyeing Yang Wanfeng's astonished gaze. Yang Mei's figure appeared beside him, her demeanor now respectful as she knelt before Yili, softly stating, "My lord, what are your commands?" Yang Wanfeng. "No, you can't be serious." Publicly humiliating the young master of the Yang family in Shanzhou, malevolent points 3000. Yang Wanfeng could hardly believe his eyes. In that moment, he felt as though many things fell into place. Why had the other party revealed the Yang family's sins? Why had Yili said they had both the person and the evidence? Yang Wanfeng's pupils dilated, his voice laden with shock. What kind of supernatural ability is this? He had never heard of a martial arts talent that could enslave the dead. Yili did not respond to the question. Standing before Yang Wanfeng, a long spear materialized in his hand, his tone devoid of any hint of menace. "Do you wish to kill me?" Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Even if he were a fool, he had sensed that the other possessed some ability to see through lies during their interactions. In a moment, his mind raced to devise a solution. However, this calmness shattered the instant he saw Yili tighten his grip on the spear. "Not me!" Yang Wanfeng's heart felt as if it were being torn apart as he shouted it. However, this anticipation dissipated into thin air the moment she witnessed the other party lying to that young man in blue attire. Facing imminent death, he still harbored the audacity to shift the blame onto her. Yang Wan's heart was a tempest of grief and indignation. All those vows of safeguarding her for a lifetime were nothing but deceit. In Yang Wanfeng's eyes, it seemed that his own life had always held greater significance. It was merely that the adversaries he encountered were consistently weaker, which allowed him to maintain that facade of righteousness. Yet, when he faced a stronger and more ruthless foe, that pretense shattered instantly. Nevertheless, the fact remained that the other party was now dead. Moreover, the figure she had once admired had already been replaced by another. Tears welled in Yang Wan's eyes as she gazed at the lifeless body, nearly biting her lips in anguish. "Brother, please be more cautious in your next life. I truly wish we had never met." After more than a decade of companionship, even a dog would feel a pang of sorrow. With that thought, she raised her gaze towards the direction the young man had vanished, and a surge of fervent emotions welled up within her. The one who besieged the Yang family was someone she should detest to the core. Yet, why did her heart flutter uncontrollably whenever she beheld him? In a moment of silence, Yang Wan softly murmured, "Yi Li." Just then, a voice tinged with surprise echoed from behind her like a thunderclap. "You possess quite the perceptive ability." In an instant, a sense of alarm coursed through Yang Wan. She had been oblivious to the presence of someone standing behind her until now. Whirling around to investigate, she beheld a figure clad in a blue robe, the captivating young man who elicited both love and resentment within her, extending a hand wreathed in white vapor towards her with an oppressive force. "Yi Li, you haven't left?" Yang Wan exclaimed in shock, forsaking further inquiries as she instinctively channeled her inner energy, simultaneously unleashing the blood ignition secret technique that propelled her aura to nearly the 3rd tier. Yet, even so, she felt as though she were a mere mantis attempting to obstruct a chariot, utterly overwhelmed by the vastness of his presence. With a resounding thud, Yi Li effortlessly shattered her hastily erected defenses. Seizing her slender neck and lifting her gently yet firmly, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Judging by her instinctive exclamation, she should not have noticed his presence. Yet why had she called his name? "If you truly didn't notice me, then why did you utter my name?" Yi Li inquired, puzzled. Yang Wan's face flushed crimson as she struggled in vain. "Why?" Yi Li furrowed his brow and tightened his grip ever so slightly. "Move again? And you shall never move again." At his words, Yang Wan's expression froze, and she ceased her struggles. "Answer my question," Yi Li stated, easing his grip a fraction. "From the moment I arrived at the Yang family, you have been watching me, haven't you?" Given that the captured Yang Mei had claimed ignorance, it was evident that she truly was unaware. Based solely on her previous actions, her crimes did not warrant death. However, if she harbored ulterior motives, that was an entirely different matter. Unlike the other Yang family members who dared not meet his gaze, Yang Wan had persistently observed him, clearly indicating something amiss. "What do you want?" Yang Wan's expression shifted continuously. "I advise against lying," Yi Li remarked calmly, his dark eyes cold as a frozen lake in the depths of winter, causing Yang Wan's heart to constrict painfully. Her breath quickened, and after a brief struggle, she finally managed to voice hoarsely, "I want to stay by your side." This desire was not unfounded. From the moment the other party came to raid her home, Yang Wan had nurtured this thought. The boy had just graduated from a martial arts high school, yet he had already become a 3rd-tier warrior, possessing extraordinary martial talent that was both mysterious and formidable. His future held limitless potential. In contrast, her once reliant family had been uprooted, leaving her to potentially become a mere member of the elite circles in 1st-tier cities. A fate that appeared bearable yet was fraught with peril. She had heard that core students at Windcloud University could bring a servant to accompany them. If the young man would consent, then perhaps this former young lady of the Yang family could humbly serve as his attendant. Naturally, they would have to maintain a romantic relationship. In return, he could teach her martial skills, provide resources, and she could perhaps even break through to the 3rd tier before turning 20. With this thought, Yang Wan's heart burned with an even fiercer intensity. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li's brow furrowed, and a clear disdain flickered in his eyes. He cast her aside with a swift motion. "What nonsense is this?" Yang Wan tumbled heavily to the ground, coughing violently before rising and gritting her teeth. "I truly care for you. I am willing to do anything." "Lies," Yi Li scoffed. "Do you prefer that I killed your brother? Or that I annihilated the Yang family?" "Neither." Yang Wan's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated his words to be so cutting. Hearing her say this, shouldn't an ordinary boy be overjoyed and readily agree? Even Yang Wan Feng, in life, had succumbed to such charm. Anxiety gnawed at Yang Wan's heart. Yet, for the sake of her future, she steeled herself and declared, but I genuinely want to stay by your side. And I am willing to do anything for that. This statement rang true. Why Ely raised an eyebrow, then asked, but what can you do? I am attractive. I could be your girlfriend, Yang Wan replied, lifting her head, biting her lip with determination as if making a great sacrifice. My talent is decent. If you are willing, and if you treat me well in the future, I can surely be of help to you. Even with some lingering bruises, her soft and sweet face remained captivating, drawing the gaze of others. I see. Ely understood her intentions. It was a proposal for investment. However, he paid no heed to her beauty. Nodding slightly, he approached her and said calmly, then here's the deal. If you can withstand a single blow from me, I will agree to this arrangement. Really? Yang Wan recalled having endured 2 of his punches previously and eagerly inquired. Of course. Ely's response was as tranquil as before. He stated, I never lie. Yang Wan's excitement surged. All right. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the moment the syllables left her lips, Ely coiled his energy into a ball and struck out with a palm. The seemingly light blow landed on Yang Wan's chest, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply. With a crack, Yang Wan's body was instantly sent reeling as blood spurted from her mouth. Her eyes filled with disbelief as her body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing through several solid walls like a cannonball. Each impact sent shockwaves through the air, scattering debris and dust in all directions. Ultimately, her form crashed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, producing a dull thud. Her eyes rolled back, and her breath became shallow. How perplexing, Ely remarked coldly, retracting his hand. Casting a glance at the unconscious Yang family heiress, he scoffed and turned away, striding back towards the courtyard. What a fool! He had intended to tally the results of the battle. Yet not only did she fail to express gratitude, but she also sought to drag him into a romantic game? Such a person must surely be joking. Chapter 78. The Yang family. Outside the Yang family estate, a tempest raged. A myriad of colorful lights burst forth from the 4 elders, and the intensity of the battle caused the ground beneath the Yang family to tremble and crack. Although the Yang family had only 1 5th-tier warrior, the family members and guests under his command included a dozen 4th-tier warriors. Even if some 4th-tier Yang family members hesitated to resist fiercely out of fear, the remaining 8 guests had no choice but to fight for their lives. The Yang family's lineup was such that even some 4th-tier city elites could scarcely match it. The Hanxia army stationed outside the Yang family could only deploy anti-tank sniper rifles to avoid harming their own. However, once a warrior reached the 5th tier, even when ambushed, they could easily evade the incoming sniper bullets. For a time, both sides engaged in a fierce clash. The sound of sonic booms rang out incessantly, showcasing the overwhelming power of the 5th-tier warriors, with 3 5th-tier warriors holding a decisive advantage. Although the situation was temporarily stalemated, the Qing Bureau still firmly held the upper hand. The annihilation of the Yang family was merely a matter of time. On the ravaged ground, Yuang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a gentle breeze, his aura steady, clearly dominating the field. He glanced at the nearby battlefield and spoke indifferently. Isn't it better to preserve your useful life and earn merits by slaying exotic beasts in the future? That way, you might still have a chance to survive. Opposite him, the Grand Elder knelt upon the ground, gasping heavily, his body riddled with wounds, an arm missing, appearing quite wretched. Upon hearing this, the Yang family patriarch chuckled grimly. Sir, I can live at most another 20 years. Do you wish for me to spend the rest of my life as a laborer for the Qing Bureau? Unlike those who could break through to the 5th or 6th tiers in their 100 years, this 180-year-old first-tier warrior was nearing the 200-year mark. He had no desire to lead such a life filled with conflict against exotic beasts in his remaining years. It's the least you can live. Yuang replied calmly. Ha, it's laughable that you, a teacher at Windcloud University, do not understand the principle of difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. The Yang family patriarch struggled to rise, attempting to steady his voice despite the evident fatigue and exhaustion. He had led the Yang family in Shanzhou for decades, yet now found himself bested by a young martial artist barely 20 years of age, his heart weighed down with regret and resentment. The head of the Yang family gazed forlornly towards the distant battlefield. This moment, all of Yang's 4th-tier warriors had surrendered, while the 8 4th-tier retainers were severely injured, with only 3 still struggling under the duress of the 2 city officials. Judging by their pallor, they would not last much longer. Truly, A single misstep had led to utter defeat. With a heavy sigh, the head of the Yang family realized that, regardless of the outcome, the Yang family was undoubtedly finished. He could only blame himself for not being ruthless enough. Had he dispatched a few more fourth-tier warriors to encircle that young man, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Remarkably, the adversary had acted decisively, attacked in the morning and raided their home by nightfall. Reflecting on this, the head of the Yang family turned to Elder Yu, his tone tinged with mockery. That young man is so merciless in his dealings. Are you not concerned about nurturing a calamity? Elder Yu shook his head with a hint of amusement and retorted, as if my disciples would attack your Yang family without cause. Was it not you who sent the assassins? He made my grandson. Yang Wanfeng, unable to cultivate for 3 years. The head of the Yang family shot back, his gaze filled with malice. I will settle this score with him. Now, do you not realize your grandson's character? You must know full well, Elder Yu chuckled. He revealed that his initially chosen student for direct admission was, in fact, Yang Wanfeng. However, he soon discovered that this so-called model genius was not only engaging in lewd acts with his sister's photo, but was also secretly adding his own blood to others' food and potions. The exact purpose of this, Elder Yu could not discern. But given Yang Wanfeng's furtive demeanor and his delight in such actions, it was likely nothing good. Had it not been for this revelation, he would have long awarded the admission to the so-called genius of Shanzhou. Fortunately, he had observed carefully. Noticing the slight shift in the head of the Yang family's expression, Elder Yu continued with a smile. I dare wager, given your grandson's treacherous nature, he likely attempted to strike from the shadows, but ended up getting beaten by my proud disciple. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's face flickered with emotion, rendering him speechless. Should you wish to sow discord, perhaps you should first reflect upon your own integrity. Do not think I am unwilling to act against you. Had I not wished to lighten the burden on my colleagues from the Qingyi Bureau, that last strike would have cost you more than just an arm. Elder Yu, with a sense of triumph, stroked his beard. If you doubt my words, feel free to continue struggling. The head of the Yang family clenched and relaxed his hands repeatedly. After a moment, he spoke solemnly. I understand. I surrendered. As he raised his hand, a sphere of blood-red true energy materialized, and with a wave, the 2 remaining fourth-tier retainers, who were barely holding on, raised their hands and cried out in surrender. At least you are sensible, Elder Yu remarked, retrieving a heavy pair of shackles from his storage artifact and tossing them to the head of the Yang family, subsequently imposing a restriction. This marked the conclusion of the operation against the Yang family. It should not be difficult to credit Yi Li with the merit for this, and perhaps now that young man would regard me with a measure of respect. Elder Yu felt quite pleased. At that moment, a familiar tall figure emerged from the Yang family courtyard, a hint of excitement on his handsome face. It was Yi Li, however. Upon seeing the scene outside, his excitement quickly faded. Is it over? Yi Li asked with a touch of resignation, regretting having wasted time conversing with Yang Wan. Though the misdeeds were not particularly grave, he still felt a bit nauseated by the experience. It was simply a loss compounded by another loss, leaving him feeling utterly vexed. He would have to use his illusory eye to thoroughly scour the Yang residence, inside and out, lest he be left unsatisfied. Indeed, it is over, Elder Yu replied with a smile as he approached Yi Li. Clearing his throat, tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to Fengyun University to avoid any unforeseen mishaps along the way. Very well, Yi Li nodded gently. He had intended to leave early to assess the situation. The martial arts library had not been updated in quite some time and was beginning to lag behind the iterations. For instance, the Tian Gang treading void technique had been extraordinarily effective at the 2nd tier. Yet when he employed it against a 4th-tier swordsman that morning, he had still suffered a grievous injury to his arm. The pain was unbearable. Had it not been for Yi Li's solid golden soul and unwavering will, he would have needed time to recover. The head of the Yang family gripped the shackles tightly, his inner resentment boiling over. How pitiful he appeared compared to the spirited youth when the latter emerged. He even cast a glance in his direction, a look that seemed tinged with regret. Regret for what? For his own surrender? The Yang family was no more, yet this young man, unsatisfied, wished to eliminate him as well? Did he truly view him as an old dog to be humiliated at will? The head of the Yang family's breath quickened, his fury surging, torn between a desperate last stand and a sense of uncertainty. Ultimately, upon seeing Elder Yu fully enter the courtyard, his murderous intent finally erupted. It was thick and pure, long suppressed. The old man's earlier surrender was merely a ruse to find an opportunity to kill the youth. In the courtyard, Yi Li sensed something amiss and abruptly turned. He saw the two fourth-tier retainers, on the verge of being shackled, suddenly spring into action, drawing the attention of the two city officials who shouted in unison, "Shameless!" At that moment, the head of the Yang family felt a rupture in his heart and forcefully broke through elder US imposed restriction, leaping towards Yi Li. In a burst of speed that shattered the sound barrier, he closed the distance to Yi Li in an instant. In the realm of high martial arts, the common peak third-tier martial artist could exert a maximum punch force of 8,000 kilograms. Yi Li's punch force reached an impressive 12,000 kilograms, a testament to his peak third-tier status achieved through the refinement of an S-grade breathing technique and S-grade honing method. This was an unprecedented feat in the annals of Huanxiao's history. If the historical records of Huanxiao were to be taken at face value, the word almost could be entirely omitted. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Li's combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary peak third-tier martial artist. Furthermore, with the enhancement of Golden Soul Revival for 5 minutes, his punch force could soar to a terrifying 30,000 kilograms, and his physical speed could reach approximately 300 meters per second. Judged purely on physical metrics, he exceeded even many early fourth-tier martial artists. However, this was merely physical data. The combat power of fourth-tier martial artists, bolstered by their Heavenly Gate Bridge and fifth-tier martial artists' Divine Abode, could see tremendous increases. Thus, for Yi Li to defeat a fourth-tier martial artist, he first needed to close the distance. Facing a fifth-tier martial artist, however, that tactic would be futile, for even with the augmentation of Golden Soul Revival, his physical capabilities would still fall short. Alas! The wind whipped Yi Li's hair back, and his handsome face was etched with gravitas. The illusory eye granted him dynamic vision, affording him a fleeting moment to react. Was this the pressure of a fifth-tier martial artist? A flicker of realization crossed his mind as a hulking figure materialized before him, muscles bulging and eyes gleaming with ferocity. It was one of the two fourth-tier martial artists who had attacked him earlier that morning. "Block him!" Yi Li commanded inwardly, instantly raising his magnificent golden eyes, radiating intensity and authority. His fingers clenched into a fist, the muscles in his back rippling as formidable strength surged through his right arm. He intended to deliver a powerful blow to this aged fifth-tier warrior. Receiving the command, the burly man immediately positioned himself to intercept the oncoming head of the Yang family. This time he displayed the full form of the dragon tablet hand, his large palm descending upon the head of the Yang family, who was now within striking distance. With a resounding crash, the ground before them was brutally torn apart by the force of the punch. Almost simultaneously, a dark golden rainbow light, laden with tremendous power, surged towards the head of the Yang family. Feng Shan! Upon seeing the burly figure, the head of the Yang family was momentarily stunned, halting his charge, his aged face reflecting disbelief. What madness is this? In the next instant, that shock morphed into cold malice as the old man erupted with blue light, charging directly into the oncoming rainbow light. Boom! The shock wave erupted, the ground fracturing beneath them as the dark golden rainbow light was shattered, and the burly warrior was struck by the old man's fist, his massive form exploding into a cloud of black mist. What? Witnessing this, the head of the Yang family's pupils constricted. He had not felt the slightest contact with his earlier punch, and a wave of anger washed over him. What strange powers did this young man possess? But there was no time for contemplation. In an instant, 3 elderly figures were rushing towards him with furious shouts. Resolute, the head of the Yang family tore through his heart, expending what remained of his life force to trigger a blood pact, causing the 8 fourth-tier retainers to momentarily lose their sanity and desperately block the 3 elderly men, while he himself shattered the ground beneath him and charged once more towards the retreating youth. There was no turning back. Even if he were to perish in the attempt, he would kill this third-tier brat who had eradicated the Yang family today. As he beheld the rapidly approaching figure, an insane gleam ignited in Yi Li's magnificent golden eyes, devoid of hesitation as he exhaled a plume of white mist. In the next instant, the overwhelming true energy he had been gathering erupted forth. Snowflakes of white mist filled the air, blanketing everything in frost. Boom! The chilling aura surged in all directions, enveloping the elder from the Yang family in an instant. slowing his already injured movements. Before the elderly man could withstand the astonishing chill that was not overly troublesome, a lean figure suddenly leapt down from above. He raised his gaze and immediately felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. There stood a swordsman clad in a blue robe, wielding a sword in one hand, who abruptly unleashed a streak of sword light from the vast sky. The long, serpent-like sword aura crashed violently into the old man, tearing apart large chunks of flesh and sending torrents of blood gushing forth. The assault from a fourth-tier martial artist forced him to expend the little remaining true energy he had, causing an otherworldly blue glow to once again envelop his body as he gritted his teeth and broke free. This time, before the swordsman could strike again, he charged towards the youth engulfed in white flames. Die! With a sudden roar, the head of the Yang family unleashed a powerful blow, striking the youth squarely in the chest, producing a bone-cracking sound that sent chills down one's spine, as his palm pierced directly through the translucent chest of his opponent. The handsome visage of the youth slightly furrowed in pain, and even his blazing golden eyes dimmed a fraction, though the corners of his mouth curled upwards ever so slightly. This severely injured fifth-tier martial artist had to seize the opportunity to outmaneuver him. "Old fool, I have you now." In a chilling and harsh tone, Yi Li suddenly spread his arms wide, unleashing an immense force as the peaks of his fists manifested a sensation akin to flowing water. Flowing water fist, coiling dragon shaking the mountains, boom, boom, boom. Yi Li's fists rained down like a tempest, the explosive force of his true energy far surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier pinnacle, before the head of the Yang family could revel in his triumph. A series of avalanche-like impacts struck his face. Amidst the cacophony of muffled thuds, the old man's skull, tempered over a century, began to crack, while his brain suffered continual blows. At that moment, stars danced before the old man's eyes, and he felt dizzy and nauseous, instinctively attempting to withdraw his arm, yet he found himself devoid of strength. You. The head of the Yang family's gaze grew increasingly vacant, blood and shattered teeth spraying forth as he found himself unable to articulate a single word. Yi Li's strength surged like a bowstring drawn taut, his fists akin to thunderclaps, ultimately smashing through half of the old man's skull. The elder's body flew backward as if a kite with severed strings. Propelled by the residual force in his fading consciousness, he heard the youth's indifferent voice. "Old fool, dare to act arrogant, and I shall send you flying. Detected that you have killed a fifth-tier divine mansion realm martial artist beyond your level. Evil value 30,000. Detected that you have successfully besieged the Yang family in Shanzhou under the watchful eyes of the city's populace. Evil value 20,000. Current evil value 108,000 points." Yi Li took a deep breath, the crimson wounds on his chest pulsating with the rhythm of his quickening heartbeat. How exhilarating! With a long sigh of relief, he expelled a mouthful of blood and settled down cross-legged on the ground, his eyes gently closing. Not far away, upon witnessing this scene, Elder Yu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as the old man, disregarding everything, struck the heads of two fourth-tier attendants with tremendous force and rushed over. Behind him followed two city directors and numerous law enforcers, their expressions complex as they silently made their way over after dispatching the remaining severely injured fourth-tier attendants. What a remarkable prodigy! Only to be in an instant, everyone present froze in place, eyes wide and breaths ragged, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They beheld as countless tendons, flesh, and bones sprouted forth from the youth's chest wound, along with writhing organs. Reconstructing a new body, under the myriad astonished gazes, the youth's handsome face regained its color, his black hair gently swaying, and his aura steadily grew stronger. The next moment, he abruptly lifted his pitch-black eyes, rising to his feet, wholly restored. What the hell? Chapter 80. A talent capable of riding the wind and transforming into a dragon outside the Yang family estate. The air fell into a profound silence. In the open space, dozens of battle-hardened high-ranking law enforcers displayed intense shock in their eyes upon witnessing the miraculous healing. For a third-tier martial artist to slay a fifth-tier martial artist, even a severely injured one, was simply unfathomable. Moreover, to recover from a fatal wound that pierced through the chest in mere seconds. What kind of absurdity was this, as if a martial artist's body had become such a convenient entity? The two city directors also found their breaths caught, their eyes fixed on the handsome youth with a relaxed brow, feeling an overwhelming disbelief. With the advancement of martial arts levels, most martial artists indeed see their vitality gradually strengthen, becoming increasingly difficult to kill, their bodies growing more resilient. However, similarly, once high-tier martial artists suffer severe injuries, it becomes exceedingly challenging to restore them to peak condition through ordinary medical means. Without rare elixirs from secret realms or the healing touch of a peer-level healer, they would invariably suffer subtle hidden injuries. These hidden injuries would become one of the greatest obstacles on the path of martial advancement in the future. It was said that there existed a talent in the high martial realm named super healing, ranked at the pinnacle of A-class, capable of perfectly restoring severe injuries that would typically be fatal to ordinary martial artists within months, rendering it one of the most coveted martial talents that feared hidden injuries. Yet, even this highly sought-after talent paled in comparison to the youth's earlier display. Unprecedented and unheard of. Recovering from his astonishment, Elder Yu stepped forward, both shocked and ashamed, and patted Yi Li's shoulder, solemnly stating, "It was my oversight. In my old age, I did not anticipate he would risk everything to break the constraints." He indeed understood that Yi Li possessed a remarkably powerful self-repair ability. Otherwise, he would not have been so agitated that day in Qingshan City. Initially believing that Yi Li had developed super healing to an extraordinary degree, it now appeared that this was not the case. If it exceeded even the peak of A-class super healing, then it was undoubtedly an S-class new ability. Realizing this, Elder Yu's breathing grew heavy. Only then did he comprehend the magnitude of the treasure he had stumbled upon. "Never mind," Yi Li waved his hand dismissively, suppressing the emptiness within him, chuckling lightly, "Such a lack of vigilance. You probably weren't much better in your youth. I owe you an apology." Elder Yu's old face flushed crimson, and although he knew the youth was jesting, it only deepened his sense of shame. "Once we return to school tomorrow, I shall advocate for you regarding this martial realm baptism." Elder Yu exhaled, his previously wistful expression regaining some composure, softly adding, "Consider it a small form of compensation for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. As he regulated his breathing, employing the perfected breathing technique to gradually restore his nearly depleted true energy, he reflected on the extent of his energy burst that had been pushed to the limit to ensure the defeat of the head of the Yang family, compounded by the healing process, leaving him feeling somewhat spent. His gaze swept across the 8 fourth-tier attendants lying lifeless on the ground, and with a hint of regret, Yi Li sighed, "I will take a look inside and assist with the cleanup work of the Anomaly Bureau." With that, he turned and strode into the Yang family estate. "Make sure to clean up thoroughly for me." Elder Yu watched him enter the courtyard, and after a moment, he turned back to the members of the Anomaly Bureau outside. Speaking solemnly, "You are all elites within the Anomaly Bureau. I trust you understand what to do regarding my disciple S ability, super healing, without needing further elaboration." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew serious. They were seasoned veterans in the high martial realm of Hanjia, well aware of the concerns at hand. It boiled down to the fact that under the encirclement of various nations, geniuses from Hanjia find it exceedingly difficult to grow. Over the years, whenever a genius from Hanjia was successfully assassinated, regardless of the prevailing circumstances, the authorities would make every effort to dispatch a martial grandmaster for retaliation. Even so, such incidents could not be entirely prevented. Only the frequency could be reduced. This is problematic. The deputy director of Shanzhou pondered for a moment before responding cautiously. He is the team leader for this operation, and the combat record will certainly be documented accurately. Pausing, he added, "The submission of these records undergoes multiple layers of review, and during this time, the likelihood of leaks to various nations cannot be deemed to be 100%, but there is certainly a 90% chance." With that, the deputy director of Shanzhou fixed a penetrating gaze on Elder Yu, wary that the latter might propose some sort of difficult request regarding falsifying the records. After all, rules were rules. Even if there were justifiable reasons, they could not simply make exceptions. "You still do not grasp my meaning," Elder Yu sighed. The deputy director of Shanzhou frowned slightly, about to inquire further when he heard the sitting director clear his throat and interject, "Esteemed sir, it would be inappropriate for us to conceal the fact that your disciple's martial talent is super healing when reporting. We hope for your understanding." Super healing? The deputy director of Shanzhou paused momentarily before comprehending. After all, the most renowned self-healing talent was indeed super healing. They could report it as super healing, without issue. Moreover, given that the youth had the backing of Windcloud University, he only needed to leave campus a few times a year, providing minimal opportunities for assassination by the various nations. I appreciate your understanding. Thank you, Director. Elder Yu chuckled, wanting merely to delay the time before the youth became a target as much as possible within the bounds of the regulations. He was not a martial grandmaster capable of shaking cities. Although a fifth-tier martial artist held significant sway in the eyes of ordinary forces, that stature was insufficient to protect a genius capable of shaking the nations in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the various nations. Windcloud University, however, held substantial influence, with two renowned sixth-tier martial artists stationed at its headquarters, solid as a fortress and commanding awe from all directions. Yet, even within the university, the top 30 geniuses on the Windcloud ranking faced competition from thousands of martial seeds emerging from Hanjia's provinces. Teachers often take the opportunity to instruct their students during their leisure time. While also managing their own affairs in times of crisis, they are compelled to assist in quelling disturbances across the various provinces, making it impractical for them to revolve solely around Yili. Therefore, it is imperative for Yili to swiftly advance to the 5th tier. Once he achieves that level, the difficulty of assassination attempts from various nations will significantly escalate, thereby drastically reducing the likelihood of being targeted. Yu Wang's thoughts swirled as he contemplated allocating more of the opportunities for advancement he had at hand to Chen Jingli and Yili. The former is indeed a rare martial arts prodigy from Hanxia, while the latter, Yu Wang firmly believes, will likely consume every opportunity given, considering Yili's character. This divine youth is exceedingly eager to progress, an observation that the elder can easily discern. All he needs to do is provide a platform for advancement, and Yili will undoubtedly leap through the Dragoness Gate, perhaps even ascend to the heavens. As for Lin Yinyun, Yu Wang wishes her a swift success. Chapter 81. S-Rank Visualization Method, Ocean Tides. Within the grand residence of the Yang family, amidst countless intricate rooms, a figure clad in green is leading a team of enforcers, bustling about, rummaging through every nook and cranny, even preparing to break through walls for inspection. Such a proficient display left the enforcers assisting him gasping in astonishment. Under the youth's guidance, they not only seized a plethora of Yang family martial arts, but also uncovered hidden passages within the rooms. Second-tier martial technique, Poison Dragon Drill. First-tier movement technique, Blue Butterfly Glide. Yili perused these martial arts with abandon, casually tossing them to the enforcers behind him. Pack them all up? Yes, the enforcers responded hastily. Their gazes fell upon the golden medallion at Yili's waist, and they couldn't help but marvel. How many house raids has this esteemed individual led to possess such ease in this task? It was unimaginable, truly unfathomable. Had they been able to work alongside him, they might have already risen through the ranks to become senior enforcers or even deputy directors of a particular bureau. Regrettably, he was still in school and likely had several years before graduation. The enforcer sighed inwardly. At this moment, Yili completed the search, rising to step outside. Next stop point, one of the enforcers tentatively inquired. I see your complexion is somewhat pale. Perhaps you should take a rest? No need. Yili's figure vanished at the doorway. The enforcers quickly followed suit, thanks to the spirit of the Yang family patriarch. Yili was currently the most knowledgeable living person regarding the Yang family, without question. Holding on to the thought of not wasting opportunities, he intended to extract every possible gain. While precious medicines and artifacts were to be confiscated, there was nothing wrong with glancing at martial arts and secret methods. S-Rank Visualization Method, Ocean Tides. Before a secret chamber, after a thorough search, Yili surveyed the 4th-tier technique in his hand, one that had nearly been kept under wraps by the Yang family, a noticeable smile gracing his fair face. Having worked so diligently, it would be a grave loss to only reap a bounty of trash. According to the spirit of the Yang family patriarch, this visualization method was obtained by their ancestor in exchange for the Yang family's blood-burning secret technique. Naturally, to ensure the uniqueness of the Yang family's secret methods, the ancestor had subsequently eliminated the other party during a later secret realm expedition. Regrettably, the threshold for the S-Rank visualization method was exceedingly high, and the vast majority of descendants from the Yang family throughout the ages have been unable to learn it, resulting in them resorting to studying the Yang family's B-rank visualization method, including the current patriarch. However, Yili felt no such anxiety. The immense 10,000 points of malevolent value he had painstakingly acquired lay quietly on his background panel. Nothing was insurmountable with enough points. If there were, it was merely a matter of not spending enough. If more was needed, he could always visit Fengyun University in a couple of days and engage in a bit of business with the underworld. All right, let us pack this up too. After finishing his review, Ely tossed it into the hands of the enforcers. His casual demeanor evoked yet another wave of admiration among them. Director Yi, according to regulations, you may retain this visualization method. Just a portion will be deducted from your merits. Point 1 Enforcer, cradling the highly valuable S-rank visualization method with care, could not help but speak up. No need. I do not require it for now. Yi Li stood and made his way towards the exit of the secret chamber, leaving behind a calm remark. The Extermination Bureau's task of slaying aberrant beasts is arduous. Consider it my contribution. As his words echoed, the entire secret chamber fell into a brief silence, the sound of a pin drop audible. Watching the youth's retreating figure and then glancing at the tome in their hands that felt as if it were burning, the enforcer's breaths grew increasingly heavy. This was the coveted S-rank visualization method that was difficult to come by in the outside world. Even at Fengyun University, one would likely have to pay a hefty price to acquire it. The fact that he so casually declined it was truly unprecedented. They could only lament that they could not follow him day and night. Under the inky night sky, Shan's Hushi was ablaze with lights. After leaving a portion of enforcers to wrap up, Yi Li, accompanied by the others, navigated through a throng of reporters before returning to the Extermination Bureau in Shan's Hushi. The hour was late, and with the Yang family being distant from the city center, Yuang intended to stay the night before taking Yi Li to Fengyun University the following day. Guided by one of the enforcers, Yi Li soon arrived at his room. Director Yi, if you need anything, just call for me. I and several capable individuals from the Bureau are staying in nearby rooms. All right. Yi Li took note of the enforcer's respectful demeanor, nodded slightly, entered his room, and closed the door. As you open the long-cherished volume of visualization techniques belonging to the Yang family, an astonishing illustration of visualization captivates your gaze, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. The artistry of this depiction is truly remarkable. Yet it lacks any insights that transcend the fourth tier. Consequently, you resolve to bypass the illustration and delve into the textual content, only to find yourself utterly bewildered, as if confronted with an inscrutable manuscript. Drawing upon your experiences from previous lives, you decide to skip over the sections that elude your understanding, resulting in the entirety of the material being consumed in less than 2 minutes. Left with no alternative, you return your focus to that captivating illustration, at least recognizing its aesthetic merit. After expending 2,000 points of malevolent value, you finally immerse yourself in the illustration, evoking a sensation akin to facing the surging tides of the ocean, leaving you with no other impressions, even craving a sip of ice-cold soda. Seemingly sensing your struggles, the spirit of the Yang family patriarch appears at your side, imparting the ancestral insights regarding this visualization technique. After listening, you nod slightly, gaining some understanding, and request the spirit to elaborate further. You receive a beneficial buff, an increase of 150 in your cultivation speed. Surprised, Yi Li gazes at the words flashing on the panel. Compared to the unembellished enhancements of the indestructible golden soul, the mechanisms of spirit mastery have already brought him several unexpected delights. When the deceased speaks, compelling enemies to work for him, and now even augmenting his skills, what could be left unknown? Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, his path ahead appears rather formidable. Enemies alive can generate malevolent value, and once deceased, they continue to serve him, offering their lifetime's accumulation for his use, a perfect blend of taking and giving. Yi Li chuckles softly to himself, finding this approach quite aligned with his expectations, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. He considers himself principled. Those he has dealt with ruthlessly will pose no psychological burden when utilized. Extracting the value from foes is, in essence, a form of respect towards them. As for whether the enemies are willing or not, why concern oneself with such trivialities? It suffices that he acts with a clear conscience. It must be said, the potential of an SSS-grade martial talent is astonishing. This chapter is not yet concluded. Turn to the next page to continue reading. The 2 martial talents he possesses have not yet ascended significantly in level, yet they have already fortified him against most crises. Once he elevates spirit mastery to its zenith, the power he can unleash will be beyond imagination. Why Li's eyes glimmer as he refocuses on the panel, where the luminous screen continues to shift rapidly. After expending 5,000 points of malevolent value, you grasp some of the profound truths within the illustration. Even with your eyes closed, the so-called oceanic tidal diagram can vividly manifest in your mind. Though a glimmer of inspiration remains elusive, oceanic tides, beginner, after expending 15,000 points of malevolent value, you finally seize that fleeting essence from the illustration. Now, when you revisit the textual portion of the tome, what was once obscure and convoluted now appears annotated, making comprehension remarkably efficient. You have mastered the technique to simulate your entire true blood as oceanic tides. Oceanic tides, proficient, transform your consciousness into gravitational force, perceiving true blood as seawater, allowing you to freely create an environment within your body that impacts the celestial barriers. With the ebb and flow of the tides, you are now qualified to challenge the celestial barriers. As the words swirl before him, Ely feels a surge of newfound memories flooding his mind. The true blood within him, now shimmering with golden radiance, can be summoned with a mere thought, rushing into his organs, impacting the celestial barriers. However, it's insufficient, still not enough. The gravitational force generated by his consciousness lacks magnitude, rendering the tidal scale inadequate. A celestial bridge forged by such minor tides cannot be considered a treasure among celestial bridges. Ely aspires for a grand bridge crafted from monumental tides, comparable to a terrifying tsunami. System, reveal to me your limits. With Yi Li's inner command, the text on the screen begins to pulse rapidly. Ding! After expending 25,000 points of malevolent value, as your understanding deepens, the scale of the tides you can create becomes increasingly astonishing. However, should the scale exceed a certain threshold, your control will noticeably diminish. If you forcefully employ a massive tidal wave against the celestial barrier, it may inflict significant harm upon your body. Yet, within the limits, your ability to command the tides has far surpassed previous levels. Oceanic Tides, Expert, after expending 35,000 points of malevolent value, the scale of the tides you can command rises dramatically, drawing ever closer to the grand tides recorded within the visualization technique. Oceanic Tides, Mastery, according to the Yang family patriarch, the celestial bridge you construct in the future will undoubtedly surpass that of the Yang ancestors, reaching heights unattainable by countless practitioners of the celestial barriers. Should you pursue perfection, such an accomplishment demands a lifetime of dedication. You regard this with disdain, as you believe the so-called Yang ancestors are beneath comparison, unworthy of being measured against your own prowess. With such conditions, failing to aspire to the highest quality would indeed be a sign of insanity. You think to yourself, isn't the pursuit of malevolent value merely an endeavor to attain the ultimate? Holding on to this notion, you continue to immerse yourself in the understanding of the visualization technique, your unyielding conviction partially compensating for the disparity in talent. You gain a beneficial buff, a reduction of 80 in cultivation expenses. After expending 40,000 points of malevolent value, the once distant realm of perfection is achieved in a fraction of the anticipated time. The tidal scale that was previously beyond your grasp now responds effortlessly to your thoughts, allowing you to command it with precision. Oceanic Tides, Perfection, Byproduct, Water Command, Traverse upon water, gallop upon its surface, enabling you to control the flow of water within a certain range. When amidst vast lakes or oceans, this ability is significantly enhanced. Byproduct, a substantial enhancement in the quality of true energy, possessing the terrifying destructive power akin to that of a colossal tidal wave. Comment, this enhancement cost 40,000 points of malevolent value, equating to a level of improvement comparable to 160 years of arduous training. After such diligent practice, you have utterly comprehended this highly demanding visualization technique. Chapter 83. The five organs illuminate the pinnacle of the fourth tier. As the pulsating text ceases, with a mere thought, Ely hears a resounding tumult akin to the roaring of ocean waves within him. With a swift motion, he raises his hand, causing minuscule water droplets to coalesce visibly in the air, forming a palm-sized sphere of water in his grasp. According to the description of Water Command, in the future, provided his true energy is sufficient, he may be able to invoke a genuine colossal tidal wave while upon the ocean. With thoughts racing, Ely exhales, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that freezes the water sphere into ice. Quite amusing, he flicks his finger, sending the ice sphere hurtling forth, where it strikes the wall with a resounding crash, exploding into a flurry of icy shards. Its power is modest, yet adequate for a snowball fight. Upon entering the realm of celestial barriers, possessing the ability to project true energy, it may serve as a ranged offensive technique. Alternatively, by condensing water vapor into the form of a spear and then freezing it, it could potentially serve as a temporary weapon. Excellent. Henceforth I have acquired a skill akin to conjuring soldiers from paper. Yili strokes his chin, envisioning myriad derivative applications. Furthermore, the wondrous effects within his true energy have multiplied. In the future, when he executes Danchi Explosion, the resulting devastation will be an avalanche combined with a colossal tidal wave, amplifying the destructive force manifold. In other words, the pressure on his opponents will intensify. Yet, after all, this merely elevates him slightly at the pinnacle of the third tier. According to Lin Yingyun, those ranked among the top 10 in the Wind and Cloud rankings are all prodigious martial artists capable of battling at the fourth tier. With over 60,000 points of malevolent value remaining, the path forward is clear. First, master the principles in your possession. System, proceed. Yili gazes at the panel, and with a thought, the torrent of malevolent value surges towards his martial arts level. Ding! Commencing the consumption of malevolent value, continuously enhancing martial arts level. You have honed your skills in the third tier for an extended duration, coupled with the recent series of fierce battles. Your body's essence has reached a flawless state, and your 5 organs have naturally attained the capability to communicate with the external world. You gain a beneficial buff, a reduction of 100 in consumption when breaking through the fourth tier. Your methods for challenging the celestial barriers have reached an unprecedented level. With merely a thought, a tsunami-like surge of true blood tides is birthed within you, surging forth at your command. For ordinary third-tier martial artists, the celestial barrier appears unassailable, yet in your eyes, it seems as fragile as a tofu dam beneath a super tsunami. You gain a beneficial buff, a 600 increase in the speed of challenging the celestial barriers. Your speed resembles that of a mythical Kunping soaring towards the azure skies, racing towards the so-called celestial barrier with unparalleled haste, oblivious to the envy and admiration of others. At this moment, your vision is solely fixated on the martial path leading to transcendence. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles, consuming 800 points of malevolent value. The first celestial barrier was unable to impede your advance before it was violently breached by the colossal tidal force you simulated. The first celestial barrier was successfully unlocked, and a resplendent bridge of heavenly light, akin to gold, was constructed within your being. You have ascended to the first level of the fourth tier. Having perfected the S-rank visualization technique, you are naturally capable of crafting the most exquisite celestial barrier bridge, one that can withstand cataclysmic tidal forces. This bridge will greatly benefit your future cultivation endeavors. You have acquired a buff. The quality of the celestial barrier bridge has been enhanced by 800. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. According to the head of the Yang family and the 2 fourth-tier guests, they had never before witnessed such a resilient celestial barrier bridge. Although they were unaware of the path of cultivation beyond the 5th tier, there were rumors within the high martial realm regarding the existence of a golden body quality akin to the 7th-tier masters, dependent upon the foundational groundwork laid prior to reaching that threshold. Indeed, no shred of malevolent value was squandered. Yili let out a sigh of relief. His leisure time was scarce, thus his understanding of the rumors circulating within the high martial realm was limited. Even the principles that assured the most solid foundation were largely derived from his past life experiences. Fortunately, the esteemed seniors did not deceive him. The scenes upon the luminous screen shifted continuously. After consuming 12,000 points of malevolent value, the second celestial barrier was forcefully shattered by your tidal surge, while the 2 organs that completed the construction of the celestial barrier bridge shimmered in harmony, significantly enhancing your physical strength. You have ascended to the 3rd level of the 4th tier. Observing this, Yili nodded slightly, not perceiving the celestial barrier as fragile. The oceanic tidal force he had cultivated for so long should possess such impact. Within his line of sight, the text on the panel began to accelerate its revelation. After consuming 20,000 points of malevolent value, the 3rd and 4th celestial barriers were consecutively breached, and the 4 exquisite celestial barrier bridges within your being gleamed brilliantly. From now on, There shall only be depleted true energy, never a broken celestial barrier bridge. You have ascended to the 7th level of the 4th tier, after consuming 28,000 points of malevolent value. The 5th celestial barrier bridge was conquered, and a torrent of true energy surged forcefully within, followed closely by your true blood, constructing the final celestial barrier bridge. With the last barrier breached, all 5 celestial barrier bridges corresponding to your organs were completed, unleashing a torrent of true energy that spanned hundreds of meters. You have ascended to the 9th level of the 4th tier. After consuming 30,000 points of malevolent value, you have broken through the celestial barrier, stepping into the realm of the inhuman, effortlessly traversing through a hail of bullets, wielding weapons weighing thousands of kilograms at speeds several times the speed of sound. Conventional firearms can no longer pose a threat to you. Your martial arts level has advanced, and you have reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. This enhancement consumed a total of 30,000 points of malevolent value, equivalent to over a century of arduous cultivation. Remaining malevolent value, 30,800 points to in an instant. 5 bridges symbolizing the apex of the celestial barrier realm manifested within An unparalleled torrent of true energy surged into his body, coursing through those 5 golden celestial barrier bridges. Boom! A terrifying torrent of true energy erupted from Yili, instantly shaking the entire Qingyi Bureau, as a majestic aura, reminiscent of a dragon awakening, radiated from him. Unprecedented power filled his entire being. His muscles did not swell, yet the energy within him felt as if it were explosively increasing. Not to mention those 2 previous 4th-tier martial artists, even if he were to encounter the head of the Yang family tonight. Yili was confident that he could crush the man's skull with a single palm strike upon close proximity. Is this the sensation of reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier? Yili gasped, his voice tinged with astonishment. His breath quickened, his heart raced, and he clutched his chest, every cell and muscle in his body seemingly rejoicing. His senses were so keen that he felt almost superhuman, as if a veil of perception had been lifted, revealing the world with unprecedented clarity. After a brief adaptation, Yili gathered the aura of the 4th-tier pinnacle once more. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Qingyi Bureau, several figures turned their heads in astonishment towards the sleeping quarters, their expressions vividly intrigued. Chapter 84. Am I taking Yili on a mission? Just moments ago, in the hall of the Qingyi Bureau, the director of Shanzhou City wore a grave expression as he turned to Yu Wang and the others. Did you all feel that? Just seconds prior, an extraordinary aura had surged from the direction of the sleeping quarters. Fleeting yet undeniably real, that overwhelming presence seemed to brush against the barrier of the 5th tier. This was a martial artist level that absolutely required vigilance. I felt it, Yu Wang replied, slightly astonished. As he withdrew his gaze from the sleeping quarters, the richness of that aura had even startled him. It was likely a high-ranking enforcer of the 4th tier who had honed their skills for an unknown number of years. He nodded slightly and then smiled, saying, the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City truly harbors hidden talents. With such a level of cultivation among the high-ranking enforcers, it was no wonder they had successfully safeguarded the provincial capital of Ying Province for decades without error. Hearing this, the director of Shanzhou City rapidly scanned through the faces of his high-ranking enforcers in his mind, puzzled. Was there truly someone among them who had reached such a level? It seemed unlikely. It is known that 4th-tier martial artists, due to breaking through the celestial barrier and cultivating visualization techniques, emanate distinctly different auras, even allowing one to perceive the depth of their foundation through their aura. The celestial barrier bridge functions as an output gateway. The better its quality, the more fearsome the aura it emits, and the efficiency of true energy output will also improve correspondingly. The aura from just now was so rich that it could rival that of the 5th tier, suggesting that the quality of the celestial barrier bridge had reached an exceptionally high standard. Rather than resembling the high-ranking enforcers in the Bureau, it was more akin to those celebrated genius martial artists. Currently, within the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City, the only individual who met this criterion was none other than Yili, the disciple of the esteemed Yu Wang. In that instant, the elder was overcome with goosebumps. His breath quickening. If this were true, the combat prowess exhibited by the young man tonight was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true capabilities. Under 20 years of age, at the pinnacle of the 4th tier? So that he is indeed a prodigy. No wonder the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City needed to help conceal the news. If this were to reach the ears of the nations across the seas, They would surely stop at nothing to send assassins after him. Upon this realization, the director of Shanzhou City clenched his palms slowly, then raised his head to meet the equally furrowed brow of the deputy director. Old Xiao, the deputy director also looked up, his expression grave, likely contemplating that there were no enforcers in the bureau who possessed such a presence. Some of our old fellows have broken through. Before he could finish, the director of Shanzhou City interrupted him with a light chuckle. What's so strange about that? At his words, the deputy director's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed something. Old Lu, the director of Shanzhou City, raised his slightly trembling hand and patted the deputy director's shoulder. This is a good thing. He then looked towards Yuang and the drowsy Lin Yinyun, a glimmer of hopeful anticipation illuminating his aged visage. Your disciple is named Yili, correct? Yuang, taken aback, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Yi from the word for leaves, and Li from the word for propriety. A splendid name. The venerable fifth-tier master, who had guarded Shanzhou City for decades, nodded gently, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. Only at this moment did he truly comprehend the significance of the term genius and the immense weight it carries. A genuine prodigy can indeed allow one to glimpse the future they yearn for. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. It is getting late. You too should rest early. The director of Shanzhou City urged the still shocked deputy director, smiling as he headed towards the exit. All right, Wei Yuang nodded in agreement. Lin Yinyun also nodded in acknowledgement, her expression somewhat bewildered. To be honest, she still hadn't grasped what the others had been discussing. Once the two left, Yuang turned to the drowsy Lin Yinyun, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Why are you so tired? Standing while you speak doesn't hurt your back. I haven't slept in 2 or 3 days, Lin Yinyun lamented, collapsing back onto the chair. And after seeing so many explosive scenes, what's wrong with feeling sleepy? What did you see? Yuang casually inquired. What did I see? I saw a third-tier martial artist overpowering 2 fourth-tier martial artists. Even third-tier martial artists of the same rank couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Lin Yinyun suddenly became animated, sitting upright and gesturing with her hands. Before the fight, I was still thinking of protecting him, but his Danchi explosion was terrifying, and he went head-to-head with a 4th-tier martial artist, ultimately slamming him to the ground. After defeating Yili, he was even unsatisfied and wanted to take me up the mountain to raid the Yang family. And that talent of his, I couldn't comprehend it at all. This as she concluded, Lin Yinyun raised her hands, her expression one of utter helplessness. Till this day, she still could not understand why a martial science student who had just graduated from martial arts high school could be so formidable. While she was contemplating how to endure a few more moves against a 4th-tier martial artist, the other party had already begun slaying 4th-tier foes. If he were to enter Fengyun University, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 on the Fengyun list. Yuang listened in silence before asking, what if I told you he also defeated an injured 5th-tier martial artist tonight? Lin Yinyun, the Yang family's purge was deemed a success, and upon reporting to the school, Yili should be able to earn 3 first-class credits. Ignoring the astonishment on Lin Yinyun's face, Yuang chuckled. When the time comes, take him around the school and perhaps assist him with a few tasks. Me? Lin Yinyun, regaining her senses, pointed to herself and asked in bewilderment, I'm to assist him with tasks? Is there a problem with that? There certainly is a significant issue, Lin Yinyun sighed, her hands tangled in her hair, somewhat defeated. The tasks he is expected to undertake will undoubtedly be perilous for me. My presence would merely serve as a hindrance. With a serious tone, she inquired, Teacher, you wouldn't want to witness Yili meeting a tragic end while trying to save me, would you? That is indeed a valid concern. Yuang's expression instantly grew grave. Lin Yinyun gritted her teeth, restraining the urge to curse, and after a moment, she replied, in any case, I can guide him around the school, but as for the tasks, let Senior Chan handle those. After all, both of them rank among the top 10 on the leaderboard. They could support each other. Upon hearing this, Yuang fell silent for 2 seconds and then acknowledged the rationale. After all, when embarking on missions as a team, if one's partner cannot keep pace with the task's intensity, the risk of injury or even death escalates significantly. While Yili possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, caution is still warranted. Very well then, Yuang sighed, feeling somewhat troubled. The main issue is your senior sister's temperament. You know how she can be. If Yili finds himself in danger during a mission, she likely won't intervene. Never mind, it should just be a matter of familiarizing yourselves with the process. There shouldn't be any problems. With that, the old man waved his hand and walked outside. Go rest now. We will set off early tomorrow. Chapter 85. The Enlightenment Loft. The following morning, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings as a steel behemoth of a high-speed train rolled into Fengyun City. A group disembarked, making their way toward the imposing structure at the city center. Fengyun City, located at the intersection of three provinces, may not be the capital of Ying Province, yet it boasts the presence of Fengyun University, making its level of prosperity far surpass that of Shanzhou City. The rationale is simple. A city inhabited by powerful individuals naturally attracts ordinary citizens, thereby stimulating economic growth. Fengyun University gathers martial arts prodigies from all corners of the world, with both the principal and vice principal being sixth-tier warriors, lending the institution considerable prestige. Seated in a taxi, Yili gazed out at the receding scenery, his thoughts adrift. It is said that once a martial artist reaches the fourth tier, their maximum running speed can approach the speed of sound. Among the three, the least capable, Lin Yinyun, is already at the third tier, running at over 100 meters per second. If it weren't for the city's restrictions against urgent situations, they would have sprinted straight to Fengyun University. Fortunately, the taxi's speed was not slow. Before the sun reached its zenith, the group arrived at the main entrance of Fengyun University. A massive stone stood at the gate, displaying the magnificent inscription of Fengyun University in elegant silver strokes. Yili stepped out of the taxi and followed Yuang and the others through the entrance. Upon receiving his golden badge, the gatekeeper was instinctively taken aback. With fewer than 20 golden badge students on campus, he recognized Yili instantly and dared not offend him. Where did this extraordinary individual come from? Unable to resist, he glanced up at the young man's striking features, silently committing them to memory before returning the badge. Have a good day. Yili nodded in acknowledgement and entered the campus. Taking in his surroundings, he felt a sense of astonishment. Towering buildings rose majestically, each uniquely designed, and even without knowledge of architecture, he could sense that they surpassed the universities he had seen in his previous life. I'll head to the Academic Affairs office to report this situation and request a few first-class credits for Yili, Yuang said. You help Yili settle in. Feel free to contact me if anything arises. Having said that, he departed. Lin Yinyun continued, leading Yili deeper into the campus. Fengyun University spans over 10,000 acres, equipped with most technological facilities related to martial arts. As they walked, Lin Yinyun yawned and explained. Since you hold a golden badge, you are entitled to a private residence according to the rules. I'll take you there now. Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly, occasionally glancing around. Although it was not yet the start of the school year, the campus was far from desolate. Groups of young martial artists could often be seen conversing before entering a vast building. Judging by their auras, most were at the peak of the second tier. Is this the level of Fengyun University? Most of them seem rather mediocre, Yili thought to himself, quietly lamenting. Most were second or third-year students, striving to earn credits during the summer break. They're headed to the selection tower, where we accept tasks. Lin Yinyun explained, seemingly noticing Yili's gaze. Senior Chun will return in a couple of days. She'll help you familiarize yourself with the task process. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. All right. The two traversed the campus until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. Upon entering, they found several locust trees and a complete set of stone tables and wooden chairs. Inside the spacious building, various advanced testing equipment was visible, far exceeding the training facilities of Linhai No. 1 High School. There were even multiple bedrooms. The individual residing in the adjacent courtyard currently ranks 18th on the Fengyun leaderboard. Lin Yinyun remarked while tidying up the room. He is said to be rather unfriendly and has a mysterious master. Whether or not you wish to befriend him is up to you. Understood. Yili nodded politely. After settling in briefly, the two exited the courtyard. Lin Sr., what is that? Yili asked, lifting his chin to point at something he had been curious about since earlier. Before him stood a towering tree, its majestic form reaching over 100 feet, its azure leaves shimmering with a faint glow as they danced in the breeze, creating a breathtaking sight. Affixed to its thick trunk was an ancient-style loft. That is the Enlightenment Tree, one of the most distinctive cultivation sites at Fengyun University, Lin Yinyun said, her spirit lifted. While meditating beneath the tree may not expedite the advancement of martial arts levels, it significantly aids in comprehending martial techniques. You see the lofts built around it. Those are designated spaces for martial artists to cultivate. The higher the floor, the better the effects. Additionally, due to limited availability and the fact that they are only open during the day, the place is usually packed. Couldn't the loft be made larger? Yi inquired curiously. That's not feasible. The current size has been meticulously calculated by the administration. Lin Yingyun shook her head and explained. The Enlightenment Loft can accommodate a maximum of 200 individuals simultaneously. Beyond that, the tree itself cannot bear the burden, and the cultivation effects would be severely diminished. The spaces within the loft are also generously spaced, allowing only 2 individuals per cultivation room. However, you know how talented individuals can be. On the top floors, it's common for one person to monopolize an entire room. Those individuals simply refuse to share their cultivation space. Ah, I've forgotten 2 essential items to give you, Lin Yingyun exclaimed, quickly retrieving 2 books from her storage ring and handing them to him. These are techniques chosen by the teacher for you. One assists in concealing one's presence, while the other is a technique for traveling swiftly. Both will be useful in future tasks. I got so caught up watching you fight yesterday that I neglected to give them to you. My apologies. Thank you, Yi replied, taking the books but pondering the matter of the Enlightenment Tree. He could enhance his efficiency through external boosts, but he often found it tedious to seek out these enhancements during his usual training sessions. Thus, he typically opted to simply max out his abilities. However, with the Enlightenment Tree so close at hand and possessing 2 new techniques, he felt compelled to investigate further. Access to the Enlightenment Loft is free during the freshman year. But starting from the second year, one must exchange credits to enter. Lin Yingyun observed him and tentatively suggested, although it's likely full at the moment, it wouldn't hurt to go and check the situation. Shall we go? Yes, Yi nodded decisively, turning to close the courtyard door. With a bounty of malevolent points, new techniques in hand, and the intriguing prospect of an unknown cultivation boost, it was impossible for him not to explore. Chapter 86. With that, he grasped the testing crystal and promptly shattered it. Fengyun University, the Enlightenment Loft. The loft's classical design was uniquely charming, and its exquisite decor added to the ambience. The spacious hall bustled with activity, most faces marked by a sense of urgency. Yi stepped inside, discreetly observing his surroundings. Though predominantly wooden in design, the materials contained spiritual energy, making the aura within far denser than outside the loft, indicating the use of rare spiritual wood. This indirectly attested to the profound foundation of Fengyun University. The choice of wood over metal likely served to protect the Enlightenment Tree's health. Yi speculated, his thoughts wandering to as the sun climbed higher. It was an opportune time for cultivation. Among the throngs of youthful martial artists, those at the second tier comprised over 70%. This realization sparked concern within Yi regarding his own prospects. It is crucial to note that within Fengyun University, second-tier warriors generally lack any sense of arrogance. Any pride they once held would have been tempered long ago during their freshman year. The likelihood of them seeking confrontation was almost negligible, and the potential for accruing malevolent points through conflict would be minimal. I hope the esteemed individuals on the top floor can lend a hand. The absence of ostentation truly leaves one feeling uncomfortable. The Wudao Pavilion comprises 5 levels. As I previously mentioned, the uppermost level boasts superior effects, yet only those who have attained the 3rd stage of martial arts are qualified to ascend. Lin Yingyun stood beside him, beginning her introduction. No wonder the freshmen enjoy complimentary access. Yi chuckled lightly. Freshmen have just graduated from martial arts high school, and those who reach the 3rd stage are indeed rare as phoenix feathers. So there is no need to worry about the prime spots on the Wudao tree being exploited for free. And as for those prodigies who attain the 3rd stage in their first year, what harm is there in allowing them a year of free access? It is indeed a reasonable point. Lin Yingyun smiled wryly. In any case, I didn't benefit at all back then. Pausing briefly, she pointed ahead and continued. Ascend the stairs to the 5th floor, where there will be dedicated reception staff. Once they verify your blood vitality level, they will escort you to an available room. I must return to catch up on sleep. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun yawned and added with a smile. If you encounter someone looking for trouble, feel free to engage. Our school encourages sparring. As long as it doesn't go overboard, the medical expenses will be halved. However, do be cautious in assessing your opponent's strength. The top 5 monsters on the Fengyun rankings are formidable adversaries capable of battling beyond their level. So do not underestimate them. Understood. Yi nodded slightly. He passed Lin Yingyun and traversed the hall, his slender figure soon disappearing at the staircase entrance. Yi gazed at the spot where the other had vanished. Lin Yinyun's expression grew complex in the brief span of 5 days since she met the young man. She had already been subjected to a barrage of cognitive revelations. It was even more intense than the shock that senior sister Chun Jingli had initially imparted. It was hard to fathom how Yi Li possessed such terrifying talent. A third-stage martial artist under 20 years of age, placed within any faction in the Huanxia realm, would undoubtedly be regarded as a promising investment. With the protection of Fengyun University, one hardly needed to undertake tasks more than a few times a year. One could only imagine how much safer that was compared to before in such circumstances. How far could Yi Li potentially go? Lin Yinyun could not conceive, yet she felt that by the time he graduated from Fengyun University, she might not even catch a glimpse of his taillights. Perhaps he would even manage to overtake others on the curve, keeping pace with senior sister Qin or even that top-ranking swordsman on the Fengyun rankings. In the tranquil pavilion, only the faint sound of footsteps occasionally broke the silence. Most students within the training rooms consciously maintained their quietude. Yi Li ascended to the 5th floor and made his way directly to the expansive reception desk. Greetings. As he approached, a reception lady immediately greeted him with a smile. Are you here to train? Yi Li nodded gently, handing his gold medal to her, and inquired, I am a freshman. How do I verify my strength? Upon receiving the gold medal, the reception lady appeared slightly taken aback, quickly looking up at Yi Li again. A golden waist token, an unfamiliar face. This was a new core student in the blink of an eye. She swiftly registered his information and then retrieved a clear white crystal from the counter. Mr. Yi Li. She handed the crystal to him, smiling softly. The energy release from your martial arts is quite substantial, so please hold on to this. Testing crystal, and then? Yi Li accepted the crystal. Then exert your full strength to crush it. The reception lady explained. With the grip of a third-stage martial artist, as long as you can create a crack, bang. Before she could finish her sentence, the white crystal abruptly shattered into a cloud of powder, gently cascading to the ground amidst Yi Li's casual demeanor. Yi Li shook his hand. Is that all? At the pinnacle of the 4th stage, possessing a complete S-level breathing technique, S-level honing technique, and S-level visualization technique, he had scarcely exerted any effort, and yet the white crystal had exploded. It was quite fragile indeed. Witnessing this, the reception lady's eyes widened in astonishment, and even her colleagues behind her were left dumbfounded. Mouth Sagape. The young woman in charge of the reception was breathing rapidly, and after swallowing hard, she managed to speak. That will suffice. Thank you for your effort. As she reached the conclusion, even she seemed somewhat uncertain. Given the nonchalant expression on his face, it appeared as if he had exerted no force whatsoever. Please follow me. I will take you to the training room. Suppressing her thoughts, she hastily exited the counter, conjuring a holographic projection with a wave of her hand as she proceeded upstairs. Amidst the bewildered gazes, Yi Li followed closely behind her, leaving the reception desk behind. You are truly impressive. As she confirmed the path, the reception lady couldn't help but exclaim. I have never seen a freshman who could crush a crystal so effortlessly. It's no wonder you have obtained a gold medal. Even the holy son of Tianyang, who specializes in physical prowess, did not manage it as easily as you did during his first visit to the top floor. She unconsciously compared him to her memory of the best performer, yet still felt he surpassed him by a considerable margin. Did this not imply that this newcomer named Yi Li was destined to ascend to the top 3 of the Fengyun rankings? Yi Li surveyed his surroundings and noticed that most rooms displayed red lights, indicating they were likely at full capacity. It seemed the Wudao Pavilion was indeed in high demand, suggesting its effectiveness was quite remarkable. We have arrived. There are still 2 training rooms available, each occupied by only one person. I have selected the nearest one for you. Navigating through the corridor, they arrived at a door. The reception lady smiled adeptly. Rest assured. While it is a shared room for 2, the space is ample, and the training areas are separated by gathering pattern spirit wood, ensuring your practice will not be disturbed. With that, she swiped the holographic panel, and the door opened silently. Once inside, an extraordinary sensation enveloped Yi Li's mind, akin to the exhilaration of solving a mathematical quandary in his past life. Is this the effect of the Wudao tree? Yi Li felt a hint of surprise. That moment, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air within the room, causing the reception lady to freeze in place. Get out! The frigid tone reverberated, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. As the words fell, A muscular young man with an exposed torso stepped out from within, regarding the two at the entrance with an indifferent expression. Mr. Zhao Lan Hai, the reception lady managed a strained smile, her tone weak as she pleaded. This gentleman, Mr. Yi Li, is a gold medal student. I wonder if you could make an exception? Gold medal? The burly young man, identified as Zhao Lan Hai, scoffed as he removed a waist token from his own belt and tossed it aside, sneering. Is a gold medal so impressive? I am also a gold medalist. Why don't you let him make an exception for me? With that, he turned to Yi Li, his demeanor apathetic. I will say this one last time. Get out, or do not blame me for being rude at the arrogant genius I have longed for has finally reappeared. Yi Li praised Fengyun University internally while suppressing the urge to act immediately. He was a clever young man, understanding the principle of wanting both the sesame and the watermelon, knowing there was still a blind box waiting for him. And he could not alert the nest. I will take you to another room. The reception lady forced a smile, her expression filled with regret as she looked at him. I am truly sorry. Please follow me this way. It's all right. I was thinking the same. Yi Li internally forgave her and nodded. Very well. His voice betrayed no emotion, but his lips curled slightly upward. Yi Li turned and followed the reception lady out of the training room. The moment the door closed, a derisive snicker emanated from within. What a hard fist. Am I incensed, or do I simply wish to fight? Can you tell me more about this person? Yi Li whispered, soothing himself internally. No worries. Soon this exhibitionist will know why the flowers bloom so red. He is Mr. Zhao Lan Hai, ranked 12th on the Fengyun rankings, reputed to be at the pinnacle of the third stage. He once managed to retreat unscathed from a fourth-stage martial artist. As the reception lady recounted his exploits, a flicker of fear crossed her face. After all, she and her colleagues were merely first-stage martial artists, tasked with reception at Fengyun University, and the pressure was considerable. Before long, they arrived at the door of the second training room. Just as before, she opened the door. Just as before, they entered the room. Just as before, get out. This time, the voice bore a hint of irritation, and the individual emerging was a tall woman with a high ponytail, glaring furiously at the two standing at the entrance. Upon hearing the reception lady explain their purpose, the tall woman furrowed her brows and coldly rebuked. Don't even think about it. Do you take me for a fool, gold medal student? Is that so impressive? She turned her gaze to Yi Li, her expression icy, and commanded in measured tones. Within 3 breaths, get out of my room, or you will face the consequences. What is with these two acting this way every day? The reception lady's face contorted into a grimace more pitiable than tears, hastily addressing the young man. Yi Li, why don't you come back tomorrow? Or perhaps leave me a contact number, and I will reach out to you then? No need. Yi Li shook his head nonchalantly. You go about your business. I find this room quite satisfactory. With that, he strode directly into the room. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. Was the other party truly intent on a direct confrontation? She swiftly glanced toward the room, aiming to alert Yi Li that this tall woman named Su Ying was a formidable contender, ranked among the top 20 on the leaderboard. An encounter that could not be taken lightly. However, before she could utter a word, her eyes widened in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Su Ying, the statuesque woman, seemed to vanish from her original position. Whoosh! The speed was so astonishing that it stirred a gentle breeze within the room. Before I could finish my thought, Su Ying had already reappeared before Yi Li, her palms striking mercilessly towards his face, her eyes glinting with a frigid intensity as she hissed, Get out of my room. Are you deaf? The force of her attack surged towards him. Yet, Yi Li remained unfazed, his expression calm, as he executed a swift turn. In the next moment, Su Ying's pupils constricted in shock as the youth unleashed a powerful kick that collided with her face, unleashing a tremendous force. Bang! A ripple of shockwaves erupted in the air, distorting Su Ying's previously impassive visage, as her body crashed violently against the wall. Splinters of wood flew, blood splattered. Dazed and reeling from the impact, Su Ying found it hard to comprehend what had just transpired. How could it have happened so swiftly? She had initiated the attack, yet her opponent had countered with such force, landing a blow squarely on her face. Yi Li seized her head, yanking her upwards before slamming her down as if cracking an egg. The sound resonated through the loft. In the midst of the receptionist's horrified gaze, Su Ying lay bloodied and dazed. Yet, she could still perceive someone forcefully pressing their foot down upon her face, grinding it mercilessly. Almost simultaneously, she heard the young voice, tinged with mockery, echo in her ears like a haunting melody. "What's the matter? Putting on such a show, and yet you can't even withstand a single kick. I thought you were formidable. The injury was minor, but the humiliation was profound." Ugh, ugh, ugh. Suing emitted a pitiful whimper, for her silver teeth had been completely shattered in that previous strike. Despite her graceful form struggling to escape, she resembled a stranded fish, utterly helpless. She reached out desperately to pry away the foot upon her face, but it remained immovable. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, indicating that the surrounding martial artists were coming to investigate. If they were to witness her current state, Su Ying's breath grew labored. Her struggles became increasingly frantic. She was a proud prodigy, ranked 14th on the leaderboard. How could she endure such disgrace? She absolutely could not be seen like this. Absolutely not. Ah! Su Ying howled in rage, her body thrashing in a frenzy, paying no heed to her clothes being torn by the splintered floor. In the next moment, the foot upon her head miraculously lifted away. Just as a surge of instinctual relief washed over her, an even greater force crashed down upon her head. Boom. The martial arts shoe struck her skull, driving her consciousness into a void of darkness. "I will never let you off." In her fading awareness, Su Ying uttered a final, venomous whimper, her body collapsing to the ground. Crash. Yili lifted his foot from the debris, casting a glance at the now motionless tall woman. Before striding directly towards the door, the receptionist stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. "I bear no grudges," Yili calmly stated. He then walked past the dazed receptionist, as several young martial artists, breathing heavily and eyes wide with shock, hurriedly made way for him. Under their astonished gazes, the handsome youth clad in black made his way down the corridor, his pace quickening towards the training room at the end. Chapter 88. Guess which hand I will use to strike you next? Zhao Lanhai was in particularly high spirits today. He had been trapped at the pinnacle of the third tier for over a year. The academic year at Fengyun University spanned 5 years, and as a soon-to-be fifth-year student, the bottleneck he faced had become increasingly daunting. Although ranking 12th on the leaderboard was a testament to his exceptional talent, it was still not sufficient in an institution that gathered the elite of 3 provinces. The time for the martial earth baptism was drawing near. To secure a spot for the baptism, one must not only accumulate enough contribution points, but also rank within the top 10 of the leaderboard. Just 2 places shy, Zhao Lanhai had intended to forcefully break through his physical limits, but found that no matter how hard he pushed, the barrier remained as unyielding as steel. Thus, he could only focus on refining his martial skills to enhance his combat prowess. Fortunately, with the aid of the Enlightenment Tree, he had made significant progress in his martial techniques in just half a month. At this rate, he might indeed surpass the 10th-ranked contender before the martial earth baptism, allowing him to secure a spot for advancement. This thought sent Zhao Lanhai's spirits soaring. Yet, at this critical juncture, he was unexpectedly interrupted in his training by 2 individuals, a youth brandishing a gold medal and an unremarkable servant girl. While it was already irritating that they disturbed his cultivation, the latter had the audacity to suggest that the unfamiliar youth train alongside him. This audacious move infuriated Zhao Lanhai. It was well known that the top 10 prodigies on the leaderboard would be afforded deference by the other third-tier students whenever they utilized the Enlightenment Loft, lest they provoke them. Though Zhao Lanhai was merely 12th, he had already considered himself among the elite of the top 10 and believed he deserved similar treatment. Without hesitation, Zhao Lanhai expelled the 2. However, shortly after returning to his training, he was startled by a tremendous crash from outside. The sound reverberated throughout the upper floor. It was not the typical noise associated with a breakthrough, but rather a dull thud reminiscent of martial artists clashing. Clearly, a confrontation was unfolding outside. Zhao Lanhai raised an eyebrow, feeling little surprise. He could hazard a guess as to the identity of the duelists. Most likely that unfamiliar youth. It seems the occupants of the other room have also ejected him. Do they perceive him as easier prey? Zhao Lanhai scoffed internally. Newcomers who flaunted their disregard for hierarchy deserved a thorough lesson. He had once been in that position, overly confident, only to be swiftly defeated by a seasoned core student in just 2 moves, after which he had learned to temper his arrogance. This was Fengyun University. If you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. The medical facilities at Fengyun University were excellent. Albeit costly, even at half the price, it was still substantial, just enough to teach this newcomer a lesson. Reflecting on this, Zhao Lanhai felt a twinge of regret for not having acted decisively earlier. With his significantly improved strength, he was in perfect need of a practice dummy like this. Moreover, such an arrogant newcomer would inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Zhao Lanhai was determined to toss him from the enlightenment loft. Just then, another loud crash echoed from outside. Zhao Lanhai's eyelids twitched as he listened to the sudden return of silence. Had it ended so soon? He had initially believed he was facing a somewhat capable opponent. Only to find that they had succumbed so quickly, he shook his head, letting out a slight sigh of disappointment, regretting that he had not taken action earlier. He had missed an opportunity to assert his dominance and hone his skills. Suppressing his irritation, Zhao Lanhai resolved to return to his martial training. At that moment, however, a flurry of hasty footsteps and a fierce, rapid aura approached from the corridor. Something feels off. Zhao Lanhai's pupils constricted as his acute perception, honed as a third-tier martial artist, detected an impending and formidable threat drawing near. An unshakable fear surged within him, as though a dangerously powerful presence was swiftly closing in on his training room. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from his bed, his muscles coiling, veins bulging. His robust physique quivered slightly as the true energy coursed rapidly through him. Just then, he cast a sharp glance toward the door. A thunderous sound of splintering wood erupted, and a figure clad in black surged into the room. Startled, Zhao Lanhai instinctively executed his most proficient martial technique, third-tier martial skill, steel bone forging, in an instant. His entire body shimmered with a metallic sheen, appearing unbreakable. Full defensive mode. Zhao Lanhai crouched slightly, his arms crossing defensively before him to intercept the incoming figure. The intruder let out a cold snort, and the energy surrounding him erupted like an avalanche, his right arm swinging in a wide arc. His punch, powerful enough to shatter the ocean floor, collided forcefully with Zhao Lanhai's crossed arms. Boom! The air exploded into visible shockwaves as an irresistible force struck, causing the heavy wooden floor beneath Zhao Lanhai to shatter, and half of his body plummeted downwards. It was none other than Yi Li, who had forcibly smashed through the main entrance, now standing above him, his obsidian eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity. "You were quite merry just a moment ago." The youth's voice was icy, his aura radiating an unsettling ferocity. Blood oozed from Zhao Lanhai's mouth and nose as his arms fell limply to his sides in a shocking display. His once mighty chest caving slightly under the impact. In an instant, he had lost the majority of his combat capacity. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. Zhao Lanhai was engulfed in shock and horror. How could a rising star of the horizontal training, capable of escaping the pursuit of a fourth-tier martial artist, now suffer a broken steel bone and damaged organs from a single punch? Who on earth is this adversary? Unfortunately, the newcomer did not grant him the luxury of contemplation. In an instant, Yi Li extended his long hand into the debris, seizing Zhao Lanhai's head and yanking it out from the wooden layers. Delivering a thunderous punch to his abdomen, boom! Zhao Lanhai soared into the air, crashing heavily against the ceiling of the training room. The very next moment, a frost-laden ice spear shot through the air, seemingly pinning him firmly in place, only to pierce through his abdomen, shattering the roof above, and vanishing without a trace. Zhao Lanhai fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, his head was spinning, his body grievously injured, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Yet, remnants of consciousness lingered, and as he slightly opened his eyes, he finally discerned the appearance of his assailant. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, the youth bore a fair visage that was on the cusp of shedding its youthful innocence. Adorned with a smile, an unmasked chill emanated from him, and swirling waters coalesced within his palm, presenting an extraordinary spectacle, the external manifestation of genuine energy, a fourth-tier Tianguan. He is a martial artist of the Tianguan realm? Zhao Lanhai's heart was a tempest of fear, nearly shattering on the spot. Where did such a Tianguan martial artist emerge from? When did Fengyun University acquire such a prodigy? Nearing unconsciousness, Zhao Lanhai's eyes glimmered with despair as he rasped a forced smile. "Big brother, I was just joking with you." Yi Li, stepping before him, raised an eyebrow and casually inquired, Then guess which hand I will use to strike you next? If you guess correctly, I shall let you go. Left hand? Zhao Lanhai responded, his nerves frayed in the depths of his despondent gaze. Yi Li gently shook his head. Wrong. Its both hands. The moment those words fell, the youth in black exhaled softly. The muscles in his back rippling, then bent down, unleashing a torrent of punches with the might of crashing seas. Bang, bang, bang. Shattered wood exploded, and the loft trembled, amidst a series of deafening sounds that sent shivers down spines. Onlookers outside felt their eyes twitch, their bodies frozen in place in that instant. Even the simple act of turning back into the room seemed an insurmountable task. After several breaths, a muddy figure was casually tossed out of the room, crashing before the astonished crowd outside. Following that, the youth's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. Receptionist, please take this dead dog away. Why, yes. The young woman in charge of reception, as if awakening from a dream, quickly complied. Thank you. With these words, amidst an eerie silence, Yi Li strode through the corridor, returning to the previous training room. The door slammed shut behind him. Chapter 89. The necessity of stealth outside the training room. The expressions of the group of third-tier martial artists were nothing short of riveting. Before them stood a robust youth, his aura flickering, his chest caved in. Behind them, a tall woman with shattered teeth and a bloodied face bore a tragic appearance that was almost unbearable to witness. The breaths of the third-tier martial artists quickened, and shock flickered in their eyes as they gazed towards the training room in Fengyun University, regardless of daily performance or martial arts level displayed. Anyone who could ascend the Fengyun rankings was a rare talent among ordinary martial artists. As for the top 10, they were all extraordinary prodigies, unrivaled in their brilliance. For instance, the third-ranked Tianyang Holy Sun, who secured his position by delving solo into a mid-level secret realm and slaying 3 fourth-tier beasts. Although Zhao Lanhai and Su Ying were not as fearsome, they were nonetheless figures that instilled awe in these ordinary third-tier martial artists. Yet now, within a span of less than 5 minutes, both of these esteemed individuals, whom they revered, had been reduced to the state of dead dogs by the same person, unable to retaliate even once. It was simply incomprehensible. What kind of world is this turning into? Receptionist, may I ask the name of that gentleman just now? One of the third-tier martial artists inquired of the receptionist, his face still displaying remnants of shock. The receptionist grimaced and replied, You might as well ask him yourself. I'm leaving now. Miss, please, we are genuinely concerned about provoking this gentleman's ire. The third-tier martial artist clasped his hands, breathing heavily. The other third-tier martial artists gazed at her with eager eyes. Why Yi Li? Yi as in leaf, Li as in etiquette. The receptionist took a deep breath and said slowly. Additionally, the two students had previously displayed quite poor attitudes towards Yi Li. I hope this information is helpful. That's all I can say. I must take my leave. With that, she summoned her colleagues at the front desk, swiftly having the two individuals on the floor removed. Departing the scene. Yi Li. The third-tier martial artist swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the closed training room. At this point, even if told that he was an ancient figure from one of the 3 sects or 6 factions with mastery of longevity, he would believe it without question. He was fortunate to have avoided the bad habit of monopolizing public resources. This is terrifying, brother. In the future, if I see this name on the combat roster, I must withdraw immediately. I trust the instructor will understand. Inside the training room, Yi Li sat cross-legged, observing the luminous screen that appeared before him. Detected that you publicly defeated and humiliated Su Ying, gaining 3,000 points of malevolence. Detected that you publicly defeated Zhao Lanhai, ranked 12th on the Fengyun rankings, gaining 2,000 points of malevolence. Current malevolence points, 35800. The rewards are rather average. Moreover, it seems that due to the lack of humiliation involved, Zhao Lanhai's yield is lower than Su Ying's. I must pay attention to that next time. Could it be that I was dazed by the Yang family's substantial rewards? Yi Li sighed. Indeed, I need to find a reason to eliminate all the top 10 on the Fengyun rankings. As his thoughts swirled, he retrieved the 2 martial arts techniques given by Lin Yingyun from his storage ring. After a brief glance, relevant text appeared on the panel. Shadow Concealment Technique, not yet learned. Third-tier Rare Martial Technique. Wind Chasing Sunstep, not yet learned. One of the 2 techniques surprisingly lacked a realm prefix. Is it akin to a skill manual? Yi Li pondered the reason, and after a cursory examination, he roughly grasped the functions of the two techniques. The former is a technique capable of concealing one's presence, eliminating the external aura, likely useful for tasks requiring stealth and assassination. Yi Li did not foresee a future necessity for assassination missions. Thus, he felt conflicted about whether to fully invest in it. Although assassination tasks are unavoidable, he could simply transform into a berserker and eliminate anyone who sees him, ensuring a safe infiltration, couldn't he? As for the latter, it was indeed, as Lin Yun described, a technique for rapid long-distance travel. Its essence lies in riding on the winds, chasing the sun. When executed on a blazing sunny day, the effectiveness would be further enhanced. While Yi Li's running speed could reach supersonic levels, that was a momentary explosive speed, quite different from long-distance trekking. This technique would indeed prove useful. Having solidified his thoughts, Yi Li focused his mind, channeling his malevolence points into the panel. Ding! Continuously consuming malevolence points, beginning to enhance the third-tier rare martial technique. Wind-chasing sunstep. You have broken through the Tianguan, communed with the heavens and earth. Your understanding of martial techniques has vastly improved. This third-tier rare martial technique, in your eyes, is not even as challenging as the Tiangang Void Step of yesteryear. Gain buff. Training speed increased by 500. You are situated beneath the canopy of the 7th-tier treasure, Enlightenment Tree. Training in martial techniques will yield twice the result with half the effort. Gain buff. Increased gains will reduce consumption by 30. After consuming 2,000 malevolence points, you have fully mastered the wind-chasing sunstep. With a mere thought, you can ride the winds, freely traveling to your desired destination. Third-tier rare martial technique. Wind-chasing sunstep, perfected. 7th-tier treasure. Yi Li stored the panel away, somewhat astonished by the text displayed. Just then, a slight vibration emanated from the gold medal at his waist. Chapter 90. Rare Item. True Intent of the Ice Dragon. Is there news from Fengyun University? Feeling the gentle tremor of the gold medal, Yi Li was slightly surprised. He had not forgotten its communication function. Setting aside the matter of the Enlightenment Tree being a 7th-tier treasure, he grasped the gold medal and connected his mind. A message naturally surfaced in his mind. Upon verification by the Academy, it has been confirmed that student Yi Li has successfully apprehended a 3rd-tier peak fugitive in Linhai City, rescuing Zhenjiang University from negligence and averting a tragedy. Furthermore, during the subsequent siege of the Yang family in Shanzhou, he achieved the first merit by directly slaying a resisting 5th-tier martial artist. His performance has been outstanding and contributions remarkable, awarded with 2 first-tier credits and 5 second-tier credits. The credits will be credited to your account within 2 minutes. Additionally, you are granted a spot for Martial Field Baptism. Please keep your communication open, as a designated person will notify you when the time comes to participate. Shortly thereafter, Yi Li observed the gold medal projecting a holographic display, showing his account balance shifting from 0 to 2 first-tier credits, 5 second-tier credits. I see, the credits have been deposited. Based on his previous browsing of the library, this amount was already quite substantial. The exchange rate between first-tier and second-tier credits was approximately 10-1, and the subsequent 3rd and 4th-tier credits followed a similar pattern. Yi Li slightly raised his eyebrows, realizing that Yu Wenglao indeed had some merit. He had surprisingly managed to accumulate a considerable number of credits, which made Yi Li underestimate him. However, he was left pondering what valuable items this could be exchanged for. Yi Li's heart stirred. What he most urgently needed was an S-rank, 5th-tier cultivation technique, Ningfu method. As the name suggests, it was a method for refining the divine mansion. The reason for his deficiency was clear. The Yang family was far too greedy. It was already a pleasant surprise to find an S-rank, 4th-tier visualization method hidden in their family's secret vault. During the earlier raid, Yi Li discovered that the 5th-tier cultivation methods used by the heads of the Yang family throughout the generations were merely B-rank, which he found utterly unacceptable. According to the words of the Yang family head soul, the quality of the divine mansion and the strength of its foundation determined the refinement quality achieved. The divine mansion's quality was classified into 4 levels: white, blue, purple, and gold. Among the same level, a deeper color indicated a higher quality of the divine mansion. The Yang family head's foundation was weak, and even the B-rank Ningfu method had not been cultivated to a profound level, resulting in a divine mansion of only light blue color. Yi Li was not concerned about the foundation issue. For the sake of his future potential, what he needed to focus on next was solely the quality of the Ningfu method. He hoped that the library pavilion of Fengyun University would not disappoint him. Yi Li brought up the interface for the library pavilion on the holographic projection, selecting the category for 5th-tier Ningfu methods to begin his exploration. D-rank Ningfu method, Sangmu construction, 3 credits, a B-rank Ningfu method. Earth revitalization, 2 credits, B-rank Ningfu method. Yi Li's gaze swept across the projection, and his brows furrowed slightly. When he had first obtained the gold medal, he hadn't paid much attention. Now he realized that even in the vast collection of Fengyun University's library pavilion, Ningfu methods were indeed rare commodities. They existed, but their quantity could hardly be described as lavish. Perhaps it was due to the lack of demand? After browsing through, Yi Li found that the total number of Ningfu methods barely exceeded a dozen, most of which were B-rank and C-rank. The only advantage was their relatively affordable prices, not much more than the 4th-tier visualization methods in this pavilion. Why was that? A hidden investment. Pondering the reasons, Yi Li finally found his target after a moment. However, the price indicated behind it made him involuntarily twitch his lips. S-rank Ningfu method, Thunderfire refinement, 5 credits. You might as well rob someone, brother, in terms of equivalent value. You would need to raid 3 mountain-level families like the Yang family to exchange for this S-rank Ningfu method. Strangely, when calculated this way, it suddenly didn't seem so expensive. Why? Yi Li fell silent for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. The key issue is that there aren't that many foolish forces out there. Even the Yang family had clashed with him due to their particular creed. It must be said that ordinary forces find it challenging to possess the courage to think and act as boldly as the Yang family. Some things truly reveal their value only through comparison. I miss you, Lao Yang. He could only wait and see if the so-called Zhe Weilu had any richly rewarding dangerous tasks available. He still hadn't gathered enough malevolent points. So he needed to speed up his actions. Yi Li reluctantly returned to the previous interface and began searching for suitable martial techniques in the vast catalog of the library pavilion. Due to his rapid advancement, most of the martial techniques he possessed were somewhat outdated. They were adequate for bullying weaker opponents, but against martial artists of the same level or higher-tier warriors, they became somewhat insufficient. For instance, he hadn't learned any of the grand martial techniques suitable for the Tianguan realm. If he encountered a warrior of the same Tianguan level, he would still have to endure their damage and fight his way to their face before beginning his counterattack. To be honest, Yi Li personally quite enjoyed this style of combat. Yet, the drawbacks were too significant. If he were to face multiple enemies of the same tier, it could easily devolve into a reckless struggle, leaving him vulnerable to being kited mercilessly. The risk was too high and not very dignified. It was decided then. Since a good 5th-tier Ningfu method was out of reach, he would first enrich his means of combat. After all, it felt like in just a couple of days, he would likely have to take on a whole group of 4th-tier martial artists by himself. After solidifying his decision, Yi Li's gaze quickly scanned the catalog. Unlike the rarity of Ningfu methods, the techniques for the Tianguan realm and Divine Mansion realm were abundant. Each martial technique was accompanied by corresponding annotations, aiding individuals in understanding the applicable audience for the technique and providing training suggestions, making it a rather thoughtful mechanism. As Yi Li read, he occasionally fell into contemplation. After a while, his eyes lit up. Got it. Before him, the holographic projection prominently displayed information about a martial technique. 5th-tier rare martial technique, Ice Dragon True Intent, 5 credits. Description: a high-tier martial technique that manifests true energy externally, transforming it into an ice dragon with immense destructive power, albeit with substantial energy consumption. If used in conjunction with the precious herb, Rejuvenating Grassheart, to counteract the cold, the cultivation process would yield remarkable results. Suggestion: best suited for warriors with ice talent or those who have practiced ice martial techniques. Note: the true energy output efficiency required to execute this martial technique is exceptionally high, and the vast majority of 4th-tier warriors cannot afford the output. 3 4th-tier warriors have already proven this. Please consider this martial technique only if your strength reaches the 5th tier. Is there really a martial technique meant for 5th-tier warriors that 4th-tier warriors cannot practice? Yi Li was skeptical, but decisively chose to purchase it. After several breaths, a response message came through his waist token. Classmate Yi Li, please provide an address, and someone will deliver the martial technique and herb to you shortly. After replying with the address of his courtyard, Yi Li stood up and exited the training room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden hue across the floor outside. The onlookers who had previously gathered had dispersed, and the long corridor appeared rather serene, giving no indication of the fierce battle that had taken place there earlier. As Yili passed by the front desk, several intense gazes fell upon him. Watching him depart, his striking appearance and exceptional talent were evident. Were it not for the vast disparity, even some maidens might have found it hard to resist approaching him for a conversation. Chapter 91. Is this clear enough regarding the hanging wall? Among the few third-tier martial artists who witnessed Yili's actions, not many were present, yet it was unclear who leaked the information. Within just a few hours, the news of a stranger in a dark robe overpowering 2 of the top 20 prodigies on the Fengyun rankings swept through a considerable portion of Fengyun University like a gentle breeze. Many students who heard the news were astonished and hurriedly inquired about the name of this young man, only to be left bewildered upon learning it. Yi Li? Never heard of him. Neither have I. My expression was just as dumbfounded when I first heard this. So, he is a freshman from the first year. Is that for real? A freshman at the peak of the third tier? Who said he was at the peak of the third tier? He could be at the fourth tier Tianguan realm. How is that possible? A freshman at the fourth tier Tianguan realm? By your logic, can freshmen compete on the Fengyun rankings? Are they even human? Very well, we VE reached a conclusion. This fellow named Yili is undoubtedly a monster. Fortunately, it was currently the holiday, and there were not many idle students remaining on campus. Most were busy completing tasks to earn credits. So this news did not cause much of a commotion. As for the prodigies on the Fengyun rankings, they were mostly out and about, either participating in competitions to hone their skills or venturing into secret realms to slay exotic beasts. All in pursuit of further advancement. It would likely be only when the new edition of Martial Earth Baptism commenced a week later that they would gather back at school, united in one place. Otherwise, if they were to learn of this matter in advance, they would probably remember this newcomer named Yili, eager to see just how formidable he truly was when they crossed paths. At Fengyun University, in the Gold Medal Courtyard, as dusk approached, Yili stood within the courtyard, familiarizing himself with the process of externalizing true energy and sensing the changes brought about by the Tianguan realm. His selection of the Ice Dragon True Intent martial technique was not without basis. According to Yili's understanding, similar to the quality of true blood that influences the explosive power of third-tier elixirs, the primary reason for the gap between fourth-tier warriors was the difference in true energy output power. This difference stemmed from the Tianguan bridge constructed within each individual's body. The Tianguan bridge served as the main conduit for true energy output. The 5 internal organs connected to the Tianguan bridge also acted as important vessels for true energy expansion. The greater the number of Tianguan bridges, the higher the martial artist's martial level, naturally leading to greater output efficiency. However, if the number of Tianguan bridges was the same, the only way to achieve higher output efficiency was to enhance the quality of the Tianguan bridges. According to the system's description, the 5 golden Tianguan bridges constructed within Yili were the highest quality among them, an unprecedented top-tier Tianguan bridge. In other words, martial techniques that other fourth-tier warriors could not afford, he could manage. Martial techniques that other fourth-tier warriors could not execute, he could perform. This is what it means to be a peak fourth-tier martial artist nurtured under the S-rank visualization method in a complete realm. Clear enough? Outside the courtyard, the sky gradually draped itself in a faint veil of night. After feeling the stability of the Tianguan bridges within him, Yili raised his hand, and the moisture within a radius of several dozen feet trembled slightly before swiftly converging. Cold air emanated, freezing the moisture gathered in his palm into a circular disc. With a slight movement of his mind, the sharp ice disc began to spin at an astonishing speed. With a flick of his finger, the sharp ice disc plunged into the ground, shortly thereafter producing a series of explosive sounds from the rocks. At this moment, several presences approached from outside the courtyard. As I gazed out, I noticed several youths clad in school uniforms standing just outside my courtyard, their hands cradling ancient texts and jade boxes containing precious medicinal herbs. Have they arrived? Yili inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. It was nearly evening, and he had assumed he would have to wait until the following day for their delivery. I sincerely apologize. The leader of the group stepped forward, expressing his regret. We encountered some unexpected delays along the way, which is why our arrival was somewhat tardy. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gently waved his hand, prompting those behind him to file in and place the texts and jade box upon the stone table beside Yili. The leading youth seized the opportunity to continue. His smile tinged with bitterness. There is something I must apologize to you for. What is it? Yi Li, casually leafing through the weighty tomes on the table, looked up with a hint of curiosity in his tone. You should be aware that cultivating the true essence of the ice dragon requires a rare herb known as Heart of Rejuvenation. However, the specimen we have brought for you is merely an ordinary rejuvenation herb, and its efficacy is likely to fall short. The young man's smile faltered, and he quickly added, to express our apologies, we will be crediting you with 2 points of second-class credits shortly. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Yi Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Could it be that the precious herbs were scarce and Fengyun University's stock was insufficient? This so-called College of Ghosts had boasted extravagantly before their arrival, yet now it seemed they were lacking in provisions. However, considering the abundance of talented individuals it produced, he chose not to press the matter further. That will suffice. Yi Li, adhering to his usual demeanor of being accommodating, nodded in agreement. In his eyes, the willingness to compensate him with 2 points of second-class credits was a significant gesture of sincerity. They did not intend to disrupt his composure, and he could understand that. That is a relief, the youth replied, visibly relaxing, as Yi Li was also a gold card student, and he wished to avoid offending him. Thank goodness. This young man named Yi Li appears to have a very amicable temperament. The youth's face brightened with a hint of a smile as he complimented, I truly apologize. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would be pleased to treat you to a meal that's nothing. Yi Li waved dismissively. The youth offered another apology and then turned to leave. That moment, a seemingly casual voice reached his ears. By the way, may I ask the reason behind this? The youth was taken aback, instinctively responding, the inventory has been depleted. I sincerely apologize. His tone was quite natural, for this was the most plausible explanation in the most commonly encountered scenario. However, the young man's previously gentle expression suddenly turned icy. A falsehood. Yi Li's voice was frosty, imbued with an imposing authority that caused a shiver to run through those present, the instant his words fell. A palpable pressure descended upon everyone in the courtyard. Chapter 92. Name, addressed. The young man's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of each person present. The youth from the medicinal herb repository felt a surge of trepidation. The intensity of the aura far surpassed that of a second-tier martial artist, making even his breathing feel somewhat constricted. I shall ask once more. Yi Li's tone was detached yet carried an undeniable weight. The Eye of Illusions endowed him with the ability to discern falsehoods. More specifically, it allowed him to directly question the very souls of living beings. Even if one's expression remained composed, heartbeat steady, and tone devoid of any hint of panic, the soul would not lie. A downgrade in the quality of the herb was not unacceptable. However, there must be a valid reason. Why is the Heart of Rejuvenation no longer available? Yi Li's demeanor remained calm, his lips parting slightly, his dark eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light, causing the youth and his companions to feel an overwhelming weight of pressure. The youth from the medicinal herb repository internally lamented. Though he could not fathom why Yi Li appeared so resolute, he nonetheless steeled himself, stating, Yi Li, it is not our intention to withhold your medicinal herbs. We truly had no choice. Then, please do tell. Yi Li replied unfazed. The youth's expression seemed to scream, don't ask, as it became evident that a formidable individual had illicitly seized his herbs. If that were the case, the issue could be readily resolved. Hesitating slightly, the youth eventually gathered his resolve under Yi Li's increasingly piercing gaze, and blurted out, damn it, that scoundrel who came to snatch the medicinal herbs didn't seem to consider the predicament of others. Why should I help him conceal the truth? With that thought, the youth gritted his teeth and said, I shall divulge the details. But do remain calm and composed as you listen. Although the Heart of Rejuvenation is a premium healing herb, its scarcity is well known, yet we at the repository still had some stock available, and we had prepared an ample supply for you well before noon. However, as we were making our way here, a gold card student arrived at the repository, claiming to have sustained injuries and demanding the remaining Heart of Rejuvenation herbs. He took them all, leaving behind only a gold card and instructing us to deduct the amount from his account. The youth's expression was one of irritation, clearly disapproving of the individual's actions. We informed him that part of the Heart of Rejuvenation was reserved for you, but upon hearing your name, he displayed no concern whatsoever and remarked that if you had any objections, you could take it up with him. Noting that you had only recently enrolled, I feared that you might impulsively confront him. So I thought it best to avoid unnecessary conflict by providing you with a lesser rejuvenation herb instead. The youth carefully observed Yi Li's reaction, uncertain of the disparity in strength between the young man and the seasoned gold card individual. Yet based on the records, Yi Li was merely a new student at a first year with a gold card held far greater potential than that seasoned individual. Though their current strengths might differ somewhat, it was merely due to the advantage of age and experience held by the latter. If it were he would likely choose to bide his time, waiting for an opportunity for revenge in the future. And what is that person's name? In the silence that ensued, Yi Li inquired, "Where does he reside? How might I find him?" One could not help but admire the resourcefulness of Fengyun University in the realm of resource acquisition. It was truly impressive. The Pavilion of Enlightenment, the baptism of martial arts, and now even a mere medicinal herb was subject to contention. It was like a paradise here. Why, Yi Li, that person is quite high on the Fengyun rankings and is rumored to have a rather foul temperament. If you intend to seek him out for an explanation, I urge you to think twice, the youth cautioned. His expression conflicted as he offered his final piece of advice. You are still a newcomer. Not yet a formal student. Name, address, Yi Li interjected, his tone as flat as a final ultimatum. Indeed, youth often accompanies impulsiveness, the youth lamented inwardly, forcing a smile as he replied. His name is Yu Chuan, residing less than 200 meters from you. In the adjacent courtyard, he has reached the pinnacle of the third tier in martial arts and ranks 18th on the Fengyun rankings. In his view, given their close proximity, the audacity with which Yu Chuan sought to claim the medicinal herbs betrayed a significant level of confidence in his own strength. He clearly did not regard a newly minted gold card student as a threat. Upon hearing the news, Yi Li's brow furrowed slightly. The way the youth described him sounded rather daunting, yet the reality was merely a rank of 18th? How disappointing. Observing the shift in Yi Li's expression, the youth from the medicinal herb repository felt a stirring within, interpreting Yi Li's reaction as an indication of apprehension upon hearing the ranking. Thus, he chuckled and added, he has just returned from an assignment outside the university, his energy still fluctuating, likely having just broken through to a new level of strength at present. He might even ascend a few ranks on the Fengyun rankings. He anticipated that this would completely alter the young man's mindset. Instead, he was taken aback as Yi Li's frown unfurled into a relaxed expression, his words leaving all present in a state of shock. In that case, very well, farewell with that. He stepped forward, his silhouette soaring like a gust of wind through the night, vanishing into the encroaching darkness, leaving behind a group of wide-eyed onlookers who stood frozen in disbelief. At Fengyun University, in a separate courtyard, several young martial artists, each exuding different auras, were gathered around a stone table, their gazes fixed in a singular direction. There, on the steps, stood a youth whose features bore an air of menace. His complexion slightly pale, yet his aura gradually stabilizing, clearly having just recovered from severe injuries. Why, Yu Chuan, have you summoned us, the members of the news department, for a specific purpose? One individual at the stone table inquired first. Hearing this, Yu Chuan offered a calm smile. You all are the compilers of the Fengyun rankings, are you not? His gaze settled upon a girl with an oval face, leisurely continuing, especially you, Miss Lin Yinyun, who appears to be one of the primary individuals in charge. Lin Yinyun yawned languidly, her voice dripping with nonchalance. What do you want? Yu Chuan replied leisurely, with the baptism of martial arts approaching. I wish to vie for a place among the top 10. The gathered individuals at the stone table suddenly understood, one of them curiously asking, You wish to enter the top 10 of the Fengyun rankings? A broader smile spread across Yu Chuan's face, indeed. Upon receiving this affirmative response, the inquirer chuckled and shook his head. However, as far as I know, you are still at the 8th level of the 3rd tier, and your best achievement thus far has only been defeating 2 opponents of the same tier. The current 10th in the Wind and Cloud rankings, no less, has engaged in battle with genuinely formidable 4th-tier warriors. His gaze towards Yu Chuan was tinged with a hint of mockery. If you seek our assistance in circumventing the rules, you may find it quite challenging. Indeed, this matter is not solely within our jurisdiction. Lin Yinyun shrugged her shoulders, letting out a resigned sigh. We are merely tasked with gathering authentic accounts and ranking them accordingly. Should anyone dare to fabricate information, they can expect to be expelled and exiled. The others seemed to be under a misunderstanding. Why, Yu Chuan, looking down from his elevated position, spoke calmly. I requested your presence solely because the martial domain baptism is imminent. and I am concerned that your information may not be updated in time. Thus, I would like you to serve as witnesses. Pray, observe this." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and a list materialized from the storage ring on his finger. Chapter 93. What pretense are you putting on? The participant list for the Martial Domain baptism. Upon recognizing the text on the list, someone asked in astonishment, "Where did you acquire this?" With the Martial Domain baptism approaching, this list would be unveiled tomorrow. Obtaining it a night in advance is hardly remarkable. Why Yuchuan's eyes turned slightly cold, his tone equally so. Perhaps you should take a look at the 10th participant on this list. Is it not Yili, the 10th on the wind and cloud rankings? Someone read aloud the name of the 10th participant, glancing at their companion in mild surprise. Is he not the one whose exploits have been widely discussed today? As a member of the news department, they were naturally well versed in the various rumors circulating on campus. A mysterious young man had indeed defeated 2 of the top 15 warriors in the wind and cloud rankings. And they had verified the truth of this matter earlier that afternoon. The shocking reality was that it was indeed true. However, despite his fierce achievements, it seemed unlikely that he could replace the 10th position, though he could certainly take the 11th. Among the crowd, only Lin Yinyun maintained her composure. "What are you trying to convey?" It appeared this individual had garnered some notoriety within the school. Noticing the reactions of those around him, Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "I am merely curious whether this individual's performance warrants such a position." "Warrant it? He could easily crush you with a single punch." Lin Yinyun scoffed, just as her companion preemptively mocked, "My friend, he has defeated 2 peak third-tier warriors even before enrolling. Does it really fall to you, who has only bested 2 third-tier 8s, to question his worthiness?" Truly, it was a classic case of a third-tier 8 questioning a peak third-tier warrior. "Why, Yuchuan, if I were you, I would be too embarrassed to summon anyone." It was no surprise that as members of the news department, their words were laced with sharpness, warming the hearts of those who listened. Lin Yinyun exhaled in relief. She intended to mention Yili's victory over a 5th-tier warrior, but that individual was gravely injured, and she was uncertain of the extent of their wounds. Moreover, she had not witnessed it firsthand, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, the feats accomplished by her current opponent were equally impressive. Otherwise, she would have had to recount the tale of slaying 2 4th-tier warriors. Yuchuan listened to the biting remarks, his face twitching in irritation, before he coldly snorted. "I have summoned you here to witness for a reason." As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous surge of true energy erupted from his body, the air swirling violently around him. To the astonishment of those present, this torrent of energy reached a staggering height of over 10 zhong. The barrier of heaven had been shattered. Someone gasped, "You have advanced to the 4th tier?" A smirk played on Yuchuan's lips, a faint crimson glimmer flickering in his eyes. His voice held a hint of amusement. "Now, does anyone still have any objections?" As he inquired, he surveyed the crowd, his expression brimming with confidence. He could scarcely fathom how much effort he had expended to breach this barrier, ultimately achieving it with the aid of his master, crossing that threshold on the brink of life and death, all for the sake of the forthcoming Martial Domain baptism. In this moment, he had reached the realm of the heavens, a far cry from the 3rd tier. Who among those present could possibly match him? Shortly, he would seek out Yili, and after claiming victory, he hoped for a fair reordering of the rankings. With a serene smile, he remarked, "I believe the school will subsequently revoke his position and allocate it to me." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those at the stone table varied, tacitly acknowledging his assertion. The warrior who had broken through to the 4th tier, should he defeat the newly emerged prodigy, securing a place in the top 10 of the wind and cloud rankings would be all but guaranteed. Even if an exception were made, should he be defeated beforehand, the school would likely not alter its regulations. Lin Yinyun shook her head, unconvinced that he could surpass Yili. 2 seasoned 4th-tier warriors could be vanquished in direct combat. A clearly newly advanced 4th-tier warrior would be fortunate to survive. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed through the air. Lin Yinyun rose from the stone table and approached the door, opening it to reveal a youth clad in black. His demeanor calm. "Just browsing," she remarked as she opened the door. Yili stepped inside, lifting his gaze to inquire, "I am Yili, who summoned Yuchuan." The gathered individuals turned in astonishment. It was their first encounter with the legendary young man. Yuchuan, perched on the steps, was elated. "I am Yuchuan." Before he could finish, A chilling sensation surged through him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Before he could comprehend the reason, Yi Li's figure vanished from sight, instantaneously appearing before him. What? Yu Chuan's pupils contracted. He had barely caught a glimpse of the other's movement. Without uttering a word, in the blink of an eye, Yi Li unleashed a punch. A torrent of true energy gushing forth from his fist, the overwhelming force detonating against Yu Chuan's chest. Boom. Yu Chuan had intended to descend the steps with composure, delivering a grandiose battle proclamation. But suddenly struck, he was sent flying. Crash! His body collided with numerous pieces of furniture, crashing through several concrete walls and ultimately rolling into a heap of rubble. As he felt the searing pain in his chest, Yu Chuan gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed outside at the figure. Yi Li, adjusting his sleeves, cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, a thick mist of water swirling around him, coalescing into ice, which then transformed into several glistening, sharp ice spears. Yu Chuan. The boy's voice was icily chilling, an undeniable aura of lethal intent emanating from him as the ice spears whirled around him like a turbocharged cyclone. You are quite brave. Chapter 94. The Three Mountains and Six Sects. Hongshan Treasure Pavilion. Yi Li's arrival was remarkably timely. Unfamiliar with Yu Chuan's identity, he had sensed multiple energies emanating from the courtyard. To avoid collateral damage, he opted to knock before entering. Yet, just before he did, he overheard a dissonant but strikingly illuminating declaration from within. I will soon seek out Yi Li, and after my victory, I hope for a fair ranking. What a fortunate coincidence! Hearing words that bore no distinction from a declaration of war, Yi Li promptly knocked on the courtyard door and entered the fray. At that moment, amidst the ruins, Yu Chuan struggled to rise, enduring excruciating pain akin to shattered bones, his breathing heavy as he gazed up at the seemingly divine youth, his face a mask of fear that could almost solidify. What manner of monster is this? I am a genius who has only just broken through to the 4th tier. I initially thought that dealing with an uninitiated rookie would be a simple task. Little did I expect that in a mere exchange, I would be grievously wounded. The other's energy was remarkably restrained, appearing utterly unremarkable, yet possessing such terrifying combat prowess. Furthermore, observing his effortless manipulation of moisture into ice, Yu Chuan's pupils quivered slightly. It cannot be, absolutely impossible. In the top martial arts university of Huanxia, those who break through to the 4th tier before graduation are akin to mythical beings. I have never heard of anyone achieving such mastery before even enrolling. If this is true, what then of the precious elixirs I so desperately fought to obtain? What then of the years of effort and training I have endured? On the nearby steps, Yi Li stood bathed in moonlight, his dark eyes tranquil as he regarded Yu Chuan, who was struggling to rise from the rubble, blood spilling from his mouth. His martial arts level had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Compared to the intense battles he had faced prior, the level of conflict since entering Wind and Cloud University had been significantly lower. Had it not been for his need to inquire about the whereabouts of the precious elixirs, that previous punch could have rendered Yu Chuan a mere painting, at the very least, incapacitated. Where is my revitalizing herb? The swirling ice spears emitted an excited hum as Yi Li spoke calmly. Hand it over now, and I may still grant you some semblance of dignity. The memory of his first online shopping experience being thwarted by someone resurfaced, triggering unpleasant recollections. If he did not relinquish a portion of his ill-gotten gains, this matter would surely not end here. Upon hearing this, Yu Chuan's face drained of color. The earlier confidence he had exuded now vanished without a trace. Where has he found the so-called revitalizing herb? That precious medicine was already used by him in the afternoon to heal his injuries, although it is said that part of it was reserved by a gold medal student named Yi Li. At that time, Yu Chuan paid it no mind, as he intended to use the other party as a stepping stone that very night. Moreover, resources like precious medicines and blessed lands are often seized rather than shared. However, he never anticipated such a stroke of bad luck, landing in the presence of such an unreasonable prodigy. Now, it was too late to say anything. Feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from afar, Yu Chuan sensed that if he did not utilize his connections this time, he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Although he was reluctant to rely on his master's reputation, the current situation left him no room for further contemplation. My master is the elder of Hongshan Baoge. Yuchuan forced himself to take a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the other party, and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Elder Changqing of Hongshan Baoge, I trust you have heard of him." As soon as these words left his mouth, a startled gasp erupted from the crowd outside. "The youngest fifth-tier elder in the history of Hongshan Baoge, is he your master?" Within the confines of Hanxia. Apart from the official National Clearing Bureau, the foremost powers among the prestigious sects are the Three Mountains and Six Sects. Hongshan Baoge is indeed one of the six, a behemoth that stands shoulder to shoulder with Fengyun University. Indeed, Yuchuan swallowed hard, a hint of pride surfacing on his pallid face. He glanced towards Yili, forcing a smile as he spoke. "If you harm me, he was abruptly interrupted by Yili, whose icy voice echoed through the courtyard. "Where is the precious medicine?" As her words fell, the courtyard fell silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Why Yuchuan's heart raced, and his complexion grew increasingly grim. Could this fellow truly be so obtuse as to not comprehend the gravity of the situation? As a student of Fengyun University, how could he be unaware of the stature of Hongshan Baoge? Yuchuan had no choice but to convince himself that the other was merely bluffing, clinging to a last shred of hope. After a brief silence, he forced a laugh. "The precious medicine is gone." But just as those words escaped his lips, he beheld a scene he would find hard to forget for the rest of his life. He saw the youth in the ink robe raise a hand, and a surge of mist erupted, transforming into hundreds of frantically spinning ice spears behind him, shooting forth like arrows released from a bow. The torrential downpour of chilling light engulfed Yuchuan's figure. The once exquisite pavilion was now shattered beyond recognition. Amidst a cacophony of bone-chilling impacts, the flat ground was pounded into massive craters, and the surrounding structures were encased in ice from the released cold energy. Within the crater, a tall figure in an ink robe unleashed a flurry of punches, the sheer force reverberating through the earth, blood spattered, teeth shattered. The entire pavilion trembled violently. Outside the pavilion, numerous astonished and apprehensive gazes were fixed on this scene. Lin Yinyun felt her eyelids twitch. She had somewhat grown accustomed to the youth's fearless demeanor. Yet even so, upon hearing that Yuchuan's mysterious master hailed from Hongshan Baoge, she remained uncertain whether Yili would spare him. Yet, the youth seemed oblivious, continuing his assault without hesitation. This reckless style of conduct truly made one anxious for him. "You have severely injured the 18th-ranked fourth-tier martial artist under the watchful eyes of many, gaining 4,000 malice points." Once the rolling cold dissipated, Yili, bloodied and carrying the unconscious Yuchuan, turned to exit the pavilion. Amidst the incredulous gazes of those gathered around the stone table, he leapt up, calmly hanging him on the balcony of the second floor for the students passing by outside to gawk at. This act earned him an additional 2,000 malice points. Accumulating a total of 6,000 malice points was not too shabby. If subsequent points were insufficient to make up for the loss, he could always return to give him another beating. Observing Yili's actions, the onlookers by the stone table were filled with trepidation. This approach was tantamount to completely offending Yuchuan, or rather, the elder behind him. Even if that Hongshan Baoge elder refrained from retaliating against Fengyun University in the short term, what about 5 years from now? Ultimately, they would have to leave the protection of Fengyun University and venture alone into the realm of advanced martial arts, contemplating their future. Why then, that elder would no longer harbor any reservations. When that time came, even if they managed to join forces capable of contending with Hongshan Baoge, they would still be hunted down for retribution in private. Considering this, apart from Lin Yinyun, the members of the news department cast increasingly complex glances at Yili. He was simply too young and impetuous. One could only hope that this prodigious talent, so full of brilliance, would break through to the 5th tier before graduation. With matters having reached this point, after Yili departed, Lin Yinyun rose and sighed in resignation. "Let's call the medical office." She understood the character of her colleagues. Once they returned, they would undoubtedly elevate Yili to the top 10 of the Fengyun rankings immediately. By then, the youth would surely become a household name. However, how many covetous eyes would be drawn to a newcomer ascending the top 10 of the Fengyun rankings? Nonetheless, it should be fine. He is so formidable. Within Fengyun University, how many could truly pose a threat to him? Lin Yinyun chuckled inwardly, then shook her head, intending to discuss the 3 mountains and 6 sects with Yili later, hoping to make him more vigilant. Chapter 95. Strike upon arrival in the tranquil courtyard. Yi finished counting the classic texts and precious medicines on the stone table and stored them in his storage ring. Although the revitalizing herb would undoubtedly be inferior, it was better than having nothing at all. To compensate for this loss, he directly confiscated Yu Chuan's storage ring. Attempting to ascend by stepping on him while seizing his precious medicine was simply intolerable. If he didn't take something, Yi feared he might be unable to resist the urge to smash his opponent's head on the spot. After retrieving Yu Chuan's storage ring and conducting a brief inspection, Yi's expression turned somewhat disappointed. The ring contained only useless third-tier martial techniques and a few healing herbs for external injuries. After rummaging through it, the only valuable item was an A-grade contemplation method, which was essentially worthless. Damn Yu Chuan, should I go back and beat him again? Yi exhaled silently. Just as he was about to return indoors, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the courtyard entrance. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking accompanied by Lin Yinyun's familiar voice. Yi, do you have a moment? After a brief contemplation, recalling that the Wudao Pavilion was not open in the evening, he replied softly, I have time. May I come in? Upon receiving Yi's consent, Lin Yinyun, dressed casually, entered, her somewhat mature oval face bearing an air of seriousness. Why, Yi, how much do you know about Hongshan Baoge? Sitting down at the stone table, she raised her gaze towards Yi and asked earnestly. Why? Yi responded candidly. I only know that it is one of the 3 mountains and 6 sects. That's all. That's all. Lin Yinyun was slightly taken aback, incredulously asking, what about Chongqing? Have you heard of him? Yi shook his head slightly. Forget it. You probably haven't been to the Jiangnan province where Hongshan Baoge is located, so it's understandable. Lin Yinyun's mouth twitched, then she sighed, introducing. Chongqing is the youngest elder in the history of Hongshan Baoge, having broken through to the divine mansion realm before the age of 60, a genius. In her words, there was a hint of envy. One must understand that after a martial artist reaches the 4th tier, their rate of advancement significantly decreases, and no matter how monstrous a talent one may be, the ease of breaking through the first 3 tiers is replaced by the arduousness of the 4th tier. For instance, those who break through to the 4th tier by the age of 30 would consider it commendable if they managed to reach the 5th tier before 80. Just like their teacher, Yu Wang, who, at over 100 years of age, is a 5th tier 6th level martial artist, was once considered a remarkable figure in his time. Looking at the seemingly unfazed Yi, Lin Yinyun continued. It is said that her divine mansion quality is exceptionally high, and she could easily defeat martial artists of the same tier years ago, leading Hongshan Baoge to grant her an exception to ascend to the position of an elder within the sect. She excels in head-on confrontations, her physical strength far surpassing ordinary divine mansion martial artists, and coupled with her stunning beauty, her reputation in Jiangnan province is astonishing. I never expected Yu Chuan to be her disciple. She furrowed her brow, feeling a headache coming on. You severely injured Yu Chuan this time. He will certainly file a complaint afterward. Sister Chen will return tomorrow. Once she finishes with you, you must be cautious in future missions. In truth, severely injured was a rather mild description. According to the examination by the medical office personnel who hurried over, Yu Chuan had suffered complete fractures in all his limbs, severe fractures in his sternum, immense impact on his internal organs, and significant damage to his entire meridian system. Even with Fengyun University's advanced medical techniques, it would likely take a good half-year to heal a 4th-tier martial artist with such injuries. This was under the condition that all remaining credits from the gold medal would be deducted. In this situation, Lin Yinyun felt that while the probability of that Hongshan Baoge elder coming to settle the score was low, it certainly wasn't non-existent. I understand. Yi nodded calmly, his expression unchanged. He fully comprehended the other's concerns. Were it any student from Fengyun University, this would be quite alarming news. The enmity of a divine mansion realm martial artist could easily intimidate an ordinary 4th-tier martial artist for years, rendering them cautious for fear of provoking the other. However, Yi had never been one to grasp such complexities. He was acutely aware that a formidable 5th-tier warrior would undoubtedly lack the capacity to completely annihilate him. Given this, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Even if he were to initially falter in battle, there would inevitably come a time when he could prevail, at which point the humiliation inflicted would be far more gratifying. On the following morning, within the lofty confines of the Enlightenment Pavilion, in a meditation chamber on the top floor, Yi sat cross-legged. Before him lay the precious herbs delivered from the treasure repository the previous day. During his journey, The receptionist at the front desk had been exceedingly cordial, causing a slight delay. Fortunately, the Enlightenment Pavilion provided a 30 enhancement buff, making the time lost on the way nearly negligible. Taking a deep breath, Yili focused his thoughts and summoned his status panel. Current malicious value, 39,800 points. 5th tier rare martial technique. True meaning of the Ice Dragon, uninitiated, at last. He was about to engage once more with high-level martial techniques, a thought that stirred a hint of excitement within him. The anger from the previous night had now dissipated significantly, for he had discovered through his research that the rejuvenating herb was intended to heal meridians that had been frostbitten during cultivation. His indestructible golden soul was likely to serve as a perfect, if not superior, substitute. Suppressing the surging emotions within, Yili channeled his malicious value, infusing it vigorously into the new martial technique. Chapter 96. The refreshing true meaning of the Ice Dragon, Ding. Yi beginning to consume malicious value, continuously enhancing the 5th tier rare martial technique. True meaning of the Ice Dragon. Detected that you are beneath the crown of a 7th tier medicinal enlightenment tree. Gained enhancement buff, malicious value consumption reduced by 30. You have perfected the S-rank breathing technique, White Mist Frost Snow, and the S-rank refinement technique. Snow mountain shaping, significantly increasing your acceptance of ice-type martial techniques. Gained enhancement buff, training speed increased by 80. After consuming 2,000 points of malicious value, Yili comprehended that the first step in mastering this martial technique was to create true chi imbued with cold energy, which would then be transformed according to the methods recorded in the texts. The former was already second nature to him, while the latter initially appeared as inscrutable as an ancient script. But soon he grasped its true essence. The only caution to heed was how to control the true chi once it left his body. Fortunately, the visualization techniques he had practiced previously had considerably enhanced the strength of his consciousness, allowing him to manipulate even large-scale tides with ease. Thus, wielding the external cold energy was quite manageable. True meaning of the Ice Dragon, initiated. After consuming 4,000 points of malicious value, even the refined meridian struggled to adapt to the newly birthed cold true chi, leading to gradual and increasingly severe damage. He realized it was time to consume the rejuvenating herb. However, before he could utilize the rejuvenating herb to mend his meridians, the powerful golden soul nourished his body, restoring the damaged meridians to their former state. Gained enhancement buff, training speed increased by 120. Yili glanced at the text displayed on the panel. A barely perceptible sigh of relief escaping him. As expected, his conjectures proved correct. Compared to the so-called Heart of Rejuvenation herb, his indestructible golden soul was far superior, perfectly compensating for the losses incurred. This exemplified the true value of an S-rank ability. He stowed the Rejuvenation herb back into his storage ring and once more directed his gaze toward the panel. With a 4th tier foundation, he sought to comprehend a 5th tier rare martial technique. His aptitude in this regard had vastly surpassed his previous capabilities, bolstered further by several enhancement buffs. Nevertheless, the malicious value required to fully master this martial technique would undoubtedly be considerable. He hoped its potency would justify the investment. The warmth spread through Yili's heart as he anticipated the merits of this advanced 5th tier martial technique. He had always excelled at maximizing the potential of the techniques he acquired. Adjusting his focus, the rate of malicious value consumption began to accelerate. After consuming 5,000 points of malicious value, you can perfectly master the rolling cold energy, transforming it into a colossal ice dragon several zhang long. Imbued with astonishing destructive power, capable of attacking any foe at will. True meaning of the Ice Dragon, proficient. After consuming 11,000 points of malicious value, through daily practice, you successfully comprehended the next stage of the technique, opting to further enhance the scale of the true chi output, expanding the Ice Dragon's size to over 10 zhang, significantly augmenting its lethality. The typical 4th tier warrior's Heavenly Gate Bridge would likely have shattered under such a scale of true chi output. Yet your Heavenly Gate Bridge has reached divine quality and shows no signs of breaking, not even a quiver. True meaning of the Ice Dragon, mastered. Observing this development, Yili maintained a remarkably composed expression. This occurrence had been anticipated. Techniques unattainable by warriors of the same tier were within his grasp due to the full mastery of the S-rank visualization technique. He recalled that, under identical conditions, higher-tier adversaries yielded far greater malicious value than their lower-tier counterparts. The words on the screen shifted, After consuming 15,000 points of malicious value, you have fully mastered the method of transforming vast true chi into a cold ice dragon. And in your joy, a realization dawns. True meaning of the ice dragon, achieved. This realization hinted at further possibilities. Why Ely nodded slightly. Having attained a martial technique of such caliber, it was only fitting to exhaust its potential fully. After consuming 18,800 points of malicious value, you seized upon the fleeting inspiration and comprehended the method of simulating the dragon's might, akin to the final stroke of a painter, completing the last fragment of the ice dragon. At last, he understood the true essence contained within this martial technique. This chapter remains unfinished. Click to the next page to continue reading. The so-called true meaning of the ice dragon is to imbue the created ice dragon with genuine charisma, allowing it to command the heavens and the earth, instilling dread and terror in all mundane beasts in its path. True meaning of the ice dragon, complete. Comment. You feel remarkably invigorated. Knowing that henceforth, those who consume the true meaning of the ice dragon will be reborn, which brings you a slight sense of satisfaction. Remaining malicious value, 21,000 points, in an instant. The youth opened his eyes, an overwhelming surge of true chi erupting from his being. Boom! Torrential cold energy surged forth in all directions, the pervasive chill causing a rapid drop in the surrounding temperature. Within this icy atmosphere, a vividly lifelike ice dragon emerged instantaneously from the white mist. Its body was crystalline and translucent, exuding a frigid aura, with every scale shimmering with a frosty light. Fortunately, the meditation chamber was spacious, and Ely had deliberately reduced the output scale of his true chi, allowing the ice dragon room to move. The ice dragon coiled around Ely, its form both agile and majestic. Encircling the youth within as it glided, it flowed around him with the grace of silk ribbons, perfectly harmonious and natural. Is this the complete true meaning of the ice dragon? Ely murmured softly. Reaching out to caress the massive dragon head, feeling the vast true chi contained within its form, his heart swelling with excitement. With but a thought, he could expand this small ice dragon to dozens of zhang in size. This was the martial technique suitable for a Heavenly Gate realm warrior. In future confrontations, he would no longer need to worry about lacking prestige. Ely flicked his fingers, and the entire ice dragon exploded.